Shen Chunran, in her previous life, discovered too late that the husband who professed to cherish her had another love. He seized her dowry and caused her family's ruin. Her mother-in-law, weeping, implored her not to use her medical skills to save others, as a woman ought to be content with her lot, but in truth, it was a ploy to clip her wings and dim her brilliance. Her grandmother lamented her hardships, yet it was a calculated effort to coerce her into submission for the family's gain. Her sister-in-law risked her life to save her, only to stage a ruse that robbed her of her status as matriarch. The husband had a white moonlight, a child born of their union, while she remained oblivious, dedicating her life to her husband's family. On her deathbed, she could only hear him say, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. After allowing you to be the mistress for so long, you should be satisfied. Now that she has been granted a second chance, she shall cast aside the shackles of her husband's family. She intends to shine brightly and boldly marry the regent, ensuring that when she speaks, her entire family will not dare to utter a word in opposition. Chapter 1. Reborn before the deception. Mother, how are you? A timid voice stirred Shen Chunran from her slumber. Had she not died? Perished in the 13th year of her marriage, her husband's loyal and noble household had risen again, favored by the new emperor, producing scholars and officials. Amidst the family's glory, only the former matriarch, Shen Chunran, had died of grief before her bed, her eyes wide open, clutching the divorce decree she had just received. Before her stood her husband, Jiang Ye, his face as cold as ice. He declared, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, Shen Chunran, I have endured your oppression for so long. I can now rightfully marry Yuan, and our children, Yuan and Huixiu, can finally be reunited.
Yuan?
Shen Chunran, in a state of disbelief, recalled that Yuan was the sister-in-law she had once taken in for her skills and the life she had saved, a girl abandoned and alone. At the behest of the old lady, she had accepted her as a sister. Yuan had sworn loyalty to her, claiming she would not marry, yet bore children out of wedlock, never revealing the identity of their father, causing Shen Chunran years of pity and heartache. The children were all Jiang Ye's? Ha ha ha. In a fit of despair, Shen Chunran laughed maniacally, realizing she had been deceived by this scoundrel and his wretched mistress for so many years, her laughter echoing ominously in the room, time slipping away. Mother, are you all right? The childish voice once more pulled Shen Chunran back to reality. She looked at the 5- or 6-year-old boy before her stepson, Jiang Yuan, affectionately known as Yuan Gur. Yuan, as in Yuan, it dawned on her that Jiang Ye had been reminiscing about his Yuan all along. Yet she had doted on this child as if he were a precious gem. After years of managing the household, he had become a stranger, unwilling to even glance her way. But she had paved the way for his education and future. Mother, what is wrong with you? Yuan Gur asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. He had merely bumped into her, and yet she was acting as if the world was ending. If it weren't for her obstructing his mother, he would not have collided with her.
Yuan Ge seethed inwardly.
As her memories returned, Shen Chunran confirmed she had indeed returned to 11 years prior, the 3rd year of her marriage to the loyal and noble household. She was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Anghua, her aunt a favored concubine in the palace, basking in familial honor. In her youth, she had merely glanced at Jiang Ye under the moonlight, captivated by the youth's charm. Thinking that marriage was inevitable, she agreed to the proposal, unaware she was leaping into a pit of fire. At the moment her bridal veil was lifted, Jiang Ye had coldly remarked, indeed a beauty of high caliber. My grandmother has good taste, but alas, I am still in mourning and cannot enjoy such a treasure. With that he left. The Jiang family hailed from Yunzhou, where mourning customs differed from those in the capital. In the capital, the mourning period was 2 years, but in Yunzhou, it extended to 3. Naively, Shen Chunran believed he was simply adhering to filial piety, and after the mourning period, he hastily left for the borders. He claimed that staying in the capital would invite the emperor's suspicion, but Shen Chunran realized too late that her husband had other motives. In disappointment, she could only harbor her feelings while, under the advice of her grandmother and mother-in-law, she adopted a distant relative as her legitimate son. Days ago, while accompanying the old lady to Dongshan Temple to pray, they encountered bandits in broad daylight and narrowly escaped disaster. In a critical moment, a woman from the Jianghu saved them, none other than Murong Yuan. Reflecting on it now, how curious that the old lady suddenly wished to visit the temple and coincidentally met Murong Yuan. Truly a fortuitous encounter. To rescue them, Murong Yuan had sustained minor injuries. The elderly matriarch of the loyal and noble household, seeing the injuries, urged Shen Chunran to produce the precious purple gold ointment given as a dowry gift by the concubine, renowned for healing external wounds. Yet Shen Chunran bore a silent burden. That ointment had long been secretly placed in Jiang Ye's belongings when he left for the army. She had hoped he would understand, but he comprehended nothing, and now it seemed she could not explain. Mentioning it might lead him to think she was fabricating stories, and Jiang Ye would likely deny it. Perhaps he was entirely unaware. She could only claim it was used, but the old lady grew anxious. You, a lady of the house, how could you have used it when you never even had a scratch? Chunran, you are sensible. You cannot be so heartless to your benefactor. Old lady, please, I am fine. This minor injury is nothing, Murong Yuan interjected, trying to mediate, though she was already faint from the pain. Mother. As Shen Chunran stepped out, she was unexpectedly knocked aside by Yuan Ge, who had meant to protect her. How ironic, Shen Chunran thought. I am fine, you may go in. Shen Chunran suppressed her emotions and spoke stiffly. Now that she had returned to life, she would no longer live as she had in her past, nor would she foolishly devote everything to the loyal and noble household. Let them do as they please. She merely wished to escape this insatiable place. Mother, why won't you give Aunt Yuan the purple gold ointment? She is your benefactor, Zhang Huayuan questioned, angered by her apparent lack of remorse. Shen Chunran replied bluntly, there is no ointment to spare. If you must have it, go to the palace and seek it there. They surely have some. Yuan Ge was at a loss for words, infuriated, and stormed off. Yuan Ge has gone too far. How can he be so reckless? Even if she is a benefactor, it cannot cost the life of the lady, Red Sleeve interjected, her tone sharp. Red Sleeve was Shen Chunran's maid, who had sacrificed her own marriage to accompany her and ultimately drowned in the garden, one of the main causes of Shen Chunran's illness. Instinctively, Shen Chunran coughed, realizing her body was now robust and healthy. Rebirth truly was a blessing. Red Sleeve, you are correct. That child is not my own, and in a crucial moment, he has lost all decorum. As for the previous discussion about finding that old scholar from the White Deer Academy to tutor him, let it be. He is too old, and his legs are not what they used to be. Red Sleeve's expression shifted from shock to joy. Previously, the lady had doted on the young master, and even her slightest word was heeded.
Now,
Madam, you heard correctly. We shall return to our former ways, and let us not let an outsider disrupt our bond. Shen Chunran smiled, appearing as if she were not speaking in anger, before returning to her residence, Cui Zhuxian. As she listened to the commotion outside, with doctors being summoned, Shen Chunran remained unmoved, until another maid, Red Moon, rushed in, tears streaming down her face. Madam, the young master has returned, but he has brought back a vixen. Reclining on a small couch, Shen Chunran opened her eyes with a frosty smile. What was destined to come had finally arrived. She had heard of her beloved's injury and returned home prematurely. As for that vixen, she was merely an illusion conjured by Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan. Though the woman was indeed enchanting and alluring, she was nothing more than a pawn used to distract Shen Chunran. *** Chapter 2. Chunran's understanding of the bigger picture ***. In her past life, Shen Chunran had fought tooth and nail against that woman, never suspecting that it was her own righteous sister who was covertly colluding with Jiang Ye. By the time she finally managed to send the woman away, her own health had deteriorated, resulting in a complete defeat. Madam, why do you remain silent? Hong Xiao, afraid that Shen Chunran was angered, crouched at her knees, her heart aching for the young lady. Who would have thought that after 3 years of marriage, she remained untouched by a man? Foolish girl, do not grieve. I am not saddened. Rest assured, they cannot harm me. Shen Chunran consoled her maid, rising to tidy herself up. After 2 years of her husband's absence, it was time to make him feel welcomed. In the Showan Hall of the Jiang Matriarch, after a 2-year separation, Jiang Ye beheld Shen Chunran once more. She was clad in a simple white gown, her figure exuding elegance as she approached with steady steps, her hair like silk, held back with a few delicate jade hairpins. Despite the simplicity of her attire, she resembled a beam of moonlight, radiating a gentle and refined aura that was deeply soothing. 3 years prior, Jiang Ye had already regarded Shen Chunran as a beauty of the highest order. Now, she was even more so. Alas, fate can be cruel, for he had already etched another into his heart and could no longer accommodate her. Moreover, Jiang Ye found her insipid demeanor rather unappealing. Granddaughter-in-law pays her respects to the matriarch, to mother, and to the heir. The matriarch, seated on the couch, cast a glance at Shen Chunran, her usual kindness replaced by a hint of displeasure, for Shen Chunran had yet to present the prized purple gold ointment. However, this sentiment quickly gave way to a facade of concern. I apologize for troubling you, my dear. The familiar words, the familiar tone. Shen Chunran listened with a stoic expression. What do you mean, grandmother? You have been married for 3 years, and Ye has been away for 3 years. It is a hardship for both of you to be apart. Now, that scoundrel has brought back another woman. I would never condone such behavior, but alas, this woman carries the blood of our house. Shen Chunran raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze towards the woman who had been standing with her head bowed. She had encountered her in her past life and did not scrutinize her further, as she was already aware of the woman's condition. Mother-in-law Wang spoke with heartfelt concern, but rest assured, the child born of this lowly concubine shall still be a secondary heir, and when the time comes, I shall ensure she is dispatched, so you do not suffer. It is said that a man's words can be deceiving. Who would have thought that this family could weave such a captivating tale, with one playing the villain and another the victim? In her previous life, Shen Chunran had been left utterly bewildered by their antics. What do you mean, mother? Jiang Ye feigned a troubled expression. You wretched child, cease your nonsense. Cough, cough. It was Shen Chunran, who had remained silent, unable to suppress a facade of magnanimity, saying, Mother, do not blame the heir. Historically, having multiple wives has been commonplace, and considering this woman carries the heir's blood, how can we simply send her away? Would that not sow discord in the heir's heart? Fear not, she has arrived, so let her enter. Having spoken, Shen Chunran nearly choked on her own words. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, a mixture of surprise and displeasure on his face. Was she genuinely magnanimous, or was her act too convincing? Thank you, Madam May. The enchanting woman immediately knelt in gratitude. Get up, May. You are with child. Jiang Ye feigned concern as he helped her up, casting a glance at Shen Chunran, eager to witness her jealousy. Yet, Shen Chunran maintained her selfless demeanor. It was nauseating. Bring this one. Let us call her May, to the orchid courtyard for her rest. The orchid courtyard was a respectable residence in the Duke's estate, indicating that Shen Chunran was indeed neither jealous nor angry, but rather inclined to elevate this woman. Both the matriarch and Wang were momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend that there truly existed a woman who was indifferent. They were caught off guard and left speechless. Seeing grandmother's furrowed brow, is there another matter troubling you? Or is it still about the purple gold ointment? Shen Chunran feigned difficulty. At the mention of the ointment, the matriarch seemed ready to explode, for Shen Chunran had always complied with her requests, yet today she was unwilling to part with the sacred remedy. Before she could utter a word, Shen Chunran lamented, It seems grandmother still does not trust me. I vow that if I, your granddaughter-in-law, deceive my elders and hoard the purple gold ointment, may the Duke's estate never know peace, my son Yuan suffer misfortune for half his life, and my husband never return home. At these words, the assembly was taken aback. Shen Chunran, you are doing this on purpose, Jiang Ye exclaimed, rising in anger. Shen Chunran resembled a startled rabbit. It is precisely because I speak the truth that I would swear upon my most cherished ones. Yuan and the heir are my very life. Jiang Ye was rendered speechless in his fury. All right, enough of this. Let it go. The matriarch, equally incensed, could not unleash her ire and instead suppressed it, stating, As for that girl Yuan, I have already informed Ye that she not only saved you, but also this old woman. Out of gratitude, we cannot treat her poorly. Indeed, the drama was unfolding. Your granddaughter-in-law shall heed grandmother's wishes. That girl is indeed pitiable. The matriarch, seeing Shen Chunran's compliance, felt at ease. What I mean is, since she is a savior, it would be rather pedestrian to repay her with mere material goods. Why not offer her a home instead? Shen Chunran smiled. Ah, grandmother wishes to adopt a granddaughter for herself, to find a sister for the heir? It is indeed for you to find a sister. The matriarch affectionately grasped Shen Chunran's hand, inquiring, Are you pleased? The Duke's estate and the Ingua Duke's estate, while both noble houses, were worlds apart. One basked in imperial favor, while the other had long been a faded remnant with no presence before the throne. If Murong Yuan were to be paved a path within the Ingua estate, it would ultimately lead to Shen Chunran's downfall, making her sister's ascendance all the more plausible. This was Jiang Ye's cunning plan. If she were to be recognized under the Duke's roof, becoming siblings with Ye, living under one roof would inevitably attract gossip. I am doing this for your sake. The matriarch spoke earnestly, tears welling in her eyes during the emotional moment. In her past life, the sight of the kind matriarch in distress would have compelled Shen Chunran to acquiesce. But in this life, very well, grandmother, do not distress yourself. Whatever you say shall be done. Your granddaughter-in-law shall follow your lead, Shen Chunran replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt a weight lift from his heart. Shen Chunran was not softening. Rather, she had adopted a different approach. In her previous life, she had indeed paved many advantages for Murong Yuan, but now the path she laid was for her to decide whether it led to glory or to an inferno. This kinship, she was not afraid to acknowledge, but rather feared the day she might deny it. Once she accepted, there would be no turning back. Our Chunran truly understands the bigger picture, the matriarch expressed, moved. Shen Chunran, in her previous life, only realized upon her death that her husband, who professed to honor her, harbored affections for another, seizing her dowry and leading her family to ruin. Her mother-in-law, weeping, implored her not to use her medical skills to save others, asserting that a woman should remain obedient, yet in truth, this was merely a means to clip her wings and dim her brilliance. Her grandmother lamented her hardships, yet it was a guise to compel her into submission, seeking to benefit from her family. Her sister-in-law, in a feigned act of sacrifice, sought to usurp her status as the matriarch, while she herself was but a fleeting memory to her husband, Jiang Ye, who had already fathered children with another. Shen Chunran, ensnared in ignorance, devoted her life to her husband's family, only to be met with his dismissive words, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, you have been the mistress for so long, you should be content. In this new life, she declared to cast aside her husband's family and to shine brightly, vowing to remarry the regent prince, ensuring that she would command respect while they would dare not utter a word against her. Chapter 1. Rebirth before the lies, Mother, how are you? The timid voice roused Shen Chunran from her stupor. Was she not dead? She had perished in the 13th year of her marriage to the loyal Marquis, the Jiang family, which had recently risen in favor under the new emperor, producing both civil and military scholars. Amidst the family's glory, only the former matriarch, Shen Chunran, had died of anger, her eyes wide open, clutching the divorce decree she had just received. Before her stood her husband, Jiang Ye, his face as cold as ice. He declared, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, Shen Chunran, I have been suppressed by you for so long, but now I can finally marry Yuan openly. Our children, Huayuan and Huaixiu, can now be united without shame.
Yuan?
Shen Chunran, her spirit floating, could hardly believe her ears. Wasn't Yuan the sister she had taken in years ago? Because Yuan had skills and had once saved her life, she had adopted her as a sister under her grandmother's advice. That sister, Yuan, had sworn loyalty to her, claiming she would never marry, yet bore children out of wedlock without revealing their father, leading Shen Chunran to feel pity for years. Those children were fathered by her husband, Jiang Ye? Ha ha ha. In a state of despair, Shen Chunran laughed maniacally, realizing she had been deceived by this scoundrel and his shameless woman for so long, her laughter echoing through the room, as if summoning the winds of despair. Time passed, though she could not tell how long. Mother, are you all right? The childish voice once again brought Shen Chunran back to reality. She gazed at the 5- or 6-year-old boy before her, her stepson, Jiang Huayuan, affectionately called Yuan Ge. Yuan and Yuan shared the same sound. Jiang Ye had been reminiscing about his Yuan all along. Yet she had doted on this child, treating him like a precious gem. After years of managing the household and falling ill, he had transformed into someone unrecognizable, refusing even to glance in her direction. But she had paved the way for his education, nurturing his future with her own efforts. Mother, what is wrong with you? Yuan Ge seemed impatient, having merely bumped into her. How could she react so dramatically? If not for her tormenting his mother, he would not have collided with her. Yuan Ge thought angrily. As memories flooded back, Shen Chunran confirmed she had returned to 11 years ago, to the 3rd year of her marriage to the loyal Marquis. She was the legitimate daughter of the Zhongyong Marquis, with her aunt a favored concubine in the palace, basking in familial prestige. In her youth, she had only stolen a glance at Jiang Ye, captivated by the youth under the moonlight, and naively thought that marrying anyone would suffice, so she had consented to the proposal, unaware she was stepping into a fiery pit. At the moment the red veil was lifted, Jiang Ye had coldly remarked, "Indeed, a top-tier beauty. Grandmother has a keen eye, but alas, I am still in mourning and cannot enjoy such a treasure yet." With that, he had departed. The Jiang family hailed from Yunzhou, where mourning customs differed from those in the capital, requiring 3 years instead of 2. Shen Chunran, naive as she was, believed he was merely adhering to filial piety, and when the mourning period concluded, he hastily left for the frontier. He claimed that his family was in disfavor, and remaining in the capital would incite the emperor's suspicion. Shen Chunran, realizing the true nature of her husband's intentions, felt disheartened and could only harbor her feelings in silence while, under her grandmother and mother-in-law's guidance, she adopted a distant relative as her legitimate son. Just days ago, while accompanying the elder Jiang Matriarch to Dongshan Temple to pray, they unexpectedly encounter robbers in broad daylight, narrowly escaping disaster thanks to a woman from the martial world, none other than Murong Yuan. Reflecting on how their peaceful life had been disrupted by the elder's sudden urge to visit the temple and the coincidental encounter with Murong Yuan, it all felt too orchestrated. Murong Yuan had sustained minor injuries while saving them. The elder matriarch of the loyal Marquis, distressed, insisted that Shen Chunran retrieve the precious purple gold bomb bestowed upon the concubine that was renowned for healing external wounds. However, Shen Chunran had her own grievances, as she had secretly placed that bomb in Jiang Ye's belongings when he left for the military. She had hoped he would understand, but he remained oblivious, and now, any attempt to explain would likely be dismissed as fabrications. Jiang Ye would never acknowledge it, perhaps he was entirely unaware. She could only claim it had been used, not anticipating the elder's anger. As a refined lady, you seldom bruise your skin. How could you have used it? Chunran, you are so sensible. You cannot be ungrateful to a benefactor. Please, elder, I am fine. This minor injury is nothing, Murong Yuan interjected, though she appeared to be on the verge of fainting. Mother. Shen Chunran, feeling guilty as she exited, was suddenly collided into by Yuan Go, causing her to stumble aside. Initially, she thought it was an accident, but it turned out to be an act of protection. Shen Chunran couldn't help but think sarcastically, I am fine. You may go inside. She held back her emotions, stiffly replying. Now that she had been reborn, she would not lead the same life as before, not foolishly sacrificing everything for the loyal Marquis. Let them do as they wished. She desired nothing more than to escape this place that consumed everything without a trace. Mother, why won't you give Yuan and the purple gold bomb? She is your benefactor, Jiang Huayuan asked angrily, seeing Shen Chunran still, unrepentant. Shen Chunran replied directly, there is no bomb for her. If she desires it, she may seek it in the palace. They surely have some. Yuan Go was left speechless, infuriated, and stormed off. Yuan Go has gone too far. He cannot distinguish between right and wrong. What does it matter if she is a benefactor? Must she pay with your life? Said Hong Xiao, a maid accompanying Shen Chunran. In her past life, she had sacrificed her own prospects to stay by Shen Chunran's side, ultimately drowning in the garden and becoming one of the main reasons for Shen Chunran's prolonged illness. Instinctively, Shen Chunran coughed, only to realize she was now in excellent health. Rebirth truly was a blessing. Hong Xiao, you are correct. This child is not my own. At a critical moment, he has lost all decorum. As for the previous discussion about finding the old scholar from the White Deer Academy to tutor him, let that go. The old scholar is of advanced age and has difficulty moving. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiao's expression shifted from shock to joy. In the past, the lady had doted on the young master. She could not even utter a word against him. Now, my lady, you heard correctly. From now on, we will treat each other as before. Do not let an outsider ruin our bond. Shen Chunran smiled, her demeanor devoid of anger, as she returned to her bamboo courtyard. Listening to the commotion in the outer courtyard as physicians were summoned, Shen Chunran remained unfazed. Until another maid, Hong Yu, rushed in, crying, my lady, the heir has returned, but he brought back a vixen. Lying on a small couch to rest, Shen Chunran opened her eyes and smiled coldly. What was meant to come had indeed arrived. Hearing that the woman she cherished had been harmed, she returned home ahead of schedule. As for that seductress, she was merely an illusion conjured by Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan. Although the woman possessed an alluring beauty, she was merely a pawn used to restrain Shen Chunran. Chapter 2. Chunran's perceptive nature. In her past life, Shen Chunran had engaged in a fierce battle against that woman, utterly oblivious to the fact that it was her righteous sister who had been colluding with Jiang Ye. By the time she finally managed to dismiss the woman, her own health had collapsed, leading to her ultimate defeat. "Madam, why are you silent?" Hongxiu, fearing that Shen Chunran was upset, crouched by her knees, genuinely pained for her mistress. Who would have thought that after 3 years of marriage, she remained untouched? "Foolish girl, do not grieve. I am not distressed either. Rest assured, they cannot harm me," Shen Chunran reassured her maid, rising to tidy herself as it was time to greet her husband, who had been away for 2 years. In the Showan Hall of the Jiang Matriarch, after a 2-year separation, Jiang Ye once again laid eyes on Shen Chunran, who approached in a simple long dress, her figure elegant and her step steady. Her hair, as dark as silk, was loosely held by a few delicate jade hairpins. Despite her simplicity, she radiated a gentle and refined aura, reminiscent of moonlight, captivating to the heart. 3 years prior, Shen Chunran had already appeared to Jiang Ye as a stunning beauty, and now she was even more so. Alas, fate was cruel. He had long since harbored feelings for another, leaving no room for her in his heart. Moreover, Jiang Ye found her bland demeanor to be quite unimpressive. Grandson-in-law greets the matriarch, the mother, and
The heir.
the matriarch regarded Shen Chunran with a glance that bore a hint of displeasure, as she had not presented the coveted purple gold ointment. Yet, this sentiment was quickly replaced by a facade of concern. "Forgive me, my dear granddaughter." The familiar words, the well-rehearsed script, fell upon Shen Chunran's ears like cold water, her expression as still as the depths of the sea. "What do you mean, grandmother? You have been part of this family for 3 years, and he has been away for 3 years as well. It has been a hardship for you both to be apart. Now, that scoundrel has brought back another woman. I would never condone such behavior, but alas, this woman carries the blood of our house." Shen Chunran raised an eyebrow, finally directing her gaze towards the woman who had been standing with her head bowed. She had seen her in her previous life, hence did not scrutinize her further, for she was well aware of whether or not the woman was with child. Her mother-in-law, Wang Shi, expressed her sorrow, saying, "But fret not, the child born by a concubine will ultimately be of lesser status. When the time comes, I shall take charge and send her away, ensuring you are not wronged. It is often said that a man's words are deceitful." To her surprise, this family was adept at theatrical performances, one playing the role of the villain while the other feigned sympathy, leaving Shen Chunran bewildered in her past life. "What do you mean, mother?" Jiang Ye feigned confusion, frowning. "You wretched child, be silent." Cough cough. Shen Chunran, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain herself, displaying a facade of magnanimity as she stated, "Mother, do not blame the heir. Since ancient times, having multiple wives has been commonplace. Moreover, this woman carries the heir's child. How could we simply dismiss her? That would only sow discord in his heart. Rest assured, since she has arrived, let her enter." After uttering these words, Shen Chunran nearly choked on her own sincerity. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, caught between surprise and displeasure. Was this woman truly magnanimous or merely putting on an act? "Thank you, Madam May." The enchanting woman immediately knelt in gratitude. "Rise, May. You are with child." Jiang Ye feigned a look of concern as he helped her up, glancing at Shen Chunran to observe her reaction. However, Shen Chunran maintained an expression of unyielding altruism, much to his chagrin. "Someone, take this lady, let's call her May, to the Orchid Courtyard for her rest." The Orchid Courtyard was a respectable residence within the loyal and brave Marquis estate, indicating that Shen Chunran was genuinely unperturbed by jealousy and aimed to elevate this woman's status. Both the matriarch and Wang Shi were momentarily at a loss, struggling to comprehend the existence of a woman who appeared indifferent, leaving them speechless. Seeing grandmother's furrowed brow, "Is there another matter troubling you? Or are you still displeased regarding the purple gold ointment?" Shen Chunran feigned a troubled demeanor. At the mere mention of the ointment, the matriarch seemed ready to erupt, for Shen Chunran had always complied with her requests, but today she was unwilling to produce the revered medicine. Before she could say anything, Shen Chunran's voice turned desolate. "It seems grandmother still does not trust me. I swear, if I deceive my elders and secretly keep the purple gold ointment, may the loyal and brave Marquis estate never find peace. My son Yuan shall suffer misfortune, and my husband shall never return." At these words, the room fell into stunned silence. "Shen Chunran, are you doing this on purpose?" Jiang Ye's anger flared as he slammed his palm on the table. Shen Chunran resembled a frightened rabbit. "It is precisely because I am not deceiving anyone that I would swear upon my most cherished ones. Yuan and the heir are my life. Jiang Ye was rendered speechless with fury. Enough, enough. Let this matter rest. Do not bring it up again. The matriarch, equally incensed yet unable to release her anger, could only suppress her feelings and continue. As for that girl Yuan, I have already informed ye of her deeds. She not only saved you, but also rescued this old woman. Out of gratitude, we must not treat her poorly. Indeed. The performance was about to begin. Granddaughter listens to grandmother. That girl is indeed pitiable. Seeing Shen Chunran revert to her obedient self, the matriarch relaxed. What I mean is, as she is a lifesaver, it would be rather pedestrian to repay her with material goods. Instead, why not provide her with a home? Shen Chunran smiled. Ah, grandmother, are you seeking a granddaughter for yourself or a sister for the heir? I am seeking a sister for you. The matriarch affectionately took Shen Chunran's hand and asked, Are you pleased? Although both the loyal and brave Marquis estate and the Zhongyong Marquis estate bore the title of Marquis, one enjoyed the favor of the emperor while the other had not graced the imperial presence for decades, creating a stark contrast. If they paved a path for Murong Yuan through the Zhongyong Marquis estate, it would only facilitate Shen Chunran's downfall, making her sister's rise seem all the more natural. This was Jiang Ye's plan. If she recognizes the loyal and brave Marquis estate as her home and becomes sworn siblings with Yi, living under the same roof would inevitably attract gossip. I do this for you. The matriarch spoke earnestly, even shedding tears at her heartfelt plea. In her previous life, whenever Shen Chunran witnessed the kind matriarch in sorrow, she could not help but acquiesce. But in this life, very well, grandmother, do not distress yourself. Whatever you say, I shall abide by it, Shen Chunran replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's previously anxious heart slightly eased. Shen Chunran was not being soft-hearted. Rather, she had shifted her perspective. In her past life, she indeed paved many favorable paths for Murong Yuan, yet whether these paths led to glory or to an abyss of despair would ultimately be determined by her own choices. This connection was not to be feared. What was to be feared was the refusal to acknowledge it. Once recognized, there would be no escape. Our Chunran truly understands the greater picture, the matriarch said with emotion. Chapter 3. Shattered with a smile, Shen Chunran rose and declared, Since it is decided, I shall return and inform my mother. Once Miss Yuan has recovered, I will take her to the Duke of Anghua's residence to introduce her. Very well, Wang, the mother-in-law, replied with a beaming smile. As Shen Chunran exited the hall, the Jiang family resumed their true expressions, surprised by Chunran's straightforward agreement, devoid of any suspicion. Jiang Ye remarked coolly, This matter is flawless. Why would she harbor doubts? Rest assured. At this, the old matriarch Jiang shot Jiang Ye a glare. It is all you're doing. You have married such a splendid wife as Chunran, yet you still provoke that Murong Yuan. What is so special about her? If not for the fact that she bore me a legitimate grandson, how could Chunran ever compare to her? Jiang Ye's tone turned icy, his gaze sharp. She was sought after by grandmother. Treat her well. It is none of my concern. Yuan is my true love, and we are bound to each other for life. Wang sighed. In truth, Chunran is so magnanimous that allowing Yuan to enter as a concubine wouldn't be out of the question. That is unacceptable. Yuan must be my legitimate wife. Even a secondary wife is out of the question. Do not bring this up again, Jiang Ye insisted. Both old lady Jiang and Wang were left helpless, as Jiang Ye had grown up, no longer susceptible to restraint. They feared he might suddenly leave home, cohabiting with that woman outside. What could they do? Oh, my poor Chunran. If only her health were robust, Wang said cautiously. A flicker of menace crossed Jiang Ye's eyes.
We shall see about that.
With that, he went to visit Murong Yuan. At that moment, Shen Chunran had already departed from the Duke of Zhongyong's residence. Since her marriage, she had seldom returned to her family home. Upon seeing the grand gates of the Duke of Anghua's residence, tears nearly fell from her eyes. For time had stretched infinitely for her, encompassing both her past life and this one. In her past life, after the demise of the late emperor, her aunt, the favored concubine, also passed away. The Duke of Anghua's residence was suppressed by the new emperor's forces, almost reduced to ruin, ultimately leading to family destruction. She had not even been able to see her mother one last time. Madam, what troubles you? Hong Xiu inquired with concern. I am well. I have returned home. And I am happy, Shen Chunran replied with a smile as she entered the residence. Lady Lin, the Duchess of Anghua. nearly tripped over her skirt in her joy upon hearing her daughter had returned. Chunran, why have you come back? Has something happened at your in-laws? Lin asked anxiously. Shen Chunran smiled. Mother, there is nothing to worry about, although there are matters to discuss. Why do you speak in circles? Shen Chunran took her mother's arm and led her into the room, dismissing all others. Only then did Lin sense something was amiss. What is it? Shen Chunran knelt before Lin, saying, I am unfilial. I have married, yet I still trouble you with my affairs. I am truly ashamed. Get up. What is it? You are going to drive me mad, Lin exclaimed, nearly in tears. Only then did Shen Chunran reveal her encounter at Dongshan Temple, the robbery, and how she was saved by a woman from the Jiang family, mentioning the old matriarch's wish for her to recognize a sworn sister. Lin nodded. Though this matter of recognizing a sister seems somewhat hasty, it is indeed a matter of life-saving grace. But mother, you only know part of it, Shen Chunran sighed. And then recounted Jiang Ye's return to court, his connection with Murong Yuan, and even the mystery surrounding Jiang Huayuan's lineage, divulging everything to Lin. Lin's expression changed from pale to flushed, nearly causing her to faint. Fortunately, she was strong and healthy. However, her fury was palpable. They are being too oppressive. Mother, calm down. Do not let anyone overhear, Shen Chunran quickly intervened. Lin gazed at Shen Chunran with concern. Do you still wish to conceal the truth? That Jiang family is despicable, bullying you as they please. Their demeanor was not so when they sought your hand. Shen Chunran nodded calmly. I have already stepped into a den of thieves. To cease losses promptly is paramount. Allow that woman to recognize her status at the Duke of Anghua's residence. This is merely the first step. As she spoke, Shen Chunran whispered several words into Lin's ear. Lin's expression gradually stabilized, and a hint of determination emerged. As the matriarch of the family, she would not be lenient in dealing with treachery. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Lin replied coldly, a smile of malice gracing her lips. Murong Yuan, you dare to humiliate my daughter, just wait and see. In truth, dealing with her was a minor issue. The key was that Shen Chunran wished to divorce. Divorce? For women, marriage has always been for a lifetime, though there are cases of divorce. Since the founding of the Great Zhou, those who manage to leave a marriage unscathed are few and far between, Lin lamented. Fortunately, though the Duke of Zhongyong's family is base, they are not entirely unmanageable. Though she spoke thus, the price paid would not only be Shen Chunran's but also that of all the women in her family. The stakes were not something to be taken lightly. Several years prior, a noblewoman in the capital discovered her husband had an influential mistress. Enraged, she caught them in the act, causing a scandal throughout the city. In the end, the mistress was taken in as a concubine, while the noblewoman was branded with jealousy and sent to the ancestral hall for penance, leading to her family's younger sisters being returned from betrothal. Her husband merely faced laughter and scorn. Where is the justice in that? The moral code of this era, when applied to men, is merely a speck of dust. When applied to women, it is a matter of life and death. Shen Chunran nodded. You speak wisely, mother. However, I must resolve this matter myself. As for who bears the cost, it is yet uncertain. She secretly smiled coldly. Lin observed Shen Chunran, suddenly realizing how much she had matured, taking matters into her own hands with grace. The mother and daughter, having rarely met, conversed for a long time before Shen Chunran reluctantly took her leave. As she walked through the streets of the capital, gazing at the twilight, she suddenly longed to visit her favorite tea shop, where she would sit by the window and watch the sunset. Hongxiu, she called. Madam, are we heading to Tianxiang Pavilion? Hongxiu replied with a smile. You truly are my mind reader. The two of them ascended to the second floor of Tianxiang Pavilion, perhaps in high spirits. They hurriedly turned a corner and nearly collided with someone.
How dare you?
Impudent! Both side servants shouted in unison, momentarily stunned at the sight of a man and woman before them. Shen Chunran dared not look at the man's appearance, catching only a glimpse of his fine attire. One adorned with such exquisite patterns in this capital could only belong to the affluent. She could not afford to offend him. Quickly, she apologized. My apologies. I have been rude. A pair of cold, scrutinizing eyes fell upon Shen Chunran, as if appraising her, a sensation akin to being stripped bare. Had it not been for her experiences in 2 lifetimes, a typical woman would likely have been frightened to death. Curiosity about his identity swelled within her. Could he be of royal descent? Yet, Why would royalty visit such a humble establishment? After a long pause, a deep voice emerged. No harm done. With that, they passed each other. Little did Shen Chunran know, shortly after she entered the private room, the man suddenly exclaimed, examining a piece of jade at his waist, which had split perfectly in half. Sir, this. His guard was startled. This jade was of extraordinary origin. It was said that, if it split in two, it meant the prince had encountered his destined one. The prince had sought such a person before, but it had ended in jest. What had changed today? Moreover, the woman who had collided with the prince, if she were indeed his destined one, what a calamity. Chapter 4. The old matriarch's heart also shattered. The jade was slowly lifted, revealing a handsome face that could take one's breath away, fixed intently on the fractured piece. Then, a chilling, wicked smile spread across his lips. It is merely a piece of jade. What destined one? I have never believed in such nonsense. If it is shattered, so be it. His guard, in a hurry, interjected. But this was left to you by the princess. How could she deceive you? That woman from earlier.
Zheng.
Are you now to take charge of my affairs? The young man's displeasure was evident in his narrowed brows. The guard hurriedly replied, I dare not. But if by any chance. Silence. I have no interest in women. Do not bring this matter up again. This is precisely what troubles me the most. Just now, that person was truly frightening. My lady, do you know which nobleman that was? Hong Xiao, trembling with trepidation, inquired.
Indeed.
Shen Chunran had been taken aback by that man's penetrating gaze. Now, as she studies her thoughts, she recalls having encountered many members of the royal family in her past life, but only one could possess such an imposing presence, the emperor's younger brother. The only royal uncle of the current dynasty, Prince Zhou, known as Feng Lushang, who was appointed as the regent after the emperor's own son proved inadequate. Although he is not yet the regent, his significance in the emperor's eyes is evident. He is a man whose word can alter destinies. It is unexpected to encounter him on the very first day of her rebirth. However, Shen Chunran is acutely aware of her own limitations. Such a person is beyond her reach. My lady, your hand. Shen Chunran lifted her palm, revealing a fresh wound, crimson droplets trickling down. Hong Xiao hurriedly pressed a cloth against it. How did you sustain such an injury? It's merely a scratch. Shen Chunran dismissed it nonchalantly. Consequently, their visit to Tianxiang Pavilion was not particularly delightful, and they returned early, just in time for supper at the loyal and valiant Marquis's residence. In her previous life, she had prepared the meal herself, but now, let us eat whatever is available. Chunran, what is the sentiment from the Zhongyong Marquis household? Old Madame Jiang seemed particularly concerned about this matter. At the mention, Shen Chunran feigned sorrow, saying, I shall discuss it tomorrow. My mother insists there are no such customs in the Marquis' household. If I were to be acknowledged, I would have to be entered into the family register. But do not worry, grandmother. My mother dotes on me dearly, and I will put in more effort. As soon as the words left her lips, an anxious atmosphere enveloped the dining table. Jiang Ye was about to erupt when Shen Chunran sighed. It is also my fault for visiting at an inopportune time. My mother has been tending to a jade Buddha with great care, but upon my arrival, it suddenly cracked. She deemed it inauspicious and feared disaster. My mother cherishes that statue dearly, and she was in tears when I arrived. Could the statue truly be so mystical? The Jiang family pondered uneasily. However, Jiang Ye felt that this matter was fraught with complications and said, I recall that grandmother has a jade Buddha statue, crafted with great expense during my grandfather's time. But as you do not believe in Buddhism, it remains sealed away. Why not present it to the Zhongyong Marquis' wife? She would undoubtedly accept it. A glimmer of insight flickered in Shen Chunran's eyes. This child is teachable. Yet old Madame Jiang's face contorted with regret. That statue was the only valuable item left in the loyal and valiant Marquis' household, and they were counting on it to elevate their status. She silently chastised Jiang Ye for his lack of prudence, unaware of the value of basic necessities, to so easily part with such a substantial asset. My grandmother. This is a matter of life and death, Jiang Ye emphasized, while old Madame Jiang was left speechless with frustration, ultimately conceding, very well, if Chunran has no objections. Then it is settled. Chunran has always been considerate of her, and she would certainly not force the jade Buddha upon her. As long as the daughter-in-law has no objections, we shall defer to the heir's decision. Unbeknownst to them, the obedient Shen Chunran was poised to assert herself. At the dining table, Perhaps only Mother Wang could sense the matriarch as heartbreaking, yet what could she say? Originally, old Madame Lin had intended to counsel Jiang Ye to stay overnight in Shen Chunran's quarters to preserve her dignity, but now feeling the strain, she forgot about it entirely. Thus, Shen Chunran need not engage with Jiang Ye any longer, who, in turn, dismissed any thought of visiting her. As for Murong Yuan, Shen Chunran merely claimed that the acknowledgement of kinship had not yet been finalized and that she would visit personally once it was. Jiang Ye remained oblivious to anything amiss and quietly spent time with the recuperating Murong Yuan. When Murong Yuan learned that she would soon be recognized under the Zhongyong Marquis' name, granting her entry into the high society of the capital akin to Shen Chunran, she was overjoyed and became even more tender towards Jiang Ye than usual. Jiang Ye found her newfound acquiescence charming, appreciating her subtlety. In the rear courtyard of the loyal and valiant Marquis' residence, the only one who appeared somewhat desolate was Mei Yang, whom Jiang Ye had brought back. Initially thought to be a thorn in the matriarch's side, it was instead the matriarch who sent over numerous gifts in the evening: hairpins, jewelry, fabrics, and supplements, all in double portions, expressing gratitude for her contributions to the household. Mei Yang, having endured a difficult life, felt a warm rush upon receiving these items and silently marveled at the matriarch's generosity, though she recognized that Jiang Ye, despite his handsome appearance, was not a commendable person. However, as she was contracted to serve, she dared not show any disrespect to her employer. Thus, the following day, she rose early to offer tea to the concubine. During the tea ceremony, her hand trembled, spilling the scalding tea upon Shen Chunran's hand, a common occurrence. Jiang Ye would then rush to express his concern for her, a tactic taught by Murong Yuan, intended to sow discord between them. She expected to witness Shen Chunran's sorrowful countenance, yet to her surprise, Shen Chunran's fingers were reddened from the scalding, while her face remained kind and anxious, urging the maid to fetch ointment. Mei Yang, are you hurt? Quickly, apply some medicine. Hongyu, bring some ice. My lady, no. Ice is precious in summer. It's not worth it. What do you mean worth it? Your injury is far worse than mine. We are all but flesh and blood. It pains me to see this. Do not do such things in the future. Be obedient. Shen Chunran tenderly applied ice to Mei Yang's injury. Jiang Ye, initially intending to reprimand her, was left speechless, realizing this woman was perhaps not as she seemed.
Mei Yang,
Overwhelmed with shame, found herself at a loss for words. Little did they know at the same time within the Zhou Wangfu Prince Feng Lushang strolling along the corridor, suddenly halted in his tracks. He slowly raised his hands, noticing that his previously fair fingers had become reddened from burns, a striking sight. Hiss! A sharp intake of breath came from his guard. Zheng, Your Highness, could it be that we have encountered something sinister? How did your fingers become burned so suddenly? Just yesterday, your hand bore a cut. If yesterday was an unexpected incident, what could this be under the clear blue sky? Haunted? Feng Lushang regarded his sore, reddened fingers, lost in thought, clearly perplexed. All these peculiar occurrences began after the jade given to him by his mother cracked in two. Could all of this be connected to that woman? Chapter 5. The insult is excessive after tending to her burnt fingers. Shen Chunran hurried to old Madame Zhang's room to retrieve the jade Buddha promised to her mother by Jiang Ye the previous day. Upon seeing the pained expression on old Madame Zhang's face, akin to someone with broken bones, Shen Chunran felt a sense of elation. The tragedies of her past life were all due to her false benevolence. The Buddha statue was merely the interest, and the loyal and valiant Marquis' residence, a den of snakes and rats, was indeed an unsuitable place for such a sacred object. Chunran, you must be careful on your way. Do not bump into anything. Old Madame Zhang trembled, nearly snatching the statue back. Yet if she were to reclaim it, the deal would fall through, and Jiang Ye might blame her for compelling him to marry Shen Chunran, which had already caused a rift in their family. Shen Chunran smiled brightly and reassured, Grandmother, rest assured, if I fail, I would have no face to return. Indeed, Shen Chunran departed from the loyal and valiant Marquis' residence with her head held high. Meanwhile, the Lin family had already paved the way for their plans concerning the Buddha statue. Eldest sister, are you truly planning to take in a foster sister for our family? The legitimate second daughter, Shenlurin, rushed in, feeling that this was inappropriate. Though it was an act of gratitude, she feared it would invite ridicule. Have you ever seen such a peculiar way of repaying kindness? Is that woman not deluding herself? Even Shenlurin could perceive the ambitions of the other party. Yet Shen Chunran remained oblivious, shrouded in ignorance. However, she smiled and reassured, rest assured, she will not make it into the family register. At best, she will merely hold a title. If she desires it, granting her one is trivial. In a few days, it will be Lauren's birthday. Let us invite a few friends from the capital and host a grand celebration. When the time comes, I shall let her witness it, and she will naturally refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. Shen Chunran tenderly caressed her sister's hair, lamenting how her sister's once promising life had been marred by her elder sister's actions in the previous life. This time, it would certainly be different. Shen Lauren nodded in agreement, appreciating the notion. Such immense wealth and fortune were not meant for just anyone. A mere country girl might foster resentment. And elder sister must exercise caution. Indeed, Shen Chunran replied. After conversing with her family for a while, she realized that the Duke of Loyalty and Bravery awaited news. So she did not tarry long and stood to return home. However, just as she reached the door, an unfamiliar guard approached her, stating, "Madam, the old lady requests your presence." Shen Chunran was taken aback. Her grandmother had devoted many years to Buddhist practices and seldom met with people. Why would she suddenly call for her? Although she had married, the servants in the household generally still referred to her as the young lady. Dismissing her apprehensions, Shen Chunran followed the guard, but after taking only a few steps, she halted abruptly. "Wait, is this not the path to the Shuxatang? Who are you to call me madam?" Irritated, Shen Chunran began to sense something amiss, particularly as the guard's face seemed vaguely familiar. However, before she could react, a hand suddenly grasped her, pulling her into a dark alley. The voice of Hong Xiao, her maid, could be heard behind her, but it soon faded away. Shen Chunran wished to scream, but her mouth and nose were covered. "Silence, or I shall kill you," a familiar voice whispered impatiently in her ear. Shen Chunran's eyes widened slightly as she realized that the imposing figure before her was none other than the enigmatic Prince Feng Lushang, whom she had encountered just the day prior. She had merely brushed against him. Surely he would not seek vengeance to this extent. Nonetheless, she nodded, feeling a deep sense of dread that prevented her from calling for help. Feng Lushang, noticing her sudden quietness, released his hold and scrutinized her face intently. Her delicate features, long eyelashes, and finely sculpted nose, coupled with her porcelain skin, bore the faint traces of his grip, evoking an inexplicable rush of blood to his head. Feng Lushang felt as if all women in the world were fashioned in a similar mold, yet the woman before him seemed distinctly different. "Why does the prince seek me?" Shen Chunran asked, striving to maintain her composure, fully aware that this man was beyond her reach. Not only was his oppressive aura suffocating, but his stormy phoenix eyes resembled a cage of wild beasts, instilling fear. Feng Lushang meticulously examined Shen Chunran, his fingertips inadvertently grazing her pale jawline, stirring a sense of restless yearning within him. "The prince has come to seek your assistance in verifying a matter," Feng Lushang stated, his tone devoid of emotion. "What matter?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. In the next instant, Feng Lushang seized Shen Chunran's finger, causing it to bleed, and as the crimson drop emerged, his handsome visage darkened ominously. Unbeknownst to anyone, his concealed hand beneath his sleeve had also been injured. Observing the blood on her fingertip, he demanded, "How did you sustain this injury?" His voice was laden with a menacing intensity, as if he wished to obliterate the one responsible for her harm. Though Shen Chunran could not fully grasp the situation, she quickly replied, "I accidentally burned myself while drinking tea this morning. You must exercise more caution. If you continue to be so careless with your tea, I would not mind assigning someone to feed it to you daily," Feng Lushang said through gritted teeth. Shen Chunran was at a loss for words, internally questioning his sanity. What does the prince wish to verify? However, Feng Lushang shot her a fierce glare that was almost predatory, his hand unconsciously brushing against her throat. This gesture was undeniably threatening, causing Shen Chunran to break into a cold sweat. In that moment, she resembled a helpless creature in the jaws of a ravenous wolf, too terrified to resist. After a prolonged struggle to regain his composure, Feng Lushang lowered his gaze to her once more. He found himself torn between loathing the woman before him and resenting his deceased mother for leaving him with such a burden, questioning the absurdity of their fated connection. Indeed, he had contemplated ending Shen Chunran's life, yet feared the repercussions that would follow. Ultimately, he released her, irritation etched upon his features, and turned away.
Leave.
Though Shen Chunran found the situation perplexing, she seized the opportunity to flee, bolting as if pursued by phantoms. "Madam, Hong Xiu rushed to her side. And after confirming her safety, Shen Chunran warned, "What transpired today must remain between us." "I understand." Hong Xiu nodded firmly, though she remained unaware of the specifics. Once the two women departed, Feng Lushang slowly emerged from the shadows. Ah Zheng, cautious yet curious, inquired, "My lord, what transpired?" A fierce glare silenced him, causing him to shudder. He sensed something amiss. Though he did not comprehend the significance of destiny, he had begun to piece together the implications. The more he understood, the more alarmed he became, realizing he might have stumbled upon the prince's secret. "Ah Zheng," Feng Lushang called softly, causing Ah Zheng to flinch. "What are your orders, my lord?" However, Feng Lushang merely cast him a cold smile before turning to leave. When Ah Zheng noticed the prince had already departed, he was drenched in sweat, vowing to himself that if he dared utter a single word, he would meet a dire fate. Shen Chunran returned home in a daze, only regaining her focus upon reaching the intang at the Duke of Loyalty and Bravery's residence, where the old lady had been waiting for some time. "Chunran, how did it go?" Shen Chunran smiled. "My mother could not withstand my persistence, and ultimately agreed." "Splendid." Although it was good news, the bloodshed weighed heavily on the old lady's heart, though she did not show it. The grudge would be placed squarely upon Murong Yuan's shoulders. "I shall inform Miss Yuan," Shen Chunran declared cheerfully as she made her way to the courtyard where Murong Yuan was recuperating. Upon entering, she found Murong Yuan sitting inside, and upon hearing Shen Chunran's voice, she feigned illness, asking, "What is the matter, madam? Do not let me pass on my ailments to you."
Dear Sister Yuan,
"You are our savior. The old lady mentioned that you have no kin left and are all alone, so I would like to adopt you as my sister. Would you be willing?" Shen Chunran inquired with a smile, her eyes fixed intently on the frail beauty lying on the bed. One could not deny that Murong Yuan was a captivating woman, possessing an alluring charm that could ensnare any man who crossed her path. In truth, Jiang Ye had merely made a mistake that many men would likely commit. Yet, it was an egregious error to have fallen for this viperous beauty, who had destroyed everything in her wake in the past life. Thinking back to how she had cherished Murong Yuan, Shen Chunran felt a deep sense of revulsion. Feigning weakness, Murong Yuan replied, "What is the madam speaking of?" "Cough, cough. Do not let me burden you with my illness." "Nonsense, dear Sister Yuan. You are our benefactor. I have heard from the old lady that you have no family left and are alone, so I wish to recognize you as my sister. Would you accept?" Shen Chunran pressed on with a beaming smile. Murong Yuan's face registered shock as she feigned reluctance, saying, "But, madam, you are a lady of the Duke's household. How could I possibly be worthy? I am but a lonely orphan. If you are unwilling to be my sister, I shall not force you," Shen Chunran declared decisively, leaving Murong Yuan no room to maneuver.
No.
Murong Yuan hurriedly shook her head, her face contorted with an awkward smile. "What I meant was, I am simply overjoyed. I never expected the madam to be so kind to me." Murong Yuan silently gritted her teeth, realizing that Jiang Ye's legitimate wife was indeed a fool, utterly incapable of picking up on subtle cues, nearly leading her to say something inappropriate. A fleeting glimmer of mockery crossed Shen Chunran's eyes, precisely as expected. "I informed my mother of your heroic deed in saving my life, and she was quite pleased. In a few days, my legitimate younger sister will host a birthday banquet, inviting many prominent figures from the capital. You should certainly attend. It will be a lively gathering." Murong Yuan's heart leaped with joy. She had thought it would be after being recognized by the Duke of Anghua's household that she would have the chance to partake in such high society events. To her surprise, the opportunity came so soon. With her skills and intellect, she was certain that by leveraging the prestige of the Duke's residence, she could forge connections with numerous noble friends. This was her first step in preparing to supplant Shen Chunran in the future. She desired the entire capital to know that she and Shen Chunran shared a bond akin to sisters, that her parents and siblings treated her as one of their own. When Shen Chunran eventually met her demise, it would cause minimal disturbance. All she needed was to endure for 3 to 5 years. By then, her child would have grown, and she was confident that she could seize the immense wealth and power that awaited her. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated Murong Yuan became. So much so that she could barely hear what Shen Chunran was saying. What did the lady just say? Just as Shen Chunran was about to repeat herself, a voice from outside announced, "Madam, the young master and the eldest son have heard you are here and are on their way." The presence of male guests seeking to meet the ladies did not require an announcement. Although Shen Chunran was aware that this pair had clandestinely met countless times, she maintained a composed facade. Perfect timing, she had a gift to present to them. Let the young master and the eldest son in, she instructed. Upon entering, Jiang Ye, accompanied by Yuan Ge, found Yuan Ge rushing towards the bed, eagerly gazing at Murong Yuan as if about to call her mother. However, a single glance from Murong Yuan sent him retreating. Yuan Ge, do not be rude. Address your aunt properly. Yuan Ge cast a disdainful glance at Shen Chunran before obediently saying, Aunt, hello. Well done. Murong Yuan felt a pang of bittersweetness upon hearing her son refer to her as aunt. Yet, Jiang Ye was right. Yuan Ge, by remaining with Shen Chunran, would have access to greater resources than she could provide as his biological mother. Hence, she found solace in the thought that the young master had indeed turned out remarkably well, with rosy lips and white teeth, appearing far more noble than he did outside. Shen Chunran remarked, though Yuan Ge is my stepson, since he is under my care, I naturally regard him as my own. Young master, why do you not come in? Jiang Ye stood awkwardly at the threshold, observing the two women, the scene exuding a peculiar warmth. Yet, he was acutely aware that a future with Shen Chunran was impossible. His heart belonged to Yuan. His return was to ensure that the position of the legitimate wife was vacated. As long as Shen Chunran lived, Yuan would always remain in a subordinate position. For the sake of Yuan and Yuan Ge, Shen Chunran had to be placated. After all, she had chosen to marry into this family and must bear the consequences, good or ill. Jiang Ye steeled himself to take a seat. Although Shen Chunran was oblivious to his internal conflict, she had an inkling of his thoughts. What a pair of cunning foxes they were! Had the loyal Duke's household not sought her hand in marriage through the meager favor bestowed upon her grandfather, how could she have possibly wed into this family? Her sole mistake was in not resolutely refusing. Madam, the medicine for Miss Yuan has been prepared. Yuan Ge, you shall personally deliver the medicine to Aunt Yuan. From now on, she should be regarded as your own mother. Had it not been for Aunt Yuan today, your mother might have perished. Shen Chunran said with a gentle smile. Yuan Ge, eager to oblige, scampered over with the bowl of medicine. Upon hearing those words, Murong Yuan felt a flicker of relief, while Jiang Ye's expression grew increasingly inscrutable. At that moment, Yuan Ge inadvertently stepped on something. He slipped, and the entire bowl of medicinal soup splashed onto Murong Yuan's wound.
Ah!
Murong Yuan gasped in shock. Shen Chunran, infuriated, rose, exclaiming, Yuan Ge, is this how you treat your mother's savior? Without waiting for Yuan Ge to react, she slapped him, sending him tumbling to the ground, his face reddening with the imprint of her palm, a searing pain surging through him.
Ah!
Yuan Ge cried out, wailing loudly. What are you doing? Murong Yuan, in pain from her wound and witnessing her son being struck by this wretched woman, felt her anger boil. She yearned to leap up and kill Shen Chunran. Chapter 7. A gentleman's word. Jiang Ye had originally come to see Murong Yuan, but upon turning around, he discovered Yuan Ge had been hit. Enraged, he raised his hand to strike Shen Chunran, but Hong Xiu intervened, blocking him. Young master, do not. Shen Chunran, seemingly lost in her own emotions, continued to berate Yuan Ge. You may be mischievous on ordinary days, but to act so recklessly before Aunt Yuan today. Have I spoiled you too much? Yuan Ge, feeling wronged, was about to protest when Murong Yuan rushed forward, covering his mouth. Aunt does not blame you. I know it was unintentional. Madam, please do not be angry. Jiang Ye, fuming, shoved Hong Xiu aside and approached Shen Chunran. She did not flinch but rather stepped forward, asking, do you intend to strike me, young master? Go ahead. I will return to my family with a face marked by your slap. Let us see how you plan to execute your schemes without me. If everything falls apart, I would find that quite amusing. Young master, Murong Yuan cautioned. She still wished to maintain a sisterly bond with Shen Chunran. Do not forget our plan, she whispered. At her words, Jiang Ye calmed slightly, reproaching.
Yuan Ge is clearly innocent.
How can you, as his mother, be so cruel? You are unworthy of being his mother. Shen Chunran scoffed. Innocent? While I might have considered his youth and ignorance and not held it against him, are you aware of what he has done? He has put poisonous powder in the maid's tea, broken my hairpin, and even carelessly smashed several fine jade ornaments. He boasted to his servant that he did it on purpose to annoy me, and I happened to overhear. I can tolerate his mischievousness, but he must not act unruly before my savior. She emphasized the word savior with great weight. Isn't this the label you placed upon her? Now it is turned back upon you. How does it feel? Murong Yuan glanced at Yuan Gur, whose tear-streaked face instantly filled her with guilt. He had long been aware that Shen Chunran had usurped his mother's identity, and now he had to acknowledge this impostor as his mother. How could he not seek revenge? However, Shen Chunran had genuinely cared for him. She had not been angry even when he had knocked her over. She had been enduring all along. Murong Yuan and Jiang Ye recognized the truth in Shen Chunran's words. She had dug her own grave, and now struggled to fill it. But you cannot strike a child. Jiang Ye returned to the main point. Shen Chunran arrogantly raised her chin, replying, "You are right, young master. I should not have hit him. I regret my moment of anger. However, this child is mischievous. It is inevitable that discipline will be required. If you cannot bear to see it, why not take him under your wing? I lack experience in this regard, and I would not wish to embarrass Miss Yuan. If you agree, let us proceed as such." Looking at Yuan Gur's tear-stained face, Jiang Ye saw a reflection of himself. He was genuinely furious. For her to ask him to raise Yuan Gur was a privilege she should cherish. Since she did not appreciate it, he would take back Yuan Gur without hesitation. "Very well, as you wish. From now on, Yuan Gur shall be raised by me, free from your cruel and venomous care. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's promise. Had raising a child been so simple, I would not have suffered so much in my past life."
Jiang Ye.
"You will come begging me on your knees," she declared defiantly. "My word is my bond," he retorted coldly. After uttering these words, Shen Chunran appeared weary, said her goodbyes,
and departed.
Once Shen Chunran had completely left, Murong Yuan immediately embraced Yuan Gur, who was still sobbing, and cried out, "My poor child. That wretched Shen Chunran treated you so cruelly. She will not escape my wrath." "Mother," sobbing, Yuan Gur cried breathlessly, "I do not like this current mother. When will you truly be my mother? Shall we not drive that stepmother away? Foolish child, your stepmother is quite formidable. I cannot contend with her. Did we not agree before that you would endure for a few years, appeasing her and maintaining your composure? Why did you provoke her so?" Murong Yuan reproached gently. Yuan Gur wrinkled his nose and replied, "I simply cannot bear him. I cannot help but wish to incite her anger. She does not seem to get riled up. Yet today, she suddenly became furious. Indeed, why did she become so enraged today?"
Jiang Ye inwarded, puzzled.
Murong Yuan explained, "Yilang, did you not hear? She believes she has harmed my savior. It seems she holds me dear. This is a good sign." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye seemed to agree. As long as they perform well in their roles, these are trivial matters. In a few years, Yuan Gur, we shall truly be reunited.
Yuan Ge obediently nodded.
"I promise you." With this, the family of three settled down for a moment, though Murong Yuan still felt a pang of anger in her heart, vowing to remember this grievance. Just then, Hong Xiu, still trembling from the earlier tension, said, "I nearly frightened myself to death." The air was on the brink of a fierce confrontation. Shen Chunran, however, was unperturbed, having faced death once already. She thought it a pity Jiang Ye had not struck her, otherwise it would have been quite a commotion. The power of the Zhongyong Marquis was substantial, and she dared not provoke it. However, the more powerful a family, the more complicated matters of divorce became, entangled with numerous issues. Fortunately, she had her own plans in mind. "By the way, madam, are you truly not concerned about the young master's upbringing?" Shen Chunran spread her hands. "The heir has declared he will handle it himself. Why should I interfere? He is not my own child, after all. As they say, a meddler is not a merchant." Though Hong Xiu found this somewhat perplexing, she admired her mistress's carefree demeanor. Meanwhile, upon learning of this, the elderly matriarch of the Shoan Hall furrowed her brow. "Is the heir truly going to raise Yuan Gur himself?" "Indeed, matriarch. After all, they are father and son. It is good for them to grow closer, Mama Li." The steward chimed in. "You foolish child, what do you know? Go summon the heir." "Yes." Mama Li, unaware of the context, hurried off. Jiang Ye happened to be coming to report at that moment. Upon entering, he noticed the matriarch's grim expression and asked, "Grandmother, what troubles you?" "I wish to hear how you plan to educate Yuan Gur," the elderly matriarch demanded. Jiang Ye smiled. "Naturally, he shall study as he ought to. Practice martial arts as needed. The young masters in the capital have their studies. Yuan Gur must not fall behind. Even if I am busy, I will oversee it." The matriarch scoffed, How will you oversee it? Are you a scholar of great talent or a strategist of generals? This remark left Jiang Ye somewhat embarrassed. The loyal and brave Marquis' family was a martial lineage, lacking both scholarly talents and military strategies. His great-grandfather had only achieved the rank of deputy general after many years, and it was only later in life that they attained their current title, thus they had none. Jiang Ye could only nod dejectedly. Yuan Go is still young. He can learn from the tutors at home. But what will happen when he grows up? Outside the Marquis, other young masters are taught by renowned scholars, students of the emperor. What are we? A few accountants at home who have read a few books. Or your martial father. The elderly matriarch's words left Jiang Ye speechless, unsure of how to respond. Then, shall we invite someone? Where shall we invite them from?
And how?
Do you think they will come simply because you ask? Do you possess the face or wealth to attract the students of the emperor? The matriarch pressed on. This left Jiang Ye thoroughly flabbergasted. After a long pause, he found himself unable to respond, finally asking, what about Shen Chunran? Chunran cannot. But the Zhongyong Marquis can. The noble consort behind the Zhongyong Marquis can, the matriarch replied with a cold smile. This revelation doused Jiang Ye with a cold water of reality. In the days before your return, Chunran was still chattering to me about inviting the old scholar from Bailu Academy to teach Yuan Go. I shall go back, and matriarch. The madam just sent in some gifts, saying they were to be returned to the storeroom, came the confused voice of Mama Li from outside. What gifts? The matriarch's expression changed. Mama Li explained, the Red Moon girl from the madam's side said it was for Mr. Song from Bailu Academy. But it is no longer needed, as the invitation has already been declined. With a crash, the matriarch smashed a teacup on the table, pointing at Jiang Ye and berating him. You've done a good job. If you love to teach, then teach your Yuan Go, well. If my loyal and brave Marquis' ancestral grave smokes, perhaps you can teach a sage. Your matters are of no concern to this old woman, leave. Once the invitation was declined, it would be exceedingly difficult to invite again. Even a royal decree might not suffice, for scholars are known to be quite temperamental. Jiang Ye stood there, utterly stunned, having never expected Shen Chunran to act so decisively and ruthlessly. After all, Yuan Go was her stepson. How could she be so heartless? The elderly matriarch, in her anger, could only scoff at him. Chunran has been in my Marquis for 3 years. She has never been a cruel person. Why is she being so hard on you? Have you considered that you secretly hide one while openly bringing another? If I were your wife, I would want to stab you a few times. The matriarch gasped in frustration, yet there was little she could do. Jiang Ye was her own grandson. No matter how good Shen Chunran was, she was still his wife. In the end, she could only glare at him and say, think carefully about it. What is more important to you, your beautiful confidant, your son's future, or my life? Do not let your heart be clouded. Grandmother. That assertion is erroneous, Jiang Ye said coldly, sensing the matriarch's criticism of Murong Yuan. Do not forget, several years ago, Yuan saved your life.
Now,
with the Zhongyong Marquis' power, can you see only the nobility and not Yuan? The matriarch sneered. If it were not for my grave illness that year, and her risking her life to seek medicine for me, she would not be alive today. My tolerance for her is already at its limit. She must consider whether she desires wealth and nobility or her future. With that, Jiang Ye was dismissed. Returning quietly to Murong Yuan, he relayed the intricate web of interests. Upon hearing this, Murong Yuan gritted her teeth in anger. No wonder Shen Chunran has been so unusual today. She is clearly waiting for you. Does she truly expect Yi Lang for you to kneel before her? How wicked! Jiang Ye's expression darkened. She would not have her way. Indeed, she shall not. Murong Yuan, agreeing with Jiang Ye, shifted her gaze and asked, what shall we do about Yuan Go's studies? You previously mentioned that our dynasty values literature over martial prowess. Ultimately, a martial general has little future. If Yuan Go could attain the highest honors, it would truly secure our family's legacy, and I would gain status as his mother. Murong Yuan spoke with excitement.
Jiang Ye,
Not wishing to lose face in front of his beloved, reassured her, do not worry. I shall handle this matter. I refuse to believe that without Shen Chunran, my loyal and brave Marquis cannot provide an education. With that, he departed to gather information. However, Jiang Ye could not have imagined that while his aspirations were grand, the reality would prove to be quite stark. Friends with whom he had some rapport, upon hearing that he intended to invite a scholar from Bailu Academy to teach at his home, initially praised him, saying he was impressive. For few in the capital could invite a scholar from Bailu Academy. Aside from the true noble families, it seems only you, Jiang Ye, can do so.
Jiang Ye.
Flattered by this, felt pleased, not realizing that his friend's next words would turn envious. Your wife is truly a treasure. With a daughter from the Shen family in your household, the Zhongyong Marquis is one of Bailu Academy's most esteemed students. For the Shen family's children, attending the academy is akin to visiting relatives. It is truly only your family that enjoys such privilege. As they continued to admire, Jiang Ye's expression began to darken, realizing that the praise ultimately reflected on the Shen family. What if there were no prestige from the Zhongyong Marquis?
Jiang Ye inhuited.
His friend laughed. You must be drunk to think so. Jiang Ye silently gritted his teeth. After 2 consecutive days of bustling about in the capital, Jiang Ye seemed to be on a relentless quest, as if he were destined to confront every wall he could possibly encounter in his lifetime. Eventually, in utter defeat, he returned to the tranquil abode of the loyal duke's residence, resembling a vanquished rooster. The old matriarch of the Jiang family, upon seeing him, was filled with ire. Now you understand? She reproached. Even your grandmother must mock me?
Jiang Ye retorted defiantly.
I ruined matters, yet am I forbidden to have others speak of it? Who instilled such reasoning in you? The old matriarch inquired. Jiang Ye could only shut his eyes and lament. What use is there in discussing this now? Grandmother, do think of a solution. Yuan Gur must not be deprived of an education. With a deep sigh, the old matriarch contemplated the notion that the one who tied the knot must also untie it. She resolved to allow them to devise their own solutions, realizing that preserving her own dignity was of little consequence. Chapter 9. The posture of petitioning in Murong Yuan's quarters, she consoled. Father, do not be angry. If I do not pursue my studies, I shall join you on the battlefield when I grow up. Yuan Gur is clever for his age. He understands that Jiang Ye has been troubled by his situation. However, Jiang Ye found no solace in her words. Instead, he grew increasingly distressed at the sight of Yuan Gur's gradual growth. Until the issue was resolved, Yuan Gur would remain uneducated, lagging behind while the children of others became literate. A single misstep would lead to a cascade of delays. Murong Yuan then proposed. I have heard that many noble families possess their own academies, employing renowned teachers. Perhaps we should consider enrolling Yuan Gur among them, allowing him to forge friendships with other scions of nobility. Would that not be more advantageous? Convinced of her brilliant idea, Murong Yuan beamed with pride. Jiang Ye, however, cast her a cool glance. A splendid notion indeed. You shall oversee this matter. Murong Yuan fell silent, realizing her error. It would be far simpler to engage a learned scholar than to navigate the intricate social hierarchies of the aristocracy. Did she truly believe that the elite were devoid of intellect? What then? She mused. I shall implore the lady. After all, I am her benefactor. And she will heed my request, Murong Yuan declared with confidence. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement. The following morning, Murong Yuan, despite her ailing health, visited Shen Chunran. Sister Yuyan, you do not appear well. Why have you come? The lady inquired. Madam, I heard of your quarrel with the heir and grew concerned for you. My mother always says that there should be no lingering grudges between spouses, Murong Yuan implored earnestly. Shen Chunran welcomed her with a smile, but deftly diverted the conversation, waiting until Murong Yuan had nearly exhausted her words before stating, As for my marital affairs, dear sister, it is best you refrain from concern until you are wed.
What?
Murong Yuan thought Shen Chunran was finally about to speak candidly and leaned in attentively. Shen Chunran continued, however, Yuan Gur is not my biological child. He is rather dim-witted. And even if I were to engage a fine tutor, it would be a waste. It would be better to wait and see what emerges from Mei Yinyang's womb. After all, reputation is a fragile thing, easily lost. At these words, Murong Yuan nearly spat blood in outrage. Yuan Gur was the apple of her eye, sharp and clever. How could he be so derided by Shen Chunran? Were it not for the last shred of her composure, she would have leapt at Shen Chunran in fury. Sister Yuyan, what troubles you? It is hardly hot today, yet your face is flushed, Shen Chunran inquired with concern. Startled, Murong Yuan quickly regained her composure. It is nothing, my lord. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Jiang Ye burst into the room, fuming. Shen Chunran, it is evident you hold Yuan Gur in contempt. Since he has been adopted under your name, how can you treat him so unfeelingly? Shen Chunran replied with a cold smirk, Where's the lack of conscience? Did not the heir himself wish to raise him? Under my care, he might emerge as a prodigy. If the heir cannot bear to see Yuan Gur suffer, then why not take on the responsibility yourself? I shall fulfill my duties as a mother and attend to his needs. This was a matter of principle. And Jiang Ye found himself at a loss for words against Shen Chunran. Miss Murong, you may step outside, he commanded. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Murong Yuan complied. Despite her desire to witness Jiang Ye reprimanding Shen Chunran. Have you had your fill of this farce? I ask you once more, will you take responsibility for Yuan Gur? Jiang Ye pressed, his expression darkening. Shen Chunran, taken aback by his unwavering resolve, retorted, a gentleman's word is his bond. Do you admit to being a scoundrel instead? What do you want? Speak plainly, Jiang Ye urged, his patience wearing thin. Nothing much, child. You may manage him, while I shall remain uninvolved. Should I have regrets, I will permit you to take charge. Name your terms, he growled. Shen Chunran pondered and replied, they say a man kneels under his mother's roof. If you kneel before me, I shall acquiesce. Do not overstep, Shen Chunran. She glanced around, noting the closed door and empty room. If you refuse to kneel, so be it. Jiang Ye, whose character was known for its steadfastness, stunned Shen Chunran by hesitating before actually dropping to one knee. His gaze remained fixed on her, filled with a fierce intensity. Shen Chunran was momentarily taken aback, then found herself amused. In her past life, she had regarded him as a man of stature. Yet now he was reduced to such humiliation. Ultimately, she realized her past folly in mistaking a mere facade for true worth.
Jiang Ye,
Observing the disdainful glint in her eyes, felt as though he had been relegated to the depths of obscurity, with Shen Chunran standing as an unattainable pinnacle. Are you satisfied now? He asked through clenched teeth. Chapter 10. Madness. Just as Shen Chunran was about to speak, the heavy door swung open, revealing a familiar voice questioning. What is the meaning of this closed door in broad daylight? It was Lin Shi, the matriarch of the Nguyen-Duke's household. The arrival of her family at such a moment left Shen Chunran astounded. As the door opened, not only did Lin Shi enter, but she was accompanied by her younger sister Shen Luoran, the Duke himself, Shen Changyu, and her brother Shen Qingzhua. Behind them trailed the anxious old matriarch of the Jiang family, Wang Shi, and finally, Murong Yuan. All present stood in stunned silence, witnessing Jiang Ye kneeling before Shen Chunran. What could be more humiliating than a son-in-law disgracing himself before his mother-in-law? Shen Luoran could no longer contain herself and stuck out her tongue before leaving. Shen Changyu shot a disapproving glance at the couple before sweeping out in indignation. Lin Shi's expression was peculiar as she too departed, pulling along the wide-eyed Shen Qingzhua. Wang Shi fainted outright, while the old matriarch closed her eyes in disbelief. Only Murong Yuan remained, her expression one of utter shock. The esteemed heir of the capital, a figure she had revered, was now reduced to such abject humility before Shen Chunran. My lord, please rise. I was merely jesting. I did not expect you to take it so seriously. Shen Chunran attempted to explain. Yet, the look on Jiang Ye's face, nearly crumbling under the weight of humiliation, betrayed the depth of his feelings. I have knelt, yet you claim it was but a jest? In the privacy of closed doors, much could be said. Yet now it was. Shen Chunran. Jiang Ye glared at her with gritted teeth. Hello. Very well. After saying this, he departed. Madam, Hong Xiu said with concern. Shen Chunran inquired. Why didn't you stop him? Hong Xiu, helpless, replied. I feared that the young master might come to blows with you. Considering the arrival of the Marquis and Madam, I thought it would be fine, so I rushed to bring them in, but who would have thought? Forget it. It's not a big deal. Shen Chunran waved her hand dismissively and hurried out to find the Marquis and his wife. Chunran, what on earth happened just now? Lady Lin, the Marquis of Anggua's wife, asked in confusion, feeling relieved to see her daughter unharmed. Making your husband kneel, that is truly inappropriate, Shen Changyu. The Marquis of Anggua was about to reprimand her but was stopped by Lin, who chided, You're scolding our daughter. Have you forgotten how you behaved when you were young? Be quiet, Shen Changyu retorted sharply, glaring at Lin, falling silent as their 3 children stood by, reluctant to expose their father's past. Indeed, elder sister, you startled us, Shen Luoran remarked. It's nothing much, just a bit of a quarrel. I have no intention of dealing with that stepson of his. He cannot find a suitable tutor and is merely being pushed to desperation, Shen Chunran explained lightly. Shen Chunran frowned, likely looking down upon Jiang Ye and thinking that it was no big deal, but it was merely a trivial matter. Raising children requires mutual understanding between spouses. There should be no hasty decisions. In Shen Chunran's mind, Jiang Ye had already earned the label of a man who relies on the goodwill of others. Why have father and mother suddenly arrived? This was the real concern of Shen Chunran. Lin, with a forced smile, replied, "You were robbed while offering incense and were rescued. And now you have to acknowledge a sworn sister. Naturally, your father and I had to come to see you." Indeed, they had visited in her previous life as well. Though she had forgotten, there had been no such fuss back then. After a brief interval, the two families met in the garden. At that moment, the expression on old Madame Zhang's face fluctuated between green and white, but despite her discomfort, she had to greet her guests. As for the true identities of Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan, Lin had not yet disclosed them to the rest of her family. Firstly, there was no evidence, and secondly, the implications were significant, revealing it would not be of any help, so she complied with Shen Chunran's wishes. A fox will eventually reveal its tail. Thus, when she saw Murong Yuan, her eyes held not only feigned gratitude, but also an unmistakable distance and disdain. The two families conversed for about half an hour before the Marquis of Angua's family took their leave. On the way back, Shen Chunran muttered, "I can't shake the feeling that this Miss Murong has something unsettling about her." "What is unsettling?" Lin saw through but chose not to comment. "I warned you not to be angry," Shen Chunran preemptively added.
You speak.
"I just feel that this woman has ulterior motives." Shen Chunran was discerning in his judgment. Lin smiled without responding, knowing that the truth would reveal itself over time. "Since she is your daughter's benefactor, we ought to show her respect. Also, regarding their family's request for a tutor, will you intervene? If she has already knelt, how could our daughter not handle this properly at home?" Shen Chunran spoke with a hint of sarcasm, but his concern for their daughter's situation was evident.
Linsmail, no rules.
"I will discuss it with Chunran later and see what kind of tutor would be suitable for their child." With Lin taking the lead, Shen Chunran naturally sought peace. However, they were unaware that the day's commotion at the loyal and brave Marquis' residence had already caught the attention of a keen observer. After the monitoring spies reported back, Feng Liusheng nearly twitched his lips. "This young master of the loyal and brave Marquis is indeed a curious talent," he mused. "He neglects a wife of noble birth and exquisite beauty, yet prefers someone of lesser status, a woman with some martial skills, whom he sees merely as a performer. Fool." Zheng chuckled bitterly. "That noble daughter of the Marquis of Angua is indeed pitiful. After 3 years of marriage, she remains untouched, and now must care for another's child. If she were to learn the truth. Oh, how tragic." Feng Liusheng's features shifted slightly, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his handsome visage as he remarked, "I have the impression that she must know something, but is merely holding her tongue due to the circumstances. Regardless of her situation, she is merely another woman. Why should the prince concern himself with someone else's affairs?" Zheng cautiously probed, but as soon as he spoke, he felt a chill run down his spine and dared not look at the prince again. Yet, he felt a flicker of joy. Realizing that the prince indeed had an interest in women, no matter whose wife she was, he could claim her as his own. "Zheng, conceal your little thoughts. If I catch wind of them, you know the consequences," Feng Liusheng threatened. "Understood. I will continue to keep a close watch on the loyal and brave Marquis' residence, monitoring everything closely. If anything happens to that woman, you can be certain of the consequences." "Understood." I grasped the gravity of the situation. The unfolding drama at the loyal and brave Marquis' residence was becoming increasingly intriguing. While Feng Liusheng still had not devised a plan for dealing with the destined woman who shared his fate. If he were to imprison her, it might backfire, as a woman of noble birth could easily resort to self-harm to assert her will. If left unchecked, who could predict what would transpire? Feng Liusheng, having lived for over 20 years, was experiencing a rare headache. Chapter 11. Tempting choices at the loyal and brave Marquis' residence. As the guests departed, the family members found themselves with differing thoughts. Jiang Ye was infuriated, feeling that he could never face his father-in-law's family again. Locked away in his room, he was on the verge of smashing things but feared the noise would invite ridicule from that wretched Shen Chunran. Murong Yuan quietly approached him, offering comfort. Embracing him tightly as she cried, "Yilang, if you are angry, just hit me.
Take it out on me.
You are doing all this for me and for Yuan Gur. Otherwise, with your noble status, how could you lower yourself to such actions? I only wish I were the one kneeling." Seeing Murong Yuan empathize with him, Jiang Ye regained some composure. Damn, Shen Chunran. Yilang, do not forget our plan. In 3 to 5 years, Murong Yuan's eyes will open, filled with chilling determination. Especially after witnessing the grandeur of the Marquis of Angua's family today. My yearning for noble power has only intensified. I will no longer endure the hardships of the past. I want to be the most splendid woman in the world. I have not forgotten. Yilang, together we shall become the most esteemed couple in this dynasty, and our children will be the most intelligent and capable. No one shall underestimate us. Today's sacrifices are merely for our future, Murong Yuan enticed. In the end, Shen Chunran relented, forgiving Jiang Ye's earlier reckless words and taking Yuan Ge back under her care. To placate the loyal and brave Marquis, she made a special trip to the Marquis of Angua's residence, not to settle matters, but rather to stir up trouble. She returned after spending the entire afternoon there. Previously, Mr. Song from the White Deer Academy had intended to come and teach Yuan Ge out of respect for her father, but after she declined the invitation, he no longer had the face to ask again. Shen Chunran sighed. Old Madame Jiang toyed with the beads in her hand, her mind in turmoil, unsure of whom to scold. Jiang Ye, too, was present, glaring at Shen Chunran as he asked, "Now this mess, can you clean it up?" Shen Chunran shot him a knowing glance, wondering whose mess it truly was. "What shall we do?" Lady Wang, the mother, asked anxiously. "What are you panicking for? We have Chunran here." Old Madame Jiang feigned calmness. Shen Chunran smiled. "Grandmother is indeed impressive. I took the liberty to seek help from my family,
So it will surely be resolved.
otherwise I would have no face to return."
Oh,
Speaking of handling matters, you even sought help from your family? Jiang Ye felt a tinge of embarrassment.
Xuanhan, do elaborate.
Madame Jiang once again revealed her signature gentle smile, and Shen Chunran remarked, "Firstly, Mr. Song cannot be invited. The only one available from the Bai Lu Academy with some credentials is Mr. Lu. However, in comparison to Mr. Song's reputation, Mr. Lu falls significantly short. How shall we handle this?" The sentiments within the loyal and valiant Duke's household fluctuated like a roller coaster, rising and falling unpredictably. Simultaneously, there was a palpable discomfort. Originally savoring the delicacies represented by Mr. Song, they were now left to contend with the meager offerings of Mr. Lu, fraught with trepidation over the possibility of not even securing that. "Do not worry, grandmother." Shen Chunran seemed to relish their suspense, speaking slowly. "I share some concerns about Mr. Lu, which is why I made inquiries from various sources. Ultimately, I uncovered some information. Several young ladies and gentlemen from the Duke's household have reached the age for academic enlightenment and have engaged Mr. Mo from Bai Lu Academy for private lessons. Mr. Mo, after all, is only second to the esteemed Zhuge in scholarly renown." Madame Zhang's eyes sparkled with interest. The crux is that Mr. Mo is also the Crown Prince's tutor, should connections be forged. His students would be contemporaries of the prince. This is not a comparison to be taken lightly. Alas, it seems our Yuan Ge lacks such fortune. What purpose does this serve? Jiang Ye interjected, displeased, to see but not to partake. What use is there in speaking of it? Shen Chunran, seemingly intent on opposing him, replied, "Guess, young master." "What am I to guess?" "Do not interrupt with your ramblings. Listen to Chunran." Madame Jiang chastised Jiang Ye without hesitation. At that moment, Shen Chunran held the most authority in the room. Jiang Ye, torn between indignation and curiosity, listened as Shen Chunran continued, "It is not an insurmountable matter. My second uncle is a contemporary of the Duke's eldest son. If we were to speak on the matter, perhaps we could plead for Yuan Ge to audit classes at the Duke's household and attend Mr. Mo's lessons. However, given the implications for Yuan Ge's future, I dare not make any decisions hastily. Thus, I returned post-haste to confer with you, grandmother, and the young master. Should we choose the last-ranked instructor of Bai Lu Academy for one-on-one instruction, or should Yuan Ge attend the Duke's household as an auditor?" At this moment, all eyes brightened slightly. Even the illiterate Wang understood how to choose. Naturally, they would select the Duke's household, regardless of the lessons learned. Simply being among the Duke's progeny and having the chance to encounter royalty was an immense temptation. Yet Shen Chunran frowned and said, "While attending Mr. Mo's lessons at the Duke's household is indeed a tremendous opportunity, Yuan Ge is still quite young. Attending a prestigious household's classes may pose unforeseen challenges." Such concerns were reasonable. After all, the power and status of the loyal and valiant Duke are considerably modest. and sending Yuan Gur there might result in him serving as a mere companion or study boy for the Duke's young masters, an indignity he would hardly endure. The Duke's connections and wealth are not something just anyone can access. What of it? Our Yuan Gur is exceptionally intelligent and charming. How could he possibly suffer in such circumstances? Madame Jiang confidently asserted. Indeed, indeed, Wang echoed in agreement. Jiang Ye's expression softened somewhat. Feeling that Shen Chunran had finally done something commendable, Shen Chunran observed quietly, yet inwardly scoffed. Since both grandmother and the young master were pleased, she felt she could not voice any further objections. However, Mr. Amo would not commence classes until next month, which would delay matters a few more days. That is of no concern. We shall follow the host's arrangements. A few days' delay is inconsequential. Weren't you all fervently discussing it just a few days ago? Shen Chunran shook her head with a wry smile, silently wishing that Yuan Gur truly was as clever as they believed. If he could foster a good relationship with the Duke's young masters, it would pave the way for his future career. Shen Chunran murmured, and the Jiang family trio felt elated at the thought. Let them bask in that joy. Perhaps it would not be long before such happiness was eclipsed. Jiang Ye later informed Murong Yuan of Yuan Gur's impending attendance at the Duke's household for lessons. Murong Yuan, who had previously only dreamed of such an outcome, was nearly brought to tears with excitement. Yelong, our Yuan Gur is truly fortunate. Jiang Ye replied with a smile. It is you, as his mother, who is his lucky star. Whatever you wish for seems to manifest. I scarcely dared to hope for such a thing. Chapter 12. Uncle Zhou. Murong Yuan laughed joyfully. Before long, when I establish kinship with the Duke's household and gain a formal status, I will also be a person of standing in the capital, thus able to assist you, Yelong. Moreover, she excitedly opened several boxes containing numerous precious garments, jewelry, and adornments, gifts bestowed by the Duke and his wife during their recent visit. She had never before laid hands on such exquisite embroidery or donned such fine jewelry, nor had she seen such valuable jade earrings. As long as you are pleased. Jiang Ye, not as bashful as she, thought to himself that once Murong Yuan was adorned, she would be an unparalleled beauty, though he wondered what sort of trouble that might attract in the capital. What are you thinking about, Yelong? Nothing. With children of their own. Jiang Ye found himself chuckling at his own fanciful thoughts. He then swept Murong Yuan into an embrace, whispering, Qingna, I find myself missing you.
No.
Do not let others see. Murong Yuan shyly protested, though her heart swiftly transformed into a pool of spring water. How could she not feel the same? The maids stationed outside, hearing the commotion, flushed with embarrassment and hurriedly glanced around, fearful of encountering any unwelcome intruders, which would require them to expend extra effort. How could Miss Murong be so unreserved, wanting the entire household to know? Shen Chunran had been sleeping soundly when she was abruptly awoken by a sound reminiscent of flowing water. Thinking she was dreaming, she opened her eyes to see a tall, dark figure sitting at her bedside, pouring tea, hence the sound of flowing water. Even so, Shen Chunran was nearly frightened out of her wits, her heart racing to a frenzied beat, to the point that she forgot to scream. As her heart raced, so too did Feng Liushang's, this infuriating sensation. Do not be afraid, he commanded, his tone laced with irritation. Only then did Shen Chunran comprehend that the man at her bedside was none other than the esteemed Uncle Zhou, Feng Liushang. Yet why had this harbinger of doom come again? Surely, she must be dreaming. I must be dreaming, she murmured, struggling to lie back down, hoping desperately to awaken from this nightmare. Feng Liushang regarded her with an incredulous gaze. Her foolish behavior elicited a soft snort from him. This is not a dream. I have come to seek you for a matter. Shen Chunran was well aware this was no dream, but could not fathom why such a distinguished man would visit her chamber at such an ungodly hour. Surely, this would lead to her ruin. Your Highness, we have no grievances or enmities. Why do you act in this manner? If you have a matter to discuss, you could simply send a formal invitation. Do you realize what it means to intrude upon my quarters at such an hour? Realize what? Feng Liushang inquired with keen interest. Furthermore, do you truly wish for me to send an invitation, allowing the entire capital to know of our connection? We have no connection. If I inadvertently offended your Highness that day, I would kneel and apologize, but you should not tarnish my reputation in this way. It is precisely because I do not wish to tarnish your reputation that I have come quietly. I only wish to ask you one thing, Feng Liushang suddenly said darkly. Moments ago, he had realized that when Shen Chunran was injured, he too felt pain, yet she remained unharmed. This absurdity concerning his destined partner was maddening, and it left Feng Liushang exceedingly vexed. He had been observing Shen Chunran for 2 incense sticks worth of time. He could hardly suppress the urge to see a hole appear in her face. "What does your highness wish to ask?" Shen Chunran forced herself to maintain composure as she inquired. "What exactly have you done to me?"
What?
Shen Chunran's face was a picture of bewilderment. "What have I done? Do you truly not know? I would appreciate it if your highness could clarify." Feng Liushang pressed his lips together, glaring at Shen Chunran. Were it not for his certainty that she was not lying, he would have liked nothing more than to strike her down. After a moment, he seemed to deflate, saying, "You should ponder it yourself." How peculiar. Shen Chunran discovered that the maid assigned to keep vigil for her had fallen into a stupor. It seemed that this week, the royal uncle possessed remarkable abilities, as he had indeed not disturbed anyone, and her reputation remained intact. Feeling somewhat relieved, she remarked, "I am quite dim-witted and cannot fathom this." In her eyes, Feng Liushang appeared somewhat unhinged, oscillating between seeking confirmation and inquiring about matters, whimsically shifting from thought to thought. Were it not for his status as a prince, he would likely have been regarded as a rogue and met with dire consequences. She extended her hands in response. Shen Chunran, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly presented her palms. In the dim moonlight, she could finally discern her injured fingers, wrapped in cloth, which bore a slight sting, likely a result of her preoccupation with household affairs, leading to neglect and subsequent infection. As she pondered this, the bandages were deftly unwrapped by another pair of hands. Shen Chunran's skin, as delicate as jade, was now acutely aware of the other's palm, feeling the faint calluses. As she hesitated, a tremor coursed through her, and then she witnessed Feng Liushang retrieving a fine medicinal ointment, the renowned purple gold salve from the palace, applying it with slow, careful strokes. He gritted his teeth and admonished her, "From now on, you must examine your wounds closely. Should they fester beyond repair, I cannot save you." Was this concern? Such a fierce form of affection was more than she could bear, leaving her trembling with apprehension. "Thank you, your highness," she stammered. Feng Liushang placed the salve down, a torrent of inexplicable anger brewing within him, unsure of how to express it. The matters of his life were ones he dared not reveal to the woman before him. He could only suppress his ire and instruct, "I shall send someone to protect you closely from tomorrow onwards. If I discover that you neglect your health and sustain even a minor injury, you shall witness my wrath." "My injury, it seems, was inflicted by your highness yourself?" Shen Chunran ventured cautiously, but was instantly cowed by his fearsome gaze, wishing to retreat beneath the covers. "Is there anything else, your highness?" Feng Liushang chuckled coldly. "Do you wish to send me away?" "I do not, I would never." "Now listen closely," he said, gripping Shen Chunran's chin with icy resolve. "I do not favor your current status. You must find a way to part with Jiang Ye, that fool. Should you require assistance, you may seek my aid."
Ah.
Shen Chunran was truly taken aback. What on earth was Feng Liushang trying to accomplish this week? If his previous actions in dragging her into a dark alley were a consequence of their earlier clash, then what was tonight's intention? He had both delivered and applied medicine. And now he intended to send protection, while also urging her to divorce. Although his demeanor was domineering, his words hinted at something far more complex. Yet, to suggest that Feng Liushang had developed feelings for her, a married woman, seemed implausible, considering their prior lives had barely intersected. After Feng Liushang departed, Shen Chunran found herself ruminating endlessly. Although he claimed he would assist her, she felt no inclination to seek his help. Fully aware that he would not forget the perilous situation of the previous life, where the struggle for the throne had left him unscathed, even as the new emperor showed him respect, a testament to his formidable nature. Conversely, if the Zhongyong Marquis had managed to establish a connection with the royal uncle in her past life, perhaps their fate would not have been so dire. What was she thinking? Shen Chunran hurriedly dispelled her inappropriate thoughts. The following day, she arose late, appearing rather listless during her morning greetings. The matriarch Jiang inquired, "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" Shen Chunran shook her head, attributing her malaise to the summer heat and an unknown cat that had meowed through the night, disrupting her slumber. Jiang Ye, standing nearby, listened intently. The matron, unaware of the cause, offered consolation. "It is likely just a bothersome night creature. I shall find some attendants to silence them." Today, Murong Yuan was also present, and upon hearing this, she felt an uneasy sensation. suspecting that Shen Chunran might have sensed something amiss. It's a minor issue. There is no need for such a fuss. Shen Chunran forced a semblance of vigor, stating, "Tomorrow is my younger sister's birthday banquet. It seems Yuana's health has improved, and she should accompany me to celebrate and see family." To announce the addition of a beautiful sister-in-law. This was the crux of the matter. Murong Yuan immediately beamed with warmth. "If the lady does not mind, I would be delighted to join. However, I must prepare some gifts." Yet, what could she possibly offer? It would not do for the Zhongyong Marquis to send a gift to her, only for her to return it. In her past life, Shen Chunran had prepared the gifts. Now, she would have to devise something herself. A family gathering should not hinge on such trivial matters. Yet, if Yuan had the heart to give, it was commendable. Shen Chunran delicately navigated the situation. Though it was merely a gesture, appearing too meager would not do, thus presenting a subtle dilemma. After returning home, Murong Yuan rummaged through her belongings, discovering that her most valuable possessions had all been gifts from the Zhongyong Marquis, while the Zhongyong Marquis had offered her nothing of worth. The miserly matriarch Jiang, who professed to acknowledge her, had yet to gift her a single decent item. She recalled the bracelet on Shen Chunran's wrist, its brilliance truly a treasure. Murong Yuan extended her own hand, pale and delicate, yet adorned with a mere silver bracelet. Pitifully inadequate. The contrast left her feeling self-conscious. In the past, she had made vows of devotion to Jiang Ye without requesting anything in return.
Now,
Murong Yuan had no choice but to swallow her pride and seek Jiang Ye's assistance, for she could not afford to lose face. A well-chosen gift would facilitate future interactions with the Zhongyong Marquis. Jiang Ye pondered, realizing that if he were to procure silver from the marketplace, he would risk being recognized, leading to a humiliating situation. It would be wiser to search the Marquis's storeroom instead. Thus, under the cover of night, he stealthily ventured into the storeroom, and once he had retrieved the items, the steward dared to report to Matriarch Jiang with a grim expression. "Young master has taken your most valuable jade bracelet." He did not disclose its purpose, and the servants were unable to stop him. It was evident where the bracelet was headed, to Murong Yuan, to save face. While a single jade bracelet might not have been significant, it compounded the recent loss of the exquisite jade Buddha statue, causing Matriarch Jiang immense distress. This was indeed a bitter blow. Vile wretches. All of them. She seethed, infuriated by their incessant disregard for her feelings, as if they were determined to squander her hard-earned savings. One of the serving women, Mama Li, commented, "Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but the young master's indulgence towards Miss Murong seems excessive. There should be limits to such favoritism. Our esteemed mistress has not encouraged such behavior." Matriarch Jiang sighed. "Murong Yuan has ensnared Ye's heart so thoroughly that I am powerless to intervene. After all, she once saved my life. What can I do? This matter must not be spoken of. It was a matter of disgrace." In truth, Matriarch Jiang had once held Murong Yuan in high regard, but after sacrificing wealth on 2 occasions, her fondness had waned, leaving only resentment and a growing sense of anguish. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, Shen Chunran encountered a young maid she had never seen before, garbed in the attire of a first-rate maid from the Zhongyong Marquis, making her way towards her bamboo pavilion.
who are you?
"How did you enter?"
Incroyable.
The unfamiliar maid, undeterred by her surroundings, glanced around before finally settling her gaze on Shen Chunran, smiling. "You must be Madame Shen? I have been sent to provide personal protection for you."
My name is Yuaya.
"But you may call me Ye. I was meant to arrive yesterday, but I was delayed and could only come today."
Please do not hold it against me. Jaja?
Hong Xiu regarded her with curiosity, but Shen Chunran suddenly recalled Feng Liushan's words from that night. The purple gold salve remained hidden beneath her pillow, confirming that the events of that evening were not merely a dream. Now that this girl had arrived, Shen Chunran could no longer feign ignorance. Despite the myriad complexities in her heart, she could only manage a reluctant nod. "What skills do you possess for my protection?" Yuaya replied, "I am proficient in various weapons. Lightness skills and concealed weapons." Seeing such a small figure speak so earnestly was rather endearing, leaving Hong Xiu bewildered. "Madam, do you truly know her?" Shen Chunran nodded, acknowledging the situation. Since she was here, she might as well stay. "Hong Xiu, from now on, pay Yaya according to the monthly salary of a first-class maid." Yaya smiled shyly. "Actually, there's no need. I can just save it for buying sweets." "Very well then," Shen Chunran acquiesced, feeling at a loss, not daring to oppose the mysterious and fearsome Prince Zhou. My lady, Miss Murong sent a maid to inquire when we shall depart? Came the voice of Zhongyong Marquis from the entrance. Shen Chunran chuckled softly. While she was in no hurry, it was evident that Murong Yuan was eager. Hongxiu, please instruct Yaya on what to watch for on the way. If there's nothing pressing, you may accompany us. After all, the most dangerous person around her at the moment was none other than Prince Zhou Liushang. As they exited the cooling pavilion, they happened to encounter Murong Yuan, adorned in a stunning red garment, her demeanor elegant, and her complexion fair and striking, akin to a peony in full bloom. It was no wonder Murong Yuan was so intent on ascending the social ladder. She indeed possessed a certain grace, though ultimately, she was but an impostor.
Yan.
You look exceptionally beautiful, Shen Chunran praised. A glimmer of pride flickered in Murong Yuan's eyes, but she quickly responded humbly, my lady flatters me. I merely feared appearing too casual and dressed a bit more extravagantly, not worthy of your grandeur. Come, why dwell on such matters? Today's gathering promises much merriment, Shen Chunran remarked with a playful undertone. It was the birthday of the legitimate daughter of the Zhongyong Marquis, attended primarily by young ladies and cousins of comparable age, with a small banquet set in the back courtyard, excluding the elders. From a distance, the scene was vibrant with lanterns and decorations, bustling with gaiety. As Shen Chunran was now a married woman, she felt no inclination to mingle with the unmarried young ladies, and thus, she headed straight to the pavilion with Murong Yuan in tow, seeking Shenluren. Sister, Learn exclaimed as the two sisters clasped hands and entered. Murong Yuan followed behind, looking as if she were merely a servant due to her eye-catching attire. Yuan, you are most welcome, Shenluren greeted warmly, her demeanor as courteous as that of her sister. However, upon noticing Murong Yuan's choice of dress, her expression subtly shifted. Curious about the gift Murong Yuan had prepared, Shen Chunran decided to present her own first as a means to encourage her. Little birthday star, this is a gift from your sister, the finest in the capital, she said, revealing a box without hesitation. Murong Yuan craned her neck to see. Wow, jade essence cream. My sister, you haven't concocted this in years. I've longed for it,
Shenlun exclaimed.
What is this jade essence cream? Murong Yuan inquired with curiosity. It is undoubtedly the finest creation, blended with countless precious herbs, the collection of which took years, and to produce this small box requires immense effort. When applied to a woman's skin, it renders it as radiant as jade, pure and flawless. This is my elder sister's secret recipe. She hasn't made it since her marriage, and I begged her for it, Shenluren explained. Murong Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she glanced at the two sisters, noting their exquisite complexions. Though her skin was fair, it occasionally bore blemishes. And after years of exposure to the elements, her hands were not as delicate as those of these refined young ladies. Looking at Shen Chunran, she appeared as if crafted from white jade, a natural beauty exuding an air of nobility. The more she compared herself, the more envy and jealousy swelled within Murong Yuan. Such a remarkable item. My lady, you truly are impressive. This is my gift, please do not find it lacking, she said, producing a pair of bracelets that were evidently of high quality. Yet, Shenluren had countless such bracelets, though she feigned surprise. Thank you, Yuan. Jiao Xing. Please take Yuan to have some tea while I speak with my sister. I shall join you shortly. Shenluren's gracious manner endeared her to everyone. Yet, Murong Yuan perceived it differently, feeling that the sisters would undoubtedly mock her in private, perhaps thinking her gift too trivial. The young master should not have assisted her in selecting a gift. From the moment she arrived at the Zhongyong Marquis' residence, she had not experienced the treatment she had envisioned. Rather, she felt constrained and unfulfilled, as if even the first-class maidservants regarded her with disdain. She felt like an outsider. No, surely I am overthinking, Murong Yuan reassured herself, yet she could not help but glance back and catch Shenluren frowning at her. They truly looked down upon her. Were they speaking ill of her? Once Murong Yuan left to have tea, Shenluren frowned. Sister, why did you allow Yuan to wear a red dress today? Shen Chunran replied, I apologize. I was in a rush when we left, and only noticed at the door that she was in red. I thought it would be fine. However, Shenluren grew more concerned. I do not mind that, but sister, you may not know that Princess Chongning will also be attending today. What? Princess Chongning is coming, Shen Chunran exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. In truth, she had known all along, but had chosen to feign ignorance. For it was well known among the noble women of the capital that Princess Chongning favored red garments. Being the legitimate daughter of the Empress, she was somewhat domineering. And whenever she attended a banquet, ordinary noble women were forbidden to wear red, as it was seen as a challenge to her authority. Ironically, Murong Yuan also adored red and wore it remarkably well, more alluring than Princess Chongning herself. In her previous life, Shen Chunran had prepared different attire for Murong Yuan for the occasion, both out of consideration for the circumstances and respect for Princess Chongning.
Now,
She could only hope for the best. It seemed Princess Chongning had initially planned not to attend but unexpectedly found time to arrive.
Shen Liren hesitated.
Seemingly wishing to urge her sister to prevent impending disaster, yet Shen Chunran remained slow to act, pondering her motives. Liren, you should attend to the other guests. I need to speak with your sister, Lady Lin, the wife of the Marquis, interjected with a smile, and Shen Liren gladly acquiesced, leaving them to their discussion. Exchanging glances with Lady Lin, Shen Chunran sensed an unspoken understanding. The drama was about to unfold.
Who are you?
A haughty voice rang out from the guest area, startling Murong Yuan as she settled down. After all, she was Shen Chunran's savior. There was no reason for the Marquis's household to reprimand her. But upon turning, she was met with a girl in red, far more imposing than herself, glaring at her with evident displeasure. She did not recognize her, but from the girl's attire, she deduced a few things. Firstly, no one else wore red. It appeared to be just the two of them. Secondly, this girl was formidable. Are you referring to me?
Miss?
I am new here. If I have offended you, how should I address you? The girl in red frowned, seemingly more incensed. Indeed, she was the imperious Princess Chongning.
What?
Murong Yuan struggled to comprehend, only to be met with a chorus of mocking laughter around her. What had she said wrong? Someone, slap this insolent maid, and let her know who I am. Princess Chongning commanded coldly. A maidservant beside her stepped forward, ready to strike Murong Yuan. Though Murong Yuan was skilled in martial arts and could easily evade, she understood that dodging would mean irrevocably offending this girl in red. Listen well. This is our great Zhou's legitimate princess, Princess Chongning. You should kneel and pay your respects at once. Murong Yuan's heart sank. She truly could not afford to offend her. As she contemplated her predicament, she felt a sharp slap land on her face. Bending her knee as she knelt on the ground, I pay my respects to your highness, the princess. Simultaneously, a wave of humiliation surged from her very core. Indescribable. Was it anger? She dared not acknowledge it. Was it fear? Again, she could not admit it. The desire to flee grew stronger. Yet she felt even less inclined to do so. She truly knelt there. Typically, noble women would only bow halfway when at fault. But she was different. She was not even a noblewoman, not even a daughter of a high official. She had never encountered such a situation before. The surrounding whispers flooded in like a torrential downpour, rendering Murong Yuan utterly ashamed, for she was indeed nothing of consequence. It was as if she had been stripped bare, exposed to the judgment of all, leaving her to tremble uncontrollably. Your Highness, please forgive me. Fortunately, at that moment, Shen Chunran finally arrived, saying, Your Highness, your presence graces my humble abode. I must take the blame for this incident. I returned early without properly inquiring, leading my sworn sister to offend you.
Sister Yuan.
Please rise. Only then did Murong Yuan get help to her feet, but her spirit had diminished, her head bowed as if struck by frost. Chapter 15. Apologizing to the princess after all, she had offended a princess, and if it were like a play, a mere disagreement could cost her life. What a disaster that would be. Princess Chongning, of course, recognized Shen Chunran, a smile gracing her face as she remarked, Ah, it is Sister Shen. What do you mean? This lowly maid is your sworn sister? It has been years. What has happened to you, Sister Shen? How could you take in such a wretched servant? Are you not afraid of losing your fortune? In her previous life, Shen Chunran had thought Princess Chongning arrogant, but now she realized there was some truth to her words. To be too kind to the lowly could indeed bring misfortune upon oneself. She smiled and said, Sister Yuan possesses remarkable martial skills. She saved my life before. I promise to accept her as my sworn sister, and I shall not go back on my word. It is indeed my fault for not inquiring properly. Perhaps it is better if I do not attend today. No, your highness, please do not be angry. I shall take my sister away to change. Shen Chunran accompanied her with a smile, intending to lead Murong Yuan away. However, a nearby young lady interjected, I have heard that Sister Shen's sworn sister is quite skilled in martial arts. Why not let us witness her prowess? We have yet to see the grace of a woman from the martial world. How about a display of swordsmanship? It could serve as an apology to the princess.
Indeed.
Indeed. The crowd echoed in agreement. Princess Chongning's eyes sparkled as she said, "What a splendid idea, Sister Shen." Shen Chunran glanced at Murong Yuan and asked Sister Yuan, "Would you be willing? If you are reluctant, I shall take you away despite offending the princess. But if you are willing, why not perform a sword dance? Perhaps the princess will take a liking to you." Her words were gentle, seemingly wholly supportive of Murong Yuan. Initially, Murong Yuan yearned to leave immediately. But upon hearing the last sentence, her heart stirred. After all, why had she come to this birthday banquet? Was it not to curry favor with the powerful? To curry favor, it mattered not the means. What mattered was efficacy. After all, she was not a noble maiden, so her methods were of little consequence. If she could establish a good relationship with the princess, that would be paramount. "Madam, do not trouble yourself. I shall apologize to the princess," Murong Yuan resolutely declared. Though Shen Chunran felt conflicted, she still commanded someone to fetch a wooden sword. Murong Yuan indeed possessed some sword techniques. And thus she began to gracefully assume her stance before the gathered noblewomen. Soon, she executed a series of impressive sword moves, displaying an unexpected majesty. The noblewomen, who had previously been spectators, were now captivated. "What a show!" One of Shen Chunran's new maidens, Yuya, remarked dismissively, then, with a playful spirit, seized an apricot pit from nearby and flicked it. The pit landed at Murong Yuan's feet, causing her to stumble and crash to the ground with a loud thud. Laughter erupted around her. How much worse can one be than a street performer? The performers are far more talented. She claims to be of the martial world but cannot even perform properly. She is merely lucky to have saved Sister Shen, and yet she has spun such absurd tales to deceive her. Various jeers filled the air, and Princess Chongning laughed heartily, even adding, "What a delightful performance." A maid beside her produced a pouch of gold beans to toss at Murong Yuan, but Shen Chunran stopped her, saying, "No need, Your Highness. Yuan is my sworn sister, not a performer." Indeed, she was defending her, but the sight of that full pouch of gold beans nearly crushed Murong Yuan's wounded spirit. She realized that she had lost all prospects at tonight's banquet, unable even to collect a single gold bean. "I will take Yuan to rest," Shen Chunran said, helping Murong Yuan back to a nearby guest room. "Sister Yuan, are you alright?" Shen Chunran, seeing Murong Yuan's dejected demeanor, nearly wept, but not out of sorrow, rather, out of joy. In truth, she admired Murong Yuan, even as a destitute girl in her past life. She had somehow managed to tread her way through the capital with some semblance of dignity. Yet today, this incident was a complete failure. Though Murong Yuan felt somewhat dazed by the events, she grasped some crucial details and gritted her teeth to inquire, "Madam, why did the princess treat me so upon entering?" Shen Chunran frowned with distress, saying, "It is all my fault. I was unaware that Princess Chongning would come today. I had inquired earlier and was told she would not attend. It seems she changed her plans at the last moment. Had I known she would come, I would have ensured you wore something different. The princess favors red and dislikes others appearing similarly." The implications were clear. Her choice of red had brought her trouble. Murong Yuan had donned the red dress deliberately, believing it would showcase her beauty and leave a striking impression on the noblewomen. Little did she know she would encounter Princess Chongning so unexpectedly and unwittingly commit such a disgraceful act. The thought alone was mortifying. Had it not been for Murong Yuan's prior hardships and experiences of humiliation, she would have been consumed by shame and rage. As for Shen Chunran, she seemed utterly unscathed. It was normal for her not to be informed of the princess's sudden appearance. Yet, she felt a sense of guilt, as if she had neglected her duties. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon her for choosing such an eye-catching red amidst her many garments. "It is all my own fault." Murong Yuan could only lament through tears. "Sister, do not be troubled. If you dislike this occasion, why not rest in the guest room for a while? I shall come to fetch you when the banquet concludes." Currently, all Murong Yuan desired was to return to the loyal and brave Marquis's residence as swiftly as possible. She had no inclination to remain and hear the noblewomen's mockery. Very well. Shen Chunran then left to attend to her guests, but before exiting, she cast a fleeting glance at the nearby rockery, revealing a hint of a smile. As Shen Chunran departed, Murong Yuan remained in the guest room, feeling sorrowful for quite some time. After an indeterminate period, she suddenly heard a noblewoman's voice outside, seemingly searching for something. "It is the exquisite pigeon blood ruby. If it is not found, I shall have your heads." Do not fret, miss. I shall gather people to search for it. Pigeon blood ruby? Murong Yuan's attention peaked. Listening intently, the commotion soon faded, likely moving elsewhere. Determined to make use of her idle time, she thought it wise to search near the entrance. If she found the pigeon blood ruby, she could either keep it for herself or offer it as a token of goodwill, both options being quite favorable. It was certainly better than wallowing in self-pity. Without hesitation, Murong Yuan pushed the door open and began to carefully search the area around the entrance and the rockery. However, as she searched, she caught a whiff of a peculiar scent, something she felt she had encountered before. Wait a moment, that smells like blood. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Upon focusing her gaze, she indeed spotted a bloodied figure lying behind the rockery. To be precise, it was a corpse, its eyes wide open, a sight of utter horror.
Ah!
Murong Yuan screamed, turning to flee, but stumbled and fell due to her earlier mishap while sword dancing. Who is there? Is someone there? A thief? Chapter 16, A Calamitous Incident. A dead body. Is that not the son of the Wei Ling Marquis' residence? Heavens! Quickly report to the lady. Murong Yuan, in agony, lay on the ground, her face pallid and eyes wide open, fainting from sheer fright upon hearing the distant shouts. Madam, it's terrible. The son of the Wei family has died behind the rockery outside our guest room. What shall we do? The steward, lowering his voice, still caught the attention of Shen Chunran nearby. Shen Chunran was presently interrogating Yue. How could she throw an apricot pit at Murong Yuan without knowing she was her sworn sister? Yue pouted. She is not your sworn sister. I can see it clearly. Madam, you are kind in appearance but ruthless at heart. You do not like her, do you? I merely did what you wished to do, but could not. So you need not thank me specifically. This left Shen Chunran speechless. At that moment, news arrived. Lady Lin, the wife of the Duke of Anghua, was also taken aback, and another steward hurried in. Madam, we found Miss Murong by the corpse. Lady Lin glanced at Shen Chunran. They had previously planned to bring Murong Yuan to this lavish banquet to teach her a lesson about her true identity. Unexpectedly, she had foolishly donned a red dress. Thus, they could not blame themselves for their harshness. However, the notion of murder was something Lady Lin could hardly dare to imagine, so she instinctively looked to Shen Chunran. Shen Chunran shook her head, indicating ignorance, though she knew from her previous life that on the day of her biological sister's birthday, a murder indeed occurred in the estate. She was aware of the killer, but the crime scene was fortuitously located outside the guest room, which allowed her to place Murong Yuan there. Had she remained quietly in the guest room, nothing would have happened. If she were restless, she could only seek her own fortune. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Chunran calmly stated, a life is at stake. This matter is of utmost gravity. Moreover, the deceased is the son of the Wei family. We cannot delay. We must report to the authorities immediately. Indeed, there was no other recourse. Lady Lin inhaled deeply and promptly secured the crime scene, summoning Duke Shen Chongyu to discuss countermeasures. Madam, you have acted commendably. This matter is significant and must be reported to the authorities, Shen Chongyu declared. Since the deceased was of a prominent family, the inspectors from the capital arrived swiftly. The birthday banquet was ruined, and everyone was aware that a life had been lost. However, it was perplexing that a son of the Wei family could be found in the Duke of Anghua's estate, where only ladies had been invited. The unconscious Murong Yuan was the first to be taken by the inspectors, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with rows of stern officials. As a commoner, she was forced to kneel on the ground. I did not kill anyone. Murong Yuan stammered, terrified. The inspector raised an eyebrow. In his extensive experience, those who claimed innocence often had something to hide. My sister must be confused and speaking nonsense. Please let her explain. Did she see the killer? Shen Chunran attempted to intervene, but no matter her efforts, she feared it would be futile. Murong Yuan quickly pondered and blurted, Yes, sir, I did not kill anyone. I was just... What were you doing behind the rockery in broad daylight? I cannot say I was looking for a pigeon blood ruby. Her words faltered, lacking truth. Take her away. This matter is serious. The Duke of Anghua need not explain. If an explanation is needed, it would be better to seek it from the Wei family. The official's indifferent remark sealed Murong Yuan's fate. Sir, she is a lady. If you take her away without caution, what will happen to her reputation? Do you think our inspection office is just any place? However, considering the Duke of Anghua's status, we can provide her with a private room for her transport. With no further argument, Murong Yuan was taken away. Sister, what is happening? Shen Chunran asked, panic-stricken. Do not worry, do not worry. We have no enmity with the Wei family. There must be some misunderstanding, and we will not be troubled if we keep our hands clean, Shen Chunran reassured her. In her previous life, this case had been resolved within 3 days. The son of the Wei family was known for his debauchery and had been infatuated with a maid from the Duke of Anghua's estate. Their secret rendezvous had been discovered by the maid's childhood friend, leading to a fatal confrontation. Although Murong Yuan's involvement was coincidental, her presence at the scene and her inability to clarify her situation would inevitably lead her into 3 days of imprisonment. She had aspired to ascend through the Duke of Anghua's influence, but now she faced humiliation and a potential life-altering consequence. With this blemish on her record, even if Murong Yuan grew wings, she would not soar. After Murong Yuan was taken away, Shen Chunran could no longer remain in the Duke of Anghua's estate and rushed back to inform the loyal and brave Duke's household. Upon learning that Murong Yuan was suspected of murder and had been taken to the inspection office, the shock and fury within the loyal and brave Duke's household were palpable. Why did you not stop her? Jiang Ye exclaimed, eyes reddened, as if he had consumed Shen Chunran's very heart. How could I stop it? My father has already invoked the Duke's name. The inspection office does not heed it. The inspection office is directly under the royal family, tasked with overseeing high-ranking officials. If a murder occurred among commoners, it would fall to the local office to handle. The question of arrest is merely a matter of their discretion. But the inspection office operates differently. If the young master believes the Duke of Anghua's household has handled matters poorly, he should go and see for himself, Shen Chunran lamented. Jiang Ye turned to leave, fully aware that the loyal and brave Duke's household was a prestigious establishment in the capital. The young master held a title but wielded no real power, merely a parasite living off ancestral fortune. Madam, do not fret, Miss Yuan is innocent. Though the inspection office is stringent, they are astute in their investigations, and I believe they will soon grant her justice and release her, the elder lady reassured. Such words are easy to say. The elderly Lady Jiang, furious, had already fainted once, utterly lost as to whom to blame. Chapter 17. Chunran is not wrong. She had learned the details, including how Murong Yuan had offended Princess Chongning by wearing red. She wanted to scold Shen Chunran for not being more considerate, but found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, Shen Chunran appeared to have committed no wrongdoing. It was Murong Yuan who insisted on wearing the red dress, and it was Jiang Ye who had fetched the gift from the storeroom. As for the rockery, that was also Murong Yuan's own choice. The conclusion was clear. Murong Yuan was simply a harbinger of misfortune. It's all my fault, Shen Chunran continued to blame herself. About an hour later, Jiang Ye returned, his eyes red and his demeanor dejected. He had gone to the inspection office, but could not gain entry. He had spent a considerable amount of silver just to catch a glimpse of Murong Yuan through the door. Murong Yuan, reduced to tears, still did not comprehend the specifics of the situation. All she could exclaim was that Shen Chunran had harmed her. From the moment I set foot in the Duke's estate, it felt as if I had fallen into her trap. She appears gentle, but is truly pushing me into the fire. Yilang, you must stand up for me. I did not kill anyone. Yuana, I believe you, Jiang Ye said, his heart aching with both love and anger as he witnessed the woman he cherished imprisoned. But you claim Shen Chunran has wronged you. How exactly has she done so? Murong Yuan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, how had she wronged her? She seemed to have done nothing at all, yet it appeared as if she had accomplished countless tasks, each seemingly disconnected from her. At least she herself could not believe that Shen Chunran would go so far as to murder a noble son of the Ho family to frame her. That would be far too great a loss. Therefore, it was merely her own assumptions. Shen Chunran harbored no doubts about either of us, and thus had no motive to harm you. Yuan, just wait. The inspection office will soon uncover the truth, and you shall be released before long.
Yilang.
Do you not believe me either? Murong Yuan said through clenched teeth, collapsing onto the ground, her crimson attire now in tatters. With disheveled hair, she truly resembled a prisoner. Even now, she did not understand why this was happening.
Why?
The following days would prove to be the most trying for the loyal and valiant Ho family. It was said that a woman from the second branch of the Weiling Ho family had caused quite a ruckus at the Anghua Ho residence. Yet it yielded no results. During this time, Jiang Ye tirelessly sought information, spending a considerable amount of silver in the process. But Shen Chunran knew that all of it was in vain. The more Jiang Ye invested in Murong Yuan, the more Jiang Leofuran grew to despise her. The bond formed by the birth of her legitimate grandson, along with the life-saving grace from years past, was slowly eroded. Finally, on the third day, Jiang Ye was nearly exhausted. He had sought out Shen Chunran, harboring his own suspicions about her. However, Shen Chunran had fallen ill and taken to her bed, leaving him with no evidence or rationale to support his doubts. Instead, Shen Chunran, weak and listless, casually remarked, "Why do I feel that the air seems quite concerned for Sister Yuan?" Startled, Jiang Ye's brows furrowed, and he replied coldly, "Is it not for your sake? Do you expect me to let the reputation of the loyal and valiant Ho family suffer neglect towards our benefactor?"
Oh.
Shen Chunran's reaction was notably calm, indicating that she did not suspect him, which relieved him. Yet, on the third day, the inspection office indeed uncovered the truth, exonerating Murong Yuan, who was subsequently released. Upon her return, Shen Chunran personally went to greet her, but the Murong Yuan that emerged from imprisonment seemed like a different person, treating Shen Chunran with a cold indifference, lacking the warmth of their previous interactions. On the surface, Shen Chunran sighed and lamented her illness, often remaining bedridden for days, yet internally, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. See, I was not mistaken. You simply detest that woman, she thought, as the moonlight revealed the cleverness of the young girl, whose small eyes sparkled with cunning. Thus, Shen Chunran refrained from revealing her thoughts. "Indeed, you women of the inner chambers are truly complex," Yuya remarked. "I am a woman of the inner chamber, and what of you?" Yuya's eyes twinkled. "I am also an entertainer, though my skills surpass those of your righteous sister. And thus my price is higher. What talents do you possess? Fire-breathing or chest-breaking?" Shen Chunran teased. "Chest-breaking? Not at all." Yuya rolled her eyes and leaned closer to Shen Chunran, whispering, "If killing were a talent, then mine would be formidable." Shen Chunran was taken aback. Were it anyone else, she might dismiss it as a mere scare tactic, but Yuya was sent by Feng Liushang. "Do not fear. I have washed my hands of such deeds and shall exclusively protect you from now on," Yuya assured, patting Shen Chunran to ease her worries.
How old are you?
Shen Chunran inquired. 17. "And how long have you been in this line of work?" "Since I was 13, I suppose," Yuya replied, feigning forgetfulness. "Is Madam doubting my abilities?"
A bit.
"Then allow me to demonstrate," Yuya said, deftly flicking a needle, which instantly embedded itself in the window frame. Shen Chunran watched as the needle had struck down a fly that had fortuitously flown by, an impressive eye and technique. "Do you understand this?" Yuya asked. Shen Chunran nodded. "I once had a master who taught me many things, though she instructed me in swordplay and inner strength rather than concealed weapons." "You actually learned inner strength?" Yuya exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new continent. Shen Chunran removed the needle, her heart enveloped in silence, as a vague yet familiar figure from her memories began to clarify. "When I was young, a female master visited my home and taught me many things, but her teachings came with conditions." "What conditions?" "I was never to marry." "How wonderful. No marriage means total freedom," Yuya laughed. A cloud of sorrow gathered on Shen Chunran's brow as she murmured, "Indeed, no marriage means total freedom, but alas, I did not understand then. Living in the capital among noble families, how could one avoid marriage? If I did not marry, how would my parents and elders accept me? I dared not challenge the traditions left by my ancestors, thus I ultimately rejected that master." "What happened then? Did she leave?" Yuya asked, nibbling on a pastry. Shen Chunran nodded. "She departed, heartbroken. Before she left, she forced me to consume the extinguishing meteor pill and forbade me from revealing that I was her disciple." "The extinguishing meteor pill?" Yuya gasped. "Your master was ruthless, teaching you skills only to ruin your inner strength." "Was she ruthless?" "I had failed her. When we first met, I promised to be her disciple and accompany her for life, yet I broke my word to follow my family's arrangements for marriage. Although the extinguishing meteor pill destroyed my inner strength, it restored me to an ordinary life. Thus, she was not cruel, it was merely a parting of ways." Chapter 18. The thoughts of Yuan Goer. This memory, spanning both lives, Shen Chunran had never shared with a single soul, not even her parents or sisters. They only knew that she had a close aunt during her youth. Had she not recalled it suddenly, Shen Chunran might have forgotten altogether. Perhaps she regretted not heeding her master's words and avoiding marriage. Had she done so, her previous life might not have ended so tragically.
Yaya.
"You must promise me not to tell anyone," This is my little secret, Shen Chunran warned Yue, narrowing her eyes. Yue nodded earnestly. I am only responsible for protecting you. Your past holds no interest for me. Rest assured. Madam, the old lady requests your presence, came the call. Shen Chunran turned to leave, but just as she did, a carrier pigeon descended onto the windowsill. Recognizing it as her own, Yue quickly retrieved it and, finding no new directives from the prince, hastily grabbed a piece of Xian paper and began to write. Prince, I have a monumental secret to share. You likely won't believe it. After rolling the letter, she secured it in a bamboo tube. Yue took a deep breath, feeling relieved, for keeping secrets was burdensome. The only remedy was to confide in someone who could truly keep a secret for a lifetime.
Perfect.
Shen Chunran had been unwell for some days. Upon arriving at the Showan Hall, she appeared rather feeble, her face adorned with white powder as she weakly inquired, Grandmother, why have you summoned me so urgently? Cough, cough. Is Sister Yuan still refusing to see anyone? Locked away in her room? My heart is truly, my lady, please do not be so distressed. Do not faint again. Hong Xiu interjected. The old lady Jiang, wishing to continue blaming Shen Chunran, found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Letting out a sigh, you must consider it lightly. Taking her to the Ngua Ho residence to pay respects was well-intentioned. Who could have anticipated her own misfortune? So many fine garments offered. Yet she chose to wear the taboo red attire. You have already helped her avoid disgrace, and she remains ungrateful, hiding in the guest room, and ultimately encounters such a situation. To put it plainly, her fate is simply too fragile, a little fortune, and she cannot bear it. You cannot be blamed. Shen Chunran finally nodded in acquiescence. Seeing Shen Chunran's complexion improve, the old lady Jiang steered the conversation back to the previous discussion regarding Yuan Ge attending the Fugua Gong mansion as an observer. How is the preparation coming along? Should we gather some additional items in advance? Indeed, no profit comes without effort. Shen Chunran cleared his throat and said, there is no need for preparation. Simply bringing the book box will suffice. The Duke's residence lacks nothing, and there is no need for gifts. Old Mr. Mo has no particular preferences except for intelligent and capable individuals. Yuan Ge merely needs to attentively listen to old Mr. Mo's teachings, and in due time, the old gentleman will naturally take note of him. Upon hearing this, old lady Jiang immediately brightened. That's wonderful. Our boy happens to be the cleverest child. As long as he is well, I can consider my efforts not in vain. Shen Chunran smiled but remained silent. In this world, everyone believes their own child is the best, yet the truth reveals itself upon observation. At that moment, Yuan Ge entered and, spotting Shen Chunran, cautiously took a step back. He and Shen Chunran were not particularly close, and having recently learned of the grievances his mother endured because of Shen Chunran, resentment flickered in his eyes. However, old lady Jiang admonished him, when you see your mother, why do you not show respect? You must not be so ill-mannered. Do you know how much your mother has done for your education? Great-grandmother, I was wrong. I have greeted my mother, he reluctantly replied, bowing to Shen Chunran, all the while thinking of Murong Yuan's admonition to avoid offending his biological mother, regardless of his feelings, until he grew up and achieved success. Why does it seem as if you've been crying? Shen Chunran inquired, feigning concern. It must be my fault. I have been unwell these days and have not properly cared for the child. You must be feeling sad. Yuan Ge nodded, then shook his head. Old lady Jiang secretly shook her head. After all, having a biological connection made it difficult for Yuan Ge to grow close to Shen Chunran. If only her biological mother were not here, old lady Jiang thought, startled. Never mind, Chunran, you have not been well lately. You should return to rest. However, do not neglect Yuan Ge's studies. As you wish. Once Shen Chunran departed, Yuan Ge, filled with sorrow, threw himself into old lady Jiang's embrace. Great-grandmother, I am upset. I do not like this mother. What nonsense. Old lady Jiang said, slightly angered. Has your mother said something? Yuan Ge shook his head. Mother advised me to be close to my biological mother, but I feel frightened when I see her. She hit me the other day. Great-grandmother, am I useless? My mother is humiliated, and I can only hide and watch. I want to grow up, to have the strength to protect my mother, my great-grandmother, and my father. Good child, old lady Jiang said, stroking Yuan Ge's gentle face, her heart softening. Your thoughts are commendable, but you cannot grow up in a day. It will take many years. Promise your great-grandmother that you will study diligently. When you grow up, achieve success, and become an official, you can do whatever you wish. Yuan Gur's eyes brightened. Can father dismiss my biological mother and marry my mother? Li Mama was taken aback. Old Lady Jiang paused, contemplating, and finally said, as long as you study hard, it is possible.
Good. Yuan Ge finally smiled.
Oh, my precious grandson is finally smiling, echoed the warm laughter in the Showan Hall. At the Zhou Wangfu, at that moment, Feng Lushang had received a message via carrier pigeon from Yuya. Initially, he had not expected much from the girl. Protecting Shen Chunran was sufficient. To his surprise, she had indeed uncovered some information. Extinguishing meteor pill? Feng Lushang pondered this name carefully. Beside him, a Zheng could not help but inquire, what kind of internal energy requires the use of an extinguishing meteor pill for destruction? Ordinary martial arts would become ineffective after 3 to 5 years of non-practice. I have only heard of enemies using the extinguishing meteor pill. I have never heard of it being used otherwise. There is indeed a martial art that, if not practiced, must be destroyed. However, the usual method is murder. Using the extinguishing meteor pill is already merciful. Unexpectedly, Feng Lushang spoke with indifference.
What?
A Zheng was astonished. Is this what you call merciful? What has the prince learned? Feng Lushang nodded. Have you heard of the Yunshan sect? A Zheng shook his head. What sect is that? It is a very obscure yet powerful sect in the martial world, where masters and disciples are passed down through a single lineage, and the requirements for practice are stringent. The leaders of the Yunshan sect spend nearly their entire lives seeking suitable disciples. It is said that the current leader, Su Shueju Shi, visited the capital years ago, aligning his teachings somewhat with Shen Chunran's. As for the rule against marriage, I am not aware of that. Chapter 19. They are together as Zheng understood, lamenting, what a pity. Madame Shen originally had some opportunities, which is a good thing, yet it was thwarted by her in-laws. Moreover, she married a heartless man. It is a case of gaining nothing. I have already devised a way for her to divorce, Feng Lushang stated. Divorce? A Zheng was taken aback, thinking this was not as simple as purchasing cabbages at the market. In the vast capital, seeking a divorce was no easy task. Thus, a Zheng cautiously probed, if Madame Shen divorces, what if she remarries someone else? If she divorces, why would she want to remarry? Feng Lushang frowned. That woman is very important to him. He would find a way to ensure her safety for the rest of her life. She is practically his lifeline. Women are typically inclined to marry, but I believe if she were to remarry the prince, it would be the most suitable arrangement, making protection easier. Feng Lushang shot a Zheng a cold glare. Does she deserve that? Yes, yes. The prince is the emperor's uncle. If he were to marry her, it would indeed disrupt the hierarchy. A Zheng chuckled awkwardly, realizing he was not going to succeed in matchmaking. However, Feng Lushang was somewhat disturbed by his words and asked, have you found my mother yet? The lady is elusive. There has been no news. Useless. Yes, yes. 2 days later, the day arrived for Yuan Gur to begin his studies at the duke's residence. Murong Yuan, having grieved for 2 days, gradually came to terms with the situation. Even if she lost face at the banquet of the Zhongyong Marquis residence and suffered 3 days of imprisonment, so what? It could not hinder her ascent. Since the path through the Zhongyong Marquis residence was temporarily blocked, she would seek another route. Her means were not limited to this, so she immediately summoned Jiang Ye. She shared her thoughts and determination with him. Previously, Jiang Ye had felt pity for her, having endured so much suffering. Now he saw the stubborn and unyielding Murong Yuan from his memories. His heart lightened. It is good that you think this way. One failure does not mean anything. Murong Yuan replied, Yi Lang, you are right. Do you remember the days I disguised myself as a man and accompanied you on your military campaigns? No matter how difficult it was, I was not afraid. Why should I fear the splendor of the capital? As long as I have you, and Yuan Gur studies diligently, our future will surely improve. Let those who look down on us take notice. Her words were pointed, aimed at Shen Chunran, who looked down on Jiang Ye. Although Jiang Ye did not harbor feelings for Shen Chunran, he could not overlook her noble demeanor, which she possessed by virtue of her prestigious family. In the military camp, he had endured hardships, battled, and faced violence. How could a woman like Shen Chunran, raised in luxury, understand? Yet humans are contradictory. He both despised her yet felt she looked down on him. Yuan, you are right. We are indeed together. I remember that year when I was injured and nearly died. If it were not for your rescue, I would have perished. Murong Yuan smiled, recalling that she had saved Jiang Ye primarily because she had stealthily taken the purple gold ointment from his supplies, believing he would notice. To her surprise, he remained oblivious. Later, when Jiang Ye was injured, she produced it, and he did not recognize it. What a foolish man. With good medicine and his strong constitution, their fates became tightly intertwined.
Yelango.
Murong Yuan leaned into Jiang Ye's embrace. The two initially intended to savor a tender moment when a sudden cough interrupted them. It was Li Mama, arriving to remind them. Young master. Today is the day the young master begins his studies. The old lady wishes to emphasize the importance of this matter, and she requests that you and your wife personally accompany him to school, so you may greet old Mr. Mo in person. Ahem, very well, I understand. Jiang Ye awkwardly cleared his throat, preparing to leave, but Murong Yuan mischievously obstructed his departure, her hand already slipping beneath his clothes, roaming freely. Yuaner, do not cause trouble. The thought of you being close to that wretched person unsettles me, he said. Do not be displeased. She will not last long.
Right now.
The foremost priority is Yuan Gur's education. Very well, but do take your time. I shall go ahead. I have questions for that wretched person, Murong Yuan said, frowning in frustration. After straightening her attire, she exited, and Jiang Ye, unable to resist her, found himself rather fond of her jealous demeanor, thus acquiescing to her. Upon arriving at Showen Hall, Shen Chunran had already been there for some time. Sister Yuaner has arrived. I have been quite worried about you these past few days. Now that I see you are well, I can breathe easy. Previously, when I sought you, you shut me out, Shen Chunran feigned concern, which fell upon Murong Yuan's ears like a cat lamenting over a mouse, a display of false compassion. However, as long as she had not established herself in the capital, she dared not truly offend Shen Chunran and managed a forced smile, saying, "It is my lack of understanding. I cannot overcome my own hurdles, so do not blame the lady." That's good to hear. By the way, Murong Yuan then shifted the conversation back on track. That day was originally intended for a visit to the elders of the Marquis household, to forge a sisterly bond between us, but alas, subsequent events disrupted that plan. She still harbored thoughts of kinship. Shen Chunran smirked inwardly, masking her amusement with a facade of sorrow. Sister, do not be angered. Let me explain slowly. I was just discussing this matter with grandmother. What matter? Murong Yuan's expression shifted, sensing impending trouble, as she knew Shen Chunran would not allow her to revel in triumph. You offended the princess that day, and it has reached the ears of the empress. The empress chastised my mother, saying, "What did she say?" "That casually recognizing kinships is unbecoming of the Marquis household," Shen Chunran stammered, hesitant to reveal the full extent of the empress's words, knowing they were far more damaging. The empress has heard of this, thus it has become a deadlock. Do not harbor any hopes. Old Madame Jiang has already developed a distaste for you due to this incident. There is nothing more to discuss. She is solely concerned about her precious jade Buddha statue, which has now been whisked away. Murong Yuan's chest heaved with anger as she inquired, "What of the Buddha statue that the old lady sent before?" Silence. Old Madame Jiang glared back, her eyes fierce. She dared not mention it. Yet this little wretch had the audacity to bring it up. However, she mused, if Shen Chunran were to recall receiving that Buddha statue but failed to achieve her aims, perhaps she would seek recompense from another source. To her surprise, Shen Chunran replied, "Fortunately, that Buddha statue is not worth much. It was merely the heir's token of goodwill. The crucial point is that the empress is aware, and should this escalate, I shudder to think of the consequences. Let us ensure it does not affect Yuan Gur's schooling. Thinking of this keeps me awake at night." "What do you mean it's fortunate that the Buddha statue is not worth much?" Old Madame Jiang felt as though she had suffered 1,000 cuts, wishing to ask Shen Chunran whether it was her lack of discernment or merely that the Nguyen Marquis household was excessively affluent. To them, such a Buddha statue seemed devoid of value. Chapter 20. Mr. Mo, had it not been for Shen Chunran's 3 years in the household, knowing she was not one to take petty advantages, old Madame Jiang might have thought her intentions were deliberate. Yet, considering Shen Chunran's genuine efforts for Yuan Gur's education, as attending the Duke's residence and learning under Mr. Mo was not something that could be measured by mere money, she reluctantly accepted the situation. This sentiment, however, fell upon Murong Yuan's ears, and she pondered how such a grand jade Buddha statue was deemed worthless by them. Just how wealthy was this Marquis household? It seemed, in their wealth, they were unwilling to offer it to her, while she had previously cherished that pile of seemingly worthless trinkets. When she would assume the role of the lady of the Marquis' household, the heir and the old madam awaited her at the entrance, stating they would not enter. Just then, a report came from the entrance. Shen Chunran nodded and rose to leave. Murong Yuan, not wishing to face old Madame Zhang's cold visage, followed suit. Miss Murong, I have something to discuss with you. To her surprise, old Madame Zhang called her to a halt. Please, old Madame, enlighten me. Old Madame Zhang coldly admonished. I care not for your relationship with Igor, or what you have experienced. Since you have returned to the Marquis household, and have Yuan Gur, you must dedicate yourself to this family. Should I discover that your petty schemes disrupt the household's harmony, I shall not show you mercy. Expecting Murong Yuan to heed her warning, old Madame Zhang was taken aback when the latter smiled slyly and retorted, And how will you not show me mercy, old Madame? Miss Murong, such words are disrespectful, Li Mama interjected. Murong Yuan questioned, I merely asked a commonplace question. How is that disrespectful? Oh, forgive me. I often traverse the world with Yilang, and having crawled through battlefields, I admit to some ignorance of decorum. However, for Yilang's sake, I shall learn gradually. Yuan Gur is my son, and I shall surely treat him well, knowing what is beneficial and what is not. Farewell, old madam. With that, Murong Yuan departed. That little wretch. Old Madame Zhang muttered under her breath, incensed that she did not show respect for her elders. Old Madam. It seems Miss Murong has changed somewhat after this ordeal, Li Mama noted. Of course she has changed. She has grown more eager for power. The old madam could not provide her with the power she desires, hence her resentment. Alas, she is still Yuan Gur's biological mother and has saved Igor's life. I shall give her some leeway, and if she fails to teach him properly, she must not blame me for withdrawing my support, old Madame Jiang asserted stubbornly. Li Mama sighed, acknowledging that with Jiang Ye's heart so firmly set on Murong Yuan, assistance was unavoidable. At the entrance of the loyal and brave Marquis household, Shen Chunran had already ushered Yuan Gur into the carriage, while Jiang Ye sat upon his horse outside, and the family of three made their way to the Duke of Guo's residence, albeit through a side entrance. Why are we using the side entrance?
Jiang Ye complained.
Yuan Gur is merely auditing, so naturally we must use the side entrance. If we were to enter through the main door, everyone would know that our Marquis' young master is here to audit. And those unaware might think he is of royal lineage, Shen Chunran replied. You are quite capable, Jiang Ye remarked. Having been away from the capital for so long that he was unfamiliar with such details, yet he disdained Shen Chunran's teacher-like demeanor. Once they entered, guided by the steward, they soon arrived outside the classroom. Several young masters from the Duke's residence were already seated, diligently studying and writing.
Yuan Ye,
having never been in such an expansive residence, gazed in awe, his eyes wide with wonder, prompting Jiang Ye to feel a swell of affection, thinking the child would undoubtedly excel in his studies. At that moment, a man in a gray robe approached, his gaze directed towards the family. Greetings, Mr. Mo. Shen Chunran offered a slight bow, and Jiang Ye realized that this seemingly unremarkable old man was actually the Crown Prince's tutor, Mr. Mo. He hastily followed suit in greeting. Yuan Gur, do not forget to pay your respects to Mr. Mo. Greetings, Mr. Mo. The family performed a courteous gesture, which appeared somewhat amusing. Mr. Mo stroked his beard and stated sternly, Here, there are no auditors. Once you enter the classroom, you are a formal student. There is no distinction in learning. You are Hua Yuan, correct? Quickly take your seat. Henceforth, you need not have your parents accompany you to school. Mr. Mo had little patience for the pampered children of nobility. Shen Chunran understood this well. On the first day, it was her and her husband's admiration for the teacher that brought them here, hoping to bask in their child's brilliance. It was indeed a stroke of luck to meet the teacher. Clearly, Mr. Mo had heard too many flattery-laden words and was immune to them, merely nodding before proceeding to class. Shen Chunran turned to leave. Are we departing already? Jiang Ye inquired. What else should the heir do? Stay behind for a meal with the Duke of Guo? Shen Chunran asked. Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback by her words, expressing his discontent. Have I truly wronged you so grievously by neglecting you for merely 3 years, that you must respond with such veiled barbs, obstructing me at every turn? Shen Chunran paused, reflecting on her words before replying. It is indeed my fault. Allow me to rephrase. Given the significance of the Duke's residence, our prolonged presence here serves no purpose. Once we entrust Yuan Gur to the finest instructor in the great Zhou dynasty, we must adopt a stance of trust, employing those we do not doubt, and doubting not those we employ. Should you linger, you may find yourself the subject of ridicule from the servants passing by. Jiang Ye pursed his lips, unable to retort, yet he found himself utterly vexed by Shen Chunran's demeanor as he turned away in exasperation.
Ah,
How misplaced kindness can lead to such frustration. Yet upon reflection, his decision to send Yuan Go to the Duke's estate for lessons had not stemmed from pure altruism, bringing him a sense of balance. As fortune would have it, upon returning to the Marquis's residence, he received delightful news. My lord, madam, the Marquis, along with the eldest and second young ladies, have returned. The mention of his father's return did not elate Jiang Ye. Rather, it prompted an instinctive furrow of his brow, indicating that their father-son relationship was far from harmonious. Shen Chunran raised an eyebrow, having forgotten this detail, as the Marquis had always maintained a rather low profile within the household. The title of loyal and brave Marquis was earned by the late Marquis in his twilight years, while the current Marquis, Zhang Ye, seemed to merely bask in the comforts of his status, having learned little of his father's steadfastness. It was said that, in his youth, he dabbled in martial arts but retreated into complacency after facing multiple setbacks in a bureaucratic realm, ultimately choosing a life of leisure at home. He neither sought to achieve nor stirred up trouble, serving solely to continue the family line. While the late Marquis was alive, things were manageable, but after his passing, Jiang Ye had completely surrendered to indulgence, becoming enamored with the pursuit of immortality. His days were filled with meditation and alchemical experiments, producing concoctions that even dogs would refuse. Eventually, he lamented his lack of talent for cultivation, which delighted his mother, Lady Wang, who believed he had turned over a new leaf. Unbeknownst to her, he then claimed to lack the fated connections necessary for the path of immortality, embarking on journeys to various temples and now traveling to Yinzhou for a familial visit, bringing along his two daughters. Chapter 21. The Marquis returns. As Shen Chunran stepped through the door, she was greeted by the sounds of laughter and joy. The voices of her two sisters-in-law, the young ladies of the loyal and brave Marquis's household. Grandmother, look at what I've brought. Isn't it lovely? I made it myself. Grandmother, my aunt from Yinzhou misses you dearly and vows to visit when she can. This is an embroidery from my cousins. Though not as exquisite as that from the capital, it is heartfelt. The fox fur my brother hunted is of the finest quality. I will make a cloak for you. Grandmother. Indeed, you two are the most filial in our family, the old matriarch chuckled, her heart warmed by their affection, even as she remained fixated on her grandson. For to her, granddaughters were merely others' kin. Perhaps this ignorance on the part of her granddaughter contributed to the chaos of her past life. Sister-in-law has arrived. Let us pay our respects. The two daughters of the Jiang family, one legitimate and one illegitimate, were blooming into womanhood. The legitimate daughter was named Jiang Lian, while the illegitimate daughter was Jiang Yun. Sister Lian and Sister Yun, it has only been a month, yet you seem to have grown even more beautiful, Shen Chunran jested. Sister-in-law has a knack for jesting, they replied, laughter filling the air. Nearby, seated cross-legged, was an old Taoist priest who, to the discerning eye, appeared very much alive, yet to the untrained observer, could be mistaken for a mere statue. Shen Chunran approached and bowed respectfully. Daughter-in-law pays her respects to the father-in-law. We are family. No need for formalities, came the Marquis's response, who, despite his penchant for theatrics, was otherwise manageable. The old matriarch, having long since resigned herself to her son's lack of ambition, placed all her hopes upon her grandson and great-grandson, yearning for one to achieve greatness.
Yeah.
You have been back in the capital for some time now. Have you received your assignment? The old matriarch inquired. This question struck a chord, and Shen Chunran discreetly glanced at Jiang Ye, aware that he had yet to receive any news regarding his position. In truth, even if he did, it would hardly be a commendable post, as someone else had taken his place due to his father's notorious reputation for seeking the path of immortality. In his past life, it was Shen Chunran who had tirelessly arranged matters for Jiang Ye, leveraging her family connections for an extended period. After pouring her heart and soul into the family, she found herself facing the ebb and flow of fortune, having used her maternal family's influence to suppress others for over a decade. This time, I shall not impose upon you. Perhaps you will thrive without my interference, she mused, idly fiddling with the bracelet on her wrist. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye cleared his throat awkwardly. Not yet, but it should be soon. How soon? The old matriarch pressed. Grandmother, please refrain from asking. I am well aware of the situation. Jiang Ye replied, irritation creeping into his tone. The old matriarch sighed. If there is no news soon, I fear delays may lead to complications. If you cannot manage it well, perhaps let Chunran assist you. She is the wisest among us. Grandmother, this is a matter for men. How could I let a woman interfere? I assure you, I have it under control. I have already inquired with friends in the capital and likely will be appointed as the deputy of the Five Cities Division, Jiang Ye declared. The Five Cities Division. How splendid! Responsible for maintaining order in the capital, it is under the Duke's command. A venerable position indeed, the old matriarch exclaimed, her eyes brightening with excitement. Everyone shared in the laughter, save for the Marquis, Jiang Chinian, who casually interjected, on my journey back, I consulted the divination for Ye, and the omens are not favorable. Enough of your nonsense. If your divination were accurate, you wouldn't have fallen to such a state, the old matriarch admonished. Jiang Chinian, aware of his mother's disdain, fell silent. Jiang Ye's expression turned cold, while Shen Chunran nearly burst into laughter, knowing Jiang Chinian's divination skills to be notoriously poor. Yet this time, his prediction eerily aligned with reality. At mealtime, Murong Yuan made her entrance, renowned as a savior. Her name now well known throughout the capital for her recent exploits, having offended a princess and spent time in prison. Initially, Zhang Lian and Jiang Yin wished to draw closer to her, yet they hesitated in fear. The only one in the household oblivious to the connection between Murong Yuan and Jiang Ye was the indifferent Jiang Chinian, who remarked upon first seeing her. Why does this woman exude such ominous energy? It cannot be that she is a harbinger of misfortune. His bluntness left the room in stunned silence. Murong Yuan's face stiffened. And had he not been Jiang Ye's father, she might have been tempted to retaliate. Silence. The old matriarch snapped. Shen Chunran recalled that in her past life, Jiang Chinian had indeed made a similar remark. Could it be that the Marquis possessed some foresight? With a playful tone, Shen Chunran suggested, today marks Yuan Ge's first day of school. Why not consult the divination for him, to see if he might have a chance at success? At this, Jiang Chinian perked up. Very well, let us consult the heavens. He produced some copper coins and, with the flair of a traveling fortune-teller, cast the divination. What do the omens reveal? The old matriarch inquired eagerly. After a lengthy recitation, Jiang Chinian finally spoke. Our Yuan Ge is destined for great wealth and nobility and may even attain the rank of marquis or minister in the future. However, alas, this auspicious fate is tainted with malevolent influences. Should these ill omens clash, it could lead to ruin. What does this mean? The old matriarch asked, growing anxious. Shen Chunran felt a growing sense of intrigue regarding the old Marquis's abilities, for in her previous life, Yuan Ge had indeed excelled, but in this life, with her as his legitimate mother, it seemed unlikely. Father, is this truly accurate? Who is this malevolent force threatening Yuan Ge? Shen Chunran inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed. Who is this ill star, and who seeks to harm my Yuan Ge? Lady Wang eagerly pressed. However, Jiang Chinian's eyes flickered, perhaps at a loss for words. And he said, how would I know? The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. I've only been told a little. Anyway, the old Taoist who discussed the Tao with me last time said that if one does not understand the secrets of heaven, one should perform more good deeds. The more, the better. If misfortune arises, doing good deeds will at least mitigate the severity of the downfall. What nonsense is this? Jiang Leofuren observed, realizing that her son was merely a half-baked scholar. Regardless, she had already resolved that anyone who dared to harm her Yuan Ge would not escape her wrath. It was around evening when Yuan Ge returned from the Duke's residence, appearing curious and excited, as it was his first day. That night, he was treated like a precious gem, surrounded by his great-grandmother, grandmother, and aunts, who fussed over him with warmth and concern. He was particularly delighted. Each person presented him with gifts to celebrate his enrollment. Naturally, Shen Chunran did not hold back, gifting him a delicate jade folding fan. Inscribed with her own calligraphy and adorned with exquisite jade beads, clearly of considerable value. Even Jiang Leofuren and Jiang Ye felt that Shen Chunran truly cared for Yuan Ge, albeit her affection was not well expressed. Yuan Ge was very fond of the fan. Even Zhang Lian, the legitimate daughter, could not put it down, laughing as she remarked, sister-in-law, this fan made by my stepmother is truly magnificent. The bone and jade are undoubtedly of cold jade, and it feels cool to the touch, akin to caressing a beauty's skin. How wonderful it would be if I had one too. The envy in her eyes was palpable. Shen Chunran understood Jiang Lian's character well. If she offered a stone, Jiang Lian would expect a piece of gold in return. Aware of the Ingua Ho mansion's wealth compared to the Zhongyong Ho mansion, she would often come to take advantage. In her past life, Shen Chunran had not treated her as an outsider and had given many gifts, only to be repaid with ingratitude. The tragedy that befell her younger sister, Shen was largely due to Jiang Lian's influence. In the past, whenever Jiang Lian expressed such desires, Shen Chunran, as a sister-in-law, would not deny her. However, things were different now. Shen Chunran intentionally diverted the conversation, saying, "Sister Lian, you have a discerning eye. With the scorching summer heat and Yuan-Ger studies being arduous, having a proper fan is essential. This little one will find it most suitable." Seeing that she was correct, Jiang Lian's eyes brightened. "I've heard that fans are usually in pairs. Surely you have another one, sister-in-law?" "Indeed, there is another one," Shen Chunran replied with a smile. Jiang Lian rejoiced. "If you are not using it, may I borrow it? I've never used such a beautiful fan." Jiang Lian's insatiable demand was uncomfortable even for Jiang Ye to witness. "If you want a fan, I can help you find one later. This fan is clearly for a child. You, a young lady, using a child's fan. How shameless," Jiang Ye scolded. Jiang Lian pouted in anger. "This is a matter between me and sister-in-law. Why do you meddle? You, as the elder brother, have never given me anything decent. Now that I have no allowance, I merely wish for a fan. Is that too much to ask?" "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Ye, already anxious about his own affairs, became even more irritated at Jiang Lian's cold remarks. "What have I said? I haven't said anything at all. Mother, look at elder brother. He only bullies people at home." Jiang Lian turned her face away. Jiang Ye did not wish to engage her further and left, dispersing the farce. No matter how Jiang Lian tried to converse, Shen Chunran feigned ignorance. "From now on, do not expect even the slightest benefit from me." 2 days passed, and indeed, the weather became progressively hotter, yet Yuan-Ger's small face seemed to grow increasingly sullen, mirroring the oppressive heat. Without needing to ask, Shen Chunran understood. At home, Yuan-Ger was the little sovereign, commanding absolute authority, but at the Duke's residence, he was merely a small scholar, subject to the whims of any young master or miss. Master Mo only concerned himself with teaching, indifferent to the intricacies of their interactions. If one wished for favoritism, they must display exceptional talent and knowledge. The old master would gladly support them. However, it was evident that Yuan-Ger lacked such abilities. In fact, his foundation was weak, and he was quite indolent. Within just 2 days, he found himself unable to follow along. When the teacher posed questions, he could not respond, and his classmates mocked him, occasionally ganging up to bully him after class. Under such pressure, Yuan-Ger soon lost the desire to attend. Yet, he also understood that his attendance at the Duke's residence for studies was a considerable effort from his family. If he declared he would not go, it would undoubtedly be met with disapproval. Thus, when it was time to leave, he could only hide in avoidance, secretly concealing himself. This caused great distress throughout the household, prompting a full-scale search for the young master. Ultimately, it was his mother, Murong Yuan, who found him. When discovered, Yuan-Ger was huddled in a secluded courtyard behind a pile of hay, trembling in fear. "Yuan-Ger, what is the matter?" Murong Yuan asked, her heart aching. Upon seeing his mother, Yuan-Ger burst into tears. "Mother, I don't want to go to the Duke's residence for studies anymore."
"I don't want to." "Why?"
"Has someone bullied you?" Murong Yuan asked sternly. Yuan-Ger nodded, tears streaming down his face. "Yes, they bully me, they laugh at me, and they even put cockroaches in my books."
"I'm scared."
"How outrageous." Murong Yuan felt her own tears welling up, wanting to say that if he did not want to go, then he need not. However, the thought lingered. If Yuan-Ger did not attend, it would mean forfeiting the opportunity to be a pupil of the emperor, and who would dare accept him as a student thereafter. His enlightenment teacher was Master Mo. Such a high starting point would intimidate future tutors. Murong Yuan suddenly wondered if this was Shen Chunran's scheme, but upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Shen Chunran was unaware of Yuan-Ger's identity. Could it be that her son was truly too foolish? It could not be. "Why do they only bully you?" she asked. "My studies are poor," Yuan-Ger admitted. Indeed, it appeared he was rather slow-witted. Murong Yuan thought, "You must go. If you don't, everything will be over. Mother cannot agree to that, nor can your father or great-grandmother. We must find a way to improve your relationships with your classmates." Murong Yuan also aimed to build connections with the young masters of the Duke's residence. Even if academic success was elusive, networking could prove beneficial. How can I improve relations?
Jiang Ye inquired.
Do they have attendants nearby? Yes, Murong Yuan replied. The hardest thing to resist in this world is money. If you subtly offer them some benefits and learn their preferences, you can win them over. They will not bully you, and if you encounter difficulties, they can teach you. Murong Yuan assessed Yuan Ge's predicament through her understanding, recognizing the necessity of this strategy. Otherwise, he would continue to dread attending school. Mother, if I give them money, will they really treat me well?
Jiang Ye asked, curious.
Perhaps yes. If not, consider it a reward for them. Murong Yuan deemed this matter trivial. Yuan Ge was eventually found and obediently attended classes at the Duke's residence, which made the anxious Jiang Leofuren regard her with newfound respect. You truly have a way with this. After all, a mother and child share a bond, she remarked. Murong Yuan smiled. Yuan Ge has suffered injustice. As for why he suffered, you must ask the lady. I merely offered superficial comfort. Thus, the blame was shifted to Shen Chunran. Shen Chunran was promptly summoned to the inn hall. Upon grasping the situation, she appeared troubled. It was normal for Yuan Ge, being new to this environment, to encounter resistance. Indeed, such challenges were essential for his growth. The world is ever fraught with obstacles, yet what is truly valuable is the ability to surmount them. Today, he had peers. Tomorrow, he would attend the academy alongside fellow students. The hearts of children are often simple and pure. If Yuan Ge cannot navigate these minor trials, forgive my bluntness. But perhaps it would be better for him to return home. This is simply unacceptable. Chapter 23. Bearing the blame, old Madame Jiang surprisingly found merit in Shen Chunran's reasoning. In life, who does not face setbacks? Jiang Ye, residing in the Marquis' residence, must also serve as a soldier. If Yuan Ge cannot handle a few innocent young masters, he is hardly fit for greater endeavors. Let us observe him for a few days. When Yuan Ge returns, grandmother need only advise him to diligently follow his teacher. For that is the true path. No one's regard for him can surpass that of his teacher. Should he excel, a mere recommendation from the esteemed Mr. Mo would be far more beneficial than any accolades. As the painting of the large pancake was completed, Shen Chunran glanced over and indeed saw old Madame Jiang and Murong Yuan, including Jiang Ye, who stood at the door, captivated by the feast. Ah, Chunran truly understood much. Madam. Upon returning to Cui Zhuxian, Shen Chunran was approached by Yuya, who wore a peculiar expression. Did you know what I overheard today? What? Shen Chunran casually inquired. This morning, everyone was searching for that young master, and since I was idle, I joined in the search. Guess what I discovered? Yuya's excitement grew. Murong Yuan is Yuan Ge's biological mother? How did you know, madam? Oh, you seem to know everything. Is there anything else? Indeed. Yuya immediately relayed how Murong Yuan had given advice to Yuan Ge. Shen Chunran raised an eyebrow in realization, thinking herself foolish. Murong Yuan had been so naive in her past life, and yet she had been outwitted so easily. She had initially thought that the matter with the Duke of Gua's residence would take some time to unfold, but surprisingly, within just 3 days, it had come to light. In the afternoon, before school had even dismissed, Yuan Ge was returned early, weeping inconsolably. Oh dear, my little ancestor, what has happened? Jiang old madam gasped as she noticed the steward from the Duke of Gua's residence accompanying them, despite being merely a servant. However, the eyes of those from the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor's household revealed disdain. Is it not the old madam of the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor? Indeed. It is I. Bring Shen Chunran here. By the time Shen Chunran arrived, nearly all members of the Marquis' family were present, and the situation was clarified. Yuan Ge, in his innocence, had resorted to bribery. Mr. Mo despised such misconduct above all. And it was particularly egregious for a child to attempt to use gold beans to curry favor with the servants. The steward of the Duke of Gua's residence was strict, and the servants dared not accept such offerings, leading to the exposure of the entire affair, unafraid of offending the Marquis' household. Thus, the classroom became lively, and the Duke of Gua's residence was particularly displeased with Yuan Ge's petty actions, unanimously deciding to send him back. Old Madam, Marquis, and heir. This is the situation. Since it has been clarified, I shall take my leave. With that, the steward departed. Once the outsider left, the Marquis' residence erupted with commotion. The once rosy complexion of old Madame Jiang turned crimson with anger as she questioned Yuan Ge, who taught you to engage in bribery. Murong Yuan hid in a corner, too afraid to show herself. She could not fathom that there were indeed servants who cared little for wealth. Even if one did not crave riches, rewarding servants was normal. How could it be considered bribery? Aware of the significance of Yuan Ge attending school in the context of the Marquis's household and Jiang Ye, Murong Yuan was terrified to step forward. Yet, Yuan Ge continued to cry without placing the blame on her. At that moment, a servant who had been attending Yuan Ge knelt and confessed, "It was I who taught the young master. I could not bear to see him ostracized. The Duke of Gua's residence looks down on him and openly bullies him. I was foolish to think of such a scheme, which has now brought trouble upon the young master. If you wish to punish me, do as you please." Upon hearing this, Shen Chunran shot a glance at Yuya, wondering why their accounts did not align. Yuya shrugged. How would I know? Despite the differing narratives, the outcome remained the same. Shen Chunran recognized the servant, Jiang Prung, a trusted aide of Jiang Ye. Having experienced military training, Jiang Ye was accustomed to having a few servants by his side. Jiang Peng was one of those servants, well aware of Murong Yuan's identity. Thus, his kneeling confessions served to shield her. If the blame fell upon Murong Yuan, Shen Chunran would indeed be powerless to intervene. But since it rested upon Jiang Peng, she would not hesitate to act decisively. "Ah, so it was you, you cunning servant. Do you realize how your foolish actions have irrevocably ruined the young master's future? It is sheer stupidity. Come, take this servant away and administer 50 strikes. 50 strikes would surely cost him half his life." Jiang Peng trembled at the thought, glancing at Jiang Ye, whose expression shifted as he stepped in front of Jiang Peng, stating, "No, even if he is at fault, such a heavy punishment cannot be meted out. Jiang Peng has made contributions to our household. Is that why he feels so emboldened? He has ruined Yuan Ge's prospects." Shen Chunran appeared heartbroken, wishing she could strike him down.
Jiang Ye frowned.
How has it been ruined? Do not speak so alarmingly. How can it not be considered ruined? Yuan Ge has been expelled from Mr. Mo's classroom. Who in the entire capital, in the Bailu Academy, would dare accept him now? Shen Chunran's agitation escalated, nearly causing her to sway, needing support from Hong Xiao. Yuya stood there, stunned, taken aback by the woman's duality of character. Upon realizing the truth in Shen Chunran's words, Jiang Ye understood that Jiang Peng could not be punished. Jiang Peng was not only a servant but also a brother-in-arms. Punishing him would only sow discord. Since the matter had transpired, it was better to consider a remedy. "I will handle Jiang Peng's punishment, but it shall not be your proposed 50 strikes. Bring the lady down." Jiang Ye spoke coldly. However, the usually obedient Shen Chunran defied expectations today, shaking off the support of the surrounding servants and stepping forward, declaring, "Yuan Ge is our legitimate child. You remain indifferent to his suffering. Whether he is adopted or not, I care. Since you choose to shield Jiang Peng, know this. Such a treacherous servant who has harmed Yuan Ge today will surely harm you in the future. If he escapes punishment today, it may very well be you who suffers the consequences later. Vile woman, what nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Ye glared at Shen Chunran, already disliking her, now finding her utterly detestable. Jiang Peng, kneeling on the ground, spoke with a hint of disdain. "Madam, you exaggerate. How could I have harmed the heir? Today was merely an accident." Chapter 24. The star of calamity, he was innocent, merely carrying the blame for Murong Yuan, hence he felt little guilt. Instead believing he had done well. Madam, Shen Chunran, infuriated, fainted, and was carried away. Old Madame Jiang was equally enraged, nearly spitting blood. Jiang Lian advised, "Grandmother, please do not faint. There is still room for maneuver. Sister-in-law's family is quite influential. They must have a solution. You are frightening me." Upon hearing this, old Madame Jiang recalled Shen Chunran's anxious and agitated demeanor, realizing that she would not allow Yuan Ge's situation to go unchecked. Thus, she believed there must still be a chance for resolution, and with a dark expression, she departed. After fainting, Shen Chunran fell ill and closed her doors to visitors. Although Jiang Ye managed to protect Jiang Peng, his mood was exceedingly gloomy. He was not foolish and had discerned that the only person who would go to such lengths to defend Jiang Peng was none other than Murong Yuan. After completing his business, Jiang Ye headed straight to the courtyard where Murong Yuan resided. Upon entering, he intended to inquire about her, but to his surprise, Murong Yuan was already in tears. Yilang, I truly acted foolishly and caused harm. I never anticipated that merely rewarding a few servants could lead to such turmoil.
Now,
How will Yuan Gur regard me as his mother? I feel utterly useless. After these few days, I still do not grasp the ways of the capital. As she wept, she berated herself, her tears falling like raindrops, rendering Jiang Ye speechless even if he wished to scold her. She had only arrived a few days prior. Neither she nor he, having been away from the capital for years, was privy to many of its intricacies. It was only with Shen Chunran's constant reminders that she managed to navigate through, yet she felt indebted to Shen Chunran, having repeatedly relied on her assistance, particularly this time. Enough, do not cry any further. There is no remedy for what has transpired, Jiang Ye said, feeling somewhat agitated. Yuan Gur had been sent back, and he had yet to secure his own affairs. The future remained uncertain, and could it truly be as his father had predicted through divination, fraught with misfortune? Previously, the fortune-teller had proclaimed Yuan Gur destined for wealth and prosperity, yet there was an ominous star obstructing his path. Could that star be Jiang Ye himself? Murong Yuan was a woman he had pursued for years, and the biological mother of Yuan Gur. He would rather believe that the harbinger of misfortune was Shen Chunran. Yilang, is there still hope for Yuan Gur's education? Murong Yuan asked. If Shen Chunran is unwilling to assist us, I shall personally go to the Ongwa Ho residence to plead. They owe me a debt of gratitude after the last incident. Do not concern yourself with this matter. It may only complicate things further, Jiang Ye replied, thereafter heading to Shoan Hall. He found solace upon seeing that the old matriarch was well. Yet she too seemed to have caught on to the situation. It is not Jiang Peng, is it? It is Murong Yuan, is it not? Jiang Ye wanted to deny it, but the old matriarch was astute and would not let him evade the truth. With a cold laugh, she remarked, indeed. Or else how could Yuan Gur so easily heed a servant's words? What a calamity! She is the very star that endangers Yuan Gur. Grandmother, you cannot speak of Yuan in such a manner, Jiang Ye protested. Why can I not? Do you wish for Yuan Gur's future, or for that wild woman?
speak.
The old matriarch demanded fiercely, her temper flaring. Jiang Ye found himself at a loss for words. He desired both. After a brief moment of calm, the old matriarch continued. If this continues, you may find yourself with neither. The only ally you have left is Chunran, do you understand? Despite her flaws. She is your legitimate wife and genuinely cares for Yuan Gur, wishing for him to soar high, yet a wild woman is bringing misfortune upon him. Grandmother, if you continue to speak of Yuan in such a way, I shall take my leave, Jiang Ye retorted angrily. The old matriarch, with a chilling smile, responded. If you do not wish for me to criticize or disdain her, then promise me one thing, and I shall continue to support her. What matter?
Jiang Ye invited.
Consummate your marriage with Chunran swiftly, and ensure she bears a legitimate son. I have come to realize that Yuan Gur is but an adopted child. The Ongwa Ho residence is not entirely devoted to him. However, a child born of Chunran would hold a different significance. Do you comprehend? The old matriarch was calculating. Jiang Ye was not a child, and understood well. A child born of Shen Chunran would hold a higher status, being able to call the favored consort aunt. Thus, the loyal and brave Marquis residence would genuinely possess a treasure. If Yuan Gur had a brother of noble birth, it would surely benefit him. Ultimately, this child would be far superior to that calamity. Just contemplate it. The old matriarch turned her gaze away, no longer looking at him. Jiang Ye remained silent and exited. But the old matriarch could see that he was wavering. Yet, as he left Shoan Hall, he contemplated whether Shen Chunran would still care for Yuan Gur if she bore his legitimate child. It seemed impossible. In such a case, Yuan Gur would be rendered inconsequential. Yet deep in Jiang Ye's heart, he believed that if the loyal and brave Marquis residence were to produce a successful child, it must be his and Yuan's. People are inherently selfish, and parents are often the most selfish of all. Shen Chunran fell ill once more, this time due to Jiang Ye's actions. Many servants likely harbored resentment towards Jiang Ye. His wife, a devoted and capable legitimate partner, tirelessly devoted herself to the family, children, and elders. Now that the heir had returned, he not only failed to cherish her but also caused her distress. However, within the mansion, only Shen Chunran was fully aware that she was not truly ill. Her previous ailment had been feigned, deliberately causing a rift with Jiang Ye. She understood Jiang Ye's character well enough to know that he lacked substantial capabilities, though he possessed a stubborn temperament. The more she feigned anger, the less likely he would concede. Very well, let him enter, Shen Chunran relented, rubbing her forehead. It was best to avoid confrontation with the shameless. If Jiang Ye continued to shout at her from outside, she would indeed find it difficult to rest. Upon entering, Jiang Ye's expression was dark, as he had not anticipated their conflict escalating to such a tense point. What brings you here, my lord? Previously, I attempted to educate Yuan Ge, but you forbade me from doing so. Thus, I ceased my efforts. Later, you knelt and implored me to provide guidance, and I acquiesced, not only to educate him properly, but also to present him before the finest teacher. Now that Yuan Ge has been apprehended for bribery, I understand your concern for the child. I have not laid a finger on him. My intention was merely to punish a cunning servant who incited trouble. Yet, you disallow this and that, insisting that the esteemed members of the Ho residence are too precious. Very well, let you manage the affairs henceforth. Shen Chunran, adorned with a veil, feigned weakness and a headache, fearing the exposure of her flushed complexion. Upon entering, Jiang Ye found himself at a loss for words, unable to pinpoint any fault in Shen Chunran. However, if you wish to punish other servants, I shall not object, but Jiang Peng is off limits. Do you know why? Shen Chunran inquired.
Why?
Because he is your confidant. You indulge him, and he feels emboldened, believing he can act as master, which will inevitably lead to trouble. It is not as you presume. Jiang Ye's face darkened, for he recognized whom Jiang Peng had taken the blame for. Nevertheless, it served as a reminder, and he said, "The punishment shall be halved. 30 lashes. How does that sound? This arrangement preserves our dignity, and we can consider the matter settled. You cannot neglect Yuan Ge's situation." Shen Chunran nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Was it that Jiang Ye underestimated her, or did he overestimate himself? Did he think that a few words of compromise would earn her gratitude in assisting them? It was utterly ridiculous. Do you expect me to kneel?
Jiang Ye uttered coldly.
No need, Shen Chunran shook her head. The heir need not kneel, nor should Jiang Peng be punished. I fear the consequences of such actions. Allow me to ponder this matter. To ponder was merely to prolong the situation, but Yuan Ge's affair could not be delayed. Jiang Ye regarded Shen Chunran with a cold smile, as if he sought to see through her very soul. Suddenly, he declared, I understand now. You have employed various strategies solely for that purpose. Very well, I shall grant you what you desire. You ought to be satisfied.
With that,
Jiang Ye seemed to have made a decision and turned to leave. This left Shen Chunran bewildered. What did he mean by granting her what she desired? She wished for a clear and equitable separation. Could Jiang Ye truly provide that? Besides, Jiang Ye was unaware of her true intentions. Did he genuinely believe he had discerned her thoughts? Was he, perhaps, merely pretending to be a fool while secretly understanding her motives, thus seeking a dignified resolution for Yuan Ge? If that were the case, Shen Chunran could laugh herself awake from the dream. Yet, a sense of panic arose within her. If Jiang Ye knew everything, he would not conclude matters with grace, for the loyal and valiant Ho residents had much need of her. Shen Chunran pondered these thoughts, and sleep eluded her. At the Zhou Wangfu, Feng Liushang received 3 carrier pigeons in succession, each conveying the same news, a farce occurring at the loyal and valiant Ho residence. Feng Liushang found himself most concerned with Shen Chunran's health, showing no interest in the trifling affairs of their household. What did the carrier pigeons report, my lord? Why so much writing? Zheng inquired with curiosity. Feng Liushang scoffed coldly. A bunch of nonsense. What use is it to her? As night fell, with nothing pressing on his agenda, Feng Liushang resolved to visit Shen Chunran personally to discuss matters. Meanwhile, Shen Chunran had only just settled into her bed when she felt a weight upon it, as if someone had entered. The maid on night watch would not be so indiscreet. Groggy, she opened her eyes and was met with the nightmarish visage of Feng Liushang. Feng Liushang, how dare he come to my chamber at this hour? Though undeniably handsome, his piercing gaze was enough to rouse her senses. My lord. The maid on watch fainted once more. Shen Chunran, have you forgotten the warning I issued last time? Feng Liushang inquired darkly. What warning? Shen Chunran's mind was blank, struggling to recall anything. Feng Liushang chuckled coldly. You are a foolish woman. Indeed, few dare defy my commands. My lord, you seem to advise me to take care of myself. I have been well, eating and sleeping properly, Shen Chunran replied, attempting to recall his words. Then why were you fainted today? I was feigning. Feigning is not acceptable. Shen Chunran thought to herself, heavens above, What illness afflicts Zhou Huangshu? However, my visit tonight is not for such trifles, Feng Liushang noted, seeing Shen Chunran's confusion, and shifted the topic. What is it?
Please be direct.
I cannot grasp subtle hints. Did I not instruct you to separate from that fool Jiang Ye? Why haven't you done so? Feng Liushang frowned. Shen Chunran felt helpless and retorted, Separate? How does one achieve that? Sign the separation document. And the reason for separation? Personality clash. One is foolish, the other even more so. Chapter 26. A great misunderstanding. Shen Chunran nearly laughed in frustration. If I were to write it like that, what would others think? Why concern yourself with others' opinions? My lord, your esteemed position allows you such freedoms, but I do not share that luxury. This world is harsh on women. I wish to avoid unfounded criticism and do not wish to implicate my kin. I will pursue my own method for separation. Shen Chunran spoke resolutely, harboring an unspoken intention, revenge for the years of deception and manipulation. She would not easily depart without exposing Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan's true natures. Feng Liushang had interacted with Shen Chunran only a few times, yet each instance revealed her fear. However, when this particular subject arose, her eyes sparkled with an intensity akin to stars in the night sky. What if I disallow it? My affairs are of no concern to you, my lord. Do you harbor any ulterior motives? Shen Chunran asked boldly. Having broached the topic, she decided to press on, sensing that this peculiar Zhou Huangshu did not intend to take her life.
Ulterior motives?
What do you think I desire from you? Precisely because I do not know. I inquire. The two locked eyes in the darkness, Shen Chunran daring to confront the tiger, while Feng Liushang beheld the audacity of such a fragile challenger. His hand twitched slightly, as if ready to crush this audacious woman, yet he refrained. Do you truly believe I would not dare to kill you? If I wished to kill you, I would have done so long ago. Shen Chunran maintained a stoic facade, though her heart raced. Feng Liushang was genuinely vexed. Yet he relented. Indeed, I shall not kill you or harm you, but you must not provoke me further. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I might not only spare you, but also those around you, Feng Liushang scoffed. Truly a ravenous wolf, Shen Chunran gritted her teeth. If you dare harm those near me, if you dare defy me again, I shall kill your maid, Hongxiu, is it not? Feng Liushang seemed to find her weakness and instantly felt amused. Do you dare? Do you truly think I would hesitate? While Feng Liushang bantered with Shen Chunran, he was not idle. His hand had already reached her abdomen, curious to determine whether she had indeed practiced internal strength. If her abilities had been diminished by the destruction of the extinguished elixir, perhaps there was still a chance for her survival. After all, no number of guards could provide the same level of protection as her own capability to defend herself. However, to Shen Chunran, his actions appeared as nothing short of lewd advances. What are you doing? Shen Chunran was thoroughly flustered, but her hand moved faster than her mind, delivering a resounding slap to Feng Liushang's face. In that moment, her first thought was, I just struck the future regent. Feng Liushang found himself momentarily paralyzed, struggling to suppress the urge to crush this woman, realizing he had been struck down by a mere insect. The atmosphere grew tense. Just as Feng Liushang was about to voice his frustration, a soft exclamation from outside interrupted. Young master, what brings you here at such a late hour? The madam has already retired. Retired? Did Shen Chunran not summon me? Jiang Ye's voice echoed, now tinged with annoyance. Inside, Shen Chunran was nearly terrified to death. If Jiang Ye were to enter and discover another man seated upon her bed, the reputation of the Shen family would be irrevocably tarnished. The thought sent shivers through her. And as her anxiety grew, Feng Liushang, too, felt his heart race, having experienced the dread of being caught in the act, thanks to Shen Chunran. Madam? When did she permit the young master to come? Hongxiu, outside, questioned in confusion. Shen Chunran shared the sentiment, surprised, for she had not invited him for a late-night visit, even if they were to part ways. Just as her mind began to spiral, Jiang Ye's irritation manifested as he brushed past Hongxiu and stood at the doorway. Shen Chunran, I know you are awake. Is this not what you have longed for? Now that I am here, what more do you desire? What did he mean by what she longed for? Shen Chunran was baffled, and Feng Liushang wore a peculiar expression. Yet, Shen Chunran dared not speak, fearing his intrusion, and could only urge Feng Liushang with her eyes to leave or hide. However, Feng Liushang remained still, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. In desperation, Shen Chunran drew a dagger from beneath her pillow, pressing it against her neck, prompting a change in Feng Liushang's demeanor. Remembering the importance of a woman's honor in the Zhou dynasty, he realized that if he tarnished Shen Chunran's reputation, she might indeed take her own life. And he could not afford to take that risk, retreating behind her bed where it was dark enough to conceal him. As anticipated, the moment Feng Liushang concealed himself, Jiang Ye entered, displeasure etched on his face, and found Shen Chunran half sitting on the bed, a mocking expression upon her visage. He shut the door behind him. Shen Chunran gasped, "What are you doing? Did you not say we were to part ways?" However, it dawned upon her that she had misunderstood Jiang Ye's prior words, realizing that what he meant by what she longed for was not separation, but rather the consummation of their marriage. "Jiang Ye, it has been 3 years since I was neglected. Is it not true that you desire to share a bed and produce an heir? Your tumultuous behavior in the household was merely to force my hand, and now that I am here, you feign the guise of a chaste woman. Who are you performing for?" Jiang Ye's demeanor was cold, as if he were the one being coerced. It took Shen Chunran a moment to digest Jiang Ye's implications, nearly choking on her indignation. Was he truly suggesting that she desired to consummate their marriage? This was utterly absurd, and Shen Chunran felt herself on the brink of madness.
Get out.
"I never intended to force you, nor did I ever wish to bear a legitimate son. Leave." Her fury rendered her speechless, and Jiang Ye's words felt like a cruel humiliation. "You think your bed is so precious that I would long for it while running errands for your family?" Shen Chunran's disdain was palpable. "What do you truly mean? Do you think I would beg you for this? Dream on." Jiang Ye, too, wore an expression of an unwilling husband. "I cannot bear to hear you speak any longer." The disgust she felt was unprecedented, and she demanded he leave, threatening to retaliate if he did not comply. Jiang Ye cast a long, assessing glance at Shen Chunran. Aside from her cold and indifferent nature, her beauty was indeed exquisite. Yet he regarded her as a foolish woman of mere appearance. "You will come to regret this." With that, Jiang Ye turned on his heel and departed.
Madame Hongxue,
bewildered, stood at the door, ready to enter, but was halted by Shen Chunran's command to stay out and close the door. "Yes, my lady," Hongxue complied hastily. Shen Chunran felt as though she might scream in frustration, realizing Jiang Ye's tumultuous behavior was merely a ruse to consummate their marriage. Feng Liushang, who had been hidden behind the bed, emerged with a mocking expression. "Silence," Shen Chunran snapped, her temper flaring like a powder keg ready to explode. Feng Liushang squinted, noting her reckless audacity in confronting him. "If you detest this so much, why not simply divorce him? That is none of your concern," she retorted defiantly. Feng Liushang's gaze darkened as he noted the faint red mole on her arm illuminated by the dim light. "I was not being frivolous. I merely sought to test your abilities, given your training in martial arts and the elixir you consumed. I wished to see if you could be restored." But Shen Chunran was not receptive to his explanation, coldly retorting, "No man is worth trusting. If I could assist you in regaining your strength, you would be able to protect yourself." "No man is worth trusting," she repeated. "Shen Chunran, I am speaking to you seriously. Such a rare opportunity is not afforded to everyone." "No man is worth trusting," she insisted. Feng Liushang, realizing further dialogue was futile, thought to himself that she had lost her sanity. "Do not presume that my patience is infinite. You may think you can act as you wish, but I will not tolerate it." "You have won," Feng Liushang conceded, not daring to provoke her further, for her unstable emotions posed a threat he could not ignore. He left quietly, instructing Yuya to keep a close watch over Shen Chunran. The night had grown deep. Jiang Ye stormed out from the bamboo grove pavilion, and as he wandered into a deserted area, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, embracing him tightly. Though he could not see her clearly, he recognized her immediately.
Yuan.
"Why are you here?" Murong Yuan's face reflected her anxiety. "Though you have said nothing, I know what you went to the bamboo grove for tonight." "Did you?" The mere thought of Jiang Ye consummating his marriage with Shen Chunran pierced her heart like 1,000 arrows.
Did you?
Jiang Ye cupped Murong Yuan's tear-filled face, hastily reassuring her, No, you honor. Do not think such things. Nothing happened." Murong Yuan remained skeptical. How could that be? That wretched woman has been alone for 3 years. Surely she has been yearning for you. How could you leave her unscathed? Jiang Ye sighed, feeling satisfied by Murong Yuan's fervent concern and affection. "Rest assured, I only went to test her. You know her well enough. Even if 100 of you were gathered, you would not match her. In matters of love, She is as unyielding as a block of wood, playing games of cat and mouse with me. Why would I want to indulge her? Murong Yuan began to believe him. Feeling relief, but still worried, you may evade her today, but can you escape her in the future? She ultimately desires you, and holds the future of Yuan Gur in her hands. Do not worry, I will handle it. I will not let her succeed. Jiang Ye comforted as he wrapped his arms around Murong Yuan and quietly departed. One can only imagine how Shen Chunran would react upon overhearing their private exchange, perhaps driven to madness at the injustice of her situation. Where is the justice in this? I am truly wronged. Due to this incident, Shen Chunran hardly slept the entire night. When she finally arose the next day, she bore the weight of dark circles under her eyes, too self-conscious to venture out. She especially dreaded encountering Jiang Ye, fearing that he might misinterpret her appearance as a sign of unfulfilled desires. Nonetheless, even if she chose to isolate herself, the affairs within the household remained tumultuous, and she could not evade them. The news of Yuan Gur being dismissed had rapidly spread, and should it reach further ears, his academic pursuits would be irrevocably jeopardized. In her anxiety, the old matriarch Jiang personally visited Suizhi. Upon seeing Shen Chunran's disheveled state, she recognized that her granddaughter was truly unwell with worry, which only added to her own discomfort. Chunran, I heard that Igor came by last night. The moment this was mentioned, Shen Chunran's irritation flared, and she felt compelled to dismiss the topic. Grandmother, nothing happened between us, she gritted through clenched teeth. The old lady, frustrated, reproached Jiang Ye and swiftly redirected the conversation. What shall we do about Yuan Gur's schooling? Perhaps I should personally appeal to the Duke of Fugua. This suggestion was merely a formality, as Shen Chunran knew that such a request would never reach the ears of her relative. Grandmother, allow me to handle this matter. Yuan Gur is still quite young, and Mr. Amo is not unreasonable. Perhaps there is still a chance for reconciliation. Shen Chunran had not intended to relent so soon, but her fear of Jiang Ye's late-night visits had compelled her. She realized that her willingness to act was not solely for the sake of the Ho residents. There is an adage that states the higher one climbs, the harder one falls. Since the Jiang family was so concerned about Yuan Gur's education, she thought it prudent to let them witness whether he was truly worthy of their expectations. In the afternoon, after regaining some composure, Shen Chunran took a carriage to visit her uncle, who had previously recommended her. She felt it imperative to advocate for Yuan Gur. Her uncle, a devoted scholar, was already aware of the situation and sighed deeply upon seeing Shen Chunran's distressed visage. Chunran, allow me to speak frankly, he began. Please do share. Firstly, this matter is not insurmountable. Mr. Amo is not the type to be unreasonable. If a child recognizes their mistakes, it is not a dire situation. Secondly, on a more personal note, the child is not your own, and his abilities are average. His temperament is rather challenging. Even if he returns, he may not excel. Perhaps it would be wiser to recommend him to a more suitable teacher while Mr. Amo is still amenable. These words were sincere and heartfelt. Shen Chunran felt a surge of gratitude, yet her intentions remained misunderstood. Thank you, uncle. But it is essential for the child to return to the Duke of Fugua's household for his studies. Seeing that his advice had failed to sway her, her uncle conceded and accompanied her to the Duke's residence, where he spoke favorably on her behalf. Mr. Amo, fortuitously, was present and agreed to allow Yuan Gur to return to his studies, provided he did not err again. Although the child's abilities were modest, the old gentleman understood the weight of his reputation in the capital and wished to avoid tarnishing the boy's name. Thank you, Mr. Amo, for your understanding and compassion. When Shen Chunran returned home later that evening, she shared the good news with the family of the loyal and brave Marquis, who felt as though a dense fog had lifted, revealing a clear sky. Shen Chunran also took the time to admonish Yuan Gur, urging him to behave and study diligently, as even if he struggled with learning, carrying the mantle of his teacher would still bring him dignity. Everyone in the Marquis's household nodded in agreement, except for Jiang Ye, who cast a curious glance at Shen Chunran, expecting her to continue her ire. Instead, he was surprised to see her resolve so swiftly. Clearly, she still held Yuan Gur in her thoughts and did not wish to harm him. His gaze softened momentarily. Let us dine. As I have always said, each generation has its own fortune. There is no need for you to fret. Jiang Qinian, blissfully unaware, interjected. Silence, you fool, the old matriarch rebuked, and the family enjoyed a cheerful dinner. Murong Yuan, being a guest, did not partake in this familial gathering, but she could hear their laughter from a distance, which only deepened her own melancholy. Even Mei Yinyang had the fortune of joining the meal. She had initially believed that by acknowledging her bond with the Duke of An, she could elevate her status to that of a lady in the capital. However, with her plans now thwarted, she found herself in an awkward predicament. Unsure of her next steps, determined, she resolved to take action to ensure that those who had looked down upon her would one day regard her with respect, including Shen Chunran. Yuan Ger seemed to have learned a lesson from the recent events. The following day, as Shen Chunran escorted him to the door, he appeared markedly different. His youthful visage taut, as if he were preparing for battle rather than school. It was evident that Murong Yuan had spoken to him the previous night. "Mother, I promise to study diligently under Mr. Mo from now on and will not stray into any misguided paths," Yuan Ger declared, sensing Shen Chunran's lingering concerns. "Very well," she responded, nodding in apparent relief, though her gaze subtly drifted to the carriage outside, where the driver seemed to avert his eyes. Once Yuan Ger had departed, Shen Chunran inquired, "Is that Jiang Peng driving the carriage?" "Indeed, it is Jiang Peng," Hong Xiu confirmed. "The relationship between the young master and Jiang Peng is quite unusual. I have heard that Jiang Peng is exceptionally skilled, and after the last incident, the young master not only refrained from punishing him, but is said to have rewarded him instead." Hong Xiu thought Jiang Ye had lost his senses. But Shen Chunran merely chuckled, realizing that Jiang Ye had chosen to provoke her. The one she intended to punish, he insisted on rewarding. How juvenile. She was certain he would soon recognize the folly of his decision. "Greetings, sister-in-law," a gentle voice interrupted, and Shen Chunran turned to see Zhang Yun, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis's household, standing there. At a tender age, she appeared somewhat shy in the presence of Shen Chunran, who now exuded an aura of unapproachable elegance. Uncertain of how to address her, Zhang Yun hesitated, as she was accustomed to trailing behind Jiang Lian, her legitimate sister, due to her naturally reserved disposition as a concubine-born daughter. Shen Chunran, however, recognized that Jiang Yun was far more intelligent than Jiang Lian, and in her past life, Jiang Yun had subtly hinted at certain matters to her. Unfortunately, she had failed to grasp the implications, and Jiang Yun had married far from home, as her status limited her options to ordinary merchant families. Her mother, Wang, had selfishly arranged this marriage, seeking to continuously drain her resources. To live with dignity, Jiang Yun had no choice but to rely on the Marquis's household, ensuring a steady stream of financial support to them. She and Jiang Lian were always together, yet their circumstances were worlds apart. "Yunjie, you are out so early," Shen Chunran greeted warmly, and upon seeing her smile, Jiang Yun seemed to relax. "Last night, I warmed a pot of old chicken soup to present to grandmother, and since she is about to have breakfast, I thought to deliver it. Will chicken soup in the morning be too greasy?" "Not at all. The preparation is meticulous, and much of the oil is skimmed off. It is quite delightful," Jiang Yun replied. Shen Chunran glanced at the servant carrying the soup and said, "Then we should not delay. I am also headed to grandmother's. Let us go together."
Certainly.
The two women walked side by side toward Shoan Hall. Upon arriving at the entrance, they encountered Jiang Lian and Jiang Ye, who were also there to pay their respects. "Wow, it smells wonderful. I could smell the chicken soup from afar. Such a large pot. It seems we are in for a treat today," Jiang Lian remarked, drawing closer. Jiang Yun smiled. "The timing was perfect yesterday. I kept watch over it the entire night to ensure it was just right for nourishing." "That is splendid." Jiang Ye did not glance at Shen Chunran. The two of them entered Shoan Hall like strangers. The pleasantries exchanged were mere formalities. While Jiang Lian was genuinely concerned about the chicken soup Jiang Yun had kept simmering throughout the night, Shen Chunran had always known that Jiang Lian was insatiably greedy, even to the extent of coveting food. Jiang Yun, who was slender and delicate, stood in stark contrast to the plump and round Jiang Lian. At that moment, the serving maid was ladling fragrant chicken soup into bowls. Jiang Yun, however, rose to declare that she had already partaken in the kitchen and would refrain from more. The old matriarch Jiang nodded in agreement. Mother Wang, while sipping her soup, chuckled. "Your culinary skills have only improved, my dear. Your future mother-in-law will surely be fortunate." Indeed. Shen Chunran, holding her own bowl of soup, took a sip and found it remarkably delicious. But she noticed out of the corner of her eye that Jiang Yun was discreetly swallowing her saliva. She dared not drink, not even when no one was watching. It was a survival instinct cultivated over years. Perhaps due to her reincarnation, Shen Chunran was experiencing a revelation for the first time. Jiang Yun was indeed this Jiang Yun. The family was filled with warmth and joy, while she alone wore a forced smile. Jiang Ye, the favored grandson, was even less likely to notice such subtleties. This soup is exquisite. I haven't tasted such delightful chicken soup in ages. Recently, I've not been feeling well. If you have time, dear Yun, please stew one for me, Shen Chunran said with a smile. Jiang Yun immediately responded, sister-in-law, you flatter me. You are the benefactor of our family. I will prepare as much as you desire. That's what you said, Shen Chunran teased, then added with a hint of difficulty, though you are thoughtful. I, as your sister-in-law, do not wish to take advantage of you. Jiang Yun, you will be 15 next year, correct? Yes, Jiang Yun nodded, unaware of Shen Chunran's intentions. It was rare for anyone in this household to remember her impending coming of age. At 15, why do you still dress so simply? Here, this is for you. Saying this, Shen Chunran removed a pearl necklace from around her neck and adorned Jiang Yun's. Shen Chunran's possessions were undeniably exquisite. Each pearl was lustrous and pure, and the originally modest Jiang Yun instantly radiated a touch of elegance. Look, pearls complement beauty. You wear them with a touch of charm, Shen Chunran praised. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. Jiang Lian observed this, and suddenly found the soup tasteless, replaced by a tinge of jealousy. Although Shen Chunran had often gifted her fine things in the past, none compared to the value of this necklace. Sister-in-law, it's unfair. You give Jiang Yun a necklace. What do you give me? Jiang Lian protested. Shen Chunran, maintaining her composure, turned to her and replied, this is a token of gratitude for Jiang Yun. From now on, she shall be responsible for my chicken soup. What about you, Lian? Do you possess any remarkable skills worthy of display? Aside from eating, what else could Jiang Lian do? Her talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were mediocre at best. Her needlework was unremarkable, and she was known for her penchant for gossip and scheming. If her only vice were petty thievery, Shen Chunran would not have paid her much mind. However, in her past life, Jiang Lian had directly ruined her legitimate sister Shen Luren's happiness. No, more accurately, she had destroyed the happiness of two people. Shen Luren had been betrothed to Wei Qingjue, the son of the Zhongyong Marquis, from a prestigious family of scholars, yet he had pursued martial arts. Even at a young age, he had achieved considerable success and shared a childhood bond with Shen Luren, making them the favored couple among the elders. However, during one gathering, Jiang Lian laid eyes on Wei Qingjue and fell for him at first sight. Who would have thought that beneath Jiang Lian's seemingly carefree demeanor lay a heart full of schemes? Though she too had a fiancé, she had never held any regard for him and had long intended to break off the engagement. Subsequently, Jiang Lian repeatedly manipulated her way into the lives of Shen Luren and Wei Qingjue, ultimately employing disgraceful tactics to win him for herself. She became pregnant out of wedlock. To conceal this tremendous scandal, Shen Luren and Wei Qingjue were compelled to break off their engagement, and he married Jiang Lian instead. But did Jiang Lian truly succeed?
No.
Whether as a form of retribution or fate, Jiang Lian unexpectedly lost her child after marriage, leading a life akin to that of a widow, mirroring Shen Chunran's own existence. Wei Qingjue departed for the borders on the second day of their marriage and never returned to the capital. Shen Luren was utterly disillusioned with her life and could no longer love another. Years later, she received news of Wei Qingjue's death in battle. Before his demise, he sent a silk pouch to the Zhongyong Marquis' residence, containing a lock of his hair. Shen Luren, overwhelmed by grief, fell gravely ill. That incident had similarly taken a heavy toll on Shen Chunran, and the instigator was none other than Jiang Lian, who now complained, sister-in-law bullies me. It is simply unfair for a mere illegitimate daughter like her to compare with me. Jiang Yun's expression shifted slightly, though this was the truth. No one had ever voiced it aloud before. Enough. Must we quarrel so early in the morning? Lian, as the legitimate eldest daughter, you have lost all decorum. If you marry in the future, you cannot behave in such a reckless manner, grandmother Jiang admonished. Jiang Lian, irked, turned her head away, declaring, I would never marry that useless man. Who would I even marry? Shen Chunran smiled sweetly. But her heart was growing cold as she knew the name Jiang Lian had blurted out was Wei Qingjue. Oh, could it be that Lian has a crush? Speak up. Your sister-in-law will support you in this matter, which is far more significant than a pearl necklace. The colder Shen Chunran's heart became, the more radiant her smile appeared. Jiang Lian genuinely believed Shen Chunran would assist her, yet she dared not admit it. There's nothing. I was just talking nonsense. I simply dislike Zhang Sheng. He is spineless and unattractive, lacking any masculinity. You do not understand. Zhang Sheng excels in his studies. Though he may not be flourishing now, he will undoubtedly have a bright future, Wang frowned, trying to persuade her. The late Marquis had been quite perceptive. He had predicted that Zhang Sheng would achieve greatness. Yet, Jiang Lian was obstinate. Shen Chunran's brow furrowed as she recalled Zhang Sheng. Once a fallen noble, he had indeed triumphed academically. In her past life, just before her demise, it was said that Zhang Sheng was merely in his 30s, merely a step away from the cabinet. Such a man had been overlooked by the Jiang family, while Jiang Lian scorned him, resulting in her own fate of living as a widow. Now, Zhang Sheng, from a humble background, had benefited from the loyal and brave Marquis's kindness and was currently in a position of gratitude. Shen Chunran flicked her sleeve and finished her soup. It was time to bid farewell. Sister-in-law, please don't leave just yet. Jiang Lian, in a hurry, seemed to have more to say, disregarding the pearl necklace, hesitantly inquired, "Isn't the hairpin gathering in the capital approaching?" Shen Chunran hesitated. "I believe so. Why do you ask? Has sister-in-law received an invitation?" Jiang Lian asked cautiously. Shen Chunran feigned understanding. "If I wish to attend, I can certainly obtain one." "Why, does Lian desire to join the festivities?" The hairpin gathering was a tea event hosted by Princess Gaoyang, typically attended by the esteemed ladies of the capital, with invitations issued solely to women. Unmarried noble ladies usually accompanied their legitimate mothers. However, it was clear that the loyal and brave Marquis's family had risen too late. Mother Wang was not a noble lady, and thus had no access to such gatherings. Therefore, if Jiang Lian wished to participate, she would have to curry favor with Shen Chunran. Such a lively event. "Of course, I want to go and broaden my horizons," Jiang Lian replied as a matter of course. Shen Chunran nodded. "If you wish to go, then go. Let Jiang Yin accompany you as well for the excitement."
Can I really?
Jiang Yin said in astonishment. Such good fortune usually eluded her. If we can all go, experiencing something new is never a bad thing. Grandmother Jiang has always yearned for noble status, so naturally, she would not let her daughters miss this opportunity. The Zhanhua gathering is not unlike other banquets, as the invited dignitaries hold considerable influence. If Sister Lian and Sister Yun are to attend, they must exercise utmost caution, speaking and acting with great discretion. Should they inadvertently offend a noble, it would indeed be quite troublesome. In previous years, those who failed to observe the rules faced severe consequences, such as being dragged out for punishment, Shen Chunran cautioned. Jiang Lian still wished to go. However, Zhang Yun quickly interjected, stating, "My understanding of etiquette is lacking, so I shall not attend. Sister-in-law may take elder sister instead." Shen Chunran regarded Zhang Yun with approval, recognizing that self-awareness is indeed a virtue. Furthermore, it was certain that something noteworthy would transpire at this gathering. Zhang Yun's absence would spare her from any ensuing turmoil. Earlier, Shen Chunran had mentioned bringing Zhang Yun along merely as a test. Upon hearing Zhang Yun would not attend, Zhang Lian's face brightened. She was aware that Shen Luoran would certainly be present, and with her, Wei Qingjue would inevitably follow. She yearned to catch a glimpse of Wei Qingjue. "Very well. Prepare a splendid outfit for the occasion," Shen Chunran remarked with a smile before stepping out. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Jiang Ye, deep in thought, recalling the events of the previous Zhanhua gathering, where Murong Yuan had also attended and gained much from it. At Quizhuxuan, Shen Chunran awaited news from Murong Yuan, eager to learn when she might discreetly inquire and ensure her inclusion. Just then, Yueya stormed back, fuming, and inquired, "Who in this mansion dares to provoke the eldest young lady?" Yueya, still irate, replied, "It is your own oblivious eldest young lady. You won't believe what I saw." "What?" Yueya continued, "Remember the exquisite pearl necklace you gifted Jiang Yun?" Before she even had the chance to wear it, Jiang Lian snatched it away, utterly shameless. Shen Chunran paused, letting out a sigh. Indeed, Jiang Lian was devoid of shame. And then, Yueya, now calmed, recounted how she had thrown a stone at Jiang Lian, striking her on the head and causing a sizable bump, much to her amusement. She cried out in pain, forgetting all about the necklace she failed to seize. Hearing this, Shen Chunran felt somewhat relieved and instructed Hongxiu to accompany her as they exited. Jiang Yun's courtyard was exceedingly secluded, had it not been slightly larger than the servants' quarters. One might have mistaken it for the steward's abode. Upon entering, Shen Chunran found Jiang Ye weeping quietly in a corner. "Sister Yun," she called. "Ah, sister-in-law, I am fine." Jiang Ye hastily stood, looking nervously at Shen Chunran. Yet, Shen Chunran was not deceived and directly asked, "Has Lian's sister been bullying you?"
No.
"She is not," Jiang Ye replied cautiously. "Hasn't it always been this way?" "That may be, but she has even taken the gift I bestowed upon you. Is that not a blatant disregard for my feelings?" Shen Chunran feigned anger. "Sister-in-law, please do not be upset. The necklace remains intact. It is far too precious. And I fear I do not deserve it. Please take it back," Jiang Ye stammered. She thought that returning it to Shen Chunran was better than allowing Jiang Lian to seize it. She had anticipated Shen Chunran would refuse, as a lady of her stature would likely disdain reclaiming a gift. To her surprise, Shen Chunran nodded. "Very well, I shall take back the necklace. And when it is time for Sister Yun's marriage, I will provide you with adornments." Her words were sincere, yet Jiang Ye felt a profound sense of unworthiness, believing she did not deserve such kindness, even from her normally resolute sister-in-law. As for the adornments, it felt merely like a consolation. However, I, Shen Chunran, am known for my unwavering principles. What I promise, I shall deliver, albeit in silver. Upon hearing this, Hongxiu promptly produced a box filled with silver coins, far more practical than pearls. Each month, Jiang Ye received a meager 5 taels, just one more than the head maid, while Jiang Lian enjoyed 10, supplemented by the Wang family's generous contributions. Yet, what Shen Chunran offered her now amounted to 3 years' worth of monthly allowances. "Sister-in-law?" Jiang Ye gazed up in disbelief. For since her mother's passing, this was the first time she felt warmth in the world. "From your elder sister-in-law," Shen Chunran instructed. "Quickly put it away, lest anyone see it or attempt to take it."
This is given to you not as a gift.
"Not a gift? Does sister-in-law have some request?" Jiang Ye was taken aback. "No request," Shen Chunran shook her head. "I will not use money to coerce you into compromising your integrity. My only aim is this: you are more intelligent than Jiang Lian, more beautiful, and possess greater self-awareness. However, you have endured too much suppression over the years. I wish to elevate your position. Should you find a favorable marriage and ascend in life, do not forget the bond we share today." Shen Chunran added with a hint of jest. Jiang Ye, though only partially comprehending, recognized the reality of the silver and the truth in Shen Chunran's words, and she wished to believe. "As long as sister-in-law supports me, I will strive earnestly, although I do not dare to aspire for much in the future. Should sister-in-law ever require my assistance, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly." Shen Chunran nodded. "In due time, I shall arrange for a female tutor to be placed in your courtyard, to teach you reading, writing, and needlework. Do not take it too seriously. Focus on practicing your calligraphy, especially the Zhonghua style. If you can master it to perfection, your fortunes will surely improve." After all, it was rumored that Zhongsheng favored well-educated women, particularly those who could write beautifully in the Zhonghua script. "Fortune? Will I truly have fortune?" Jiang Ye lifted her head, her heart swelling with fervor. She sensed that her opportunity was at hand. With diligence, fortune would indeed favor her. Fortune is reserved for those who are prepared. With that, Shen Chunran took her leave, casting a glance at Jiang Lian, who was still wailing and cursing her fate. "How could a stone fall from the sky and strike me? If I find the culprit, I shall not spare them." Jiang Lian lamented. "Oh, my ancestors, please grant me some peace. If it had been just a fraction more to the side, my face would be ruined. How could I show my face to anyone?" Wang Shi scolded. Jiang Lian, now in a panic, whimpered. "What should I do? I need to find a doctor." "No, a doctor won't do. I require sister-in-law's token to summon a court physician." "External injuries do not necessitate a physician," Shen Chunran interjected as she entered, showing no leniency toward Jiang Lian. "I have heard that you were struck while attempting to snatch a necklace from Sister Yin."
I was not.
Jiang Lian retorted angrily. "Still in denial, are we? But I must admit, dear sister-in-law, I find your stubbornness rather endearing." "Enough, enough, it is merely a trivial matter. Sister Yun is equally distressed. She has returned the necklace to me, and I have only myself to blame. In the future, refrain from throwing tantrums." Upon hearing that the necklace had been returned, Jiang Lian dared not demand it from Shen Chunran, her anger only mounting. My lady, Miss Murong has arrived, a voice called from behind. Turning around, Shen Chunran indeed saw Murong Yuan entering. I heard the eldest young lady has been injured. I brought a medicinal ointment. Perhaps it might be of use? It is nothing serious, merely a minor injury. You need not trouble yourself, dear Yuaner, Shen Chunran replied. What minor injury? I am grievously hurt. Bring forth that ointment. Zhang Lian exclaimed, with urgency. I used it myself when I was injured and it worked wonders. I concocted it myself. It has no official name, Murong Yuan explained. You can concoct medicaments, Yuaner? Wang Shi asked, astonished. In traveling the world, one acquires some medical knowledge, but my skills are no match for the ladies. You can create exquisite products like the Yuyan ointment. Crafting medicinal salves should be a trivial task for you, Murong Yuan replied. Still recalling the Yuyan ointment Shen Chunran had gifted during Shen Li's birthday celebration. At this moment, she aimed to sow discord between Zhang Lian and Shen Chunran while also gauging Shen Chunran's capabilities. If she truly regarded her as a benefactor, perhaps she would also provide her with a share. Yuyan ointment? Is it true that it can make a woman's skin as fair as snow? Taking off at least a decade? Zhang Lian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, then turned to Shen Chunran, sister-in-law. Can you truly concoct it? Shen Chunran cast a glance at Murong Yuan, already discerning her intentions, and nodded. Indeed, it is true. I initially had no intention of making it, but my dear sister persistently pleaded with me. It was only on her birthday that I made an exception, and I did not expect that it would catch the eye of Sister Yuan. This exquisite item, I too wish to have, sister-in-law. Zhang Lian immediately whined, completely forgetting her previous discontent with Shen Chunran. However, Shen Chunran had not forgotten. She clapped her hands and said, I only concocted a single box. And once it is gone, it is gone.
What? Gone?
Then make another box. Such a splendid item should be made in larger quantities. Even if sold, it would be worth a fortune. Zhang Lian exclaimed, her mind filled with confusion. Moreover, such a treasure you would gift solely to your maternal sister, while neglecting me. Am I not your sister? Zhang Lian felt utterly heartbroken. If Shen Chunran could, she would have rolled her eyes to the heavens. With an incredulous look, she regarded Zhang Lian and remarked, since everyone acknowledges it as a treasure, one must understand it is not easily obtained. Not to mention the precious herbs used. The failure rate is also quite high. Countless good items were sacrificed to yield just one box. It took me over half a year to finally succeed. It cannot be bought with mere gold and silver. Wang Shi was taken aback. So precious. Zhang Lian scoffed. So you are using the treasures of our loyal and brave Marquis estate to gift your own sister? I, who am completely legitimate, am left with nothing. Anticipating Zhang Lian's reaction, Shen Chunran remained unfazed and explained, the herbs required for the jade facial ointment are far too rare. They were all sourced from the Duke of An's estate. The most crucial ingredients were even procured from the palace. The storeroom of the loyal and brave Marquis estate is filled with external injury medicines, none of which are suitable for this purpose. Rest assured, Sister Lian, if you doubt me, I can show you the list of herbs. Zhang Lian had not expected this outcome, gritting her teeth in frustration, yet feeling a strong desire for a box of jade facial ointment. Her elder brother was right. Shen Chunran was indeed insufferable. Sister Lian, do not speak frivolously. Your sister-in-law has always been prudent in her management. If you continue to speak out of turn, I shall report you to your grandmother and have you punished. Wang Shi declared angrily. However, this was also meant for Shen Chunran's ears. In truth, even if the rare herbs could be gathered, few in this world possess the skill to concoct such a complex jade facial ointment with remarkable effects. Surely the lady must possess medical knowledge? Murong Yuan inquired, increasingly astonished. Yet, she noticed Wang Shi's eyes flicker slightly. Curious, Murong Yuan heard Shen Chunran say, what medical knowledge? I merely read some idle books out of boredom. How could I compare to Sister Yuan, who has traveled the world and possesses vast knowledge? Upon hearing this, Murong Yuan felt a slight sense of relief, thinking it made sense. But I cannot guarantee I can concoct such a splendid item. I do not even know the formula, she said, disappointment evident in her voice. If only I knew the formula and could concoct it, I would no longer worry about my future in this capital. Shen Chunran smiled knowingly. The formula for the jade facial cream is a royal secret. Its casual disclosure would be deemed highly disrespectful. Moreover, the precious herbs are exceedingly difficult to gather and not suitable for general use. However, I do possess another formula called pearl cream. Although it does not match the extraordinary effects of the jade facial ointment, it is particularly effective against mosquito bites. A small application can soothe any redness or swelling, making it quite practical. That sounds wonderful. Murong Yuan's eyes lit up. Would the lady be so kind as to copy the formula for me? I could pass the time experimenting with it. Of course, Shen Chunran replied generously, then picked up a brush and ink from the table, promptly transcribing the formula for Murong Yuan. Upon glancing at it, Murong Yuan felt as if she had discovered a treasure. She had not anticipated that Shen Chunran would so readily share such a valuable item, but then again, she remembered that she was indeed her savior. Little did Shen Chunran realize, it was the perfect moment to utilize this foolish woman. Murong Yuan triumphantly thought as she took the prescription and left. Completely oblivious to Shen Chunran's final admonition, do not use it casually on outsiders. Could it be that Sister Yuan is truly a benefactor? Surely, my mother-in-law would not blame me? After Murong Yuan departed, Shen Chunran cast a peculiar glance at Wang Shi. Wang Shi was taken aback, forcing a smile.
How could that be?
Chunran, you possess remarkable abilities. It is indeed we who have hindered you. Bestowing your favors upon family is only right. Indeed, family? Shen Chunran replied with a knowing smile. In truth, she possessed not only medical knowledge, but a profound expertise, taught by a mysterious female mentor from years past. She had mastered a set of exquisite golden needle acupuncture techniques. Her mentor had left her with numerous precious prescriptions and elixirs, which others found difficult to comprehend. Yet she could recall nearly all of it from childhood. Her mentor had declared her to be a rare talent destined to be her disciple. However, the sole stipulation of never marrying had obstructed her path. Ultimately, she could not defy the stringent societal norms of her time. Unwilling to bring shame upon her family by acting against her parents' wishes, especially as she had someone in mind to marry. Though her mentor later administered a pill to sever their hasty bond, she permitted her to use her medical skills to save others, hoping her talents would benefit her. In those years, Shen Chunran diligently studied, earning a reputation for her medical prowess throughout the capital, until she married into the loyal and brave Marquis estate, and her mother-in-law, Wang Shi, recognized that her medical skills had allowed her to forge many connections. She repeatedly advised her to remain within the household and be compliant. After listening to her several times, Shen Chunran merely adjusted her behavior slightly. Ultimately, Wang Shi could no longer bear it and directly pleaded with her, tears in her eyes. Please do not use your medical skills anymore. A woman should manage the household and serve her in-laws. Do you not realize that if you continue down this path, the rumors outside will consume you? In the end, it will not only implicate your maternal family, but also our loyal and brave Marquis estate. I implore you. Shen Chunran had not anticipated such an impassioned plea from Wang Shi. Coupled with Jiang Ye's departure from home, she gradually fell into a passive despair regarding her marriage, further compounded by other setbacks, leading her to retract her ambitions entirely. She acquiesced to Wang Shi's request, promising not to use her medical skills lightly in the future. She would abide by her role within the household, diligently manage it, support her family, and await her husband's return from the frontier. Chapter 32. An old friend to live a good life, honor her in-laws, bear children, and become a woman of virtue praised throughout the capital. Adding luster to her maternal family, the Anguo estate. For her husband's loyal and brave Marquis estate, to proliferate and become a prominent figure in the noble women's circle. A paragon of virtue in the eyes of the younger generation. She would treat her husband's concubine and their illegitimate children as her own, never daring to show them any neglect. Ultimately, she became the least authentic version of herself, the most tragic version of herself.
Even more terrifying.
Shen Chunran had truly lived this way in her past life, and she was acutely aware of how it ended. So was she wrong? Indeed, she was wrong. But the world was even more grotesquely erroneous. It was madness. In this new life, she would not succumb to insanity. She would watch those who conspired against her descend into madness one by one. The princess's flower gathering would take place in 6 days. During these 6 days, the Marquis estate was bustling with activity. Yuan Gur was preoccupied with his school matters. Perhaps the previous incident had instilled a sense of caution in him, as he had been well-behaved for several consecutive days, diligently studying. According to the servants accompanying him, he had even received rare praise from Mr. Mo. Hearing this, the old matriarch Jiang was overjoyed, chanting prayers and revering the saints, finding Shen Chunran increasingly agreeable. In truth, Her grandson's success at the Fugua Duke's estate was due to a fortunate encounter. What fortunate encounter? The old matriarch Jiang asked with a smile.
Yuan Ye, shrouded in mystery.
Fell silent and evasively replied, I will tell great-grandmother in a few days. Very well, the old matriarch Jiang said, her face full of affection. While Shen Chunran merely smiled in silence. Jiang Ye appeared perpetually somber, as if burdened by some unspoken discontent. Shen Chunran refrained from inquiring, suspecting it was merely the matter of his reassignment to the capital. Though Jiang Lian had sustained an injury to her head, it did not prevent her from engaging in various activities, preparing garments and accessories, and obsessively adorning herself. Those in the know understood she was attending the princess's flower-pinning event, while others might mistake it for a matchmaking banquet. Jiang Yun had adopted a more reserved demeanor, seldom leaving his chambers except for necessary greetings, dedicating himself to studying and writing late into the night. Similarly, Murong Yuan spent her days in solitude, diligently preparing the prescriptions provided by Shen Chunran. Meanwhile, Lord Jiang Qinian occasionally ventured out to visit friends, seemingly enjoying himself. Shen Chunran managed the household's affairs, and everything appeared to be progressing favorably, though only she, with her calculating abacus, comprehended the underlying currents. All this tranquility, however, was merely the calm before the impending storm, so they might as well revel in the moment. In the blink of an eye, the day of the flower-pinning event arrived. Murong Yuan unexpectedly emerged, expressing her desire to partake in the festivities. Naturally, Shen Chunran, grateful for her life-saving assistance, readily consented with a smile. They set off together, accompanied by Jiang Lian, towards the princess's gathering. Is the event held at the princess's residence? Murong Yuan inquired. Shen Chunran shook her head, explaining that while it had traditionally taken place at the princess's palace, this year it was set on the central island of the capital, a royal venue typically inaccessible to nobility unless the princess sanctioned it. The island, though small, hosted a summer palace, making it an ideal retreat during the hot season. Murong Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. We must be fortunate to be graced by the princess's presence. Indeed, this year's event will undoubtedly attract a great crowd. Sister Yuan, Sister Lian, I must remind you both to tread carefully and speak with discretion, Shen Chunran cautioned earnestly. Sister-in-law, you've repeated this so many times. My ears are growing calloused. Jiang Lian retorted impatiently. Her injury was no longer visible, yet she adorned herself with a garish jeweled headpiece, which jingled and clattered, making her appear rather flamboyant.
Today,
she wore a bright canary yellow dress, and Shen Chunran hesitated to comment, thinking she resembled a vividly colored rooster. After days of selecting jewelry and crafting numerous outfits, had she truly settled on this one? Replacing it now seemed impractical, and Shen Chunran could only rub her temples in exasperation, hoping that at the flower-pinning event, everyone would be adorned in similarly extravagant attire, thus rendering her somewhat less conspicuous. On this day, Murong Yuan had chosen wisely, donning a subtle pale pink gown. While not as striking as red, it possessed a quiet elegance that made it akin to a maid's attire. Aware she had been discovered, Murong Yuan smiled. Last time, I caused a commotion for the lady, so this time, I shall simply claim to be a first-class maid, merely here to observe and enjoy the spectacle. Shen Chunran nodded. As long as you are comfortable. I know you wish to navigate these waters discreetly. Let us see what you can glean, she teased. The three, each with their own thoughts, quickly arrived at the flower-pinning event, and as they approached the island by boat, they unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. Chunran, is it truly you? A gentle voice called out. Shen Chunran turned to see a young woman, instantly recognizing her former close friend, Gu Shi. Sister Shi, it has been quite some time since we last met. Shen Chunran hurried to greet her. Gu Shi approached. Indeed, during our girlhood, we would gather several times a year. But since our marriages, it has become increasingly rare. My mother-in-law does not favor my outings. I understand, Shen Chunran replied with a slight smile. Gu Shi hailed from a scholarly family, though their fortunes had waned, leaving her without influential connections in the capital, save for a younger brother studying diligently. Thus, while her marriage was not to a prominent family, it was fulfilling. At least her husband cherished her, and they had 2 children together, something Shen Chunran envied. Who might this be? Ah, it is indeed my dear Chunran. Came another voice, sharp and condescending, belonging to Zhao Mingyue, another acquaintance from Shen Chunran's past. Zhao Mingyue, Proud and haughty, was the granddaughter of a court compiler, and her father held a position at the Bailu Academy, thus justifying her arrogance. Shen Chunran, who had once shared a similarly proud disposition, had clashed with Zhao Mingyue on multiple occasions. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Zhao Mingyue had married into one of the most prestigious families, becoming a legitimate daughter within the duke's household. Long time no see, Mingyue. You seem to be in better spirits, Shen Chunran greeted with a smile, though Zhao Mingyue's demeanor remained aloof. What are you smiling at? Do you presume our relationship is amicable? Let us not forget how you struck me during that birthday celebration. I have yet to repay that slap, Zhao Mingyue retorted angrily. Shen Chunran chuckled. If you wish to return the favor, the opportunity is yours. Strike me now while no one is watching. Zhao Mingyue scoffed. And then you would go about with a red face, spreading slander about me? Do not think I am unaware of your cunning ways. Chapter 33. The unwitting fool, alas. She truly was not. Zhao Mingyue seemed uninterested in engaging further, visibly disdainful of them, particularly of Gu Shi, as she led her entourage of servants onto the boat, leaving Shen Chunran and Gu Shi to await the next vessel. Sister Mingyue has not changed a bit, Shen Chunran remarked playfully. Gu Shi advised. Do not hold a grudge against her. She has always been this way. Had she not mentioned it today, I might have forgotten your once tempestuous nature. Shen Chunran laughed. Those times are past. Let us not dwell on them. In truth, Zhao Mingyue had not fared well over the years, as Gu Shi noted with a sigh. Oh. Shen Chunran feigned curiosity. Gu Shi whispered, she has been married for 4 years yet remains childless, while the concubines are bearing children left and right. It weighs heavily on her heart. Shen Chunran gasped. The duke's household was known for its strict family customs, and any child born to a concubine was a scandal if the legitimate wife remained barren. Surely this could not be a case of favoritism towards a concubine over the wife. Gu Shi cautiously nodded. Her health is the issue. She has sought countless physicians, yet none have proven effective. As they spoke, Gu Shi recalled that Shen Chunran had also been adopted into a branch of the family. The three of them, now well into adulthood, still reminisced about their youthful quarrels, finding a certain warmth in their shared history. Shen Chunran's lineage was respectable. Her fall to the dilapidated duke's household was no mere coincidence. The previous duke had indeed been indebted to the Ingui duke's family, and there were deeper, veiled struggles for power at play. Such a perfect woman as Shen Chunran had found herself entangled in this web, and while peace was often considered a blessing, little did she know. I understand, Shen Chunran nodded, having long since shed her childhood ire towards Zhao Mingyue. As Gu Shi observed, despite their earlier altercations, their reunion was tinged with familiarity. Sister-in-law, what are you two whispering about? Jiang Ye interjected, feeling overlooked and displeased. Nothing of consequence, Shen Chunran replied, resuming her customary smile and introducing Gu Shi. Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan, upon hearing Gu Shi's name, exhibited a palpable lack of interest. Before long, the group had boarded the boat, and as they approached the island, the atmosphere at the summer palace was already vibrant and bustling, with the matron from the Ingui duke's household waiting eagerly for their arrival. Miss, I have been waiting for you. Madam and the second miss are at Linxiang Pavilion, enjoying the throwing of arrows. If you have no other matters to attend to, why not join us? Shen Chunran invited. Gu Shi, though naturally reserved, felt compelled to engage in such social gatherings for the sake of her family. Being in Shen Chunran's company, she was more than willing. The group proceeded together to Linxiang Pavilion. Will we not leave once we arrive at Linxiang Pavilion? Jiang Ye inquired. Shen Chunran nodded, saying, it is quite noisy outside. What purpose would it serve to venture out? The sun is blazing, whereas Linxiang Pavilion offers coolness with ice blocks and the entertainment of arrow-throwing competitions. Is that not splendid? Indeed, it is not, Jiang Ye retorted, for I came here for the flower gathering, not to hide away. I shall wander about if you please. If you are concerned, simply send someone trustworthy to accompany us. Jiang Ye said sweetly. Murong Yuan, with her own clever thoughts, chimed in, I shall accompany Miss Lian. Nothing untoward will happen, and we can explore together. Shen Chunran secretly hoped these two would find trouble, thus granting her permission. Your sister-in-law. Gu Shi shook her head. Does she resemble a grand rooster? Shen Chunran queried. Gu Shi suppressed a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Shen Chunran's bluntness.
Yeah.
Yes, here I am. You are swift of foot. Go follow Lian and Yuan. I cannot help but worry for their safety. Just accompany them without disturbing their enjoyment, Shen Chunran instructed. Yue pouted. But my duty is to protect you. I don't require protection. At this flower gathering, surrounded by ladies, what danger could there be? Besides, if I were in peril. With your skills, you would arrive in an instant, Shen Chunran praised. Yue beamed with pride. That is assured.
I shall go.
With that, she dashed away. Is your maid not a bit foolish? Gu, she remarked. You said it yourself, she replied, stifling a smile. Shen Chunran, in unusually high spirits, arrived at Linxiang Pavilion only to find that Xinluren had already vanished. As for her whereabouts, Shen Chunran had an inkling. Although it was advertised as Princess Gaoyang's flower gathering, it was essentially a grand social event for noblewomen. During the event's midpoint, the princess would make her appearance, and only those of significant status would be able to gather near her. The Zhongyong Marquis household could only secure a mid-tier seat, while the Zhongyong Marquis family would be fortunate to sit at the tail end. By the way, is Miss Min attending today? Shen Chunran inquired during their conversation. Lin raised an eyebrow. What brings Miss Min to your mind? You are not acquainted, are you? Shen Chunran shook her head. Not acquainted. But I thought of today being Princess Gaoyang's flower gathering, and since Miss Min is the princess's beloved daughter, she would surely attend. If I recall correctly, she did not come last year. Indeed, she did not come last year. Your memory serves you well, Lin acknowledged. It is not so. I simply sought confirmation. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan were dazzled by the sights, unsure of where to go. Yet, they quickly split up, which caused a dilemma for the concealed Yue, who lamented. Whom should I follow? This is too difficult. Jiang Ye undoubtedly made her way towards the gentleman section, hoping to encounter Wei Qingjue. In her mind, she envisioned the astonished look on his face upon seeing her, after all the effort she had put into her appearance. Jiang Ye felt justified that her recent trials were worthwhile, for she must find a way to win over such a fine gentleman, rejecting any thought of marrying the useless Zhang Sheng. As she pondered, Jiang Lian spotted Wei Qingjue, but he was not alone. Beside him stood his fiancée, Xinluren. One was handsome and charming, while the other, draped in simple attire, resembled a precious jade, both of whom were objects of envy among many in the male section. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were a perfect match. Jiang Lian halted, feeling a surge of jealousy and anger, her mind racing with thoughts of how she could surpass Xinluren, who, like her sister, possessed such beauty. Hey, who is that flamboyant rooster? Chapter 34, The Colorful Rooster. Don't stand there. Be careful. Jiang Lian was oblivious to the sudden shouts around her until she noticed something flying towards her. Watch out. In the next moment, Jiang Lian was startled as an arrow zipped past her feet. Had she stepped forward even a fraction, it would have struck her leg. But that was not the end. Another arrow swiftly followed, grazing her hair and leaving it in disarray.
Ah!
Jiang Lian could no longer contain her fear and crouched down, realizing someone was attempting to harm her.
Hey, who is that?
This is an archery range. Are they mad? Which family-esque colorful rooster is this? Flailing about like a headless fly? Many did not recognize Jiang Lian, and her attire did not reflect that of a noble lady, leading to jeers and insults. Some, with less restraint, drew back their bows, threatening, if you don't leave, you'll ruin our fun and be shot. Though Jiang Lian discerned they were likely trying to frighten her, she was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Isn't that Zhang's younger sister? Someone remarked. Spotting her and recognizing her, Xinluren's expression shifted with concern. If anything were to happen to the Zhongyong Marquis' sister-in-law, it would surely bring trouble upon her own sister. Seeing Jiang Lian frozen in fear, Xinluren resolved to pull her away, understanding the dangers posed by the rowdy young men present. I'll go. It's too dangerous. Wei Qingjue could not allow his beloved to be in peril and rushed over. As Jiang Lian trembled, feeling utterly helpless, she saw Wei Qingjue approaching her quickly. In that moment, under the sunlight, she felt as if she were in a dream. Wei Qingjue was extraordinarily handsome, possessing a blend of scholarly and martial prowess, radiating an indescribable charm. He embodied the essence of a refined scholar-warrior, a figure she had only read about in poetry. Jiang Lian, overwhelmed by her feelings, could not help but fall for him at that moment. Are you here to save me? She asked. Hurry, we must leave. This is not a safe place. Wei Qingjue urged, frowning at the way she looked at him, feeling a sense of distaste. I'll leave now. I'll say it again if you don't go. I won't be responsible for you. he insisted, unwilling to be entangled with a woman. Let me handle this, Shen Chunran interjected, recognizing Wei Qingjue's dilemma. She quickly grasped Jiang Lian's hand and led her away to safety before releasing her grip. What are you doing? Jiang Lian was ungrateful, believing Shen Chunran had thwarted her chances with Wei Qingjue. Shen Chunran, when pushed away, found it amusing and turned back to say, What do you mean? I was saving you. Do you realize where you were standing? It was the archery range. Fortunately, the first round had ended. Had you arrived at an inopportune moment, you would have been shot to bits. Truly, good intentions are often mistaken. However, Jiang Lian absorbed none of this, her focus solely on seeking out Wei Qingjue, asking, Where is Wei Qingjue? Why did he not follow? I wanted to thank him. Shen Chunran replied, Qingjue has his own matters to attend to. Now that you are safe, you should return. And why did you wander into the gentleman's area? Now calm. Jiang Lian glanced at Shen Chunran and retorted, Why did I venture into the gentleman's section? Why don't you ask yourself why you came here? Shen Chunran furrowed her brows, feeling that communication with this individual was futile. My fiancé just competed in an archery contest, and I came to offer my support. May I inquire, Miss Jiang, does your fiancé also partake in equestrian skills? I have heard from my elder sister that your fiancé is a scholar, and scholars should be over there. Oh, perhaps I am mistaken. I have also heard that he is of humble origins, and thus should not be attending the Zhonghua gathering. Jiang Lian's face flushed with anger. Further solidifying her resolve to break off the engagement, she refused to be looked down upon. Miss Jiang, I only intervened out of regard for my sister. You should return quickly and avoid further trouble. With that, Shen Chunran departed, dispatching someone to inform Shen Chunran to keep an eye on her family's flower rooster. Wei Qingjue waited nearby, choosing not to engage with Jiang Lian. Is everything settled? Upon seeing Shen Chunran approach, a charming smile illuminated his handsome face. It is done. I shall not concern myself with any ensuing troubles. Shen Chunran initially contemplated expressing her thoughts, but decided against it, opting for restraint, and walked away with Wei Qingjue instead. Many were aware that they were betrothed, with their wedding date seemingly agreed upon. Ah, Qingjue, why do you appear flushed? It's merely the sun's intensity, he replied, unwilling to disclose to Shen Chunran that walking alongside her, exchanging laughter and conversation, was a scene he had long envisioned. Despite being engaged, they spent little time together, as Wei Qingjue was determined to achieve great accomplishments and never disappoint Chunran. At Linxianga, Hong Xiu hurried over, whispering in Shen Chunran's ear to relay the situation. She expected Shen Chunran to immediately rise and summon someone to bring Jiang Lian back. To her surprise, Shen Chunran remained unfazed, as if she had not heard. I understand. There is no need to concern ourselves. Indeed, the lady had changed. Shen Chunran continued to observe the festivities outside, engaging in light conversation with those present. Time passed, and Hong Xiu rushed in again, this time foregoing whispers altogether, exclaiming, Madam, trouble. The eldest young lady has caused a scene among the male guests. The room fell silent in surprise. Shen Chunran lazily inquired, Lian, what kind of trouble has she caused? Hong Xiu shook her head, saying, I am unsure. But the messenger indicated that she may have disrupted an important chess match, spoiling the enjoyment of the esteemed guests. Which esteemed guests? Shen Chunran finally began to pay attention. Hong Xiu pressed her lips together before responding, the Crown Prince and Prince Jin. Oh, dear. Shen Chunran truly admired Jiang Lian, who upon arriving at the Zhonghua gathering, managed to offend the two most formidable individuals, the Crown Prince and Prince Jin, who were embroiled in a fierce rivalry for succession in a past life. The Zhongyong Marquis had originally been a neutral family, but as the conflict escalated, neutrality became untenable, ultimately aligning with the Crown Prince's faction. In the end, it was Prince Jin who ascended to the throne. By then, Jiang Ye had long been covertly assisting Prince Jin, leading to the rise of the loyal and courageous Marquis. The first act of the newly empowered loyal and courageous Marquis was to suppress the Zhongyong Marquis, truly securing a fine son-in-law. Shen Chunran had married into the inconspicuous loyal and courageous Marquis to avoid the succession struggle, but little did she know that evasion was impossible. Now, faced with a similar situation, she thought that since there was no escape, she might as well confront it head-on. What? Miss Jiang has offended the Crown Prince and Prince Jin? A member of the Zhongyong Marquis, Lin Shi, was equally startled and quickly inquired. Shen Chunran rose to reassure her mother, there is no need for concern. It is nothing serious. Lian is just a young girl, How could she offend anyone significantly? I will go and have a look, it will be fine. At worst, Lian may lose her life, but our family has some standing. Surely it cannot be that dire. With no burden of worry, Shen Chunran strode towards the male guest seating area. Elder sister, you have finally arrived. Shen Chunran and Wei Qingjue had been waiting at the entrance, clearly anxious, fearing that the elder sister would be implicated. Pray, tell me what transpired? Shen Chunran asked calmly. After much chatter, Shen Chunran learned that Jiang Lian had disregarded her status and was wandering among the male guests, clad in an outfit resembling a flamboyant rooster. She inevitably drew laughter from some. Jiang Lian was not one to suffer indignities. She could hardly contain herself and had engaged in a quarrel. Unable to win the argument, she inadvertently knocked over a chessboard, initially believing it to be an abandoned game. She was horrified to discover it was an ongoing match between the Crown Prince and Prince Chen. Crystalline chess pieces scattered everywhere just as the Crown Prince and Prince Chen arrived, naturally incensed at this impudent young girl. How would the Crown Prince and Prince Chen exact their punishment? Shen Chunran was quite curious. Shen Chunran expressed displeasure. They initially intended to drag her out for punishment. But Jiang Lian boldly declared that she was under the protection of the loyal and courageous Marquis, saying you are her sister-in-law, and she is a favored niece of the imperial consort. At this, Shen Chunran's expression darkened. The Zhongyong Marquis, in an effort to avoid implicating the imperial consort, had always maintained a low profile. How dare Jiang Lian invoke the name of the imperial consort? She had crossed a line. Damn it, Shen Chunran was taken aback. How could her usually gentle elder sister utter such words? Elder sister.
Now.
The Crown Prince has stated that since she is under the protection of the imperial consort, we should await the loyal and courageous Marquis's arrival for the resolution. Wei Qingjue added. I understand, Shen Chunran said, her anger brewing as she walked closer, spotting Jiang Lian on her knees, her face a mask of despair. Sister-in-law. Jiang Lian attempted to call for Shen Chunran's help, but a fierce glare from Shen Chunran silenced her, leaving her as subdued as a defeated rooster. Your humble servant greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness Prince Chen. It is indeed my failure for not properly managing my younger sister, resulting in a disturbance for the two princes. You may punish her as you see fit. This matter is entirely the concern of the loyal and courageous Marquis.
Sister-in-law.
What do you mean punish her as you see fit? Jiang Lian still wished to plead, but the atmosphere had grown too grim, rendering her timid. Yet her resentment towards Shen Chunran deepened. Is it truly that you will accept any punishment? A mocking voice broke through, and Shen Chunran recognized it as Prince Chen.
Thank you.
Without hesitation, Shen Chunran replied, it was Jiang Lian who provoked the offense, and she must naturally face the consequences. However, today is the Zhonghua gathering, a day of celebration. It is not suitable for such harshness. I ask that your highness spare Jiang Lian's life. Were you not saying she was under the protection of the imperial consort? This matter has nothing to do with the imperial consort. The imperial consort's surname is Shen, while Jiang Lian's surname is Jiang. Such a tenuous connection should not be invoked, Shen Chunran declared with righteous indignation. Prince Chen chuckled with interest. Shen Chunran, how cunning you are. I am, after all, your little uncle. How can you be so ruthless? Is it because I spoke ill of you before that you harbor resentment? Jiang Lian, furious, exclaimed, you are noisy. Silence her. The Crown Prince, Feng Yan, coldly commanded. A nearby steward quickly stepped forward to relieve the prince's distress, raising his hand to deliver 2 resounding slaps to Jiang Lian, causing her to bleed from her mouth and tremble in terror, no longer daring to protest. Chunran, my dear. It has been many years. You have changed indeed. I still remember when you entered the palace at 12 and tore up my invitation. The Crown Prince spoke gently, a stark contrast to his earlier chilly demeanor. Yet, sensing the underlying threat, Shen Chunran remained cautious, replying, youthful ignorance, I simply failed to recognize your highness.
Indeed.
Many years have passed. You should have some understanding of my temperament by now. Just as I was enjoying a pleasant game with Prince Chen, this young girl interrupted us. If I were to have her dragged out and punished, both Prince Chen and I would find it difficult to quell our displeasure. Why not, dear Chunran, devise a method to enliven the atmosphere of today's Zhonghua gathering? I know you are the quickest thinker. On the surface, it seemed complimentary, yet it was a display of power, a test of her wit. Ah, this Madame Shen is the daughter of the Zhongyong Marquis. He is indeed a remarkable man. Prince Chun remarked with a smile. The two individuals appeared to share a mutual affinity. However, in their past lives, they were adversaries, clashing with blade and weapon, instilling fear in those caught between them. It was no trivial matter to be in such a position. At this moment, a number of noble youths, and even some ladies from the court, had gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Murong Yuan, hidden among the crowd, could hardly contain her delight upon seeing Shen Chunran being cornered by the Crown Prince and Prince Chen. "You have your day now." Shen Chunran, seemingly with no means of evasion, finally spoke. "Since His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Prince Chen are so keen, I, as a humble woman, dare to propose a challenge. This place is the observation pavilion of the Imperial Palace, but the most perplexing aspect here is not the chess game, but rather a lock."
Is it not?
The Crown Prince Feng Yan paused, exchanging glances with Prince Chen, clearly intrigued. "Indeed, I did not expect you to be familiar with this." The lock in question was a wooden puzzle left by a master many years ago, renowned for its intricacy. No one had ever managed to solve it. And even those who could not reassemble it perfectly, it was said that only the most astute minds could fathom its secrets. And only one person in the world had successfully unlocked and reassembled it. Prince Chen could not help but inquire, "Oh, who might that be?" Who else but the prodigious heir of the Rong family, Rong Heng, who is hailed as the greatest talent of our Zhou dynasty. However, it is rumored that he has been in poor health and has not ventured out for several years, yet every time he does, he leaves a remarkable impression. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Isn't this somewhat off-topic? Is Madame Shen perhaps wishing to take on the challenge of that lock? Impossible. A mere woman can handle needlework. But that exquisite lock, with its myriad transformations, would baffle even the most accomplished scholar. Indeed, what is her intention in mentioning the lock? No one believed Shen Chunran would dare to accept the challenge, as it was deemed impossible. Yet, her presence there today was to turn the improbable into reality. Society often held the view that a woman's lack of talent was a virtue, and if men could not achieve something, it was even less likely for a woman to do so. However, the arrogant literati would not acknowledge that a woman's delicate thoughts could be even more astute. Chapter 36. Trapped in the exquisite lock. I, as a humble woman, dare to challenge that exquisite lock. If I fail, I shall accept double the penalty for offending Jiang Ye. If I succeed, I hope the Crown Prince and Prince Chen will find their interest revived and grant mercy upon my insignificant life." Shen Chunran declared loudly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye fainted from anger. Murong Yuan nearly burst into laughter. It was sheer folly for a sheltered woman to challenge something even she could not conquer. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment, questioning their own ears. Is the young mistress of that marquis house mad? Madame Shen is merely eager to save her sister. The Crown Prince is compassionate and surely would not take her life. I suspect she seeks to draw attention to herself. Who would risk their sister's life for mere spectacle? Surely, she must be out of her mind. Indeed, a sister's life is still a life. Amidst the clamor, the atmosphere within the observation pavilion had become charged. While the Crown Prince and Prince Chen watched Shen Chunran's performance with keen interest. Very well, let us indulge the lady's wishes. Bring forth the exquisite lock. I have heard that the last person to solve it, the heir of the Rong family, took 2 sticks of incense to do so. Given that the lady is but a woman, I shall allow you 3, no, 5 sticks of incense. This was meant to appear generous. But for those unable to complete the task, even 10 sticks would not suffice. To everyone's surprise, Shen Chunran replied, "Thank you for your kindness. But 3 sticks of incense will suffice. Madame Shen has lost her mind. This will be entertaining to watch." Shen Chunran stood there with poise and grace, exuding an air that commanded respect. The Crown Prince Feng Yan regarded her with a serious expression, reflecting on how dramatically Shen Chunran had transformed since she was 12. Soon, an attendant respectfully presented a tray covered with a red cloth, revealing the exquisite lock, a beautifully crafted wooden piece, resembling a pagoda, with each part capable of being disassembled. While disassembling was not particularly difficult, reassembling it was another matter altogether. Shen Chunran examined the lock closely, searching for the points of disassembly and reassembly. However, having requested 3 sticks of incense, she would not take too long, and the onlookers observed with bated breath. Before long, Shen Chunran appeared to understand the mechanism and began to swiftly disassemble the lock, her movements precise and devoid of hesitation. Disassembling it is trivial. I can do that too. But reassembling it is where the challenge lies. Let us wait and see. Moments later, the exquisite lock lay completely disassembled, its parts neatly arranged on the tray, overflowing. The Crown Prince Feng Yan and Prince Chen Fengyi were intently focused on her. Yet, they were not merely observing Shen Chunran. They were captivated by her slender, jade-like hands, which moved with an almost magical finesse. Now that it is disassembled, let's reassemble it. Prince Chen raised an eyebrow, eager to see whether this woman was merely seeking attention or possessed genuine skill, hoping she would not create a spectacle of herself. Just as he thought this, Shen Chunran had already begun reassembling the exquisite lock in front of the crowd. Everyone had anticipated that the reassembly would be quite challenging. However, they were all mistaken. At this moment, Shen Chunran seemed to be under some enchantment. Almost devoid of excessive contemplation, she began to piece the lock back together, every component aligning perfectly without a single piece seeming out of place. Indeed, all present could only think this, for they knew they could not reassemble it themselves. Remarkable. Just as Shen Chunran was nearing completion, a nobleman murmured words of admiration. In their eyes, she had transcended the stereotype of a woman skilled only in embroidery and needlework. She had become a brilliant talent. Incredible. She truly reassembled it perfectly. Look, she finished in just 2.5 sticks of incense.
Indeed.
Just half a stick more than the heir of the Rong family. Little did they know that this half stick was a deliberate choice by Shen Chunran. She sought to shine without revealing her full capabilities. At this moment, the only person not taken aback was likely Shenlerin, for as Shen Chunran's younger sister, she had always known her sister's brilliance. In fact, at the age of 15, she had already unlocked the exquisite lock using the diagrams from a book. In her youthful exuberance, she had intended to challenge it at the observation pavilion during the flower pinning event, but her parents had quickly intervened, insisting that a woman's most important task was to lead a stable life, ultimately marrying and bearing children. They cautioned that pursuing fame in the bustling capital would only bring trouble. Their words rang true. Even the eldest sister had heeded their advice, and thus, no one in the capital was aware of her remarkable intellect. Had she now come to terms with her potential? As the exquisite lock was fully reassembled, the Crown Prince and Prince Chen did not hesitate to applaud, exclaiming, "Madam Shen, we view you with newfound respect." Indeed, not only the Crown Prince and Prince Chen but all the men and women present were now regarding her with admiration, and it seemed that henceforth, Shen Chunran would be recognized as a prominent figure in the capital. Too kind, it was merely a stroke of luck. What do the Crown Prince and Prince Chen think? Shen Chunran replied calmly, unaffected by the praise. The Crown Prince chuckled. Sister Chunran has solved the exquisite lock. If Prince Chen and I were to continue our bickering, we would become the laughingstock. Prince Chen nodded in agreement, though both harbored their own thoughts. Surely, they were speculating why the previously unassuming Shen Chunran had suddenly made such an impression today. Was it mere coincidence? Or had the venerable Duke of Anghua had a change of heart? Were alliances being forged? Or did the noble consort in the palace have some hidden agenda? Each scenario demanded careful consideration. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince, and His Highness the Prince of Chen. Madam, the young lady has fainted. Carry her away. Jiang Ye was taken down, dressed in her flamboyant attire, truly a sight that could embarrass one for miles. At that moment, Shen Chunran's peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure, not another but Murong Yuan. She had thought to witness Shen Chunran as spectacle, but unexpectedly, instead of seeing what she anticipated, she bore witness to a stunning moment where Shen Chunran captivated the attention of both the Crown Prince and the Prince of Chen. Envy and jealousy stirred within her, causing a slight distortion in her mindset. Why was it not she, Murong Yuan, who garnered such acclaim? Shen Chunran was merely a woman of the household, someone even Yi Lang deemed unworthy, yet she received the Crown Prince's esteem. This infuriated her. However, Murong Yuan understood that this was not the moment to confront Shen Chunran. She had yet to find an opportunity after circling around. Chapter 37. I am content. She was determined to make her mark at this flower gathering, to climb the social ladder. For she did not wish to live like Shen Chunran, an ignorant woman confined by the constraints of domesticity, blind to the world. Her husband could be unfaithful, and she remained blissfully unaware, foolish. Murong Yuan hurriedly exited the chess pavilion when she spotted a noble young lady passing by, distinguished in presence. The lady was veiled, exuding an air of superiority, but as she advanced, a corner of her veil fluttered, revealing a small patch of slightly swollen skin. Murong Yuan recognized her chance. She had diligently studied medicine over the years and possessed various remedies from the martial world. Thus, after receiving Shen Chunran's pearl cream, she had carefully examined its properties, only to discover its remarkable efficacy. Shen Chunran, lacking discernment, merely used it for insect bites, claiming it was for fun, a gross misappropriation of a precious resource. Now that such a wonderful item had come into her possession, she intended to utilize it wisely. Just as Murong Yuan was about to initiate a conversation with the noble lady, a stranger brushed past her, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her beauty. "Pardon me, which family do you hail from? I do not recall having seen you before, my lady." Murong Yuan was taken aback and promptly composed herself, realizing he was a prince. "I am honored to meet your highness, but my family is humble and not worth mentioning." She discreetly lifted her eyes to assess his appearance. He could be considered a dashing young gentleman. Though his looks were average, yet his status was commendable. A humble family must still have some reputation, does it not? "I bear no bias regarding social standing," the prince replied with a smile, his meaning clear to anyone. Murong Yuan, however, was not interested in such trivialities. She sought to cultivate connections with the influential, to expand her network. "I hail from the loyal and brave Marquis. May I ask, your highness, from which family do you come?" "The loyal and brave Marquis? Today, you have certainly made a name for yourselves," the prince remarked. His interest piqued as he regarded Murong Yuan with increasing intrigue. The more he observed her, the more he found her captivating, unlike the rigid young ladies of high birth. Especially given her relatively modest background. "I have disclosed my identity. May I inquire why your highness is hesitant to share yours?" Murong Yuan boldly challenged, her demeanor unpretentious, exuding a hint of the adventurous spirit of a woman from the streets. "Listen well, I am the Honorable Prince Chung of the Duke of Dinggua's household." "Silly girl. How many princes can be found in this capital?" "You ought to know without needing to ask," the prince declared, grinning with satisfaction as he nonchalantly opened his fan and began to depart. "Today I encountered a beauty. How delightful." Murong Yuan's thoughts were immediately consumed by the Duke of Dinggua's household. The capital boasted three prominent dukedoms: the Duke of Hugua, the Duke of Fugua, and the Duke of Dinggua. Yuan Gura was studying at the Duke of Fugua's estate, and Murong Yuan was well aware of the significance of this lineage. The Duke of Dinggua, being the most powerful among the three, held prestige as the late empress hailed from their house, though she had unfortunately passed away prematurely. In compensation, the eldest son of the Duke of Dinggua was granted the title of heir, while the second son was conferred as prince, a distinction not awarded to any other household. Murong Yuan felt as though she had latched onto a great opportunity. However, she recognized that she could not yet reach the Duke of Dinggua's household, quickly dismissing any unwarranted thoughts and refocusing on the veiled noble lady. She approached and inquired, "May I ask, to which illustrious family does the young lady belong?" "How audacious! Who are you to question our princess?" A maid scolded, inadvertently revealing the lady's identity. Murong Yuan's heart rejoiced. Indeed, this flower gathering had proven fruitful. It seemed that one could find individuals of princely or noble status even amidst the crowd. Yet, while she felt elated, Murong Yuan maintained a facade of calm. She was no naive girl, but a legendary heroine of the martial world. "It is a princess. My apologies for the intrusion. I could not help but notice a slight swelling on the princess's face as I passed by. My master is the most renowned physician in the martial world, specializing in skin ailments, and perhaps I may be able to assist the princess," Murong Yuan stated with poise. The noble lady's expression transformed into one of excitement upon hearing this. A woman's beauty was paramount, and regardless of her status, she could not resist such an enticing offer. As for Murong Yuan's capabilities, there was no room for doubt. After all, no one in the capital would dare deceive her. "First, tell me your family background. Why have I not encountered you before?" the lady inquired dismissively. Murong Yuan smiled gently and replied, "I hail from the loyal and brave Marquis." "Another from the loyal and brave Marquis? But when has that family produced a renowned physician?" "I have never heard of such." The noble lady expressed her skepticism. Murong Yuan hesitated momentarily before stating, "I am the adopted daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis." "Adopted daughter? Very well, I shall not concern myself with your origins. I am the daughter of the Grand Princess, Princess Min. Should you dare deceive me, I will not hesitate to tear you apart. Even if you claim to be the legitimate daughter," Princess Min warned as she stepped forward. Murong Yuan quickly stifled her joy, feeling a slight sweat on her back. Yet she remained confident in her ability to heal Princess Min's face. The pearl cream possessed remarkable efficacy. What if I managed to cure the princess? Ha ha ha. You possess quite the audacity. Very well. Should you succeed in remedying the rash upon my face, you may ask for anything, provided you live to enjoy it.
Ishar dome at most.
Are you jesting? At most? Nonsense. If you say nothing and we remain strangers, you have given me hope, and should you then disappoint me, it would be your fault. Enough of this. Follow me to the West Tower. Today's flower gathering was hosted by Princess Gaoyang, the beloved daughter of the Grand Princess. And naturally, Princess Min's pavilion was the finest within the palace. Murong Yuan followed closely, ascending step by step, as if the structures and crowds lay beneath her feet. Though her heart raced, she was filled with exhilaration. Lin Xiang Pavilion. After Shen Chunran returned and clarified matters with the Lin family, Zhang Lian remained unconscious in the adjoining room. Behind her, Yuya opened the door, eagerly relaying the events she had just witnessed. The Murong Yuan you dislike has gone up that tower. The Murong girl? Lady Lin. The only one in the Zhongyong Marquis privy to Murong Yuan's true identity had long suppressed her feelings, and upon hearing this, her expression darkened. Mother, do not be upset. I believe this is quite beneficial. Sister Yuan enjoys high places. She has ascended, though the fall may sting a little. Lady Lin, though unable to comprehend, recognized that her daughter had her own plans. Chunran, I often ponder, had I not interfered back then, would you be better off now? Shen Chunran shook her head. There are no ifs. I am content as I am. I can seek vengeance, and still see all of you. What could possibly surpass that? Chapter 38. The Fall from the West Tower. Hongxiu, light the incense.
Yes.
Within the fragrant hall, a thin line of incense was soon lit. Shen Chunran sat by the window, leisurely sipping tea and engaging in light conversation, while Gushi had already stepped out to meet other friends. The atmosphere in the hall was serene and tranquil. Finally, as the fifth stick of incense burned down, a loud shout pierced the calm, followed by chaos outside. With voices clamoring, some mentioning the loyal and brave Marquis' residence. Lin's complexion shifted slightly, while Shen Chunran remained composed, continuing to sip her tea and instructed, extinguish the incense. Was she still timing it? Mother, let's go take a look. With that, the mother and daughter made their way toward the commotion. Upon entering, they beheld two skilled maidservants firmly restraining Murong Yuan, who was panic-stricken, evidently aware that she was to be executed in the western building. Yet, to her surprise, she managed to escape, leading to this uproar. Princess Min, I beg you, spare me. Murong Yuan, in a state of utter despair, pleaded for mercy. She had been confident that the pearl ointment would heal Princess Min's face. Even if it did not fully restore it, it should have significantly alleviated the condition. After all, she had tested it herself multiple times over 6 days. How could it fail so spectacularly today? Not only did it fail, but the redness on Princess Min's face was visibly spreading. The princess was momentarily stunned, but once she regained her composure, she drew her sword, intent on slaying Murong Yuan. After all this time treating her face, the physician had assured her that it would be healed in a year and a half, and now here she was, ruined by a mere maidservant. Kill her. No, don't just kill her. I want her dismembered and her ashes scattered. This wretched maid. Princess Min was on the verge of madness.
Minor, what troubles you?
A commanding voice echoed as the Grand Princess Gaoyang hurriedly arrived, accompanied by a throng of noble ladies. They had apparently been touring and were taken aback by the scene before them. Murong Yuan felt faint at the sight of such a gathering. Was she destined to die today? No. She instinctively sought Shen Chunran's presence. If she could save Jiang Lian from the prince, surely she could save her too. After all, she was her savior. Madam, save me. Shen Chunran had just arrived and was about to speak when a woman in red stepped out from behind the Grand Princess. It was Princess Chongning, who angrily exclaimed, "Why is it you again? Aunt, last time at Ongwa, this ignorant country girl offended me. And now she dares to come to the flower-pinning event?" Murong Yuan's complexion turned pale. "Mother, woe is me. This witch deceived me, claiming she could heal my face. But the ointment she applied only worsened my condition. I must kill her."
What?
Grand Princess Gaoyang, the only sister of the current emperor, held a position of unparalleled authority. The notion that someone would dare to offend her was indeed rare. At this moment, however, she resembled a protective mother, saying, "Very well, I shall grant your request. But know this, No amount of punishment will restore your face. Mother, save me. Murong Yuan cried. The entire capital knew of the strange ailment afflicting the beloved daughter of the Grand Princess, Princess Min, which had caused distress for 2 years. Just as she was beginning to recover, she had suffered a relapse, all due to a maidservant's actions. Madam, save me. It was unintentional. Murong Yuan could only appeal to Shen Chunran, as all eyes turned towards her. Reluctantly, she stepped forward and bowed, saying, I pay my respects to the Grand Princess and to all esteemed ladies present. This girl is from the loyal and brave Marquis' residence. I have been negligent in my supervision, which has offended Princess Min. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Another one from the loyal and brave Marquis' residence? Grand Princess Gaoyang coldly huffed, having presumably heard about the disturbance at the Qi viewing pavilion on her way here, and initially thought it amusing. She admired Shen Chunran's talents, but found it unfortunate that she had fallen into such a dismal household. Little did she know that it would be her misfortune today. Not even the King of Heaven could save this wretched maid today. To spare her would be an act of mercy. Grand Princess, please. This girl is a wandering soul without kin. She has no family to speak of. Indeed, a country girl, who, having saved Sister Shen once, now dares to seek favors and even offends Princess Min at the flower-pinning event. She is simply courting death, Princess Chongning chastised. Murong Yuan was drenched in cold sweat from fear. Shen Chunran quickly interjected, Your Highness speaks the truth. She truly lacks gratitude. Initially, she implored me to accompany her in order to broaden her horizons. It turns out she sought to leverage my presence at this event to gain favor with a powerful, which led to her offense against Princess Min. Admittedly, I should have been more discerning, but this girl has extended me some kindness, and I cannot simply disregard her. Madam Shen, how many lives do you intend to stake? Someone scoffed. Madam Shen, with her remarkable charm, had unfortunately found herself entangled with such a disheveled household. Lin was anxiously watching from the sidelines, but Shen Chunran had previously instructed her to remain silent, no matter the circumstances, so she endured in silence. Determined, Shen Chunran declared, I understand my means are limited, yet this girl has saved my life, and I must repay that debt. Why not settle it today? I possess medical knowledge and could treat the rash on Princess Min's face. Should I succeed? Do you think you can deceive me? Princess Min retorted, furious. Calm yourself, Princess. Allow me to explain, Shen Chunran urged. I have studied under a mysterious female master and acquired formidable medical skills. I am aware of your injury, and perhaps I can help. If I fail, my entire family will bear the consequences. Everyone present can attest to my sincerity. I do not speak recklessly. As her words echoed, silence enveloped the room. Jiang Ye, who had just regained consciousness and overheard the conversation from a distance, fainted once more. If Jiang Ye was on the verge of fainting, even Murong Yuan felt lightheaded. Shen Chunran had lost her mind, wagering the entire loyal and brave Marquis' residence on this. If she failed to heal Princess Min, would Yuan Guer and Yilang perish as well? Shen Chunran, are you mad? Murong Yuan shouted. Shen Chunran lowered her gaze and addressed Murong Yuan. I am repaying a debt of gratitude. You saved my grandmother and me. I cannot ignore your plight. If you feel this is inappropriate and do not wish for me to proceed, I shall retract my statement. However, should you refuse my help, your life may be forfeit. And it will be a most gruesome end, for Princess Min's wrath is palpable. Chapter 39. Terrified beyond measure, Madam Shen is truly loyal and righteous. A debt of life, repaid by the entire family. That country girl should never have been saved. Various opinions arose. Murong Yuan had initially no intention of sacrificing the loyal and brave Marquis' residence.
Her future depended on it.
Yet, when faced with the prospect of being dismembered, her children forced to recognize a thief as their mother, fear gripped her heart. No. Save me. I will trade the entire loyal and brave Marquis' family for my life. I do not want to die. In her panic, she spoke without thought, yet it was her truest desire. The circle of noble ladies, maidservants, and all present clearly heard her plea. The many maidservants accompanying the loyal and brave Marquis' residents were equally aware. This girl is truly malicious. To save one life, she demands the entire family in recompense. Madam Shen is excessively honest. It is utterly absurd. Grand Princess Gaoyang waved her sleeve, seeking to intervene, but Shen Chunran pressed on. Is it truly absurd? Grand Princess and Princess Min, would you dare to test this? If I succeed, it would mean saving Princess Min and this girl, thereby nullifying my debt to her. Should I fail, my family will pay the price. I stand by my words. I am willing to wager.
Idare.
Princess Min displayed a resolute expression, for her face was now both flushed and itching. She felt utterly defeated, her entire body beset by discomfort. Rather than vent her wrath on a mere servant, she decided it prudent to give it a try, especially since Shen Chunran was the one who had recently unlocked the Linglong lock, a person of notable lineage and standing. Surely she was far more trustworthy than the servant. You shall remedy my face today, otherwise I shall hold you to your word, Princess Min declared with fervor. Very well. Shen Chunran replied with a calm nod, then turned to instruct, Hongxiu, fetch my medicinal kit post-haste. Reluctantly, Hongxiu responded, but the kit is at the Marquis' residence. And that will take time. I possess swift steeds. I shall lend you one. Be quick. At that moment, a commanding and familiar voice echoed, causing Shen Chunran, who had remained relatively composed, to stiffen slightly.
Feng Liushang.
Heavens! The Emperor's uncle had unexpectedly graced this year's Zhonghua conference with his presence. Greetings, Your Highness. The crowd murmured in unison, some who held titles performing a half-bow, while ordinary servants knelt, not daring to lift their heads. Shen Chunran turned to behold the throng parting, revealing a figure who strode forth with regal poise. Clad in an ink-black robe, his demeanor was as radiant as the moon. With a visage so striking it took one's breath away, his eyes sparkled with a mischievous and provocative glimmer, as if he were both mocking Shen Chunran and anticipating her unexpected reaction. He was already aware of the events at the chess viewing pavilion. Why do you not bow? Your Highness, there is no need, Feng Liushang interjected, raising his hand. I am far more curious about Lady Shen's medical prowess. Is it truly as formidable as rumored? Although aware of her training under the Yunshan sect, he had not anticipated her skills to be so exceptional. Do not waste time. Go retrieve the medicinal kit. But I cannot ride. Hongxiu protested. I can, came a new voice, as Wei Qingjue and Shen Chunran swiftly emerged from the crowd. This was a matter of life and death, thus urgency was paramount. Your assistance is much appreciated, Qingjue. Do not mention it. I only wish for your well-being. Wei Qingjue replied, hastening away, even utilizing light-footed techniques to vanish in an instant. During this time, both the Crown Prince and the Prince of Chun had arrived, yet their demeanor was markedly different from their previous lofty and unpredictable airs. These two, destined to wield great power in the Zhou dynasty, stood before Feng Liushang like obedient chicks, cautiously greeting him. We pay our respects to the Emperor's uncle. Your Highness, what brings you here today? Do I need to inform the Prince of Chun wherever I go? Feng Liushang replied with a cold smile. Forgive me, Your Highness, the Prince of Chun stammered, his face paling at the thought of misstepping. Shen Chunran could hardly believe her eyes. The Prince of Chun was the very one who had once aided the scoundrel Jiang Ye in ruining the Zhongyong Marquis' estate, and it was said he was capricious and deeply scheming. Yet, simultaneously, Shen Chunran grasped the true extent of Feng Liushang's power. Especially troubling was the fact that she had struck him that night. What a calamity! Liushang, this is your first time attending the Zhonghua conference, is it not? The Grand Princess of Gaoyang interjected to break the tension. Though the Grand Princess was in her 40s, Feng Liushang was in his 20s, creating an odd juxtaposition between the two. It seemed even the Grand Princess was somewhat intimidated by him. Not to mention Princess Min, who had just moments ago threatened violence, now stood meekly by, covering her face. Princess Chongning is much the same. It appeared that only Shen Chunran remained unperturbed by his presence, though she herself was unsure why that was the case. What a bore. Thankfully, something interesting has occurred. Otherwise, I would have no desire to return, Feng Liushang replied nonchalantly, easing the atmosphere slightly. Fortunately, Wei Qingjue was remarkably swift. Within the span of 2 incense sticks, he had made the round trip between the Marquis' residence and the conference. Elder sister, is this the kit? He asked, having retrieved it from a maid named Hongyue. Indeed, indeed. This is it. Hongxiu exclaimed joyfully. Shen Chunran took the medicinal kit and approached Princess Min, saying, Your Highness, please take a seat. I shall first apply my unique ointment and then use acupuncture to clear the meridians and promote absorption. It should take about the time of 3 incense sticks to see results. Do not deceive me, Princess Min frowned. Your Highness, with the Emperor's uncle as my witness, I would not dare to mislead you, Shen Chunran replied with conviction. When their gazes met, Princess Min seemed to believe her, if only a little. However, is it appropriate for just anyone to gaze upon the princess's exquisite visage? Should we not retreat to the West Tower? A cautious maid suggested.
No, Feng Liusang interjected.
Since Lady Shen has made such bold claims, let her demonstrate her skills openly. If she dares to deceive the assembly, I shall be the first to hold her accountable. Shen Chunran was momentarily taken aback. At first glance, his words seemed directed at her, but upon reflection, she understood that Feng Liushang was protecting her. In the eyes of the gathered crowd, no one could play tricks. Yet his unwavering faith in her ability to heal was daunting. What if she failed? Or was he aware of her intentions to showcase her talents and skills, having utilized Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan to do so? Shen Chunran diverted her gaze from Feng Liushang's piercing eyes, nodding in acquiescence. Murong Yuan, kneeling on the ground, was utterly bewildered, entirely unaware of the unfolding situation. She still believed Shen Chunran was earnestly attempting to save her, having staked her life on it. Thus, before all, Shen Chunran began by cleansing Princess Min's face, applying the ointment, and then assisting with acupuncture. Earlier, that wretched servant also applied ointment to me. Do you know why it did not alleviate my condition, but rather worsened it? Princess Min could not help but inquire. Shen Chunran responded, Pearl cream is generally considered beneficial. As for why it exacerbated your condition, I cannot say. Perhaps it would be best to consult a physician. Summon the physician. At such a grand event as the Zhanhua conference, physicians were always present, and one soon arrived in haste, examining Murong Yuan's pearl cream. Your Highness, this cream is indeed a good remedy for swelling and itching. And it has been used to treat allergies. It should not have caused such an outcome. Murong Yuan listened intently, this being her greatest confusion. As the pearl cream was harmless, even if ineffective, it should not have caused worsening symptoms. However, the physician continued, it so happens that the medicine previously used by the princess is incompatible with this one, which is why such a reaction occurred. It is a mere coincidence. One can only blame the person applying it for not inquiring about what the princess had used before hastily applying this cream. Truly irresponsible. Upon hearing the physician's response, Murong Yuan felt as though the ground had fallen away beneath her. Chapter 40. Questioning the master of the dog. So, it was not the pearl cream that was at fault, but her own impatience. Indeed, it is you, wretched servant. Should my face be ruined because of you, I shall see to it that you pay dearly. Princess Min hissed through gritted teeth while inserting the golden needle. Murong Yuan trembled, wishing she could faint from the pressure. Do not worry, Your Highness. It will soon be well, Shen Chunran reassured gently. Yet no one knew that she had already been aware of the incompatibility between the pearl cream and the medication used by Princess Min. The pocket was one she had opened herself, and Murong Yuan had indeed lost out. This allowed her to showcase her medical talents, ensuring her reputation spread throughout the capital. Fostering connections, even if it led to a future separation. She would make it so that the influential families of the capital could not utter a word of criticism, only commend her virtues and character. Though somewhat hypocritical, her medical skills were undeniably genuine. Ah, it seems the itching has ceased? Princess Min suddenly realized, feeling a cool sensation. Your Highness, 2 incense sticks have already passed, a maid gently reminded her. After 3 incense sticks, I shall extract the needle, so do not move. The esteemed princess is cautioned by Shen Chunran. How intriguing. 3 incense sticks to unlock the exquisite lock, 3 incense sticks to cure my cousin's allergies. Madam Shen, you have once again astonished us, or rather, you have truly opened our eyes. The Prince of Chen spoke without reservation. Shen Chunran hurriedly clarified, it is not my intention to seek attention. Rather, it is driven by a genuine desire to save lives. Madam Shen is exceptionally talented and possesses a kind heart. The key point is that she has such remarkable skills yet remains modest, which reflects poorly on the Duke of Anghua, who raised such a daughter but allowed her to marry someone. I've heard the heir of the loyal and valiant Marquis is not worthy, having been absent from home for 3 years and returning only with a concubine. Really? How scandalous. The surrounding crowd began to murmur again, but Shen Chunran feigned ignorance. As the time for the incense was about to expire, she hastily extracted the needle and meticulously scraped the thick ointment from Princess Min's face. Feng Liushang gazed at the woman, deep in thought. Even amidst a crowd of thousands, she remained poised. For today, she had set the stage herself. Though it was merely a clever trick, it was indeed Fascinating. Murong Yuan's eyes were fixed on Shen Chunran, and with each passing moment, her heart raced. Listening to the praises and admiration from those around her, she felt dizzy, and with a thud, she collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. All right, quickly bring me a mirror. Princess Min eagerly awaited to see her reflection. Indeed, the redness and swelling had diminished significantly, and there was no pain or itchiness. It seemed even better than before. Madam Shen, your medical skills are truly remarkable, Princess Min had to admit. Given that Shen Chunran possessed such expertise, her face might indeed rely on Shen Chunran's care. So she would not be inclined to punish her. Thus, she declared, let today's matter be overlooked. However, this wretched maid, in her eagerness to curry favor with the powerful, has harmed this princess. I cannot swallow this grievance. Even considering Madam Shen's standing, while death may be avoided, punishment cannot be escaped. Bring this wretched maid away for 30 lashes. Does Madam Shen have any objections? The last sentence was meant to give Shen Chunran face, essentially stating that one should inquire of the master when punishing the dog. Shen Chunran could not have wished for a better outcome and, with a feigned helplessness, pleaded, Princess, in your mercy, please spare her life. Take her away. Even Murong Yuan, who had fainted, revealed panic when she was dragged away. After 20 lashes, she was completely unconscious. Thank you, Princess. Shen Chunran expressed her gratitude, then offered a slight bow to Princess Gaoyang and Feng Liushang, stating, Today, the ladies of the loyal and valiant Marquis' residence have caused 2 troubles and feel unworthy to participate in the flower festival, thus we shall take our leave. I hope Princess will grant us permission. Although Princess Gaoyang recognized Shen Chunran as talented and capable, she felt a twinge of regret, however. It was clear that the loyal and valiant Marquis' residence was no longer suitable for their presence. With 3 individuals causing 2 incidents, she said, Go. Return and settle down properly. Thank you, Princess. I shall take my leave. Wait. Unexpectedly, Feng Liushang spoke softly. Shen Chunran was uncertain of his intentions, her heart slightly racing. What command does the prince have? Having observed the commotion, I happen to be leaving as well. Why not depart together? Feng Liushang commented casually. Could she refuse? Fortunately, given Feng Liushang's high status and immense power, such an obvious breach of propriety would not raise suspicion among others. After all, the emperor's uncle had always been unpredictable. Shen Chunran then bid farewell to Lin Shi and Shen Luran, taking with her the battered Murong Yuan and the unconscious Jiang Ye, boarding the departing vessel. Thanks to Feng Liushang's favor, they were able to board the largest ship, which was spacious and comfortable. Madam, I do not know why, but today I feel constantly on edge, Hong Xiao remarked, observing that every step taken by her mistress seemed calculated, as if walking on the edge of a blade. There is nothing to fear. Perhaps such events will occur again in the future, Shen Chunran replied nonchalantly. Go check on Murong Yuan, ensure she takes this medicine. We cannot allow her to perish, Shen Chunran instructed. Though she harbored resentment towards Murong Yuan for ruining her life, the game between them had commenced, and without her consent, those who had harmed her would not be allowed to exit easily. She intended to play until there was nothing left. Shen Chunran felt like a devil clawing its way back from hell. You madwoman, I will kill you. Suddenly, a loud shout broke through, and Jiang Ye, still dazed, awakened. Unaware of subsequent events, her mind was consumed with the thought that Shen Chunran intended to sacrifice the entire loyal and valiant Marquis family to save Murong Yuan. During her fainting spell, she had a nightmare where blood flowed like an ocean in the loyal and valiant Marquis' residence, and Shen Chunran stood there laughing maniacally. Jiang Ye screamed and lunged forward. Madam, be careful. But it was too late. In her frenzy, Jiang Ye pushed Shen Chunran, and both fell into the water. As Shen Chunran plunged into the water, all surrounding sounds and sensations seemed to vanish. Having never swum in her life, everything beneath the surface was terrifying and foreign to her as a lady of noble birth. She saw Jiang Ye's frantic, clawing figure and the dark, murky water. She flailed her arms, attempting to save herself, but found no escape from the terrifying confinement. Shen Chunran felt fear, a primal fear she had never experienced before. Unable to breathe, yet she could not hold on for long. Chapter 41. Jiang Ye's Madness. Desperately, she reached out, yearning to grasp something. Today, she had meticulously plotted every detail, yet she never anticipated Jiang Ye would become unhinged. Could it be that she would die here? Just as despair enveloped her, she suddenly spotted a figure swimming toward her through the shimmering surface. As the figure drew nearer, she realized it was Feng Liushang, his expression anxious as he came to her rescue. He seemed somewhat angry, frustrated with her carelessness regarding her own safety, lamenting that this foolish woman could not even swim. Gradually, Shen Chunran was pulled upward, the light from the water's surface getting closer, as if he were drawing her from the icy depths of hell into the illuminated realm of the living. The moment she broke the surface, Shen Chunran instinctively knew she had returned to the land of the living. Coughing, she greedily gasped for air, while Feng Liushang also inhaled deeply, as if he felt more anxious than she did, glaring at her with ire. "Are you blind? You couldn't dodge when someone lunged at you? I truly was caught off guard. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me." Although Feng Liushang seemed ready to devour her in his fury, Shen Chunran sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Moreover, life on land is truly delightful. I still prefer the world of the living." "What nonsense are you speaking?" Feng Liushang, agitated, had already dragged Shen Chunran onto the boat. Hong Xiu hurriedly draped a cloak over her, although it was highly improper for a lady to be saved by a man. Fortunately, the boat had already set sail, and aside from those aboard, no one else was aware. Most of the people on the boat were Feng Liushang's own, so there should not be any indiscreet talk. Coughing, Jiang Ye was also brought aboard, having been rescued by Yue. Feng Liushang, still seething with anger, turned and shouted, "Why did you save her?" Yue, feeling wronged for having saved someone only to be scolded, shouted back, "You went to save the madam. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. If you don't want me to save her, then I won tea." With that, she kicked Jiang Ye back into the water with a splash. Feng Liushang furiously retorted, "You rescued her, so why kick her back?" Yue, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Then should I have saved her or not? Even though I was paid, I won tea endure your temper. So, should I save her or not?" Feng Liushang, weary of further entanglements with the foolish individual, turned to inquire of Shen Chunran, for it was Jiang Ye who had cast her into the depths. In a detached tone, Shen Chunran reminded her that the game had commenced, and without her consent, no one was permitted to withdraw. Before long, Jiang Ye was rescued once more, but after 2 bouts of submersion, she was left in a state of utter exhaustion. Shen Chunran was not in much better condition, trembling uncontrollably until the world around her darkened, and she lost consciousness. Alarmed, Feng Liushang hurriedly channeled his internal energy into her. "Zhong, are you dead? Hurry and fetch the medicine." A precious pill of unknown origin was gingerly administered to Shen Chunran, and warmth began to return to her body. "Thank you, Your Highness." Shen Chunran, her voice weak, implored, "You must not die nor fall ill, nor sustain any injury. Do you hear me?" Feng Liushang spoke sternly, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart upon seeing her so feeble. "Very well, I promise, but I am truly exhausted." Shen Chunran's eyes fluttered shut again, but the medicine had eased her discomfort, and in her dreams, she felt a comforting warmth. She envisioned her female master standing in the courtyard, petals and autumn leaves strewn about. "Master? Chunran, have you truly made up your mind?"
"Aye."
"Madam, you are awake?" When Shen Chunran regained consciousness, she found herself safely back at the Duke's residence, her garments changed to dry, clean attire, the most comfortable state for her. The ordeal of nearly drowning felt like a nightmare. "How long have I been asleep?" she inquired. Hong Xiu replied, "We have returned for over an hour. Miss Murong has arranged for a physician to examine you, and the eldest daughter has also awakened." Speaking of Jiang Ye, Hong Xiu's eyes glinted with fury. Had it not been for the last shred of reason, she would have rushed to confront Jiang Ye for her actions. Let her drink more water from the lake. "Does everyone know about today's events?" Hong Xiu nodded. "Not long after we returned, chaos erupted in the Duke's residence. Fortunately, Princess Gaoyang sent someone to relay the day's events in detail, ensuring that no blame would fall upon you. The princess is indeed considerate." Although Hong Xiu did not scheme, she understood that it was Madame who was formidable. The princess would naturally offer her more favor, especially since today, Madame had done nothing wrong. The fault lay with others. "Indeed, the fault lies with them." Shen Chunran agreed. "Since all is well, I shall rest a while longer. Please do not inform my mother of my near drowning until I have fully recovered." "I understand." Hong Xiu hesitated, having noticed that the royal uncle, Feng Liushang, seemed to harbor a distinct regard for Madame. No, it was not merely a slight difference. It was a significant one, evident from his actions in the alley and his attempts to rescue her today. Yet, she held her tongue, feeling unqualified to comment on her master's affairs. In truth, such a remarkable madam deserved the best. What was she thinking? Shen Chunran had already drifted back into a peaceful slumber at the Zhou royal residence. Upon receiving the news that Shen Chunran was safe and sound, Feng Liusheng felt a weight lift from his heart. This woman's life had become more precious than his own. Although she appeared formidable, in critical moments, her fragility was surprising. Fainting from a mere fall into the water?
As Zheng cautiously remarked.
Madame Shen's weakness may be related to the extinguishing meteor pill she ingested years ago. It was said to destroy internal energy, but surely it must have harmed her constitution. However, she is a healer herself and should know how to remedy it. Should we summon the physicians? Not at this moment. Feng Liusheng was in turmoil. Shen Chunran was his destined companion, yet he had perused countless texts and resources without discovering how to alleviate her condition. The best course of action was to have her willingly come to his side, where he could protect her for a lifetime. Otherwise, such incidents could cost him dearly in the future. Zhong reassured him, "Your Highness need not be anxious. Had we not been present today, Yuya would have managed to save her. Do not mention that wretched girl. Had it not been for her, I would have expelled her long ago." Zhong fell silent, but inwardly protested, for the truth was evident. It was merely a matter of caution. After all, one is careful with what one holds dear. Chapter 42. Her remarkable beauty. After Shen Chunran fell asleep, the atmosphere within the Duke's residence plummeted to unprecedented lows. When the unconscious Jiang Ye and the grievously injured Murong Yuan were brought back, the Dowager Jiang nearly lost her mind. She was convinced that Shen Chunran had failed in her duties, simultaneously worrying that Shen Chunran had brought calamity upon the Duke's household. Before her anxiety could fully settle, a trusted eunuch from the princess arrived, vividly recounting the day's events. To ensure the Duke's household understood clearly, he even recreated dialogues word for word. Before departing, he smirked, "Old madam, the Duke's household has indeed secured a fine daughter-in-law. Had it not been for Madame Shen's daring rescue, your family would have faced dire consequences, perhaps even imprisonment or worse. But alas, it is late. We shall take our leave." After the eunuch departed, Dowager Jiang was drenched in sweat, her eyes wide as she stared blankly at the beams above. "Madam, are you unwell? Please do not frighten us." After a long pause, Dowager Jiang finally regained her composure. Seething with rage, "That wretched girl. Do not allow her any medicine. Let her suffer." Mama Li, relieved that the Dowager could still speak, cautiously responded, "But if Murong Yuan were to die, the heir would likely sever ties with the Duke's household, leaving us without support." Ultimately, Dowager Jiang considered Jiang Ye's situation and ordered that Murong Yuan receive treatment, as it was clear the princess had no intention of taking her life. Otherwise, the consequences of 30 strikes would be dire. Murong Yuan's injuries appeared severe, yet, thankfully, her bones remained unbroken. Let that wretched girl return. Given the gravity of the situation, it was imperative to reach a consensus, and within the family, aside from Shen Chunran, Jiang Ye was the only one capable of discussing matters with Dowager Jiang. "Grandmother, that wretched Shen Chunran aims to destroy our family." At that moment, a tearful Jiang Lian burst in, lamenting. However, before she could reach Dowager Jiang, she received a fierce slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. "You are the wretched one. Had it not been for Chunran today, would you have returned alive? You ungrateful child." In truth, Dowager Jiang's anger stemmed from her frustration with her own kin, lamenting how each was inferior to the last. Just look at the offspring of the Zhongyong Marquis. Each one is exceptional, while her family was filled with what she deemed monsters. In her rage, she raised her cane and struck Jiang Lian several more times, causing the latter to cry out for her grandmother. "Do not strike me. If Shen Chunran dies, you will owe for 10 lives." Were it not for the timely arrival of Lady Wang, Jiang Lian would have continued to suffer. It was only when a nearby maid, unable to bear the sight, pulled Lady Wang aside and discreetly explained the truth that Jiang Lian realized she had wronged Shen Chunran. Yet, her wrongful accusations were deserved. The spotlight had shone solely on her today. Jiang Lian seethed. "All the attention was on me." The maid shook her head in disbelief, a wolf in sheep's clothing. "It seems. One wonders if the madam can be reborn." Lady Wang, typically mild-mannered, found herself at a loss for words, feeling utterly disoriented. Before long, Jiang Ye returned. At this moment, the flower gathering had not yet dispersed, and the news had not yet spread. Thus, when Jiang Ye entered, he learned that Murong Yuan had been struck 30 times and was lying there, half alive. In a state of panic, he disregarded the elderly matriarch Jiang and hurried to Murong Yuan's side. At this moment, Murong Yuan had just awoken in pain. Seeing Jiang Ye rush in, her heart warmed, and she felt deeply touched. Weakly, she said, "Yi Lang, you have come. I thought I was already dead." "Do not fear, Your Honor, I am here." "How could this happen to you? Was it that wretched Shen Chunran who harmed you?" This was the only explanation Jiang Ye could fathom. If it were not for Shen Chunran, with Your Honor's intelligence and capability, such a misfortune would likely not have befallen her. Humph. You are still unaware of her malicious deeds. Do you know that at today's flower gathering, that wretched woman nearly jeopardized the lives of my loyal and valiant Marquis and his entire family? The elderly matriarch Jiang entered with a frosty demeanor, her face as grim as if mourning a death in the family. Upon seeing her, Murong Yuan immediately felt guilty and lowered her head. Before Jiang Ye could inquire, Mama Li, who was beside the matriarch, relayed the details spoken by the eunuch from the princess's side, word for word. The more they spoke, the more cold sweat beaded on Jiang Ye's brow. Although the young madam acted for the sake of the loyal and valiant Marquis's household, her actions were indeed reckless. Listening to the account, Jiang Ye felt a chill run down his spine, torn between anger at Shen Chunran's audacity and astonishment at her capabilities. 3 incense sticks to unlock the delicate lock. 3 incense sticks to save the face of the sensitive princess. Each event was astonishing. Especially hard to believe that the person responsible was his wife, whom he had married 3 years ago, neglected for 3 years, and always found lacking in charm. Jiang Ye inhaled sharply, his mind clouded with unprecedented confusion. For at the flower gathering, while Shen Chunran wreaked havoc, the woman he cherished most and deemed the wisest, Murong Yuan, had made a grievous mistake in her haste for results, nearly leading to a catastrophic disaster. "Brother Yi, do you have anything to say now?" The elderly matriarch's voice was cold as her gaze shifted to the pallid Murong Yuan lying on the bed. She stepped forward, causing Murong Yuan to tremble slightly in fear. The matriarch sneered, "You need not be afraid. With Brother Yi here, this old woman would not harm you. Miss Murong, the events of today's flower gathering are crystal clear. Chunran has publicly declared that she risked her entire clan's lives to save you. From this day forth, your gratitude towards this old woman and the bond of bearing a legitimate grandson ends here. As for you and Brother Yi, if you wish to enter the household as a favored concubine, I may allow it for Your Honor's sake. However, if you consider yourself exceptionally clever and capable, then my Marquis's household may be too humble to accommodate such a grand figure. Brother Yi, you must consider this carefully." The elderly matriarch did not make a hasty decision. Yet all privileges Murong Yuan had in the Marquis's household would cease henceforth. She would no longer be a lifesaver, but merely a transient outsider. Should she remain for a year or so without a title, she should not blame the Marquis's household for evicting her. By then, if she could not become a favored concubine, she would be relegated to a hidden mistress. Chapter 43. Ambition overreaches. Life is fragile. The elderly matriarch left behind these words before departing. Murong Yuan, seemingly unable to withstand the stress, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her breath weak as she grasped Jiang Ye's hand and asked, "Do you now look down on me as well? Yi Lang, despite my flaws today, does it not count for the feelings I hold for you? In the borderlands, in the military camps, on the river. Your Honor, do not speak further. Even if the entire world despises you, I shall not." Jiang Ye hurriedly reassured her, vowing never to forget their shared past. She disregarded her own status and braved the storms with him, warming him with a jug of wine in the borderlands, hiding together in the military camp to stargaze, sharing life and death on the river. How could he ever forget? "Rest assured, I shall find the best physician. Your injuries will heal swiftly. Once you are well, whatever you wish, I shall comply."
Jiang Ye comforted her.
Murong Yuan nodded wearily. "I am tired." "Very well. I shall step outside and not disturb you."
"Go."
Jiang Ye quietly closed the door, yet Murong Yuan opened her eyes within, her gaze icy and penetrating. Jiang Ye's affectionate words were indeed moving, but they could not conceal the fact that his heart had stirred. This was something Murong Yuan could not allow. She could lose everything, but she could not lose this man she had cherished for years. Shen Chunran, how formidable you are, lying in wait for 3 years. Allowing Jiang Ye to believe you are but a worthless ornament, only now revealing your talents. I underestimated you, but I shall not allow you to gain the upper hand. Coughing, Shen Chunran was awakened from her slumber by thirst, her throat feeling as if it were on fire, yet she could not open her eyes. Nor could she call out for Hong Xiao. Thirsty? A voice inquired. Shen Chunran nodded frantically in her dreams. And soon a cup of sweet water was brought to her lips, which she greedily drank.
Slow down.
In the next moment, Shen Chunran froze. This was not Hong Xiao's voice but Feng Liushang's. Feng Liushang mocked. What, do you think I am a ghost? You were frightened by me. What did you promise me when you left? Just a few hours apart, and you are feverish again. His last words were laced with irritation, for he too had been awakened by the cold, trembling all over. However, possessing profound internal strength, he had not fallen ill for years. And his first reaction was that Shen Chunran had become unwell. Indeed. Shen Chunran gazed at Feng Liushang, seemingly accustomed to his uninvited presence, and asked, Why does your highness care so much for me? Is it wrong to care for you? Feng Liushang deflected. It is not right. I am a married woman. Which contravenes propriety. Then if I previously suggested you divorce, once you have divorced, you would no longer be a married woman, and thus could reside with me, where I would protect you daily. Feng Liushang spoke with utmost seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest. Absurd. Even Shen Chunran, though naive, could not believe that this high-ranking Prince Zhou would take an interest in her after just a few encounters. It was said he had never married, and even the emperor had no means to compel him. But what I say is the truth. Feng Liushang's tone took on a teasing quality, as if he had already claimed Shen Chunran for himself, knowing she would never fathom the true nature of their relationship. By now it was late at night, and the surroundings were dim and shadowy. Shen Chunran chose not to linger on that topic, but instead gazed unwaveringly at Feng Liushang, this enigmatic man of immense power, often making people feel as if they were dreaming. How could such a man stand before her? But this was no dream. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Chunran, and she withdrew a dagger hidden beneath her pillow, its sharp edge grazing her neck. This was an audacious act, one that even Feng Liushang found chilling. With a swift motion, he knocked the dagger away, the blade embedding itself forcefully into a nearby table. Expecting Shen Chunran to be frightened, he was instead met with her advancing towards him, forcefully pulling aside his collar, revealing a shallow cut on his neck, identical to her own.
So it was.
It was as if a long-standing question had finally been resolved, despite the answer appearing somewhat unbelievable. No wonder the prince had been so furious, yet so meticulously protective of her. It turned out her life was intertwined with his. How could such a thing exist in this world? Shen Chunran could not comprehend. Ironically, Feng Liushang had previously reveled in the thought that she would never grasp the nature of their connection. To her astonishment, the slap came swiftly. Shen Chunran's intellect and agility far surpassed Feng Liushang's expectations. She was certainly not a mere ordinary woman. However, having had her trump card revealed, the typically proud Feng Liushang felt a surge of intense anger within. Yet, what was the use of his rage? He dared not lay a finger on Shen Chunran. Madam Shen, entrusting you with the management of the humble residence of the loyal and brave Marquis is indeed a grave underestimation of your talents. Before Shen Chunran could respond, his grip around her neck tightened with alarming speed. Was he attempting to choke her? Doubt crept into her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. She was right in her assessment. As Feng Liushang's grip threatened to extinguish her breath, his expression began to darken, revealing a struggle for air akin to impending death. This man appeared somewhat lacking in wisdom. Fully aware of the futility, yet still he acted with such ferocity, revealing the cold-hearted nature beneath his authoritative facade. Shen Chunran closed her eyes, sensing death inching closer. Yet just as it seemed inevitable, the hand that grasped her loosened. Upon opening her eyes, she found that Feng Liushang's complexion was even more pallid than her own. Is this amusing to you, your highness? Shen Chunran arched an eyebrow. Death is merely an experience. Who among us has not faced it in a past life? Shen Chunran, are you aware that those who are too clever often have short lives? Feng Liushang threatened, his ire palpable. With the prince here, I fear no one, she retorted defiantly. At that moment, Feng Liushang was nearly seething with rage. How could this insufferable woman have unveiled his hidden cards? Her cleverness infuriated him. How did you come to this conclusion? I merely guessed, Shen Chunran replied candidly. When one looks beyond the surface, it is clear that Feng Liushang's anxiety regarding his life must stem from a deeper reason. I have simply hit upon the truth. Feng Liushang resignedly closed his eyes, murmuring, "What a calamity. I find it fascinating that such circumstances exist. I once dared not even dream of them," she mused. "It is as if my wounds would inflict pain upon you, yet your injuries would not affect me." Silence. Feng Liushang interjected, glaring at her coldly. Shen Chunran shrugged. Still astonished, but with the truth now revealed, she felt an odd sense of fearlessness toward Feng Liushang. His frustration only made him seem somewhat endearing, resembling an irate pufferfish. "What is that expression on your face?" Feng Liushang inquired, pinching her chin. "I am simply perplexed," she replied. "You do not know. How could I?" Yet, now that she was aware, he declared, "I shall not allow you to remain in the loyal and brave Marquis' residence any longer. You will accompany me back to the Zhou Palace tonight, and I will find a way to procure the divorce papers for you." "I will not divorce," she asserted. "If a divorce is to occur, it shall be by my own hand. What assistance could you possibly offer? Lord Zhou, though you wield immense power, even you have limits." "As exemplified by me," she countered. "Then you remind me," Feng Liushang smirked coldly. "I may lack in many things, but authority is not one of them. I could easily crush the Zhongyong Marquis estate or the loyal and brave Marquis' residence and confine you." "You dare," Shen Chunran gasped. Feng Liushang leaned closer, their noses nearly touching before he stated, "Since you are aware of fear, you would do well to behave. Do as I say, or else." Though she was a woman, Shen Chunran understood well the nature of confronting a ferocious beast. If one showed cowardice, they would be torn to shreds. If one possessed the resolve to perish together, he might hesitate. Their interaction hung in a delicate balance. "You speak of imprisoning me?"
Should it come to that?
"I fear I would not live long, especially with my frail health," she replied, her voice weak yet resolute, her gaze unyielding. Feng Liushang contemplated her words, ultimately realizing that Shen Chunran was indeed his fated partner. Not only in body but in spirit, he needed to tend to her well-being. Pushing her too far could lead to dire consequences for both, and he recognized that resorting to confinement and violence would be the most foolish of choices. "You are formidable," he conceded at last. Shen Chunran exhaled in relief. "I only wish for my loved ones to be safe and for me to live freely. I would willingly wish for longevity. Rest assured, barring unforeseen circumstances, I am the least likely to seek a premature end." Her words carried a subtle implication. Earlier, at the flower-pinning banquet, she had shone brightly, initially intending to ally with one side to gain protection for her family. Yet now, it seemed unnecessary. Was he not the most powerful figure before her? A smirk played on her lips, reminiscent of a cunning little fox eyeing its prey. While Feng Liushang felt an unsettling sensation of being targeted. "Shen Chunran, you truly are impressive," he muttered through clenched teeth. "Young master, how come you are here again?" As they conversed, a servant's voice interrupted from outside, heralding Jiang Ye's arrival at her residence once more. "Has the madam truly retired?"
Jiang Ye inhuited skeptically.
Having already sent people to gather information about the banquet, all of which confirmed her brilliance. He had neglected his wife for 3 years, only to discover her talent was unmatched and the entire city mocked his blindness. Was it guilt? Regret? Neither. It was a strange stirring within him. "Has the madam truly taken her medicine and retired?"
He pressed.
"Then awaken her. I have matters to discuss." Inside, Shen Chunran felt nauseated. Feng Liushang nearly retched at the thought. "You have been drinking," Hong Xiu remarked disapprovingly.
Indeed.
Jiang Ye would not have gathered the courage to speak so boldly without the influence of alcohol, for he was a man who valued his pride. After leaving Murong Yuan, he had sent inquiries far and wide, only to find himself increasingly agitated. Initially, he had fallen for Murong Yuan and thought there would be no possibility with Shen Chunran. He had nearly ignored her existence entirely. But tonight, under the influence of drink, he reconsidered. Perhaps his grandmother's wisdom held merit. His grandfather had chosen their union for a reason. How could he be mistaken? The mistake lay in his youthful ignorance. He recognized his prideful nature, yet Shen Chunran, born of a prestigious family, was also proud. She would not be as forward as Murong Yuan, nor would she flatter like an ordinary concubine. Perhaps it was time for him to take a step forward. He wished to voice his feelings, believing Shen Chunran longed for a declaration from him as well. She must have waited for quite some time. "Chunran, Young master, you mustn't, Shen Chunran exclaimed as Jiang Ye approached. She looked to Feng Liushang, feeling her hair stand on end, desperately wishing for him to vanish. Yet he remained, a faint smile playing on his lips as he savored her anxious expression, relishing the long-forgotten thrill of anticipation. Young master, do not enter. I am unwell and unfit to receive guests. If you have something to say, it can be conveyed through the door. Shen Chunran's voice faltered as she shouted weakly. As Jiang Ye was about to push open the door, he paused. Although they were husband and wife, their relationship lacked the essence of a true marriage. If he were to enter and witness her disheveled state, it would undoubtedly displease her. Thus, he hesitated and said, "Very well, I shall speak through the door. Chunran, I have come to realize that in the past I misunderstood you. However, during my time back, I have observed your dedication to the Ho residence and to me. I should not have misjudged you. My grandmother once expressed a desire for me to have a legitimate heir, and I now find myself willing to have one with you." Shen Chunran retorted, "How utterly revolting." Feng Liushang, who had been watching the scene unfold, found his expression soured upon hearing Jiang Ye's request for Shen Chunran to bear his child. Shen Chunran was his destined one. Such a notion was simply intolerable. "Why are you not speaking? Are we not husband and wife?" Chapter 45. The price of provocation. What will become of Yuan Gur if we have a legitimate son? Shen Chunran gasped, her breath hitching in fear of her own reaction. Will Yuan Gur be relegated to a status of a mere illegitimate child? She deliberately provoked him. Jiang Ye pursed his lips and replied, "If you care for Yuan Gur, it is permissible for him to remain the legitimate son. Historically, if a woman bore her own child, she would scarcely favor a stepchild. I am no saint. I cannot treat them equally. If a legitimate son is born, then let Yuan Gur return to his original family," Shen Chunran stated resolutely. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, feeling that Shen Chunran was excessively heartless. Yuan Gur was equally dear to him. Murong Yuan, yes, he loved her as well. He once believed that he and Murong Yuan would be together for eternity. Yet now, he realized that her background constrained her vision and understanding, rendering her inferior to Chunran. Nevertheless, Murong Yuan's uniqueness was irreplaceable. Thus, Jiang Ye concluded that the most prudent course of action would be to stabilize his relationship with Shen Chunran before finding a way to take Murong Yuan as a concubine. Ideally, she would be a primary wife. If that were unfeasible, a cherished concubine would suffice. He believed, with Shen Chunran's generosity and grace, they would eventually coexist harmoniously. Yuan Gur was also an exceptionally clever child and need not be sent away. If she did not wish to keep him, he could be demoted to an illegitimate status, and a new mother could be found for him, Jiang Ye hesitantly suggested. Listening from within, Shen Chunran felt a surge of frustration. She never imagined that Jiang Ye would not trouble her further, only to present her with a more horrifying proposition. To be his wife, in this lifetime or the next, was an impossibility. Feng Liushang quietly observed the woman before him and deliberately asked, "Would you like me to assist you in eliminating him? Who is inside?" Although Feng Liushang spoke softly, Jiang Ye's keen hearing detected a man's voice emanating from within. His first thought was that Shen Chunran was unfaithful. Angered by her refusal to allow him entry, Jiang Ye forcefully pushed open the door. Little did he know at that moment Shen Chunran was prepared for the worst, even contemplating the unthinkable. However, when she opened her eyes, revealing a fierce glare, she found the room empty. It was as if Feng Liushang had vanished into thin air. Upon entering, Jiang Ye was greeted by the sight of Shen Chunran sitting there, her expression forlorn and her demeanor clearly disturbed, with no trace of a man in sight. He trusted his own speed. Having opened the door swiftly, it was improbable for anyone to have disappeared instantly. Perhaps he had misheard. "Chunran, are you all right?" Shen Chunran, tense and breathless, gazed into the darkened air and replied, "I am weary, my lord. Let us speak tomorrow." "Perhaps your pallor is too grave," Jiang Ye concluded, refraining from further conversation as he turned to leave. The door clicked shut behind him. "I never anticipated that you could be driven to such ruthless extremes," Feng Liushang's mocking voice echoed in her ear. He emerged from behind the gauzy curtain, his manner suggesting he had intentionally made his presence known. Shen Chunran felt as if she might perish from fright, yet to him, it was merely a jest. She managed to smile and asked, "Your Highness, do you think I would commit fratricide?" "Oh, you might," Feng Liushang casually speculated. "You are correct," Shen Chunran replied. her eyes glistening with tears that cascaded down her cheeks like shattered glass, invoking a deep sense of sorrow in those who beheld her. Yet, as Feng Liushang extended his hand toward her, she suddenly erupted in fury, biting down on his palm with such ferocity that blood flowed freely, a testament to her strength. Feng Liushang grimaced, but did not cry out. He could feel the intensity of her rage and dared not push her away, for she was fragile. He endured her fury. A saying rings true: women are indeed fierce as tigers. Have you had your fill? Feng Liushang gasped. That truly hurt. Shen Chunran eventually released him, wiping the blood from her mouth, and swiftly retrieved medicine from the box. She carefully treated his wound and applied ointment. It may sting a little, my lord, she advised. Feng Liushang chuckled. I do not mind the pain from your bite. How could I fear the application of medicine? Apply as much as you wish. Thus, Shen Chunran proceeded to cover his injury with an entire bottle of ointment. Feng Liushang thought to himself that though she was impulsive, she possessed a gentle nature. She tended to his wounds even after inflicting them. By the way, why not use the purple gold ointment I left for you last time? He inquired. Shen Chunran explained. The purple gold ointment is for external injuries. Indeed, and so? I am using this ointment called corrosive ointment. After application, the wound will fester and deepen. As you suggested, I shall apply more, Shen Chunran said earnestly. Feng Liushang regarded her intently. Shen Chunran met his gaze. He pressed his lips together, realizing that indeed, the wound was beginning to throb painfully. At that moment, he felt a chill wash over him, pondering whether he had provoked her. Your hand will not rot, will it? Not quite, Feng Liushang replied, holding back the urge to unwrap his freshly bandaged hand. Are you calm now? Shen Chunran's bottom line was her reputation, her family, and her loved ones. She had come perilously close to losing everything. Feng Liushang had encroached upon that boundary. The cost is somewhat painful. I shall not make such jokes in the future, Feng Liushang finally relented. I will not pressure you into separation, as long as you are well, without illness or injury. You may enjoy the Ho residence to your heart's content. Is that acceptable? Feng Liushang vowed that he had never been so indulgent toward any woman in his life. Shen Chunran was the first. He hoped she would not disappoint him. Shen Chunran was somewhat taken aback, wondering if this prince was truly so soft-hearted. I suppose a bite is all it takes to make you obedient. Then I shall express my gratitude, my lord. Yet, she could not linger too long. The Ho residence was not a place for her to remain indefinitely, filled with its peculiarities. Shen Chunran nodded. Once I have completed my tasks, I will take my leave. And now, my lord, please excuse me. I wish to retire. With that, she turned away coldly, dismissing him. Feng Liushang experienced, for the first time, what it felt like to be disregarded. Chapter 46. Connections. Shen Chunran slept comfortably that night, but she awoke late the following morning. Concerned, the old matriarch Jiang summoned a physician to check her pulse, but Shen Chunran refused. She was well aware of her own body. The events of the flower banquet the previous day had already spread. When Jiang's matriarch and Lady Wang realized Jiang Ye was not home, they worried that Shen Chunran might forge connections with influential figures outside, leading to inappropriate thoughts. They had implored her not to use her medical skills.
Now,
Not only her medical skills but also her talents and astute mind can no longer be concealed. After dinner, Jiang Ye arrived again and now, seeing him made Shen Chunran's head ache. Chunran, have you thought carefully about what was said last night? Jiang Ye rarely displayed a hint of gentleness. The truth behind his sudden acceptance of Shen Chunran was multifaceted, foremost being her immense value. He had returned to the capital not long ago. Although he had not experienced much grandeur, he had encountered his fair share of setbacks. Now, Shen Chunran had gained significant acclaim at the Zhanhua conference. The connections she had, especially with the princess, were advantageous for him as he aspired to rise above the ordinary. He found himself no longer disliking Shen Chunran, feeling that everything was progressing naturally. Chunran, my lady, he said. Shen Chunran's expression turned slightly cold as she replied, though we are husband and wife, we have not interacted for 3 years. I cannot readily accept your transformation. Furthermore, over these years, I have grown emotionally detached, only wishing to manage this household, honor our elders, and care for the children. If you feel that Yuan Gur is too lonely, I can take the initiative to bring in a few more wives, and then our home will be livelier. Enough, Jiang Ye said, a mix of embarrassment and anger rising within him. With such sincere feelings laid bare before Shen Chunran, Her response felt like a trampling of his heart. It was clear she lacked any sense of romance. What use was a clever mind without emotional understanding? Is this what you desire? He asked.
Indeed.
This is what I wish for, Shen Chunran replied simply. Very well, Jiang Ye said, gazing deeply at her, as if resigned. Then do not regret your choice. From now on, manage the household well, honor our elders, and raise the children. As a responsible mistress of the household, I must also remind you not to be negligent in your duties, Shen Chunran retorted. Jiang Ye, in a fit of frustration, swept out of the room. Yet, this news reached the ears of the old matriarch Jiang. Initially pleased that Jiang Ye had come to terms, she soon grew furious, thinking, how can Shen Chunran be so ungrateful? The man has softened, yet she remains obstinate. Is she trying to drive Ye to his death, or to me? Calm yourself. My lady, a voice said. The heir has wounded the madam's heart, but this is not a matter of a day or two. There is still plenty of time. What does it matter for a woman like her to dwell on such things? If Ye is willing to reconcile, it is already a blessing from her past life. Shen Chunran spent another 2 days recovering. During this time, visitors from the Duke of Ngua's residence came, as did those from the princess's household. Shen Chunran even sent a formula to the Min princess. The old matriarch Jiang and Jiang Ye also visited. However, the one person Shen Chunran had genuinely saved, Jiang Lian, did not come, as Murong Yuan was still recuperating and she was disinclined to meet anyone. Days seemed to pass with particular tranquility. My lady, I believe I saw the heir wandering outside when I returned from the kitchen. He left upon seeing me, Hong Xiu muttered. Shen Chunran merely smiled and said, he is anxious, but we need not concern ourselves with him. Jiang Ye had returned to the capital, yet his former position was no longer available, leaving him without any other assignments. Day by day dragged on, inevitably causing him to feel restless. But why should that concern her? Friends with whom he had previously enjoyed good relations had already taken up their posts, leaving him aimlessly wandering at home. Could he not feel anxious? He wished to seek Shen Chunran's counsel, but found it difficult to humble himself. My lady, the second young mistress of the Duke of Ngua's residence has come to deliver an invitation, a servant announced hastily. This time, the invitation was from a distinguished family, unlike the mundane ones Shen Chunran had received recently. Shen Chunran immediately thought of Zhao Mingyue, surprised that she could not restrain herself so quickly. Reward the messenger and tell them I will definitely attend, she instructed. At the entrance of Suizhu Pavilion, a young servant rushed to inform Jiang Ye, exclaiming. Upon seeing that it was an invitation from the Duke of Ngua's residence, the lady accepted it. This indicates she still has you in her thoughts. Jiang Ye's previously clouded heart brightened slightly. He was to take up a position within the Wuqing division under the Duke of Ngua, yet had received no news about it. The status of the Duke's residence was high, and he was unsure how to inquire further. However, today, the Duke's household had sent an invitation to Shen Chunran. Though it was an invitation for women, the intention to form connections was evident. With this alone, if Shen Chunran subtly hinted at his situation during tea, there would be no obstacles, and his position would likely be secured. It seems Chunran still holds me in her heart, Jiang Ye sighed, feeling hopeful about the situation. In the afternoon, Shen Chunran set out. Upon arriving at the side courtyard of the Duke of Ngua's second residence, she was escorted by servants to the main ladies' quarters. The Duke's household was far grander than the Duke of Zhongyong's, and Zhao Mingyue sat on a stone stool in the courtyard, sipping tea. Upon seeing Shen Chunran, her eyes brightened slightly. I did not expect that you would still regard me, she said, her tone somewhat lukewarm and awkward. Zhao Mingyue was a person of many virtues. Yet she had a singular flaw, her inability to express herself. What should have been kind words often came out like taunts. Having lived 2 lives, Shen Chunran had long since come to terms with this. What is there that I cannot regard you for? Have you harmed me or falsely accused me, or done anything shameful behind my back? Zhao Mingyue scoffed. If I wished to harm you, I would do so openly and would not resort to underhanded schemes. Shen Chunran nodded. Indeed, we bear no great enmity. Our childhood quarrels over trivial matters have long since faded away since we married and became wives of others. At this, a glimmer of melancholy crossed Zhao Mingyue's eyes. Yes, those days were gone, yet she felt a deep nostalgia, even for the fights. Let's not dwell on that, she said, her eyes reddening as she turned away. We are both unfortunate, childless, and must watch others bear children. I have learned of your situation, Shen Chunran said, moving closer to sit beside her. Do you wish for my help? Zhao Mingyue's eyes sparkled. Can you truly assist me? I have heard of your remarkable medical skills, but you have remained secluded in the Duke of Zhongyong's residence. That day, when you saved the Min princess with just a few needles, I truly believed it. Chapter 47. A storm yet to settle. Shen Chunran hesitated to overstate her abilities, saying, I can only say I will try. Then please do try, I trust you. Zhao Mingyue replied, her hope rekindled after years of despair. Prepare hot water for a bath. I will help you with acupuncture and massage. Very well. An hour later, Zhao Mingyue was so comfortable that she nearly drifted off to sleep. She had expected healing to be a painful process, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. Chunran, your technique is exceptional. After this massage and acupuncture, I feel as if my soul is floating, Zhao Mingyue praised. Shen Chunran replied, I will come every 3 days for treatment and observe the process. If it does not yield results, there will be little I can do. I understand. I have written a prescription. You must adhere to it diligently, without fail. Of course, for my future happiness, I cannot afford to slacken even once, Zhao Mingyue declared earnestly. Satisfied, Shen Chunran nodded, preparing to return home. Chunran, do you not have anything you wish to discuss with me? Zhao Mingyue asked pointedly after dressing. What is there to discuss? Did we not speak of everything? About your husband's official position? I happen to know some insider news, Zhao Mingyue said with a half-smile. Shen Chunran paused, saying, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Has his position been replaced? Sort of. If you seek my assistance, I might be able to help you. Please do not, Shen Chunran exclaimed, raising her hand to stop her, causing Zhao Mingyue to look startled.
What do you mean by that?
The literal meaning is that you have heard the rumors about me. At a young age, I adopted a stepson who has been away from home for 3 years. Upon his return, he brought back a concubine, and thus stands our relationship. Should he rise to prominence, I fear he will elevate that concubine, seeking to humiliate me. Shen Chunran spoke with a hint of alarm. Surely not, Zhao Mingyue replied. Though she was unaware of the specifics, she had discerned Shen Chunran's aversion to Jiang Ye and her even greater disdain for his potential success. It would be best if he remained a modest heir, living out his days quietly. After all, a man lacking ambition possesses the singular virtue of honesty, Zhao Mingyue scoffed. I had initially sought to cultivate beneficial connections, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Indeed, there is no need for that. If you proceed with your machinations, I shall never darken your door again, and we will be sworn enemies. No, 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 Zhao Mingyue hurriedly interrupted. Even if Shen Chunran could not remedy her ailment, she found her company far more engaging than before, desiring a deeper connection. Upon returning from the Duke of the Protectorate's residence, Shen Chunran was in high spirits, only to be met with unfortunate news as soon as she entered. Madam, trouble is brewing. The young master is in distress, reported Han Yue, the gatekeeper. What has happened to Yuan Gur? Shen Chunran inquired, her intuition suggesting it was related to the Duke's household. After all, placing Yuan Gur within such a prestigious family was bound to lead to complications. Unexpectedly, the troubles were intertwined. Han Yue swallowed hard and continued, it is serious. It is said that this afternoon, the young master was playing hide-and-seek with the Duke's son and inadvertently hid in a large room within the Duke's residence, where he accidentally shattered a jade disc, reportedly a gift from the emperor. In a household of such standing as the Duke of the Protectorate, one cannot merely dismiss a piece of jade. Even a humble brick might carry significance. Indeed, that jade disc is of great importance. The Duke and his wife cannot afford to be careless and have already reported it to the emperor. While a jade disc can be broken, one must never harm it in the hands of its owner. Now, we have found a scapegoat. What has the palace said? Han Yue shrank back. The palace has yet to respond, but it is certain the blame will fall on the young master. The Duke's household has already stated they cannot accept such a mischievous child. Thus, he has been sent back, permanently. Madam, you should go and see. The household is in tears. Shen Chunran had approached the room where Yuan Gur was, and indeed, she could hear his wailing. The madam has returned. The madam has returned, shouted the servants at the door, and the entire loyal and brave Duke's residence felt as though they had been delivered from despair, with the old Lady Jiang herself coming to greet her. Chunran, you are finally back. What shall we do now? Shen Chunran asked sternly. Yuan Gur has been sent back. I want to hear from him why he shattered a gift from the emperor. Well, Yuan Gur has been crying since his return and has yet to explain anything.
Came the reply.
Shen Chunran frowned, her heart heavy as she entered, observing Yuan Gur sobbing in Wang's embrace. Yuan Gur, tell me, how could you break the emperor's gift while attending class? Initially silent, Yuan Gur eventually said, they set me up.
Who?
The duke's son. His voice trembled as he spoke. Growing increasingly aggrieved, old lady Jiang and Wang were taken aback. Why would the duke's son wish to harm him? Had he offended them in any way? I have not offended them. They are merely envious of me, jealous of the teacher's praise, and disdainful of our family as standing. They schemed against me, tricking me into playing hide and seek, and I inadvertently broke that jade disc. Yuan Gur's voice dwindled further. Yet Shen Chunran sensed deceit. After all, Yuan Gur had only recently begun his studies. She had painstakingly placed him in the duke's household to highlight his disparities. Unless he were a prodigy, he would struggle to keep pace with Master Mo's lessons. Even if he tried, it would require immense effort. Shen Chunran had not denied him opportunities. It was up to him to seize them. What is going on? At that moment, Jiang Ye returned, and upon hearing the commotion, his expression turned ashen. Shen Chunran remarked,
Yuan Ge has lit.
Since he refuses to speak the truth, I am at a loss. Yuan Gur, why did you deceive us? Old Lady Jiang questioned, perplexed. Yuan Gur shot a resentful glare at Shen Chunran. I speak only the truth. How dare you accuse me of lying, you wicked woman? Wang quickly covered his mouth. You are courting disaster by speaking to your mother in such a way.
Ugh.
Shen Chunran's expression hardened. Yuan Gur speaks a portion of the truth, but not the whole. First, you have only recently started school. It is improbable that you would receive frequent praise. Second, the duke's household is known for its strictness. They would not envy you merely for being an exceptional outsider. So, why would they wish to harm you? Jiang Huayuan, Jiang Ye shot Yuan Gur a sharp look.
Calling his full name.
Yuan Gur cowered, crying, They said I cheated, but I cannot keep up with them. The teacher only pays attention to them. Each time he asks a question, I am lost. I just wanted to impress the teacher, so they would respect me.
What
did you do? Shen Chunran pressed. I secretly hired a tutor to prepare in advance. What is wrong with that? Such a significant matter. Why did you not confide in your mother? Shen Chunran asked. If I told her, she would likely disapprove. It is not merely disapproval you fear. It is that your tutor's credentials are dubious. He did not explain the content, but instead provided you with answers and instructed you on how to respond to Master Mo. Am I correct? In early education, one does not delve into profound knowledge. Any teacher should suffice to clarify answers. Yet in Yuan Gur's case, it amounted to cheating. He may have appeared proficient in class, earning the teacher's commendation and the admiration of his classmates, but falsehoods will eventually be exposed. It is likely that the duke's sons discovered his deceit and looked down upon him. Some mischievous soul must have devised this underhanded scheme. Yet, employing a tutor is not something a mere child like Yuan Gur could conceive or execute alone. Who facilitated this? Old Lady Jiang, astute as ever, quickly grasped the underlying complexities. She suspected it was yet another scheme from that foolish Murong Yuan, though this time she would be mistaken.
Thud.
A sound of kneeling was heard from outside. It was Jiang Prung. Previously, he had taken the blame for Murong Yuan, becoming a crucial ally in Yuan Gur and Jiang Ye's eyes, especially Yuan Gur's. He believed Jiang Peng had protected his mother and thus relied heavily on him. Feeling a sense of honor in his actions without any reflection on his mistakes, only wishing to curry favor. This led to him becoming increasingly reckless and devising poor plans. However, Jiang Peng lacked understanding of education. He only knew that having Yuan Gur answer the teacher's questions would alleviate the master's worries. Thus, one dared to accept the plan, while the other ventured to implement it. Yuan Gur indeed enjoyed a few days of glory, but it ultimately led to dire consequences. Shen Chunran, upon realizing this, glanced at Jiang Ye and said, So, it was the young master's confidant behind this. I dare not make a single move. I fear the young master may wish to dismiss me. This remark left Jiang Ye blushing furiously. He had never anticipated Jiang Peng would commit such a blunder. The previous reward he had given him was due to his perceptiveness and a moment of pique with Shen Chunran. Who would have thought? Jiang Peng remained kneeling, frozen in place. At that time, within the palace, the emperor was also troubled by the matter concerning the jade disc, which, while having an extraordinary origin, could also be considered commonplace. Although its shattering was inauspicious, it did not warrant punishment for anyone, especially since it was said to involve a mere child. However, if no punishment was meted out, what would become of celestial authority? Coincidentally, Prince Zhou, Feng Lushang, entered the palace and heard of the incident. He subtly raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "Ah, it seems this matter has finally come to my attention." He sent word to the emperor, suggesting that if His Majesty deemed it appropriate, he might adopt a certain approach. If not, he could consider it as if the suggestion had never been made. "Your Highness, please speak," came the response. "If the child is at fault, let the father bear the punishment." What a splendid idea. Half an hour later, the eunuch who relayed the message had already left the palace. At this moment, within the residence of the loyal and brave Marquis, there was an impasse, uncertain of how to proceed, when the steward announced that a message from the palace had arrived. The entire household of the loyal and brave Marquis was thrown into chaos, fearing disaster had befallen them. Heavens! What if we faced the disgrace of the entire family? My unfortunate mother, Lady Wang, has already begun to weep. Silence. The old matriarch, Lady Jiang, glared at her, barely restraining herself from tearing her apart. Fortunately, it was not a decree of collective punishment, but rather, the father was to be punished for the son's misdeeds. Jiang Huayuan's father, Jiang Ye, was to receive 20 strokes of the rod. At this moment, Shen Chunran nearly burst into laughter. Jiang Ye's complexion changed as he recalled the words Shen Chunran had spoken in a moment of excitement, warning that such a troublesome servant, having harmed Yuan Gu today, would surely bring misfortune to him in the future. Could it be that Shen Chunran's words had indeed become prophecy? Not only were they accurate, but they were spot on. Jiang Ye began to regret not trusting his clever wife, which had led to this unfortunate outcome to protect Murong Yuan. "My lord, it is late, and the servants are eager to return to the palace before the gates close. Will you lay down yourself, or shall we take action?" "Of course, as a martial prince, we few are no match for you," the eunuch delivering the message stated flatly. "Spare my son. He has fought in battles. Even if he has no merits, he has endured hardships. Esteemed eunuch, I beseech you for leniency." The more critical the moment, the more Lady Wang's foolishness was revealed, as she attempted to bribe the eunuch with silver. Shen Chunran bit her lip, striving to suppress a laugh. As expected, the eunuch retorted coldly, "Madam, have you lost your wits? This is the emperor's decree. Even if you offered mountains of gold and silver, we dare not defy it. Naturally, any attempt to bribe us will be reported truthfully." Lady Wang's complexion paled. In her fury, Lady Jiang stepped forward and slapped her soundly, exclaiming, "You brainless fool! Do you wish to bring ruin upon my Yi, or—"
Get out.
Lady Wang, born of humble origins and unfamiliar with such high-stakes situations, could only weep as she was led away. Jiang Ye glanced at Shen Chunran, but she had already turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. At this point, even he felt a degree of contempt for himself, incapable of managing his subordinates, ineffective in household matters, and with no prospects in the official arena. With this thought, Jiang Ye simply laid himself down on the execution bench, saying, "Eunuch, since time is of the essence, let us proceed swiftly." The 20 strokes of the rod were delivered in quick succession, and Jiang Ye bore it in silence, ultimately struggling to stand and walk back on his own. Shen Chunran quietly mused that the emperor was indeed merciful. Having contemplated this, she allowed Lady Wang's wailing to fade into the background and turned to return to Cuizhu Pavilion. "You cannot leave, Chunran. Now that Yi is hurt, you must not abandon him." Lady Wang turned back to grasp Shen Chunran's arm. Shen Chunran replied, "The young master does not favor me. Perhaps Mei Yang would be more suitable at this time." Chapter 49. A mess of feathers. Murong Yuan would be more fitting, though it seemed she had just been struck as well. How unfortunate for the lovesick couple. Lady Wang was left speechless. Lady Jiang brushed her aside and said gently, "Chunran, now is not the time for such discussions. Our immediate concern is Yuan Ge's education." "Grandmother," Shen Chunran sighed, inwardly laughing. "If the grandson cannot be protected, how can one still be concerned about the great-grandson's studies? If it were another matter, I would not hesitate to humble myself and plead. But Yuan Ge has shattered a gift from the emperor, and the duke's residence is no longer an option. Given that Yuan Ge has attended lessons with Mr. Mo, it is unlikely other tutors will accept him easily. It would be wiser to spend some money to find a common tutor. As he grows older, There will be opportunities to enter a school, as commoners also follow such paths without issue. She reassured them. It was not a matter of great consequence. The larger issue was that Yuan Gur was simply not cut out for scholarly pursuits.
How can that be?
Lady Jiang protested.
Why not?
Did you not often say that Yuan Gur is a rare and clever child? If other commoners can succeed, why can he not? Shen Chunran replied with a cold smile. Lady Jiang realized that Yuan Gur's failure had indeed wounded Shen Chunran's heart. Previously, Shen Chunran had been so devoted to his well-being, paving the way for his studies and sending valuable gifts, fearing he would feel slighted. It seemed that such treatment would no longer be afforded to him. What a disappointment! I am weary, Shen Chunran stated, unwilling to listen to their lamentations, and turned to leave, leaving Lady Jiang with a heartbroken silhouette. At that moment, Yuan Gur, terrified, had stealthily run to Murong Yuan. Given the turmoil that had erupted in the Marquis residence, it was impossible for Murong Yuan to remain unaware. Upon learning the details from Yuan Gur, she anxiously disregarded her still healing injuries and rushed to Jiang Ye. Unfortunately, the door was firmly shut, and no one was allowed entry. Murong Yuan could only cry out at the door, Yiling, "Do not frighten me. Open the door, and let me see you.
If you do not,
and I am seen crying here, what will happen if it reaches the ears of a lady?" With a loud bang, the door finally opened. At this moment, what Jiang Ye feared most was likely the discovery of his relationship with Murong Yuan by Shen Chunran. What had once been a source of pride, a pure and exalted affection, now felt akin to a crime, one he could not even comprehend. Especially upon seeing Murong Yuan, the past flutter of affection seemed to diminish as he reflected on how much of his recent misfortune could be attributed to Murong Yuan's folly and Yuan Gur's actions, casting a shadow over his heart. "I am fine. You should return. Do not let anyone see you here," he urged. Murong Yuan felt a pang in her heart. Though Jiang Ye was striving to conceal it, a woman's sensitive intuition sensed his impatience. He was indeed growing weary. Yet, Murong Yuan also felt guilty, stating, "It is all my fault for being incapable. If Yiling does not wish to see me, once I recover, I shall leave the Marquis residence. Is that acceptable?" "That is not what I meant," Jiang Ye frowned. "I know that is not your intention. We are husband and wife, and our child is already so grown. How could I doubt you? However, since I have lost my chance to be acknowledged by the Duke's residence, and the old lady despises me, it is only right for me to find a safe place and build our own little home. It is far better than living in secrecy." Murong Yuan said sorrowfully. "You wish to be a concubine?" Jiang Ye did not understand. Murong Yuan was taken aback. How could it be a concubine? Did we not agree that once we endure Shen Chunran, you would bring me into the fold? Indeed, these were promises they had made. However, Jiang Ye was now wavering. Even if he were to bring Murong Yuan into the household as his legitimate wife, without a formidable maternal family, she would be nothing. Shen Chunran represented power and reality, while Murong Yuan embodied ideals and love. In the face of power and reality, what value do ideals and love hold? In the past, Jiang Ye had dismissed Shen Chunran, seeking only to utilize her, but now, "I need to think this through," Jiang Ye replied dismissively. But Murong Yuan already sensed that he had begun to waver. "Shen, that wretched woman, what sorcery does she possess to ensnare Yiling to such an extent? If this continues, where will she find refuge? She will certainly not sit idly by." The loyal and brave Duke's residence is in disarray, yet Shen Chunran manages to have a rare peaceful night's sleep. However, she is aware that matters concerning the Duke's household are far from resolved. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. And this is precisely the situation for Jiang Ye. He has barely recovered from a recent punishment when someone usurps his position, and that person is none other than Wei Qingjue, Shen Chunran's future brother-in-law. This revelation sends shockwaves through the loyal and brave Duke's residence, with the old lady Jiang even suspecting that Shen Chunran is orchestrating events to prevent Jiang Ye from advancing. After all, Shen Chunran had recently visited the Protectorate Duke's residence, and her failure there only worsened matters. "Chunran, what is going on?" Shen Chunran is summoned to Shoan Hall, met with such an inquiry from the old lady Jiang, whose benevolent demeanor nearly falters. Shen Chunran, sitting calmly, leisurely disperses the tea froth in her cup before responding, "Let us wait for the heir to arrive. He can elucidate matters far better than I." "What do you mean?" The old lady Jiang, perplexed, hears Jiang Ye enter, dragging his recently punished body in an awkward manner, opting to recline on a nearby small couch instead of sitting. It is evident that his complexion has worsened, though he sensed that his position was precarious. He did not anticipate that Wei Qingjue would be the one to replace him. Moreover, given that Shen Chunran had just visited the Protectorate Duke's residence, it seemed implausible that she was unaware of the machinations at play. Thus, both the old lady Jiang and Jiang Ye share a similar stance.
Yeah.
Chunran claims you can clarify this situation. Your position has been usurped. Where do you intend to be placed next? Jiang Ye, taken aback, responds, I only just learned of this as well. What do you know? What transpired during your visit to the Protectorate Duke's residence? He glares at Shen Chunran, as if he wishes to consume her whole. How could he have ever harbored feelings for her, only to discover that she has harbored resentment and sought revenge? Shen Chunran sets down her teacup, gazing at Jiang Ye. During my visit to the Protectorate Duke's residence, I met with an old friend from my youth and inquired about you. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon another matter that likely influenced your reassignment back to the capital. What matter? The old lady Jiang inquires anxiously. Yet Shen Chunran remains silent, lowering her head as if awaiting Jiang Ye to speak. However, Jiang Ye is left bewildered, his gaze fixed on her. Chapter 50. When it rains, it pours. It is uncertain how long this standoff persists until Jiang Ye seems to recall something, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. It seems the heir has remembered, so I need not elaborate further, Shen Chunran states nonchalantly. At this moment, the old lady Jiang is left utterly confused. What on earth are you two discussing? In such dire circumstances, you still choose to speak in riddles. Shen Chunran, did you conspire against Ye? Is it your intention to see your future brother-in-law ascend while preventing Ye from thriving? She bluntly reveals her innermost thoughts. Shen Chunran feigns surprise and sorrow. Casting a glance at the old lady Jiang, is it truly your belief, grandmother, that I am such a petty person? How laughable. The old lady Jiang is momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Shen Chunran divulges the truth, rendering Jiang Ye powerless to intervene. The heir, while stationed at the border, once sullied the reputation of a maiden during a drunken escapade. Though the incident was initially hushed, it eventually surfaced, and he has been fortunate not to face military punishment. His career is now adversely affected. I, however, must extend my congratulations to the heir. The old lady Jiang nearly faints from indignation. Throughout Jiang Ye's time with the army, she only heard tales of his hardships, never knowing such a scandal had transpired. Clearly, this matter had been meticulously concealed. Otherwise, Jiang Ye would not have chosen to forget it selectively. Alas, fate has a cruel way of intervening. In a previous life, Shen Chunran was unaware of this incident and believed Jiang Ye was wronged, striving to maintain his position through networking. But now, Ye, you are foolish. Jiang Ye's face turns ashen, unable to fathom the reality. Grandmother, I have served you for 3 years, yet I never imagined you would suspect me of sabotaging the heir's future for my own trivial desires. However, I bear no ill will. It is merely that Wei Qingjue's ascendance is a matter of rightful succession. Shen Chunran sighs deeply. The old lady Jiang lowers her head, unsure of how to respond. Her words having cut deeply. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Shen Chunran announces before departing. Inside Shoan Hall, silence envelopes the room, leaving only the two of them with heads bowed. Time passes, and the old lady Jiang seems to come to terms with the situation. Regardless of the circumstances,
It cannot be changed.
we must find a way to navigate this challenge and see if we can secure you a position, even if it is not the original one. Remaining in this inner courtyard for a lifetime would spell the end for our duke's residence. Jiang Ye appears equally troubled. Once fueled by youthful ambition, he now comprehends the harsh realities. Leaving the duke's residence would mean losing everything. Grandmother, aside from Shen Chunran, do we possess any other connections?
Jiang Ye asks sarcastically.
Those who were once allies of my grandfather have either passed away or left the capital, and the only ones remaining are us. You know well that my father, in his lack of ambition, chose the path of cultivation instead of maintaining connections, leaving us in this desolate state.
Indeed.
Such is the plight of the loyal and brave duke's residence. Jiang Ye exits Shoan Hall in a daze, only to be intercepted at a corner by a figure. Yi Lang, is it because of that matter? Murong Yuan, her eyes red, questions with a tinge of sorrow. That incident remains a thorn in her heart, but her affection for Jiang Ye compels her to overlook it, yearning to be by his side and aspire to be the duke's wife. Who would have thought that years later, the past would resurface? Did Shen Chunran bring this to light? Murong Yuan accuses venomously. Yet, Jiang Ye remains apathetic. How could she have investigated such matters? Perhaps it is simply my misfortune, he replies, devoid of any suspicion towards Shen Chunran. Murong Yuan, however, is unwilling to relent. You must not lose hope, Yilang. I will devise a plan. We shall overcome this together. Do not forget the vows we made in our youth. At the mention of their youthful aspirations, Jiang Ye's eyes brighten, revitalized by her words. You are right, Shen Chunran may not aid me, yet I can still save myself. Exactly. Murong Yuan's eyes glimmer as she leans closer to Jiang Ye, whispering, I have something important to share with you. What is it?
Jiang Ye inquiries.
Hesitating, Murong Yuan divulges. The other day, when I was out, I encountered a government official. There are many officials in the capital, but this one seemed familiar. After much contemplation, I realized he is a close friend of my master, though I am uncertain of his position. However, by his attire, it appears he holds some significance. This piques Jiang Ye's interest. What did he wear? Is he a civil official or a military general? What jade ornaments hang from his waist? And what patterns adorn his boots? He inquired about many details, all aimed at verifying identity. Murong Yuan swiftly replied, he is a military general. My master is from the martial world, and naturally, his companions are all skilled fighters. He does not wear jade, but the corners of his garments are adorned with silver tiger head embroidery. He is from the Warhorse Department. Jiang Ye was taken aback. In the capital, there are only 3 departments for military officials: the Supervisory Department, the 5 Cities Department, and the Warhorse Department. The Supervisory Department is responsible for cases involving officials and royal relatives. The 5 Cities Department oversees the patrolling forces, ensuring the safety within and beyond the capital, and is always managed by the Duke of Protecting the Nation, who, in a sense, represents the ironclad authority of the king, as the sovereign would never entrust his safety to others. The remaining department is the Warhorse Department, which, as its name implies, manages the breeding and training of warhorses across the military camps, but it is widely recognized as a lucrative position, currently overseen by the Duke of Qingyun. Therefore, the individual Murong Yuan mentioned is likely an underling of the Duke of Qingyun, affiliated with the Queen's faction. Being part of the Queen's faction means he is aligned with the Crown Prince. Contemplating this, Jiang Ye felt a trickle of cold sweat, yet after a moment's reflection, he asked, do you know this person? I mean, does he recognize you? Murong Yuan shook her head, I do not know. I was young when I last saw him, but I possess a token given to me by my master. If he remembers the token, he will surely assist me. She declared resolutely, then added, Yilang, regardless of the outcome, this is my network. If I succeed, it will be for the best. My only wish in this life is to see you thrive. If I fail, it will simply mean I lack the capability, and I shall devise another plan. Chapter 51. With substance and detail. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ye felt a pang in his heart. Such a wonderful Yuan, and he had previously been blinded by ignorance. He sighed, very well, be cautious. And do not force yourself. If all else fails, we can leave the capital to live a carefree life. No, Yilang, you are too good for that. You deserve the splendor of the capital, Murong Yuan firmly rejected, turning to leave. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The matter of Jiang Ye's position in the 5 Cities Department being usurped had essentially been settled. During this time, Shen Chunran came to inquire about the situation. It turned out that Wei Qingjue had taken the position that would have been Jiang Ye's future brother-in-law, and he felt somewhat guilty. Shen Chunran advised, do not feel guilty. This is what Qingjue deserves. It is actually better for him to remain in the capital, to witness your marriage, and for you both to have children soon. Unlike in the previous life, where he went to the frontier and ultimately perished in battle. Elder sister Shen Chunran blushed and left after having lunch with her. In the afternoon, a rare visitor arrived at the Tsueju Pavilion, Zhang Lian, who had not come to visit for some time, and she was not just visiting. She wore a broad smile, making her presence suspicious. Perhaps she sensed the awkwardness herself and brought Jiang Yin along for company. Sister-in-law, how have you been lately? Shen Chunran smiled. What could possibly be wrong? However, seeing you sisters today has certainly brightened my spirits. Upon noticing that Shen Chunran bore no grudge against her, Jiang Lian's smile widened. Actually, we have come to ask for your favor, sister-in-law. Oh? What is it? Shen Chunran inquired, her tone subtly reminiscent of their previous life. You see, Yun Jia and I find it rather dull staying at home all day. Recently, invitations have poured in like falling snow, requesting you to join outings. Yet you seem reluctant to stir. We, however, are eager to join the festivities. Shen Chunran glanced at Jiang Yun, who subtly shook her head. She was busy practicing her calligraphy and had no desire to go out. While she had been anxious about her future and marriage, since her sister-in-law had mentioned promoting her, she no longer worried. As long as she practiced her calligraphy well, her sister-in-law would surely elevate her status, bringing her fortune. Jiang Ye's thoughts were simple yet sincere. I see. Shen Chunran raised her head. It is indeed my oversight. At your age, you should be introduced to the social circles of marriage. I must take you both out to gain some experience. Yes, yes. Jiang Lian exclaimed joyfully. This reminds me that I informed grandmother yesterday about our household's recent misfortunes. It seems we've offended some deity, as everything has been going wrong. First, Yuan Go was sent back. By the way, what happened to Zhong Peng? Shen Chunran had truly lost track of that matter. Jiang Lian continued. He was just a servant. Previously, elder brother valued him, but after the incident, he was sent away to the estate. Sister-in-law, do you think that crafty servant harbors resentment and exposed elder brother's affairs? After all, he accompanied him on his campaigns, and shortly after he was dismissed, elder brother's position crumbled. It was not Jiang Peng, but this muddled matter could be blamed on anyone. Jiang Peng was rather fond of taking the blame, after all. However, it was unclear. Shen Chunran smiled in silence as she listened to Lian Jia's analysis, which was quite insightful. I knew it was that crafty servant, Zhang Lian declared angrily. After the news of Jiang Peng selling out spread within the Marquis' residence, it was said that he soon took his own life in a well at the estate, a tale for another time. By the way, sister-in-law, what were you about to say? You diverted the topic to that crafty servant, Zhang Lian remarked. Shen Chunran recalled the topic that had been sidetracked and continued, since our household has encountered misfortunes. I informed grandmother that I plan to visit Qingyun Temple tomorrow to pray for peace, hoping for a smoother second half of the year. Since you are here, why not join me? That sounds good. Jiang Yun had no objections. Jiang Lian, however, felt reluctant at the thought of going to such a simple place as Qingyun Temple. But fearing that Shen Chunran might not invite her to future outings, she agreed as well. The next day arrived swiftly. After preparations were made, several ladies from the loyal and brave Marquis' residence, along with the curious matron Wang, accompanied by attendants and servants, set off for Qingyun Temple in grand procession. Madam, this morning I saw the young master leave. He just received punishment and went out. Isn't he afraid of bleeding? Yuya, the elusive little informant, had come to report early. Indeed, it was quite unusual. Jiang Ye was a person who valued his reputation. After receiving punishment, he should have stayed home for at least 10 or 15 days before daring to be seen. His urgency suggested pressing matters, and his most pressing concern was his official duties. He decided to let it be. The outcome would reveal itself upon his return. An hour later, their entire family finally arrived at Qingyun Temple. The recent heat had made the mountains a delightful escape. Shen Chunran had not ventured out in ages and had not been close to nature for a long time, which greatly uplifted her mood. She ascended the mountain with light footsteps. However, her health was still fragile, and by the time she reached the halfway point, she was breathless. Just as she struggled to catch her breath, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Chunran, is that really you? Chunran.
Huh?
Shen Chunran had not yet registered the situation when a figure raced toward her, excitedly embracing her and spinning her around. Indeed, it was none other than Zhao Mingyue, the young mistress of the Duke of Protecting the Nation's second house, who had also come to Qingyun Temple to pay her respects. Upon seeing the entourage from the loyal and brave Marquis' residence, she could hardly contain her excitement. Chunran, you have no idea how thrilled I am to see you. I've taken several doses of the medicine you prescribed. Do you know? I got my period yesterday. Zhao Mingyue continued, her excitement unabated. Shen Chunran felt a pang of despair. You have such energy during your period, yet here I am, feeling as if I might collapse. Are you trying to drive me insane? Isn't it a good thing? I used to have irregular cycles, sometimes not even 2 in 6 months. It's been exactly a month since the last one. I thought it might take ages for the next one to come. Zhao Mingyue smiled broadly, her teeth visible but her eyes concealed. Last year, at Qingyun Temple, I made a wish for the old deity to bless me with early conception. And here I am, encountering you, my benefactor. I have come to repay my vow. Although it may be premature, my intuition tells me that it will not be in vain. She spoke at length, and it was evident that she was elated. If I were to truly conceive in the future, I would certainly acknowledge you as my godmother. That would indeed be an immense honor. Shen Chunran sighed inwardly, chiding herself for her foolishness. Had she cultivated her relationships in her past life, she would not have met such a tragic end, betrayed and dying in agony. The Duke of the Nation's estate, in both her past and present, was a formidable force. Jiang Ye and Zhang Yuan, upon realizing Zhao Mingyue's status, exchanged astonished glances. Jiang Yuan appeared indifferent, while Zhang Lian seemed eager to ingratiate herself. However, contemplating that it was their Duke of the Nation's estate that thwarted their elder brother's ambitions left them in a quandary, torn between flattery and disdain, their minds in turmoil as they felt the pressure weighing on them. Chapter 52. A visit from an old friend upon arriving at Qingyun Temple. The women from both parties busily engaged in offering incense, making wishes, and repaying vows. Once their tasks were nearly complete, a female Taoist priest approached and announced, "Madam, there is an old acquaintance at the entrance, seeking an audience. Due to the presence of male guests among them, I thought it best to inform you first." Shen Chunran inquired, "Might I know who this acquaintance is? Please tell me more." The priest replied. He introduced himself as Zhang and mentioned he had come to pay his respects after encountering you. At once, Shen Chunran understood. She had come to the temple today precisely to chance upon this individual. His visit was most welcome. This Zhang, her acquaintance, was Zhang Sheng, Zhang Lian's betrothed, and a future scholar of great renown, destined for high office. Regrettably, in her previous life, Zhang Lian had prematurely broken off their engagement.
Now,
Shen Chunran had different plans in mind.
Zhang?
I do not recall any relatives or acquaintances by that name in our household, her mother-in-law, Wang, remarked, revealing how little they regarded Zhang Sheng. Shen Chunran interjected, "Mother, surely you jest. The surname Zhang belongs to the very gentleman your father sponsored years ago, who was also betrothed to Sister Lian. Perhaps he has learned of her arrival and has come to pay his respects. It is high time we address this matter." Suddenly, Jiang Lian, having lost her grip on an item, hurried over, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? I have no desire to meet Zhang Sheng. Let us return home at once." "Dear sister, what are you doing? There is no need for such outbursts. We are in a temple," Shen Chunran admonished, her brow furrowed. Wang added, "Indeed, do not act so recklessly. This engagement was arranged by your grandfather, and how can we defy our elders? Your grandfather had always been farsighted, and his decisions were rarely mistaken. His choice to seek a match with the Zhang family was a wise one." Wang believed that Zhang Sheng was indeed a suitable match, attributing Zhang Lian's reluctance to her youth and naivety. "Mother, what do you know? If you wish to marry him, you may do so," Zhang Lian retorted, her voice laced with indignation. Shen Chunran's expression darkened as she said, "Sister Lian, you must abide by the wishes of your parents and the matchmaker. If you continue to act in such a manner, you will only bring misfortune upon yourself." Ultimately, Zhang Lian refrained from further protest, aware of Shen Chunran's authority. Meanwhile, a scholar clad in plain clothing, supporting his elderly mother, approached. This was Zhang Sheng and his mother. Due to her frail health and the long-lasting lamp of her late husband at Qingyun Temple, she often made the journey up the mountain to offer her assistance. As she lacked the means for extra incense money, Zhang Sheng, dutiful and compassionate, accompanied her frequently, even carrying her when she could not walk. Today, upon hearing that the women of the Duke of the Nation's estate had come to the temple, his mother eagerly wished to meet her future daughter-in-law. As they entered, Zhang Sheng's mother, Lady Zhang, trembled slightly, her demeanor a mixture of reverence and apprehension. "Esteemed ladies, I am here to pay my respects." Shen Chunran quickly approached, saying, "Please, do not stand on ceremony. We are all relatives here, and it is more fitting that we, the younger generation, pay our respects to you." Beside her, Zhang Sheng let out a dismissive snort, clearly unimpressed. It was at this moment that Shen Chunran noticed Zhang Sheng's lack of physical appeal. Compared to Wei Qingjue or even Jiang Ye, he paled in comparison. Yet, he possessed a fair countenance, albeit with a somewhat vacant gaze, projecting an aura of simplicity. Little did they know, beneath this unassuming exterior lay the heart of a cunning statesman. He was not a mere simpleton. "Ah Sheng, do not delay in greeting the lady," his mother urged, prompting him to bow respectfully, recalling Shen Chunran's esteemed lineage as a paragon of virtue. "There is no need for excessive formalities," Shen Chunran urged. "Sister Lian, come here," she called. Jiang Lian, infuriated, felt tears welling in her eyes, yet she could not escape the constraints of social etiquette. Every fiber of her being resisted the sight of the unattractive man before her. Zhang Sheng, perceptive to her discomfort, furrowed his brow slightly. Is this the esteemed Miss Jiang Lian? Lady Zhang's eyes fixed upon Jiang Lian, filled with an unspoken hope and affection. She genuinely regarded Jiang Lian as her future daughter-in-law, yet Jiang Lian could only manage a reluctant nod, muttering, "Greetings, madam." "Excellent, splendid," Lady Zhang exclaimed, nodding fervently. Despite her humble origins, she belonged to a family of scholars and showed no signs of intimidation. She was determined to witness her son united with the girl he had been betrothed to since childhood. "Mother," Zhang Xing began, wishing to express his reservations about the match. But before he could articulate his thoughts, his mother swiftly removed a jade bracelet from her wrist. This was their most valuable possession, a part of her dowry, which she had brought with the intent of gifting it to Jiang Lian. "Dear sister, on our first meeting, I have no formal gift prepared, but please accept this bracelet. It suits you beautifully." Jiang Lian's distaste for the engagement intensified as she gazed at the dull bracelet. "Sister Lian, the lady has offered you a gift. Do not be rude," Shen Chunran interjected, attempting to mediate. Jiang Lian felt a surge of anger. Believing Shen Chunran was mocking her for being bound to this impoverished family while her younger sister married a man of great stature, Wei Qingjue. "I refuse," Jiang Lian declared defiantly, pushing the bracelet away. To her shock, Lady Zhang's hand trembled, causing the bracelet to fall to the ground and shatter. Lady Zhang gasped in alarm. "Are you all right, mother?" Zhang Sheng quickly supported her, as the significance of the bracelet was lost on Shen Chunran's family. "If Miss Jiang does not wish to accept it, why must you push my mother?" Zhang Sheng retorted, anger flaring in his voice.
I
did not mean to. It was just a worthless bracelet. I will pay you back." Jiang Lian snapped, frustration boiling over. "That will not be necessary," Zhang Sheng replied, already contemplating the possibility of withdrawing from the engagement. "Jiang Lian, do not utter such nonsense. Apologize to the lady at once," Shen Chunran demanded, her patience wearing thin. She bent down to retrieve the broken pieces, inadvertently cutting her fingertip in the process. "You are injured," Lady Zhang exclaimed, concern etched upon her face. Chapter 53. Intentions to withdraw from the engagement do not concern yourself, Shen Chunran assured, cradling the remnants of the bracelet in her handkerchief. "Lady Zhang, I sincerely apologize. Sister Lian is but a child and does not understand the significance of this bracelet. I shall take it back to have it repaired. Though it may never be whole again, it is the only recourse we have." Zhang Sheng's mother was pleasantly surprised by Shen Chunran's approachable demeanor. Despite her status as the lady of the Marquis' residence, even if grievances lingered in her heart, they momentarily dissipated as she remarked, "It's nothing, just an inconsequential bracelet." "Sister-in-law, Madame Zhang has also mentioned that this bracelet is of little value," Jiang Lian interjected from the side. "Silence, Jiang Lian. Madame Zhang is your elder," Shen Chunran admonished sternly. "What nonsense about elders?" Jiang Lian retorted in anger, but before she could finish her sentence, Shen Chunran struck her across the face, leaving her speechless. Staring at Shen Chunran in disbelief, she thought, if her grandmother could hit her, what right did this lowly woman have to do so? Retaliating seemed impractical with Shen Chunran surrounded by attendants. Furious, Jiang Lian could only cover her face and flee. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Sheng's resolve to break off the engagement strengthened, and he recognized Shen Chunran as a rare and reasonable person, harboring no grudges against the loyal Marquis' residents. He stated, "Since Miss Jiang wishes to avoid our company, I shall take my leave with my mother. Dispose of the bracelet. It truly holds no worth." Shen Chunran remained silent, her face reflecting regret as she escorted them out. However, as they reached the door, a slip of paper fell at Zhang Sheng's feet. He glanced down and was captivated by the elegant script. Such exquisite calligraphy. He picked it up and examined it closely, growing increasingly fond of it. Surmising that the individual capable of such fine penmanship must be an exceptionally talented woman. Could it be Jiang Lian? The thought stirred a pang of discomfort within him. "Thank you, young master, for retrieving the slip of paper for me," a feminine voice interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Sheng turned to see a female Taoist priestess, feeling somewhat disappointed. "Esteemed Taoist, might I inquire who penned this slip?" he asked, noticing the ink seemed fresh, suggesting it had just been written. "The calligraphy belongs to a young lady who accompanied her family to the mountain and kindly offered to write for us. Her handwriting is so beautiful that it makes our own seem quite inferior," the priestess replied. "Indeed, it is lovely," I wonder which family's young lady it could be? Zhang Sheng inquired. That I cannot say for certain. Several young women ascended the mountain today, and she did not leave her name. However, judging by her appearance, she appears to be a young maiden who has just come of age, the priestess said, choosing not to reveal more. Zhang Sheng's eyes brightened slightly. Do you have any further matters to attend to, young Master Zhang? Shen Chunran asked as she emerged, noticing him lingering. Having already resolved to sever ties with the loyal Marquis' residence, he felt untroubled by her reaction and asked, Might I inquire if the slip was written by Jiang Ye? Shen Chunran took the slip, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, What beautiful handwriting! If our Lien had such skill, my mother-in-law would likely bow before our ancestors daily. Though her words were light-hearted, they confirmed that Jiang Lien had not authored the slip. Zhang Sheng sighed in relief, taking the slip with him as he departed. Surrounded by women, he felt it inappropriate to linger further, yet he was determined to uncover the identity of the writer. After all, while there were many women, those who had just come of age were few. Though Zhang Sheng hailed from humble beginnings, his intellect and ambition were boundless. Shen Chunran watched his retreating figure with a knowing smile, having cast her bait, now waiting for the big fish to bite. Meanwhile, Jiang Lien, still sulking from the slap, sat sullenly in the carriage with her maids, while Shen Chunran ignored her. Sister-in-law, today you had me transcribe several slips. I hope you are pleased with my work. Jiang Ye cautiously inquired. She simply followed her sister-in-law's instructions. Shen Chunran nodded. I have seen your work and am quite satisfied. Additionally, I prayed for you to find a good match in front of the old immortal. Sister-in-law, you always jest, Jiang Yun replied shyly. Yet she understood that if Shen Chunran arranged something for her, it would be favorable, unlike her biological mother, Wang Shi, who only sought to exploit her. By the time they returned to the loyal Marquis' residence, it was already afternoon. Grandmother Jiang, having insisted on meeting Shen Chunran previously, felt somewhat hesitant to initiate conversation today, but had extended a special invitation to her. The purpose was to select a tutor for Yuan Gor. Given the current circumstances, reputable tutors were likely unattainable, while some impoverished scholars on the streets would suffice for a price. However, such tutors often varied in quality, and hiring an unqualified one could lead to disastrous consequences. Grandmother, I am unfamiliar with these tutors. If you ask me to choose, I fear I won't be able to discern anything, Shen Chunran expressed her difficulty. Grandmother Jiang sighed, lamenting the lack of reputable candidates that met Shen Chunran's standards. In that case, I shall select the one with the best reputation and let Yuan Gor study under him. Perhaps it will lead to opportunities in the future. Shen Chunran nodded and joined her for dinner. Just then, Jiang Ye returned, bringing good news that he had secured a position. Really? Grandmother Jiang nearly wept with joy. It seems my prayers to the old immortal have borne fruit today, Shen Chunran remarked. Jiang Ye, however, felt cold inside at the mention of the old immortal, attributing all success to Yuan. Unexpectedly, her master's old acquaintance turned out to be a high-ranking official in the War Horse Division named Wei Jianan. Upon seeing the token presented by Murong Yuan, he welcomed them warmly. Murong Yuan promptly revealed Jiang Ye's predicament. Wei Jianan, possessing some authority, typically refrained from intervening. Yet in consideration of Murong Yuan's master, he generously agreed to assist them. He arranged for Jiang Ye to join the War Horse Division, promising to help him secure a good position in the future. Everything appeared to fall into place effortlessly. However, when Shen Chunran heard the name Wei Jianan, her expression subtly shifted, as if concealing a profound storm within her thoughts. Chunran, are you unwell? Grandmother Jiang inquired. Her question more about facilitating a private conversation between the grandmother and grandson than genuine concern. Understanding her intent, Shen Chunran excused herself, claiming dizziness. Once she departed, Jiang Ye revealed the truth to Grandmother Jiang, explaining that this connection was through Yuan, and he had no prior acquaintance with Wei Jianan. Without Yuan, he would have faced significant hardship in the capital. Jiang Ye sarcastically remarked that his legitimate wife, Shen Chunran, could not offer him any assistance, questioning her worthiness as his wife. Who would have thought she possessed such influence? Grandmother Jiang remarked, her sentiments toward Murong Yuan complex. Though she held no affection for Murong Yuan, should she help the Marquis' residence and aid Jiang Ye, her opinion would undoubtedly shift. Chapter 54. Collusion. Grandmother Jiang's affections were always intertwined with self-interest. Very well, let her remain in the residence for now. Grandmother, Jiang Ye reiterated, I intend to marry Yuan as my legitimate wife. Grandmother Jiang nodded, but you already have Chunran. She is still young, you can wait a few more years. If waiting proves impossible, then so be it. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively and rose to leave, his heart wavering, unwilling to place all his hopes on Murong Yuan, especially considering Shen Chunran's influential background and connections. Upon returning to Tsueju Pavilion, Shen Chunran promptly summoned Yue, instructing, "Go tell your master to assist me." Given her current bond with Feng Liushang, she felt no hesitation in requesting help. Yue, unaware of the intricacies, simply knew that Feng Liushang had entrusted her to Shen Chunran, and promptly vanished. "I haven't finished speaking." Half an hour later, Yue returned. "Madam, the message has been delivered. Now relay this. It is crucial to avoid alarming the snake in the grass. If possible, keep a discreet watch on Wei Jianan," Shen Chunran said leisurely.
Yue,
Small yet seemingly brimming with energy, darted away once more. This girl had been well-trained, adept at scaling walls with minimal sustenance. "By the way, how is the fish maw and bird's nest soup simmering in the small kitchen?" Shen Chunran inquired. Hong Xiu replied, "It has long been ready, just awaiting your instructions, madam." "Set aside a bowl for Yiya, and send the rest to Sister Lian," Shen Chunran instructed. Hong Xiu nearly thought she misheard. "For the eldest young lady?" "Indeed. You heard correctly. I struck her earlier today, so I ought to offer her some sweetness. And the pair of jade earrings on my dressing table, which she has always admired, I shall gift to her as well." Hong Xiu now understood a bit of her mistress's ways. While giving away the nourishing soup to Jiang Lian seemed wasteful, the gift of jewelry likely had ulterior motives, for her mistress was not one to act without benefit. What a metaphor. The mistress is farsighted. Nevertheless, Hong Xiu felt a surge of curiosity about Shen Chunran's true intentions. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian, having endured grievances earlier in the day, returned home in a foul mood. She had just calmed down when she heard that Shen Chunran was sending gifts. "No, send it back. It is the fish maw and bird's nest soup that the madam specifically had prepared for you. It is said that even the empress uses it for maintaining her youth. Please do not be angry, my lady. The madam's actions today were also to preserve the Zhong family's face. If not, when you marry into the Zhong family, they may not treat you kindly." "I would never marry into that impoverished Zhong family," Jiang Lian retorted angrily. The maid, distressed, replied, "But if you refuse, what can be done? The old marquis has already arranged the engagement, and even the old lady may not be able to call it off. All this fuss has only harmed yourself. By the way, the madam also sent a pair of jade earrings, the one you favor." At the mention of the jade earrings, Jiang Lian's expression softened slightly, realizing Shen Chunran was attempting to make amends. She had not expected that someone who usually appeared aloof and unyielding would come to her seeking forgiveness. Jiang Lian smirked, though internally she felt a sense of superiority, knowing Shen Chunran still feared her. However, the apology she desired was not merely a bowl of soup or a pair of earrings. It was something far beyond Shen Chunran's reach. Early the next morning, after Shen Chunran had just finished breakfast, Jiang Lian rushed over, looking remorseful. "Sister-in-law, why did you send those items yesterday? Do you think I could hold a grudge against you? I was just momentarily upset. Your hitting me was for my own good. After all, everyone knows you are the most well-mannered lady in the capital's noble families. Ordinary people would be reluctant to have you adjust their etiquette." After hearing Jiang Lian's words, Shen Chunran nearly craned her neck to see if the sun had risen from the west. However, realizing she had her own motives, she felt less surprised. "Indeed, I should not have struck you publicly. I have wanted to do so for quite some time, but could not restrain myself." Forget it. Forget it. "You look exceptionally beautiful wearing those jade earrings today," Shen Chunran complimented. Jiang Lian's mood brightened even more. "As long as you do not hold it against me. I hardly slept last night. Neither did I rest well. But, thankfully our Lian sister has grown up." They exchanged pleasantries, leaving Hong Xiu nearby astonished at the unexpected camaraderie between the two. "Sister-in-law, have you had any social engagements lately? I would like to join." Jiang Lian seized the opportunity to ask, noticing Shen Chunran was in a good mood. Shen Chunran pondered for a moment. "I do not particularly enjoy ordinary social gatherings, but there is a special one coming up which you might not want to attend. As long as I can accompany you to learn the etiquette, I will go anywhere." Jiang Lian insisted, recognizing the main topic had arrived. "My younger sister at home is engaged to the Duke of Chengxin's household. My future brother-in-law, Wei Qingjue, has taken up a position in the Wuqing division, and I hear he is quite impressive. His mother's birthday is approaching, and I intend to congratulate them. I am primarily concerned that the young couple might misinterpret my intentions and think I would distance myself from them. Our loyal and brave Marquis family is not small-minded. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law is right. Our family is not small-minded. Besides, with elder brother's position secure, he will surely entertain guests in the future. Please take me along. Shen Chunran nodded, feeling quite moved. Our Lien's sister has truly grown up. You have impressed me greatly. Jiang Lien smiled silently, thinking to herself that there were many more aspects in which she would impress Shen Chunran. After their tender exchange, Jiang Lien left the Chuizhu pavilion feeling satisfied. As she walked along the main path of the Marquis' residence, she encountered Murong Yuan. Murong Yuan had nearly recovered and could manage to walk upright, though she should have been resting more. However, for Jiang Ye's sake, she felt compelled to be out and about, also to show Jiang Ye who truly cared for him. Why do you seem so cheerful today, Lien's sister? Murong Yuan inquired. Jiang Lien, aware of Murong Yuan's background, replied, Sister Murong, it is nothing. The weather is pleasant today, which has brightened my mood. Oh? Murong Yuan smiled enigmatically. I heard that you engaged a money woman to procure some secret items for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lien's expression shifted, and she no longer smiled exuberantly, but instead regarded Murong Yuan with caution. Yet she quickly feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, Sister Yuan, you must not speak carelessly. Murong Yuan, naturally, would not offend her future sister-in-law and whispered, Do not worry, I will not disclose it to others. But I must know its purpose. Perhaps I can assist you, otherwise, I will have to inform your elder brother. Jiang Lien felt a genuine fear and leaned closer to Murong Yuan, divulging her plan. She had no intention of marrying Zhang Sheng, not now or ever, for her heart belonged to another, Wei Qingjue. She disregarded any engagement he might have, believing her misfortune should not hinder others' happiness. Thus, she sought to use the clandestine items during her visit to the Duke of Chongqing's household for the birthday celebration, planning to create a situation that would leave her with a dilemma that Shen Chunran would have to resolve. What do you think? Jiang Lien asked Murong Yuan. Although Murong Yuan was astonished by Jiang Lien's audacity, she herself was not a distinguished lady, and her actions lacked any particular method. She believed that what was seized was rightfully hers, no matter the means. Was it not the same with Jiang Ye? Therefore, she found Jiang Lien's approach quite admirable. For who would not choose the promising Wei Qingjue over the impoverished Zhang Sheng? Moreover, considering the alternative, she did not wish for her future sister-in-law to marry a penniless scholar. A government official would be preferable, as it would benefit Jiang Ye in the future. I think it is a splendid idea. Since you just called me sister-in-law, I shall wish you success in advance, Murong Yuan declared, producing a purse. In the future, do not seek the money woman for such matters. It is unsafe. Bring any concerns to me. Upon seeing the purse, Jiang Lien's eyes brightened, realizing Murong Yuan had given her something better. After accepting the purse, the two parted ways as if they had never met. In the following days, Jiang Ye took up his official duties with remarkable success, even bringing some pride to Murong Yuan. When Shen Chunran visited Shoan Hall, she frequently encountered Murong Yuan and the old lady Jiang engaged in hushed conversations, appearing quite close. Shen Chunran found it difficult to articulate her feelings about this family. The only ones who seemed to maintain their composure were perhaps her mother-in-law, Wang, and the enigmatic Marquis. However, it seemed their tranquility would not endure for long. Before long, the birthday banquet at the Duke of Chongqing's household approached. After much careful preparation, Jiang Lien transformed herself into a dazzling beauty. She believed that this was her most flattering appearance. Little did she know, before attending the birthday banquet at the Chongqing Duke's residence, another incident occurred at the loyal and brave Marquis. What? The Duke of Dingwa's Prince Cheng intends to seek marriage with the legitimate daughter of our loyal and brave Marquis? When Shen Chunran heard this, her expression was filled with confusion. What on earth is happening? Am I mishearing? She repeatedly questioned Hongxiu. With a helpless expression, Hongxiu replied, You heard correctly, but you've misunderstood. Prince Cheng is not seeking to marry the legitimate daughter as his principal wife, but rather as a noble concubine. As you know, Prince Cheng is already bound by a marriage contract, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he is yet to marry. It is said that he has many secondary wives in his residence, and somehow, perhaps during the flower-picking banquet, he became infatuated with our eldest lady and sought to take her as a concubine. To suggest that the legitimate daughter become a noble concubine is either a deliberate insult from Prince Cheng or a display of his own lofty status. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the Duke of Dinggua's family holds significant prestige, comparable to the abundance of marquisates in this capital, akin to cabbages in the Zhou dynasty. Perhaps having the legitimate daughter serve as a concubine is not so terrible after all. After all, the status of the loyal and brave Marquis is indeed waning. It is unlikely to retain its nobility beyond another generation, fading into obscurity. However, should a legitimate daughter be placed as a concubine in a truly noble family, the opportunity becomes distinctly different. Thus, many declining marquisates in the capital resort to such dubious methods to preserve their titles, contingent upon whether they are willing to sacrifice their dignity. The eldest lady had no desire to marry that Zhang Sheng, and now with the emergence of Prince Cheng, she might be quite pleased, as per Hongxiu's perspective. What does the old lady mean by this? Ultimately, it comes down to the stance of old Madame Jiang. Hongxiu remarked, "We're discussing it now. Would you like to take a look? Let us see." One must seize the opportunity to witness the unfolding events. Otherwise, it might slip away. Upon Shen Chunran's arrival at the main hall, she stood at the entrance and overheard the housekeeper of the Duke of Dingwa speaking persuasively. "Old Madam, Lord Marquis, this is a once-in-a-lifetime match. Although it is as a noble concubine, once she enters our prince's household, she will surely be treated well." This did not sound like a proposal. Rather, it reeked of coercion. In truth, Shen Chunran was not the only one perplexed. The housekeeper, who was speaking animatedly, was equally bewildered. Their prince, while notorious for his reckless behavior, had, in recent years, made considerable changes to his ways. Yet, after attending the flower-picking banquet, he returned home lamenting that the noble ladies of the capital were bland and uninteresting, save for one charming figure who captured his heart, prompting him to inquire about her. The housekeeper was curious about just how beautiful the legitimate daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis could be, to have captivated a prince who had seen countless women. "The eldest lady has arrived." Someone outside called out, and the housekeeper immediately looked in that direction, seeing Jiang Ye enter the hall, elegantly dressed. It was evident she was aware of the situation, her cheeks flushed from running. The housekeeper took a moment to appraise her and thought, "Indeed, she is striking. The princess' taste is indeed unique, albeit somewhat shocking. Why are you here, Sister Lian? You disregard propriety." Old Madame Jiang scolded. Jiang Lian hesitated, unsure how to respond. Her heart had long been set on marrying Wei Qingjue, yet now, unexpectedly, a Prince Cheng had appeared. If she were to marry into the Duke of Dinggua's family, even as a noble concubine, her status in the capital would rise significantly. The temptation was overwhelming, leaving Jiang Lian flustered. What do you mean?" Shen Chunran entered with an expression of intrigue. Jiang Lian truly did not know Prince Cheng, but since he had come seeking her, he must have been captivated by her beauty. Thus, she felt no doubt, and a peculiar smile surfaced on her face as she bashfully covered her cheeks and fled. "Whether you know him or not, why are you running?" Shen Chunran remarked. The housekeeper added, "On such a hot day, I feel a chill in my heart." Old Madame Jiang was equally confused and rose to say, "Housekeeper, perhaps you should return. Allow us to consider this matter, for it carries great weight." I understand. The housekeeper smiled, thinking of the many people in the capital who wished to connect with the Duke's family, especially from these gradually declining marquisates. They appeared to uphold the principle of unwavering loyalty, yet secretly yearned to marry into the family. After speaking, the housekeeper departed, agreeing to return in 3 days. However, when Shen Chunran heard old Madame Jiang express a desire to think it over, she realized that old Madame Jiang was indeed tempted to climb the social ladder. Was she truly willing to send her legitimate daughter to become a concubine? Shen Chunran could hardly fathom the implications of such an act. "I oppose this matter," the previously silent Marquis Zhongqian declared firmly. "Even if our loyal and brave Marquis is in decline, we shall not stoop to selling our daughter for glory." Old Madame Jiang's lips moved, but she remained silent. This was not a matter she could initiate. Instead, she said, "I am weary. Rather than venting your anger here, you should ask Sister Lian what she means. If she also has feelings for Prince Cheng, I will break her legs," Zhongqian interjected, and then left. "Chunran, what do you think of this matter?" Shen Chunran was taken aback. As a granddaughter-in-law, she could not speak recklessly. If anything went awry, it would reflect poorly on her. She merely stated, "I am dull-witted and cannot ascertain at this moment." Old Madame Jiang sighed and proceeded to question Jiang Lian, who, under the pressure from Wang Shi, recounted everything. She genuinely did not know Prince Cheng.
Could it be a mistake?
Wang Shi questioned. Jiang Lian, in a fluster, insisted, how could it be a mistake? He specifically mentioned the legitimate daughter of the loyal and brave Marquis. Moreover, Zhang Yun did not attend that day. Her plain demeanor could not have captured the prince's attention. Surely, he must have seen me from afar and fallen in love at first sight, she shyly asserted. Wang Shi nodded. That could only be the case, however. I have not heard that the Duke of Dinggua's prince suffers from poor eyesight. What do you think about this matter, Sister Lian? Old Madame Jiang asked as she entered. Jiang Lian pondered, her mind caught between the immense wealth of the Duke of Dinggua and the handsome visage of Wei Qingjue. As the plays say, since ancient times, beautiful women have had turbulent fates. The room filled with voices. You must be gravely ill. You can't even speak coherently. I will think it over, after all. We have 3 days. 3 days later coincided with a birthday banquet at the Chongqing Duke's residence. By then, she would decide whether to take action. Thus, Shen Chunran felt a sense of relief. Regardless of where Jiang Lian ended up marrying, as long as she did not cause trouble for Shenluren and Wei Qingjue, she would not concern herself with Jiang Lian. However, unexpectedly, just 2 days later, Jiang Lian sought her out.
Sister-in-law.
Let us attend the birthday banquet at the Chongqing Duke's residence tomorrow. Shen Chunran was taken aback and looked at Jiang Lian, murmuring, why must you court disaster? Choosing to bring trouble upon others? Bring trouble?
I don't understand.
Jiang Lian replied, nothing of the sort. I thought you were troubled, and no longer wish to go. I want to go. I am very eager to attend. Jiang Lian's enthusiasm only deepened Shen Chunran's unease. Very well, I have already arranged gifts. You need not prepare anything separately. The next day, before the housekeeper from the Duke of Dinggua arrived, Shen Chunran and Jiang Lian brought their gifts to the Chongqing Duke's residence. Though the Duke's residence could not compare to the Marquis, the Wei family maintained a noble standing, with their courtyard and entrances impeccably maintained, exuding a unique charm. The roses on the walls were in full bloom. At this moment, the entrance of the Chongqing Duke's residence was bustling with young people. Since Wei Qingjue's mother was not celebrating a significant birthday, there was no grand event planned. Among the guests, many came to congratulate him on his new position, for he had previously been a substitute but had suddenly received a fortunate appointment, prompting numerous old acquaintances to come and offer their congratulations. The eastern courtyard was designated for the male guests. The western courtyard serves as the ladies' seating area. At this moment, Wei Qingjue is busily greeting guests like a spinning top, with Shenluren assisting her in entertaining the female guests. Since her arrival, Jiangling has been subtly following Wei Qingjue with her gaze. Currently, Wei Qingjue stands at a distance among the male guests, engaging in cheerful conversation, effortlessly outshining the surrounding gentlemen. In the entire capital, few can compare in both talent and beauty to Wei Qingjue. The more Jiangling contemplates, the more she feels her choice was indeed wise. Sisters, please take your seats. Once you arrive, you are like family, Wei Qingjue's mother remarked. Her eyesight not being the best, if the hospitality is lacking, do not take offense.
Shenluren chuckled.
Shen Chunran humorously added, you little girl, usually oblivious to the world outside, but now at the Duke of Chongqing's residence. Before she could finish, a burly man approached the ladies' table, a rather rude act, having come to toast the matriarch while simultaneously surveying the female guests. It was rare to see so many enchanting ladies in one place. Upon seeing this man, Madame Wei's expression darkened, seemingly displeased. Shenluren frowned and whispered to Shen Chunran, this man is Li Kuai, a rough character from the military camp, with little to his name. Due to some familial ties with the Duke of Chongqing's household, he always lingers about. Today, he has intruded uninvited, displaying a complete lack of decorum. Brotherly, you ought not to be here. Over there, Wei Qingjue hurried over, intent on escorting this disruptive Li Kuai away, as many guests had already begun to cover their mouths and noses. Young man of the Wei family, do not think that just because you are flourishing now, you can disregard your elders, Li Kuai retorted, shaking off Wei Qingjue's grasp. Though he was intoxicated, his gaze still wandered over the Shen sisters, the most beautiful among the gathered women. You truly are fortunate, young man of the Wei family, Li Kuai resumed his nonsensical chatter. Wei Qingjue, infuriated, attempted to forcibly drag him away, but Li Kuai evaded her grasp, revealing either his feigned drunkenness or his jealousy of Wei Qingjue's fortunate circumstances. A fallen noble, yet rising in status and marrying a legitimate daughter of a marquis, why should all the good fortune fall to him? He insisted on causing a scene. If you do not wish for me to create a ruckus, you must drink with me publicly, Li Kuai declared. Very well. Wei Qingjue, wishing only to rid herself of this nuisance, readily agreed, thinking that a single drink would not matter. Bring the wine. Jiang Ling, having lingered by Shen Chunran's side, seized this rare opportunity and promptly declared, I shall pour the wine. Shen Chunran frowned, sensing something unusual about Jiang Ling today, her eyes seeming peculiar. In truth, she had sensed Jiang Ling's strange demeanor since the last flower gathering, yet being young, she was unaware of the malicious intentions of others. At that moment, Shen Chunran gently grasped her hand, providing some comfort. With her sister by her side, she felt a bit more at ease. Fear not, Shen Chunran reassured her. In a previous life, it was at this very banquet that Jiang Ling successfully ensnared her target, leading to tears and tantrums, almost forcing Wei Qingjue into marriage. Chapter 57. Have you ever killed a chicken? Their happiness was shattered, and it was not for lack of chances given to Jiang Ling. She had chosen to act recklessly, leaving no room for blame. There is no such thing as a foolproof defense. The only way to eliminate a threat is to cut off its source. Knowing Jiang Ling as she did, if today was unsuccessful, she would surely attempt again in the future. Waiting until Qingjue and Luren wed, only to create a scandal then would be much worse. Due to her angle, Jiang Ling swiftly took the wine cup from the maid and poured it, secretly adding a substance to Wei Qingjue's drink. Just as she was about to present it, a figure stepped in front of her. It was Yueya. With a smile, she said, let me handle such tasks, it would be a bother for the young lady. Without giving Jiang Ling a chance to protest, Yueya snatched the tray from her hands. Jiang Ling was startled, but thankfully the wine cup did not spill. However, as Yueya turned, Jiang Ling felt momentarily disoriented, as if the cup had shifted positions. But in her nervousness, she dismissed it as an illusion. Cautiously, Jiang Ling took her seat, her eyes fixed intently on Wei Qingjue, who had already consumed the drugged wine. Of course, Li Kuai had also drunk from the cup, smacking his lips in a rather distasteful manner. Fine wine and beautiful women, splendid indeed. Wei Qingjue was furious, thinking to herself that such scoundrels should be driven out next time. I can leave on my own, Li Kuai said, drunkenly looking back as he stumbled away. Clearly inebriated. This Mr. Li appears quite tipsy. We should escort him to a guest room for some rest, Yueya chimed in cheerfully. Wei Qingjue was already tired of Li Kuai's antics ruining the mood and thought that confining him to a guest room would be acceptable. If he refused to go, they could simply force another drink upon him. Take him to a guest room. I won't go. You go. The guest room is quite nice. Apologies for the commotion, everyone, Madame Wei said apologetically, and the banquet soon returned to its previous atmosphere. However, Jiang Ling felt increasingly uneasy, her mind preoccupied with the hope that Wei Qingjue would succumb to the effects of the wine. Qingjue, what is wrong? You aren't drunk too, are you? Just then, a voice from the male guest's side caught Jiang Ling's attention, further unsettling her. Sister-in-law, I suddenly have a stomach ache. I don't know what I ate that was tainted. I must go to the restroom, Jiang Ling said hastily before leaving. Shen Chunran observed silently, while Yueya immediately followed her. What is wrong with Qingjue?
Shenlun wondered.
Knowing Wei Qingjue's tolerance for alcohol was decent. Just as she was about to rise to inquire, Shen Chunran restrained her, saying, Do not go over. You are not yet married. You must understand the boundaries. Sister, I understand, Shenlun replied obediently. Good girl. You must live well in this life and marry the man of your dreams. I shall not have that fortune. She felt her fate was tied to the Duke of Loyalty and Courage. Either they would remain estranged or become mortal enemies. Sister, what is wrong? Shenlun noticed her sister seemed somewhat tense. It is nothing. After speaking, Yueya returned with a relaxed expression. That was quick, Shen Chunran remarked, puzzled. Yueya replied. It was too troublesome. I just want to eat. I didn't mention the restroom. Shenlun commented. Why is this maid so inconsiderate? However, Shen Chunran understood. She was likely reluctant to follow Jiang Ling, fearing she might need to knock her out and dispose of her. Shen Chunran inhaled sharply. Although she felt no sympathy for Jiang Ling, being involved in such matters for the first time was still somewhat disconcerting. She hoped that innocent bystanders would not be caught in the crossfire. Yet in the next moment, when Shen Chunran opened her eyes, they were filled with resolve. If she did not act decisively, the one she cared for most would suffer the most. Jiang Ling deserved her fate. Sister, why do I feel like? Shen Chunran seemed to sense something. Second miss, have you ever killed a chicken? Yuya interjected. Shen Chunran shook her head in confusion. Why would I kill a chicken? The first time you kill a chicken, it's normal to feel a bit anxious, Yuya observed. Though her expression was naive, she understood everything in her heart. Let us eat. The two sisters resumed their meal, occasionally chatting with the surrounding ladies, who expressed envy over the good fortune of the Duke of Chongqing in marrying such a wonderful wife. Qingjue is indeed a fortunate child. As the banquet progressed, the anticipated event inevitably unfolded. A young servant from the Duke of Chongqing's household rushed over, seemingly with urgent news, but knowing the content was too shocking to share publicly, leaned in to whisper into Madame Wei's ear. Her expression changed dramatically, though she quickly masked her shock and sent a servant to deliver a message to Shen Chunran, indicating that there was a matter to discuss. In the face of such sudden turmoil, Madame Wei maintained her composure. Shen Chunran, maintaining an expression of composure, retreated with Madame Wei to a secluded chamber, where upon closing the door, Madame Wei, overwhelmed, knelt before him. At that moment, an elderly maid softly revealed the unsettling truth. For reasons unbeknownst to anyone, Zhang Lian had found herself in the guest room of the Beau Mansion. The Beau Mansion, modest in size, contained merely 2 guest chambers. One was occupied by the slightly inebriated Li Kuai, while the other housed the suddenly dizzy Wei Qingjue. It was then that Shen Chunran comprehended the situation. Yuya had indeed administered a drug to Wei Qingjue, albeit a common sedative that merely induced dizziness, and in a small dosage, allowing Wei Qingjue to recover significantly shortly after entering the room, thus becoming aware of the scandal unfolding next door. When the old servant arrived, the scene inside was already a chaotic mess, clothing strewn about as the two individuals entangled with one another. The young master dared not intervene and sent the old servant to assess the situation, insisting that the fault lay entirely with the servants who failed to perform their duties, urging Madame Wei not to cast blame upon the young master and mistress. This loyal maid, understanding Shen Chunran's background, recognized that, despite the decline of the loyal and courageous Marquis, it still held the potential for grievance should the matter escalate. Wei Qingjue had grown under her watch, and with the young master's career just beginning to flourish, it would be unwise to provoke a legal dispute. Upon hearing these words, Shen Chunran first feigned shock, but quickly regained his composure, sinking slightly to one side. Madame Wei grasped Shen Chunran's hand, pleading earnestly, "This incident transpired within our household. Should you choose to report it, we are powerless to stop you. However, you know well the character of Qingjue. He is not involved in this matter. If there is anything said by the mistress, do I not know Qingjue's true nature?" Shen Chunran felt a pang of guilt for having frightened Madame Wei. He quickly reassured her. This need not escalate to the point of a legal complaint, as it concerns the integrity of the Marquis. Furthermore, we must immediately send someone to separate them.
Julia.
Present, my lady, she replied. You are quite capable on ordinary days. Once they are separated, have the carriage ready to escort Jiang Lian back to the Marquis. Remember, this matter must remain completely confidential, should any detail leak. Yuya presented a resolute demeanor. I shall attend to it right away. My lady, are you truly concerned about this? Madame Wei asked anxiously. Shen Chunran replied, I will return shortly, but I assure you that Qingjue and Lian will come to no harm. With no time for further discussion, Shen Chunran turned and hastened back to the loyal and courageous Marquis. As he rushed through the main gate, he stumbled slightly due to his haste. My lady, I am unharmed, he called out. Ah, Chunran, why have you returned? Was it not said that today is the birthday of the Lady Chongqingbo? As he reached the anteroom, Wang Shi happened to approach, colliding face to face with him. Upon observing Shen Chunran's pallor, she was taken aback. What is the matter? She inquired. Mother, please come inside. A calamity has occurred. All other servants must leave. Not a single one should remain. What if a fight breaks out and they cannot defend themselves? Understood. The surrounding servants, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly withdrew. Upon entering the anteroom, Shen Chunran collapsed to the ground, filled with sorrow, and lamented, Grandmother, I am sorry. A disaster has befallen us. Lian has encountered misfortune. What? At the mention of Jiang Leofuren and Lian, their expressions darkened considerably. Shen Chunran recounted the events clearly, leading Jiang Leofuren to nearly faint from shock. It is all over. All is lost. Madame Wang, momentarily stunned, suddenly surged forth, intent on striking Shen Chunran. Unmoved, Shen Chunran stood firm, while Hong Xiu leaped forward. Taking the blow meant for him. Shen Chunran, Lian was with you when this occurred. Are you not endangering my life? My esteemed daughter of the Marquis has been ruined. I will not let this go unpunished. Lower your voice. Jiang Leofuren, still possessing some clarity, covered Madame Wang's mouth. Yet her eyes glinted with a fierce desire to consume Shen Chunran. Do not assume that I am foolish. How could such a coincidence occur? With so many people in the mansion, how is it that? Indeed, there is more to this than meets the eye, Shen Chunran interjected. More to it? What hidden motives could there be? Who would wish harm upon my Lian? Madame Wang queried, her agitation palpable. Shen Chunran replied, when I departed. That scoundrel was already securely bound, yet those who captured him claimed that he was inebriated and disoriented, likely due to some foul substance, which incited his bestial behavior. Yet, among all the inhabitants of the Chongqingbo mansion, it was my Lian who suffered. I returned merely to pose a question to grandmother and mother. What question? Shen Chunran articulated each word distinctly. Do we prioritize our lives or our reputation? You wretch! Madame Wang was poised to chastise him further. Yet Jiang Leofuren grasped the import of his words. Shen Chunran continued, if we seek to preserve our reputation, this matter must remain concealed. Otherwise, rumors could cost Lian her life. Though the loyal and courageous Marquis bears no guilt, it is likely that our standing in the capital will be irreparably tarnished. After all, Lian is already betrothed. That mere scholar would not dare to act recklessly even if he discovered the truth. Thus, we would safeguard both the dignity of the Marquis and Lian's life. However, if mother and grandmother feel otherwise and favor life, given the peculiar circumstances surrounding this incident, we should report it to the authorities, engaging the supervisory office. If need be, we could even submit a complaint to the court. I am confident we could unearth the villain who sullied my noble daughter. Perhaps it is someone envious of Lian's potential marriage into the Dingwa Gong residence. Shen Chunran left the thought unspoken, allowing them to ponder. Jiang Leofuren's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, clearly vexed and at a loss. After pacing for a significant time, she finally inquired, who is that scoundrel? If he holds a status comparable to that of the Marquis, marrying him might not be such a disgrace. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to tread that path. Regrettably, Shen Chunran replied, he was a drunken soldier. With a thud, Jiang Leofuren collapsed to the ground, while Madame Wang wept even more profusely. Perhaps we should summon the master and the heir. We few women cannot handle this, Shen Chunran lamented. What use would that be? Can they resolve this? My poor Lian. Just then, a timid servant announced at the door, the young lady has returned. Evidently, Yuya had executed her task efficiently, prompting Madame Wang to rush out. Jiang Leofuren followed closely behind, sending someone to summon Jiang Qinian and Jiang Ye back to the mansion post-haste. Upon arriving outside Jiang Lian's room, Yuya stood guard at the door, while within, Jiang Lian had awakened, crying inconsolably. She had come to the grim realization that the one who had violated her was not Wei Qingjue, but rather a brutish man. And her life, as she knew it, was irrevocably shattered. Quickly, seal the doors. All servants must cease their duties and return to their chambers. Should I see anyone lingering about, they shall face dire consequences. Gather a few trusted maids to surround the young lady's courtyard. Not a whisper must escape. Shen Chunran commanded with unwavering authority. The doors to Jiang Lian's chamber remained tightly shut, while Madame Wang leaned against the doorframe, weeping bitterly. And Jiang Leofuren's forehead throbbed with anxiety. Cease your weeping. We must clarify the situation. Your sister has suggested that today's events bear peculiarities. Grievances have roots. And we must uncover them. If you continue to cry, the day will darken, and all hope will wither. Jiang Leofuren reprimanded. Despite her own heartache, her age and experience imparted a degree of wisdom. Jiang Lian's sobs gradually subsided, and as the door swung open, she stumbled forth, tears streaming down her face, collapsing into Madame Wang's embrace. Mother, what am I to do? She cried, her voice hoarse, her hair disheveled, her former beauty now lost. Resembling Shen Laren in her final moments, My poor Lian. Shen Chunran, have you brought this upon me? To Shen Chunran's astonishment, Zhang Lian's gaze suddenly turned fierce. For in her mind, she believed she had been ensnared in a plot against Shen Qingjue and Shen Laren. It was only natural for Shen Chunran to retaliate against her. However, in everyone else's mind, why would Shen Chunran want to harm her? Destroying a lady of the Marquis' residence would only tarnish her own reputation.
Sister Lian.
You are startled today. I will not hold anything against you for what you say. However, the current situation is indeed suspicious. Just now, we received news from the Marquis of Chongqing's residence. They summoned the imperial physician, who confirmed that the brute was under the influence of a certain drug. Someone indeed intends to harm you, Shen Chunran stated clearly. When the subject of the drug was mentioned, a flicker of unease was evident in Jiang Lian's eyes. Yet she could not comprehend the situation. She had clearly administered the drug to Wei Qingjue, so why did the brute succumb instead? Furthermore, when she stealthily entered the guest room, she could not recall how she had done so. A headache engulfed her. Jiang Lian pressed her hands against her temples in anguish. What's wrong, Sister Lian? Have you remembered something? Old Madame Jiang inquired with concern. At that moment, a maid named Yue entered. She had been the one to escort Jiang Lian back to the Marquis' residence and had been waiting at the door. It's you? Jiang Lian exclaimed, pointing at Yue, as if struck by a revelation. Her disordered thoughts only retained the memory of this maid seizing the wine cup. If something had gone awry, this maid must be the culprit. Is it you?
Is it?
What have I done? I did nothing. Yue protested, her large, innocent eyes wide with feigned innocence. The more Yue acted innocent, the more agitated Jiang Lian became, inadvertently revealing the truth. Did you vile maid, switch the wine cup? I clearly drugged Wei Qingjue. Why did the brute drink it instead? I intended to find Wei Qingjue, yet somehow ended up in that brute's room. I cannot remember anything. Did you give me some sort of potion to confuse me? Yue looked bewildered and strange. However, as soon as Jiang Lian uttered those words, the room fell into a profound silence, with the sound of a pin drop being audible. By the time Jiang Lian attempted to cover her mouth, it was already too late. Although Shen Chunran understood the situation, she still feigned shock, saying, Sister Lian, what are you saying? You were the one who administered the drug? If there were concrete evidence that Jiang Lian had indeed drugged herself, not only would they not dare to report it, but they would also face disgrace before the supervisory office. Old Madame Jiang and Wang Shi were equally astounded. They knew Jiang Lian well. This child had a penchant for attracting attention. On ordinary days, she appeared lovesick, never admitting to having feelings for anyone. Given Jiang Lian's inability to hide her emotions, it was evident that she would have blurted it out if it were true. Her silence only indicated that it was a secret. If it were Wei Qingjue, they might have believed it. For few in the capital could rival that bright and upright young man. However, she had ruined herself and those around her. You foolish child, old Madame Jiang scolded, her hand raised to strike Jiang Lian, but looking at Jiang Lian's pitiful state, she hesitated. Wang Shi could only weep in confusion. Shen Chunran continued to guide the conversation. How could Sister Lian engage in such disgraceful behavior? She is still young, rather carefree and innocent. Has she been misled by someone? Surely, she cannot have been blinded by greed. Moreover, that kind of drug is not something one can simply procure as a respectable lady of the Marquis' residence. She would not even have access to it. Shen Chunran's words seemed to unveil a new perspective for everyone present. Even Wang Shi and old Madame Jiang began to feel that while Jiang Lian was somewhat foolish, she lacked the cunning to orchestrate such a scheme. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian realized that the situation had spiraled beyond her control. She could not bear the burden of this calamity alone. Thus, she hastily declared, "The drug was given to me by Murong Yuan. She knew I had feelings for Wei Qingjue and supported my actions, even providing me with the drug." Sister Lian, do not speak such nonsense. Shen Chunran exclaimed, feigning protectiveness. Sister Yuan is a woman of virtue. Although I claimed our grievances were settled at the flower pinning banquet, I know her character well. She would never engage in such absurdities. I cannot believe it. Unfortunately, Shen Chunran's defense did not garner much support. Old Madame Jiang and Wang Shi were all too aware of Murong Yuan's reputation. Unwed and bearing a child, she was known for entangling herself with respectable young men. Could it be that she provided me with the drug? I have not finished using it. If you do not believe me, search her room. There must be more. Woe is me. I was foolish enough to trust her words. How can I go on living? I might as well take my own life. Jiang Ye began to weep uncontrollably. Absolutely not. Shen Chunran maintained her stance. Old Madame Jiang might have hesitated, but Wang Shi, seeing her precious daughter in such dire straits, could not remain seated. She took charge, leading a group to Murong Yuan's quarters with great determination. The truth would soon be revealed, and they would strip away this woman's facade of virtue, allowing Ye to see her true nature. At that moment, Murong Yuan and Jiang Ye were still outside, not present in the residence. Thus, Wang Shi's search was thorough. After a short while, she returned, tossing a hidden box onto the floor. I found this under her bed, sealed in a hidden compartment. It cannot be anything good. As she spoke, she opened the box, revealing numerous vials and jars, one of which resembled the small vial given to Jiang Ye. Thus, the origin of the vile drug Jiang Ye possessed became evident. Shen Chunran, upon witnessing this, sank into a nearby chair, overwhelmed with shock. How could this be? How could Sister Yuan possess such items? Perhaps her performance was too convincing for anyone to discern the truth. Old Madame Jiang observed this with a hint of compassion, remarking, Chunran, you are still young and have encountered too little of the world's malice. You remain oblivious to the treachery of human hearts. Indeed, I am still learning, Wang Shi lamented, weeping as she scolded. So it was that Murong woman who deceived my sister Lian. It appeared that the truth had finally surfaced. Jiang Lian harbored feelings for Wei Qingjue and sought to employ underhanded methods to claim him, while Murong Yuan acted as her accomplice, providing the drug. However, Jiang Lian, in her inexperience, had miscalculated, leading to her own downfall. Though there were many subtle details and suspicions throughout the ordeal, ultimately, the greatest blame lay with Jiang Lian and Murong Yuan. The loyal and brave Marquis' residents would bear the burden of this disgrace alone. What is all this crying about? What has happened? At that moment, Jiang Qinian and Jiang Ye, along with Murong Yuan, hurriedly returned, sensing the tense atmosphere in the residence. The room was filled with sorrowful women, weeping in despair. Murong Yuan, realizing something was amiss, initially assumed Jiang Lian had succeeded in her scheme. However, upon entering, Wang Shi lunged at her like a man possessed. Her sharp nails left 2 bloody scratches on Murong Yuan's neck.
Ah!
Murong Yuan gasped in shock, realizing it was Wang Shi. She suppressed the urge to retaliate, grateful that Jiang Ye had intervened. What is going on? What is happening? Asked this vile woman. Wang Shi wailed. She provided Sister Lian with illicit drugs, intending to ensnare Wei Qingjue. Sister Lian wished to marry him, yet somehow ended up being sullied by a brute. Oh, my poor Sister Lian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's heart sank. His only sister had been sullied, and he could not accept that Murong Yuan was involved. He had always regarded her as a person of integrity. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Murong. How can it be unrelated? These items were searched from her room. Just take a look at the chaotic assortment. Aphrodisiacs. Poisons. She could poison you without you even realizing it. The more Wang spoke, the more agitated she became. Jiang Ye, gazing at the box of drugs, found himself at a loss for words, realizing he was unaware of the extent of Murong Yuan's clandestine possessions. Murong Yuan, utterly astounded, realized her home had been raided, lamenting the outrageous behavior of those in the Marquis' residence, who behaved like bandits. Moreover, Sister Lian is still alive and breathing. Doesn't she know who gave her the drugs? At that moment, Jiang Lian, cautiously peeking from behind the bed, said, the medicine was given by Miss Murong. Murong Yuan felt a surge of frustration, wishing she had known Jiang Lian was this foolish. She wouldn't have touched anything. Miss Murong. The usually stern and silent old Madame Jiang rose and approached Murong Yuan, who hadn't even spoken yet. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped Murong Yuan across the face. Murong Yuan dared not retaliate, merely covering her face and looking at old Madame Jiang with a sorrowful expression. Do you truly believe this is all my fault? Even without her drugs, Jiang Lian would still have acted. She merely stepped on a pile of dog excrement. Just as Jiang Ye was about to interject, old Madame Jiang declared, the string of incidents plaguing our residence all bear your mark, Murong Yuan. I previously suggested we dismiss our grievances at the flower gathering, yet with such matters arising, you remain implicated. How long will this calamity follow us? Leave. However, Jiang Ye firmly grasped Murong Yuan's wrist, preventing her from departing. Grandmother, there must be some misunderstanding. The evidence is irrefutable. It was found in her room. Ask her if these items belong to her. They are mine, Murong Yuan admitted briskly, casting a defiant glance back at old Madame Jiang. If you wish for me to leave, then I fear the connections I have just forged for young Master Yi will also vanish with me. The last phrase was spoken in a hushed tone, audible only to old Madame Jiang. This little minx dares to threaten Jiang Ye's future. Great-grandmother. Grandmother wants me to see my parents. Young master, the old lady will be out shortly. Outside, the cries of Yuan Gu echoed, causing old Madame Jiang to hesitate. Not far away, Shen Chunran, though unaware of the specifics, could tell from old Madame Jiang's demeanor that she had not maintained her composure for long. Grandmother. At this point, determining who is right or wrong is irrelevant. We should resolve this matter quickly. What will become of Sister Lian? Regarding her marriage, should we communicate with the Zhang family? Shen Chunran suggested diplomatically. I refuse to marry that ugly, useless Zhang Sheng. Jiang Lian interjected vehemently. Alas, this girl truly lacks foresight. Even now she speaks such words. Does she not realize whether Zhang Sheng will even wish to marry her? She only dares entertain such thoughts because he is a mere impoverished scholar, easy to bully. Old Madame Jiang shook her head. We cannot communicate with the Zhang family. Not a word must be uttered. It would be too shameful. They are attempting to deceive the Zhang family. However, Jiang Lian retorted, if we can deceive them, then I would rather marry as a concubine to the Duke of Dinghua than be with that ugly wretch. Shen Chunran raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Old Madame Jiang seemed to have come to a realization. Sister Lian need not worry about marrying. She still has the route to the Duke of Dinghua. Even if Sister Lian's situation is exposed, the laws of the Zhou dynasty allow concubines to retain their integrity, thus they would not be deceiving anyone. It primarily depends on how well they can cover it up. If done well, no one may ever find out. Thus, marrying into the Duke of Dinghua's household is a risky yet ingenious strategy. With this thought, old Madame Jiang turned to Jiang Lian. Have you truly made up your mind? Jiang Lian hesitated. She had spoken offhandedly, yet it reflected her genuine thoughts. Naturally, I have made up my mind. Very well. In this world, there is no secret that cannot be kept. As long as your resolve is firm, we shall proceed. This matter must remain buried within our household. That is certain, Wang asserted resolutely. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the entire Jiang family appeared united. If word were to leak, it would spell disaster for the entire clan. Old Madame Jiang remarked coldly. Shen Chunran regarded her grandmother with newfound respect, nodding. Everything shall be at grandmother's discretion. Murong Yuan shot a glance at Jiang Ye, pondering how this matter had somehow drawn in the Duke of Dinghua's household, yet she dared not inquire as she was under old Madame Jiang's scrutiny. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian, the focal point of the situation, found herself increasingly uncertain about her future. On the other hand, Shen Chunran hesitated before saying, what shall we do about the boar from the Zhongyong Marquis' residence? He is still tied up and has been drugged. He was originally to be delivered to the authorities, but now that we must maintain secrecy, the authorities cannot be approached. Yet, if we release him, we cannot guarantee he won't speak out. A cold glint flashed in old Madame Jiang's eyes, mingled with a sense of malice, causing Shen Chunran to shiver. As though she had seen such a gaze in a past life. Bring that boar here secretly, and I will handle this matter. Old Madame Jiang spoke calmly. Rest assured. Should this matter be thoroughly investigated, they cannot escape their involvement. They would prefer we keep silent. Moreover, Madame Wei's health is fragile. She cannot withstand this. And Qingju dares not act recklessly, Shen Chunran quickly added. That is good. Ensure Sister Lian is properly cleaned up. Remember, today, nothing has occurred. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. As Shen Chunran prepared to take action, a steward hurriedly approached, reporting, Old Madam, someone from the Duke of Dinghua's residence has arrived, requesting to speak. Inform the Duke of Dinghua's messenger that our loyal and brave Marquis' residence is willing to proceed. Let them send their true representatives for the specifics. Old Madame Jiang's response was terse, indicating her seriousness. Why are you still standing here? The steward hesitated at the door, continuing. There is one more guest who insists on seeing you, old madam. Who? Young Master Zhang Sheng, who is betrothed to the eldest young lady. He seems to be in a rather foul mood and has expressed a desire to annul the engagement. The stewardess' displeasure was evident as he remarked, how can the illustrious, loyal, and brave Marquis' residence annul an engagement with you? You come here seeking to break off our engagement. Yet, within the room, everyone's thoughts began to shift. How fortuitous. Shen Chunran also felt the day had turned serendipitous, and she heard old Madame Jiang say, "Let him wait. I shall be there shortly." Chapter 61. The show begins. Zhang Sheng hurriedly rose and said, "I dare not presume to match myself with the esteemed young lady of the Marquis's house. I am but a humble scholar, with a modest home of 3 tile-roofed rooms and a few acres of farmland. I truly cannot fathom how I would face the prospect of marrying the Marquis's legitimate daughter. To speak candidly, the bracelet my mother intended to present to Miss Jiang was the most valuable possession in our household, and I am overwhelmed with shame. I am aware that the late Marquis arranged this engagement because he believed I had scholarly potential. However, I have ultimately failed to live up to his expectations, achieving nothing of note. Though I am the one requesting the annulment, my words may evoke sympathy. I beseech you, dear matron, to grant permission and not delay Miss Jiang's future." In his heart, however, he was consumed with thoughts of the exquisite calligraphy he had seen that day. He had inquired among the ladies of the Qingyan temple, but very few had recently come of age. If he were to name one, it would only be from the loyal and valiant Marquis's household, yet it was not Jiang Lian. After days of searching, Zhang Sheng felt that he was perhaps only a hair's breadth away from that woman, or perhaps worlds apart. Nonetheless, he was a man who followed his heart, and thus, severing ties with the Jiang family was imperative. The mere thought of Jiang Lian was unbearable to him. After a moment, the matron sighed deeply. "My dear child, do not blame yourself. It is my Lian Jie who is simply out of luck. In marriage, the most important aspect is mutual affection. If you do not cherish her, forcing a union will only bring sorrow to both of you. Why endure such hardship?" Zhang Sheng's eyes glimmered with appreciation, surprised by the matron's wisdom. Shen Chunran stood not far away, uncertain whether to laugh or to cry. "Since it is thus, let us annul the marriage."
Wait.
As the situation seemed to be reaching its conclusion, Shen Chunran hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, almost appearing as a villain. "What are you doing, Shen Chunran?"
Jiang Ye fronet.
Sensing her ill intentions. Yet Shen Chunran ignored him and approached the matron, "Grandmother, this engagement was established during the late Marquis's lifetime. If we were to annul it recklessly, it could lead to rumors of our family being untrustworthy and looking down on others. Instead, I propose a compromise." "What compromise?" Zhang Sheng frowned, disliking any middle ground. He merely wished to sever ties with the loyal and valiant Marquis's household swiftly, ensuring no future entanglements. But Shen Chunran continued, "Lian Jie has a younger sister, Yun Jie, who is yet to be engaged. Why not keep the marriage intact and simply state that it is Yun Jie who is truly betrothed to Zhang Sheng? But Yun Jie is a concubine's daughter. She may be a concubine's daughter, but she has never seen her biological mother and has been raised by her stepmother, thus is akin to a legitimate daughter." As Shen Chunran spoke, she exchanged glances with the matron. In the current court, reputation is of utmost importance. If we were to annul the engagement, it would not reflect well on us. Zhang Gongzi is pursuing a career through the imperial examinations. If this were to be used against him, how would that bode? This insight struck Zhang's matron, for substituting Jiang Lian with Jiang Yan appeared to be a prudent solution. An annulment would tarnish the reputation of all involved. Zhang Sheng, observing his own obscurity, realized that if he were to stabilize his official career in the future, he would have no regrets. One cannot sever ties entirely. The only one who might oppose this plan was Wang Shi, who had high hopes for Jiang Yun's marriage to a wealthy merchant. However, at that moment, Wang Shi was busy comforting Jiang Lian and did not come forward. The next anxious party was Zhang Sheng, who had previously thought of Shen Chunran as a benevolent figure, only to be thwarted at a critical moment. He had feigned innocence for so long that he was about to lose his composure. What does young Master Zhang hold in his hand? Is it the marriage contract? Unexpectedly, in a moment of distraction, Shen Chunran snatched the marriage contract from his grasp, opened it and remarked, "It mentions Lian Jie's name, but that cannot stand. It must be changed to Yun Jie's. Hence, this marriage contract needs to be redrafted. Someone, summon Yun Jie."
Yes.
All unfolded seamlessly. Zhang Sheng was infuriated, wishing to reclaim the contract. "Madam Shen, what is the meaning of this? I have yet to. Young Master Zhang does not look favorably upon my Marquis's household. Yun Jie is different from Lian Jie. If she were to learn that this engagement was arranged by her grandfather, she would likely be overjoyed rather than feel burdened. Furthermore, Yun Jie excels in culinary arts and needlework, as we all know. You need not worry, young Master Zhong. She is not a woman who cannot endure hardship. Shen Chunran continued unabated, much to Zhang Sheng's escalating frustration. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was ushered in. At that moment, Jiang Ye was equally bewildered. She had been practicing her calligraphy when she suddenly heard cries and wails from outside. As she was about to investigate, a maid had sent her back, prompting her to resume her practice. The other maids mocked her for ignoring the commotion. She smiled, asserting that her calligraphy was her greatest concern. Others' affairs, if too entangled, would only complicate her own. Initially, her calligraphy was encouraged by Shen Chunran, and she had taken her studies seriously, unexpectedly developing a fondness for it. With diligence, she realized she had a talent for scholarship, though regrettably born a lowly concubine's daughter. Being a daughter of the house, Jiang Ye did not present herself directly, but stood behind a screen, catching only a glimpse of a slender figure. Zhang Sheng did not even wish to glance further. He was thoroughly exasperated by the Marquis' household, feeling as if he might soon have to sell his trousers, yet they continued to cling to him. What must he say for them to agree to the annulment? Did they wish to force him to utter something disgraceful? Would they consider it disgraceful if he claimed to indulge in fleeting pleasures? Yet being impoverished would likely not lend credence to such claims. As his frustration mounted, Zhang Sheng found it increasingly difficult to maintain a scholar's dignity. He shot an accusatory glance at Jiang Ye behind the screen. Sister-in-law, what is it that you seek? Shen Chunran smiled. Bring forth the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. Yun Jia, please transcribe this marriage contract, but when it comes time to sign, do replace Lian Jia's name with your own. As she spoke, the necessary materials were already prepared behind the screen. Jiang Ye was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Last time at the Qingyan temple, Shen Chunran had her write a letter, and now she claimed to be seeking a match for her. Miss Jiang, if you are unwilling, then... Zhang Sheng seized the opportunity, hastily interjecting. Before he could finish, Jiang Ye replied, Elder sister-in-law is like a mother to me. I shall heed all your wishes. I greatly admire young Master Zhang, a scholar of such repute. Alas, as a woman, I cannot seek distinction in the examinations. Jiang Ye spoke with a hint of melancholy. Yet her words rang true, and Zhang Sheng could perceive this sincerity. To his surprise, aside from the haughty Jiang Lian, Jiang Ye was a gentle and amiable presence. Regrettably, he had already set his heart on another. Even if Jiang Ye were a paragon, he had no desire to pursue further relations with the Marquis' household. Madam Shen, you need not arrange further, since I have come to the loyal and valiant Marquis' house to annul this engagement. I have resolved to sever these ties and dedicate myself solely to my studies. I believe that a man of integrity has nothing to fear, and I will not be ensnared by any scandal. I fear that Miss Jiang and I may never share a future, Zhang Sheng declared passionately.
Done.
Unbeknownst to him, Shen Chunran disregarded his words, taking the new marriage contract handed to her by a maid. The ink was still wet, but Jiang Ye's handwriting was already remarkably swift and fluid. Young Master Zhang, please take a look. Zhang Sheng was exasperated. Feeling that Shen Chunran was unworthy of her position as a Marquis' daughter, a matron who acted unilaterally, ignoring others' voices. However, when he beheld the exquisite calligraphy, he was momentarily taken aback. Such elegance, so familiar. Qingyan Temple, loyal and valiant Marquis' household, concubine's daughter, Jiang Ye. As astute as Zhang Sheng was, he suddenly comprehended everything. The person he had been desperately seeking all along had been a member of the loyal and valiant Marquis' household all along. Shen Chunran found herself momentarily at a standstill. Perplexed as she inquired, what did young Master Zhang just say? At that moment, Jiang Ye, unable to contain himself any longer, darkly remarked, he claims he is fated to be forever apart from the Jiang family's daughter, as if all those eloquent words were mere fabrications. He has come to annul the engagement, a treacherous scoundrel indeed. Shen Chunran cast a glance at the bewildered Zhang Sheng and asked, is that true? Zhang Sheng replied, could I assert otherwise? It was only then that he shifted his gaze from the marriage contract and continued, not at all, I meant to say, while it may seem that I and the Jiang family's daughter are worlds apart, fate has conspired with the esteemed old Marquis to secure a suitable match for a mere commoner like myself. I was foolish enough to consider rejecting such an opportunity, which was truly ungrateful of me. Upon reflecting on the old Marquis, I had an epiphany. I humbly asked for the old matron's forgiveness. Having said this, he took the marriage contract and bowed solemnly once more to the old matron of the Jiang family. This sudden and dramatic reversal left the entire loyal and brave Marquis momentarily stunned. Jiang Ye, hidden behind a screen, felt a surge of emotion. She had pondered her future for many years, yet at this moment, it all seemed to align perfectly. Rather than being casually betrothed, she had unwittingly claimed Jiang Lian's fiancé for herself. It appeared unjust, yet she felt a deep sense of satisfaction, trusting that Shen Chunran would not lead her astray. She also believed that the scholar behind the screen, once favored by her grandfather, was not a man of ill repute, and that was sufficient for her. Given these circumstances, the marriage contract would henceforth be amended. The old matron of Jiang seemed somewhat bewildered, struggling to find words. It was Jiang Qinian who spoke up, stating, "I just quietly consulted an oracle. Sister Yun and young Master Zhang are indeed meant to be. Now that this has been decided, what is there left to discuss regarding the marriage? Sister Yun has long since reached the age of maturity." Zhang Sheng, still immersed in the surprise of finding his dream woman, felt a sudden nervousness as he glanced at Jiang Yun, hidden behind the screen. Though her appearance was obscured, Shen Chunran interjected, "This is not the time for you to decide. After all, parental arrangements and matchmakers have always been the custom. You may return now." Jiang Yun obediently nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Sheng exclaimed, "Are you certain we have truly assessed each other?" His impression of Shen Chunran was akin to a roller coaster, swinging from viewing her as the finest woman in the world to finding her utterly irksome. "By the way, the bracelet your mother requested I repair has been restored," Shen Chunran recalled, instructing someone to retrieve it. The bracelet, shattered by Jiang Lian, had indeed been mended, but it now bore several gold embellishments, transforming it into a piece he could hardly recognize. If his mother were to see it, she might not even recognize it. Perhaps this was fate. "This was originally a gift from my mother to my future daughter-in-law. Now that it is restored, please pass it along to Miss Jiang Ye," he said. "Very well. Since the engagement has been settled, young Master Zhang should return with the marriage contract to inform the elders of your clan, arrange the auspicious date, and ensure that all formalities are meticulously adhered to." I understand. Farewell," Zhang Sheng replied, his face aglow with joy. As he stepped back, he nearly stumbled, but quickly composed himself. Upon reaching the entrance of the loyal and brave Marquis, he gazed at the marriage contract in his hands, an idiotic smile plastered across his face. As if he had just awoken from a dream, he carefully tucked the new marriage contract away and, in an impulsive moment, tore the old one, written during the old Marquis's lifetime, into shreds. The very thought of Jiang Lian brought him discomfort. The loyal and brave Marquis soon returned to its tranquil state. "Why do I sense that your actions today were somewhat deliberate?" Jiang Ye approached Shen Chunran from behind, his tone laced with sarcasm. Without turning, Shen Chunran replied, "You have discerned my intentions, young master. Indeed, I acted with purpose. I wish to show my appreciation to Sister Yun for her efforts in making me chicken soup, while also bestowing upon her a chance for happiness, thereby preserving the honor of both families." Jiang Ye scoffed lightly and departed. In his heart, he deemed Yuer to be of utmost importance, viewing Shen Chunran as a duplicitous and thoughtless woman. "Sister-in-law, do you truly wish for me to marry that young Master Zhang?" Jiang Yun had returned but lingered at the door, her apprehension palpable as this concerned her lifelong fate. Shen Chunran anticipated her reaction, understanding that the suddenness of the situation was overwhelming. She approached and gently reassured her, "It is true, and this is my plan for you. Though Zhang Sheng may appear unremarkable at present, he holds great potential for the future. You need not worry. Should you be unwilling, I will acquiesce." Chapter 63. The busy gossip. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yun firmly declared that her opportunities in life were limited, including in matters of marriage. However, this time she was willing to trust Shen Chunran, her inquiry merely seeking reassurance. It was not a mere coincidence. It was her sister-in-law's design, and with this understanding, she felt at ease. Observing Jiang Yun's expression, Shen Chunran felt a wave of relief, hoping this child would find happiness in her life. She instructed, "From now on, you shall be a bride-to-be. Aside from your studies and practicing calligraphy, you must not neglect your preparations. You are marrying a talented man, and you must not let that be taken lightly. Moreover, you must learn to adorn yourself. I will send a maid skilled in cosmetics to teach you proper grooming tomorrow. It is essential. Being too plain is not acceptable. Additionally, you must begin to manage household affairs, a skill you have not yet learned but must acquire, for you will be an exceptional matron. After all, the future Zhongsheng would be a prominent figure, and he would require a competent partner by his side. Jiang Ye blushed. Is there truly a household to manage in the Zhong family? Certainly, there is none at present, but there will be in the future. Sister-in-law, you speak such unvarnished truths. Seeing that Jiang Ye had no further objections regarding the engagement, Shen Chunran felt reassured and took her leave, intending to visit the Chongqing residence for business matters. Just then, she overheard someone mention that the Duke of Dinggua's household had arrived once again. It seemed the loyal and brave Marquis was indeed bustling with activity. Madam, shall we go take a look? Yueya inquired. Shen Chunran shook her head. I have achieved my objective. I prefer not to meddle in their affairs any longer. Madam, it is said that the Prince of Cheng has personally come. Very well. Let us go see, Shen Chunran decided, her curiosity piqued by the gossip surrounding the prince. Genuinely intrigued by the figure who had taken a fancy to Jiang Lian at the flower-pinning event and was now risking expulsion to take her as a concubine. Was he truly a romantic at heart? In her contemplation, Shen Chunran hurriedly returned to the main hall, where she indeed laid eyes on the much-rumored Prince of Cheng. From behind, he appeared quite ordinary. Could it be true, as the Wang family speculated, that he suffered from a visual impairment? Shen Chunran made a point to move to the front for a better view, observing that the Prince of Cheng, dressed in exquisite attire with an air of elegance, could be deemed a respectable young gentleman. However, the flippant demeanor about him was decidedly unappealing. Yet it aligned perfectly with his notorious reputation for being a libertine. The Prince of Cheng, whose real name was in Cheng, stood in the hall, speaking confidently. I never expected the loyal and brave Marquis would acquiesce to my proposal. I am genuinely touched. However, I have since sent someone to investigate thoroughly, and it appears that your esteemed young lady has been involved in more than one incident. I happened to encounter her after the commotion at the chess pavilion had settled, so it certainly could not have been her. Thus, I pondered if there had been a misunderstanding, as I do not wish to unwittingly take the wrong person as my concubine. You seek to meet Jiang Lian?
Jiang Ye,
Hosting the Prince of Cheng, felt his heart sink at the thought of his sister marrying such a scoundrel, even as a concubine. Yet there was no alternative. This was the reality, lest Jiang Lian face a bleak future. Indeed, I wish to meet her first. She is truly unlike any other noble lady in the capital. The Prince of Cheng replied with a smile, revealing an unusual hint of shyness. This display sent a chill down Shen Chunran's spine. Jiang Ye continued, Rest assured, Your Highness. The young lady from the Ho residence who attended the flower-pinning event was only Lian Jie. The other did not attend, and is already betrothed.
Well,
if you wish to meet her, then so be it. At this moment, Jiang Lian had already bathed and groomed herself. Although she had wept several times, leaving her eyes somewhat red, she was presentable enough to receive guests. Considering that this meeting pertained to her future, it was reasonable to think she would attend. So Jiang Ye sent someone to deliver the message. However, what they did not notice was a shadow lurking in the hall, revealing a hint of panic. This person was Murong Yuan, who had previously encountered the Honorable Prince Cheng at the flower-pinning event. At that time, she had merely identified herself as a member of the loyal and brave Ho family, without mentioning that she was a young lady. How could the Honorable Prince Cheng have come seeking her out on his own accord? Previously, when the Honorable Prince Cheng had sought Jiang Lian as a concubine, Murong Yuan and Jiang Ye were preoccupied with their political ambitions, leaving them little time to concern themselves with household matters. Moreover, the idea of becoming a concubine was not a matter of pride, so it had not spread within the household and had been buried for 3 days. Later, today, Jiang Lian's plot against Wei Qingjue had failed, leading to her own disgrace. Murong Yuan could never have imagined that the Honorable Prince Cheng would be interwoven into this affair. While they had discussed the Duke of Dinggua's residence in Jiang Lian's room, Murong Yuan had been puzzled about the connection between that and the Duke's family.
Jiang Ye,
feeling embarrassed, had not informed her, leaving Murong Yuan the only one in the dark. Ironically, she was also the one who knew the truth. The Honorable Prince Cheng was not infatuated with Jiang Lian. Rather, it seemed that from the very beginning, every step had been a misstep, and today's events were too convoluted for her to fathom a resolution. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian, supported by a maid, approached looking somewhat haggard. Although she had applied some powder to appear radiant, akin to the moonlight, it was to no avail. Who are you? After the customary greetings, the Honorable Prince Cheng exclaimed in surprise, Where is my beauty? Jiang Ye had never been fond of this situation. It was already outrageous for the legitimate daughter of the loyal and brave Ho family to consent to become a concubine. To be treated like a cabbage for selection was utterly intolerable. Wasn't this precisely what the prince sought in a bride? What did this mean? The person I wish to marry is not her, and I do not even know her. She is far from beautiful. The lady I seek is not like this. Forgive my candor, but your sister is rather unfortunate in her appearance. The Honorable Prince Chung was notorious in the capital for his debauchery, yet his lineage was esteemed. Except when in the palace, he spoke his mind without restraint. His sole redeeming quality was his penchant for blunt honesty. Jiang Lian, having suffered a calamity today, was now subjected to this humiliation by the Honorable Prince Chung, causing her shoulders to tremble with rage. You scoundrel! You clearly sought to marry me. Yet now you retract your words and insult me. You are all villains. Jiang Lian's emotions began to unravel, and she lunged at the Honorable Prince Chung. The Honorable Prince Chung, known for his tenderness towards the fairer sex, usually afforded some respect to those of beauty. However, he harbored an extreme aversion to the unattractive. As Jiang Lian charged at him, he kicked her aside, and she cried out in pain, falling unconscious from the shock. Chapter 64. A face full of melodrama. Although Jiang Ye possessed no extraordinary abilities, he was fueled by a sense of indignation. Witnessing the Honorable Prince Chung publicly humiliate him and strike his sister was unbearable. In a rush of blood, he charged at the prince and landed a punch.
Jiang Ye.
A martial general knocked the prince back several steps, causing blood to spurt from his nostrils. Your Highness, Jiang Ye, how dare you? A steward from the Duke of Dinghua's residence shouted angrily. He was well aware of the prince's misdeeds, but could not allow a mere scion of the loyal and brave Ho family to strike their prince. The steward, skilled in combat, prepared to confront Jiang Ye. Shen Chunran, watching from a distance, feigned panic while secretly reveling in the drama unfolding. Oh, how delightful this was! Just when she thought it couldn't get any more exciting, the next moment proved otherwise. A graceful figure rushed forward, interposing herself. Young master, you must not resort to violence. If you do, you may jeopardize your hard-earned career. Upon seeing Murong Yuan, Jiang Ye regained some clarity. Yes, he could not act impulsively, but was it possible for him to restrain himself? That delicate beauty had dashed over, grasping Murong Yuan's wrist. My lady, is it truly you? I did not expect to find you here. Why did you not clarify matters that day? You have led me to mistake the wrong person. The Honorable Prince Chung looked at Murong Yuan in astonishment. Murong Yuan, equally puzzled, thought, had they not spoken little that day? She had merely claimed to be from the loyal and brave Ho family. How could he have conjured such a narrative? Honorable Prince, I did say I was from the loyal and brave Ho family, but I never claimed to be the young lady of that house, Murong Yuan hastily clarified. The Honorable Prince Chung grasped her meaning instantly. Oh, so you are not the young lady but rather a servant? How much for your freedom? I shall redeem you. I am not a servant, Murong Yuan retorted, exasperated. Then what are you? The Honorable Prince Chung could not fathom that Murong Yuan was Jiang Ye's beloved. After all, only two types of people attended the flower pinning event, masters and servants. If one did not fit either category, the dim-witted prince could not comprehend. Fortunately, Shen Chunran, ever thoughtful, interjected, her surname is Murong. She is the one who offended the sensitive Princess Min and was punished by the Grand Princess. The Honorable Prince was absent at the time, so he is unaware. The prince, busy behind the rockery, had been occupied with a beautiful serving maid and had no time to notice the unattractive Princess Min. Thus, he remained ignorant, but it did not hinder his perception. So it is you. You are quite bold to provoke even the fierce Princess Min. Impressive. The Honorable Prince Chung wiped away a trickle of blood, chuckling. But fret not. If you follow me, that fierce princess will no longer dare to bully you. He continued to linger over Murong Yuan. Her complexion paled. Had she been an unblemished young lady, being sought after by the Honorable Prince Chung might have promised wealth and luxury. Alas, what riches could come from being tied to a debauched youth? The prince was nearly devoid of merit aside from his status. Her immediate concern was to clarify her position, ensuring Jiang Ye did not misconstrue her involvement. Today's events, if scrutinized, could indeed be attributed to her beauty causing trouble. Regret filled her heart. Your Highness, I am grateful for your esteem, but I would rather be the wife of a humble man than a concubine to one of high status. I kindly ask you to take your leave. Rather be the wife of a humble man than a concubine of high status? The Honorable Prince Chung mused over her words, scrutinizing Murong Yuan anew. I did not expect you to possess such spirit. Very well, I appreciate that. However, the world's tumult cannot be quelled by mere spirit. Allow me to state this. Should you find yourself in dire straits in the future, do not hesitate to seek refuge with me. I may not provide much, but wealth and luxury are merely a word away. Look at your simple attire. Even my first-rate maidservants are more lavishly dressed. He feigned a look of sympathy. But are you not provoking me? Jiang Ye's expression darkened with fury as he heard these words. Here was a man eyeing his beloved before him. What man could tolerate such provocation? Yet, with Shen Chunran present, he could not unleash his wrath. At that moment, the Honorable Prince Zheng seemed to notice Shen Chunran for the first time, taking a moment to appreciate her beauty. Ah, another beauty. She even surpasses this Murong in charm. What a pity she is not Jiang Ye's. How fortunate indeed, he remarked, casting a lingering glance at Murong Yuan. My words still hold weight, Murong lady. With that, he turned and departed, a hint of melancholy in his stride. Jiang Ye's expression darkened to the point of resembling ink. The Duke of Qing not only insulted Yuan but also dared to speak lightly of his rightful wife. Yet he could not retaliate. Power and status indeed formed the backbone of a man, though he seemed to lack both at this moment. The young heir, Murong Yuan, cautiously attempted to offer comfort. But with Shen Chunran present, she dared not approach Jiang Ye too closely. However, Shen Chunran's keen gaze was already fixed upon them, a smirk playing on her lips. How delightful it was to witness such a farce. Who would have thought the Duke of Qing would turn out to be such a scoundrel? Murong's decision to prefer being a humble wife rather than a highborn concubine was indeed justified. Shen Chunran continued to observe their awkwardness with a smile that concealed her true thoughts. Now, Yuan had transformed into Miss Murong. Meanwhile, Zhang Lian lay unconscious, already seemingly forgotten. Jiang Ye felt that if he lingered in that hall for another minute, he might suffocate from the tension, so he turned and quickly exited. Madam, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, Murong Yuan said as she too departed. Shen Chunran let out a sigh, instructing someone to carry Jiang Lian away amidst the wailing of the Wang family before she finally made her way to the residence of the Earl of Chongqing. At that moment, Madame Wei and Wei Qingjue had already completed the superficial banquet and sent the guests away, eagerly anticipating Shen Chunran's arrival. Elder sister, you have finally come. Hongxiu just mentioned that the Duke of Zhongyong will not pursue the matter further. Is this true? Shen Liran was also present. Shen Chunran nodded, affirming the truth of the matter. The developments have unfolded more smoothly than I anticipated. Do not worry, it will not bring misfortune to the Earl of Chongqing. However, the Duke of Zhongyong has a condition. What condition? They require Li Kuai. Later, you must prepare a carriage and quietly deliver him through the back door to a private residence under the Duke's name, Shen Chunran whispered. Upon hearing this, Shen Liran understood the implication and cautiously asked, is the old madam seeking his life? He brought this trouble upon himself and must bear the consequences. There is nothing wrong with that. In fact, Wei Qingjue believes Li Kuai deserves his fate. Shen Chunran gently patted Shen Liran's hand, saying, this matter is beyond our control. If Li Kuai were to be lost, it would be beneficial for you as well. Chapter 65. A family of miscreants such scum, in the future, would cause less trouble for the Earl of Chongqing. However, despite her words, Shen Liran remained anxious and finally whispered, elder sister, what role did you play at today's banquet? It appeared she had discerned the truth. Yet, Shen Chunran was unperturbed and leaned closer to Shen Liran's ear, saying, naturally, I played the role of a good sister. Have you considered who administered the drugs to Li Kuai? Who provided the aphrodisiac to Qingjue? Why did Jiang Lian end up in a guest room when she merely intended to use the restroom? Who was her true target? Shen Liran felt a chill run down her spine and fell silent. Shen Chunran thought that her sister needed to mature. She must not emulate her past self, which was fraught with foolishness. The world is treacherous, and without the means to protect oneself, how could one hope to marry into a prominent family? Elder sister, I understand. Shen Liran, perceptive as ever, acknowledged, but the more she understood, the colder she felt. Enough, night is fast approaching. Once today's events conclude, let us forget them. You and Qingjue have a long future ahead. Unworthy individuals and trivial matters need not weigh on your heart. Now, my only wish is for your happiness. Shen Chunran spoke with deep emotion before turning to return to the Duke of Zhongyong's residence. Shen Liran asked Wei Qingjue, do you feel that our elder sister has become inscrutable? Isn't that a good thing? Wei Qingjue replied, Unlike Shen Chunran, who was still young, Wei Qingjue had lost his father early and experienced the world's vicissitudes. He understood more. If one is difficult to read, it allows for better self-protection. Look at the creatures in the forest. Who among them does not disguise themselves impeccably? And what about you? Shen Chunran blinked. Wei Qingjue gazed at her with a smile and said, guess. I fear you might not be much better off than I. During Shen Chunran's absence from the Duke's residence, the affairs within were far from idle. I have long said this matter is precarious and brings disgrace to the family. Yet my mother has always acted with obstinacy, Zhang Qinian muttered under his breath within the Shoan Hall, but was quickly interrupted by the shattering of a porcelain cup. Get out, miscreants. All of you are miscreants. For whom have I exhausted myself? Isn't it for this entire family of yours, each one of you unworthy? Were it not for your constant laziness, could our house have fallen to such disgrace, allowing others to trample upon us? Each one of you is a miscreant. The old matriarch of the Jiang family was on the verge of madness. Even though Murong Yuan had managed to secure a position for Jiang Ye in the war horse department, the two disgraceful incidents that transpired today were connected to her. She had administered that unspeakable drug to Jiang Lian, ruining her life. She had entangled herself with the Duke of Cheng, leading him to mistakenly believe she was the legitimate daughter of the house, only to create such a colossal blunder. A harbinger of death, this is a calamity. Someone go inform Ye to expel this harbinger of death from the residence. The old matriarch shouted, slamming her hands on the table. Young Yuan, just back from school, heard the old matriarch's tirade from afar, especially when she mentioned expelling someone from the residence. His first thought was of his mother. Terrified, he dropped his satchel and rushed in, pleading with the old matriarch, great-grandmother, please do not drive away mother. Yuaner cannot live without her. You are just as useless. The old matriarch, in her fury, even pushed Yuan away, exclaiming, indeed, a wretched child born of a wretched woman. Even if I were to elevate you to the celestial palace, you would still fall. You cannot keep up with Master Mo's excellent lessons. And you cannot remain in the prestigious Duke's residence. It would be better for you to perish. If Chunran had given birth to a legitimate son, he would certainly be more intelligent and studious than you. Madam, please temper your words.
Lima matrengled.
As the old matriarch had not exploded in such wrath for many years, her words struck deeply. Though young, Yuan could discern that his great-grandmother was disparaging him. The previously doting matriarch had transformed into someone terrifying. Rising to his feet, he swiftly ran away. Watching Yuan flee, the old matriarch felt a surge of regret. What was happening to her? She had no intention of venting her anger on a child, yet this entire house of miscreants was infuriating. Each one was either incapable or rebellious, and her dreams had shattered. Zhang Qinian had already cowered in the corner, muttering to himself, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was enveloped in gloom. When Murong Yuan arrived, she explained for a long while before he reluctantly believed that her intentions towards him were sincere. Today's events were indeed a series of unfortunate accidents. Yuaner, I trust you, it's just that so much has happened today that Yiling, I understand. I truly do, Murong Yuan replied, her eyes brimming with tears. Just then, a servant announced that the madam had returned and wished to see the heir. Jiang Ye initially intended to flatly refuse, but upon seeing Shen Chunran, he felt a pang of sympathy. Unexpectedly, Shen Chunran entered directly, pushing the door open without anyone stopping her. Startled, both Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan reacted. Murong Yuan hurriedly dashed into the inner room, swiftly hiding in the wardrobe as if she had done so countless times before. Shen Chunran, lacking martial prowess, was oblivious to the recent commotion and focused solely on Jiang Ye. What brings you here? To witness my humiliation? Shen Chunran was taken aback. Your humiliation? What humiliation? Jiang Lian? Jiang Lian is also my sister. How can this be your humiliation? Or do you refer to Miss Murong? After all, it is indeed a joke when the woman you cherish is coveted by another and you find yourself powerless. As the words fell, Jiang Ye's expression changed dramatically. Realizing he had misspoken, such a minor flaw had been seized upon by Shen Chunran with unyielding precision. He averted his gaze, feeling uncomfortable. What nonsense are you spouting? A hint of melancholy shadowed Shen Chunran's brow, resembling a virtuous matriarch of noble birth. With a sigh, she remarked, "There is no need for the heir to conceal the truth from me. I am not the kind of woman who is prone to jealousy. It is an undeniable fact that Miss Murong possesses both beauty and talent. It is only natural for you to be enamored with her. I lament my lack of understanding of your sentiments, and if Miss Murong is willing, I would gladly facilitate your union. It would alleviate my own concerns. And what joy there would be in that. Her words were imbued with sincerity. Although she held no affection for Jiang Ye, her willingness to concede such matters was striking. Jiang Ye felt a flicker of emotion, realizing that despite her usual demeanor of aloofness, her awareness was commendable. After all, he had encountered numerous envious women in the past, each employing various schemes against their rivals, often cruel and cunning. In Chapter 66, The Magnanimous Matriarch, he had initially hidden Murong Yuan from the potential malice of such women. Yet, he found himself unable to discern whether Shen Chunran's apparent magnanimity was genuine or merely a ruse. You are overthinking it. My relationship with Miss Murong is not what you imagine, Jiang Ye stated gravely. Oh, Shen Chunran nodded, conceding, perhaps I have been too presumptuous. After all, there is also the matter of concubine Mei in the household. It is only appropriate that your affections lie with her. In her previous life, concubine Mei had been a source of torment for Shen Chunran. In this life, she chose to ignore her, rendering her almost invisible within the residence. Jiang Ye's countenance stiffened momentarily, unsure of how to respond. It seemed as if Shen Chunran were mocking him, suggesting he was inept yet prone to romantic entanglements. Did she truly look down on him? I have no relationship with Mei Nyang either. Never mind. He nearly divulged the truth, realizing that concubine Mei had outlived her usefulness and should be dismissed sooner rather than later. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave then, she continued. After all, the matters concerning Sister Lian and the Duke's residence are intertwined with Miss Murong's affairs. Grandmother is furious in the main hall, even scolding Yuan Gur. What I mean to say is, if you hold no romantic feelings for Miss Murong, it would be prudent to have her reside elsewhere. We cannot allow grandmother to fume daily. That would be our filial disrespect. They have already resolved their grievances with Murong Yuan. I understand, Jiang Ye replied tersely, and Shen Chunran turned to leave. Once he confirmed she had truly departed, Murong Yuan slowly emerged from her hiding place. For reasons unknown. When she heard Jiang Ye assert there was no relationship between them, she felt a pang of sorrow, as if she were indeed an outsider. You heard everything, did you not?
Jiang Ye invited.
Murong Yuan pouted. Of course I heard clearly. Am I deaf?
What is your intent, then?
Do you wish for me to become a concubine?
Jiang Ye frowned.
His thoughts lingering on the matter of the medicine she provided to Jiang Lian and her flirtations with the Cheng Junwang. He had yet to confront her about those issues. Yet he could tolerate her momentary displeasure, for she was his beloved.
This is not merely a choice. What did you say?
Murong Yuan was taken aback. Jiang Ye met her gaze directly, saying, after all that has transpired, do you not understand? While you may roam the world freely, 100 Shen Chunrans could not endure the hardships you have faced. However, when it comes to managing a household, raising children, and establishing connections with influential families in the capital, you cannot compare to her. Is that so? Are you suggesting I become your concubine? Tears of grievance welled in Murong Yuan's eyes. Jiang Ye immediately felt a pang of compassion. It is not about making you a concubine, but rather that it is not yet the right time to dismiss Shen Chunran and marry you. Tell me, can you truly uphold the responsibilities of such a large marquis? Can you quickly navigate the intricate dynamics of the female residence? Will you be able to assist Yuan Gur when he begins his studies? Murong Yuan frowned. I cannot. Even this recent endeavor to assist you with the horse procurement was purely coincidental. Do you think I disdain you? She asked, hurt. Jiang Ye shook his head. That is not my intention. I wish to lay bare the pros and cons before you, to determine what path is most beneficial for us. Is your desire to be with me solely for the hollow title of a marquisite's matriarch? Her words left Murong Yuan momentarily speechless. Of course, she desired the status, but she yearned for the accompanying prestige. Yet, at this moment, it seemed she lacked the capacity to fulfill the role of matriarch. Jiang Ye continued. Why not allow her to remain for a few more years? Let her properly educate our Yuan Gur, paving his path to the imperial examinations. You and I can dwell in our own world, and as she has previously stated, her only wish is to manage the household, honor her elders, and raise the children. Let us fulfill her wishes, and when Yuan Gur matures and no longer requires her, we can reconsider the situation. At that time, a new identity can be found for you, provided you do not frequently make appearances.
Who will know the truth then?
It seemed reasonable. However, the thought of bowing to Shen Chunran in the future, offering her respect, made Murong Yuan uneasy. Moreover, had she not already had the opportunity to become a favored concubine? Why endure this turmoil when her beauty and talent had already caught the eye of the prince, who sought her as a valued concubine? It was not that Murong Yuan was greedy, but rather that it was inherent to human nature to seek the best. Yet she quickly suppressed her unwarranted thoughts and replied, Jiang Ye, I understand your perspective, I just need time to accept it. Perhaps it would be best for me to move out temporarily and contemplate our future. Once I have made up my mind, I will share it with you. Yuan, do not throw a tantrum, Jiang Ye implored, clearly reluctant for her to leave.
Besides,
The old lady is upset with me now. If I remain here, she will undoubtedly be uncomfortable. If I leave for a few days, she may calm down. Would that not be better? Jiang Ye conceded. Very well, I will find you an elegant place to reside. I will visit you later. Agreed. When Shen Chunran returned to the Chui Bamboo Pavilion, it coincided with dinner time. After washing her hands, she began her meal. About halfway through, her little informant, Yue, entered with a curious expression. That Murong left, saying she felt guilty toward the old lady and has packed her belongings to depart the marquis. We do not know where she has gone. Should we follow her? Shen Chunran shook her head. No need. West City, Peach Blossom Lane. How does the lady know? Yue inquired. The heir purchased a residence there previously. I deduced it. It is likely their love nest. How disgusting. You just let her go? Hong Xiao, unimpressed, retorted. You should have at least broken a leg. Hong Xiao, you've been around Yue too long and learned her sharp disposition. She is still a beauty. Breaking a leg would be quite unfortunate, Shen Chunran replied with a smile, unperturbed. Do not worry. This marquis is not a place one can enter or exit at will. Before long, I will have her begging to return. Oh. The others looked on with both confusion and anticipation. After dinner, Yue cautiously approached Shen Chunran, saying, Madam, there is something I am unsure whether to mention. If it is not appropriate, then do not speak. Yue immediately pouted, clutching Shen Chunran's flowing sleeves in a mock plea. Just indulge my curiosity and ask me. Perhaps it was the girl's endearing demeanor that softened Shen Chunran's heart, for she relented. Very well, speak. The prince wishes to invite you to the palace for a talk. Never mind, you need not say more. I am utterly exhausted from running around today. I simply wish to enjoy a nice bath and sleep. Shen Chunran firmly declined. It was already inappropriate for the prince to visit her chamber at night. Why would she go to him? Knowing his cards now, Shen Chunran picked up the chiao. But the prince said he would come personally to escort you, Yue insisted. Even if he comes personally, I will not go, Shen Chunran rolled her eyes. Having secured an advantage over Feng Liushang, she no longer feared him, and she intended to maintain a safe distance from the unpredictable Prince Zhou. If there is something to discuss, I can meet you privately tomorrow. How could a mere matron of a marquis's household be busier than I, a royal uncle? A disdainful voice echoed. Shen Chunran jolted awake, only to find Feng Liushang's imposing face inches from hers, while Yue had already hastily closed the door and fled. Shen Chunran, bewildered, exclaimed, Why are you here before nightfall? Oh, I see. You wish to rendezvous with me under the cover of darkness for added excitement? Not fond of the daylight? Feng Liushang responded with a teasing tone. Shen Chunran was nearly infuriated. That's not what I meant. Is there nothing that can be discussed in broad daylight? I am quite busy today. Let us not waste time, he retorted. Before she could comprehend, Feng Liushang seized her and flung open the window, escaping through it. Yes, the window. Shen Chunran barely had time to gather her thoughts before she was spirited away from Sueju Pavilion. With a series of swift leaps, and cloaked by the dim night, they evaded detection, leaving no trace of their abduction. Shen Chunran opened her mouth to scream but quickly covered it, realizing too late that they were already outside the Duke of Zhongyong's residence, and she was thrust into a carriage that had been prepared beforehand. The carriage was surprisingly spacious, belonging to the royal uncle, a rarity within the capital's confines. Your Highness, is this considered abduction? Shen Chunran exclaimed in indignation. Feng Liushang raised an eyebrow. Does this royal need to resort to such methods? Quite impressive. You are even more formidable than a bandit, Shen Chunran thought, realizing that shouting would be futile, and opted to calmly inquire, I had previously agreed to your terms, and once I conclude my matters, I shall leave. However, the timing is not yet ripe. The carriage lurched into motion. Feng Liushang cast a glance at Shen Chunran. Today, I did not summon you regarding your departure. I have already assured you of my commitment. Rather, I wish to discuss another matter. What matter? Do you not feel that your health is rather frail? Frail?
me fine.
A woman of the inner court occasionally suffers from minor ailments. It's quite normal. Besides, I am still young. How can I be considered weak? No. You are indeed weak. You are simply unaware, Feng Liushang asserted. Shen Chunran fell silent, her eyes wide. For there existed a condition known as the royal uncle's perception of your ailments. You have ingested the extinguishing meteor pill. While it dissolves inner strength, it also harms your body. You are still young, so the effects are not yet pronounced, but as you age, you will find yourself weaker than your peers. He stated solemnly. After all, Shen Chunran's life was intrinsically linked to his own, and he had researched this matter extensively. This revelation struck a chord within Shen Chunran. In her previous life, despite facing relentless adversities, she had succumbed to frailty in her 30s, a rather peculiar fate. She had long suspected that Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan conspired to hasten her demise through insidious means. Could it truly be the result of the extinguishing meteor pill bestowed by her female mentor? Yet, her mentor was not a malicious figure. Should I disregard this? How long might I have to live? Perhaps a maximum of 50 years, but by the age of 40, you may already be bedridden, Feng Liushang observed. Gazing at Shen Chunran's exquisite visage, reminiscent of a delicate flower, it would be a lamentable fate for such beauty to wither away. What if I were poisoned?
Poisoned?
I fear you might not even survive into your 30s. Feng Liushang's expression shifted, and he hurriedly took her pulse. However, Shen Chunran evaded him. No. I was merely inquiring. From your words, can you assist me in recovery? Feng Liushang nodded. Nurturing your health is merely the foundation. I hope for you to regain the inner strength lost to the extinguishing meteor pill. Yet, Shen Chunran hesitated, recalling her promise to that individual. However, upon reflection, it became clear to her that she was unlikely to marry in this life. Should she regain her abilities, perhaps her mentor would still be willing to accept her. Then I am grateful to you, Your Highness. Shen Chunran's spirits lifted. Feng Liushang's expression softened somewhat. It is rare to receive such heartfelt gratitude. Rest assured. With me by your side, you shall live to a ripe old age. Their convoluted fate was indeed peculiar. Before long, the carriage arrived at the Duke of Zhou's residence. Since the royal uncle had yet to wed, there were no female relatives to grace the estate, rendering it as desolate as an ethereal realm. At the grand vermilion gates, 2 lanterns glowed warmly as the carriage rolled in. When Shen Chunran disembarked, she found herself in a garden adorned with exotic flora. As the favored younger brother of the emperor, the duke's abode was lavishly opulent, filled with intricately designed pavilions and exquisite layouts. Shen Chunran had previously remarked upon the grandeur of the duke's residence, but now she realized that the most magnificent estate in the capital belonged to the Duke of Zhou. Veiled in night's embrace, it became even more enigmatic. Much like the royal uncle himself. Do you admire this garden? Feng Liushang mused, contemplating that if she were fond of it, he would ensure her safety and comfort within its confines once she was free. It is beautiful, but I prefer tending to my own little courtyard, she replied, feeling that excessively beautiful things often evoke a sense of unreality. If you find it unworthy, you may remove it and cultivate it to your liking in the future. Feng Liushang remarked without hesitation, though the words felt oddly disconcerting. Shen Chunran was acutely aware of his intentions and replied stiffly, No need. I am not deserving of such a residence. What do you desire? I shall procure it for you. Not only the garden, but any treasures you wish. As long as it brings you joy. Feng Liushang's demeanor darkened at her refusal, for he detested the sensation of being rejected. Your Highness brought me here merely to exchange pleasantries? Shen Chunran's mood soured in response. Old man pays his respects to the prince and this lady. A jovial voice interrupted, revealing a frail, elderly figure who approached with quick, shuffling steps. Shen Chunran felt a flicker of recognition, as the old man's unusual appearance sparked a memory. Are you the renowned divine physician, Zhuge Qing? Zhuge Qing stroked his goat-like beard and chuckled. I have only recently arrived in the Zhou dynasty, yet someone recognizes me. Could it be that you and I are bound by fate from a previous life?
Indeed.
They had met in a past life, but Shen Chunran could not voice this. I was fortunate enough to see your portrait once, which is why I recognized you immediately. I hardly dared to believe I would have the honor of meeting you in this life. Ah, so there are those who secretly sketch portraits of this divine physician. It is truly scandalous. If I discover who it is, they shall receive a stern reprimand. Zhuge Qing exclaimed, revealing a light-hearted nature. Enough of this banter. Let us attend to the matter at hand. We have only tonight. By dawn, I must return her. Feng Liushang interjected, his brow furrowed in displeasure. As he observed how Shen Chunran regarded Zhuge Qing with the warmth of a long-lost relative, while he himself was merely an unsightly figure in comparison. This lady. Let us converse in private. Zhuge Qing gestured, his small triangular eyes occasionally glancing at Shen Chunran, silently marveling at her beauty. It was evident that the royal uncle had finally opened his eyes, as inferred from their prior conversation. Despite her marital status, Zhuge Qing thought, what of it? As the saying goes, with the right tools, no wall is insurmountable. Is there an issue, Master Zhuge? As Shen Chunran settled into her seat, she observed the myriad expressions on Zhuge Qing's face, a sense of worry creeping in regarding her deteriorating health. Just listen, Zhuge Qing hurriedly said. Did you really consume the meteorite elixir? What was its taste? Shen Chunran asked, are you truly a divine physician? Seeing Shen Chunran fall silent, Zhuge Qing chuckled nervously. The meteorite elixir has been lost to time, yet your condition. How is it? Shen Chunran's heart tightened, and Feng Liushang's expression grew grave. The air itself seemed to still. Zhuge Qing sighed softly. You possess the physique of a boy. Shen Chunran replied, am I allowed to kill this old man? Feng Liushang said, you may do as you please. Can you assure me of recovery? Feng Liushang pressed, fearing Shen Chunran might lash out. Indeed, Zhuge Qing interjected, saving his own skin at the crucial moment. However, the meteorite elixir is no ordinary substance. To eradicate its effects and restore your internal energy foundation will require several treatment sessions, ranging from a few months to half a year, depending on the joint efforts of you and the prince. What concern is that of yours? Shen Chunran inquired. Madam, you must understand that to restore your internal energy foundation, you will require the assistance of a person with profound inner strength to help you open your meridians. This process necessitates mutual honesty. Then I shall forego recovery, she declared. Do not refuse so outright. When I speak of honesty, I refer to a sincere openness of the heart. Although the prince is robust, do not misconstrue my words. Shen Chunran thought to herself, the illusion of my idol has shattered. I merely wish to eliminate this odious old man, who is truly misinterpreting. This illness is too complex. I no longer wish to treat it. Allow me to perish, she said, rising to leave. Do not go. I was merely jesting. If you do not mind, I could assist you in opening your meridians, Zhuge Qing implored, growing anxious. Feng Liushang shot him a disdainful glance. Let the prince handle it personally. Shen Chunran was on the verge of losing her temper. Your Highness, are you certain you are not jesting? Do you think I would indulge in such frivolities? Indeed. You would. Old fool Zhuge. If you do not provide a satisfactory outcome tonight, I shall strip you bare and hang you from the city tower. Feng Liushang directed his ire towards Zhuge Qing. Zhuge Qing, feeling aggrieved, pouted. Very well, you two can bicker like a couple. I shall endure some injustice. Shen Chunran's expression darkened. Old fool, you speak nonsense. I know, hanging from the city tower. Ultimately, Zhuge Qing provided a prescription. Shen Chunran, being knowledgeable in medicine, examined it and found it indeed remarkable. However, she remarked, this medicine does not seem to be for drinking. Of course not. It is for soaking. The prince's residence conveniently possesses a geothermal spring that can maximize the essence of this medicine. Madam, you need to soak for 2 hours to first clear your meridians, and you will need to do this several times to achieve the best effect. Once the meridians are opened, the effects of the meteorite elixir will dissipate. If Madam faces no great calamities henceforth, living to 99 should pose no issue. Zhuge Qing spoke with fervor. Shen Chunran listened in awe and fascination. Compared to Zhuge Qing, her medical skills seemed superficial, only capable of remedying minor ailments. She recalled her female mentor stating that if her golden needles were combined with inner strength, the effects would be celestial. This notion instilled in her a subtle yearning. If she wished to establish herself in the capital and safeguard her family, she needed both formidable skills and connections. The Zhouang's connections were solid. She merely lacked a particular craft. If she possessed inner strength as well, her future would be bright. Then let us commence. The necessary herbs are available in the residence. I shall have someone fetch them immediately, Feng Liushang added swiftly. Approximately an hour and a half later, a maid reported that everything was ready, and Shen Chunran followed her to the back courtyard of the Zhou residence. How extravagant, Shen Chunran mused, to have a geothermal spring within the royal residence. The maid beside her replied, "It is not the Zhou extravagance, but rather the emperor's grace. This spring is actually drawn from the palace, making the Zhou residence the only one in the entire capital to possess it." "Ah, I see." Shen Chunran marveled once more at Feng Liushang's authority and imperial favor. The maid, Jinghe, is half in charge of this garden. In the future, should madam require anything while in the residence, please feel free to instruct Jinghe, the maid added. Shen Chunran merely nodded. She would not come unless necessary. As a wave of warmth enveloped them, they arrived at the spring, which could accommodate 7 or 8 individuals. Various medicinal herbs had already been placed in the water, truly making it the most luxurious medicinal bath in the world. Leaving behind a maid to serve her, Shen Chunran began to disrobe. However, as this was not her own home, she felt somewhat awkward and retained a thin, gauzy garment. As she submerged herself into the slightly steaming medicinal bath, Shen Chunran initially gazed at the herbs, feeling akin to a plump chicken about to be cooked. Gradually, drowsiness overcame her, and she leaned against the edge of the pool, drifting off to sleep. Time passed without her awareness. Shen Chunran felt herself waking but could not lift her eyelids, her body enveloped in heat, as if she were truly being cooked. Chapter 69. She is about to be cooked. Indeed, she felt as if she were on the verge of being cooked. Do not let me perish from the heat. Shen Chunran instinctively began to struggle in her sleep. Meanwhile, an entire night had elapsed. Feng Liushang had kept vigil outside, while Zhuge Qing had retired for the night, casually mentioning the medicinal bath and some potential side effects, which he brushed off as insignificant. At this moment, Feng Liushang sensed something was amiss. "Your Highness, it seems there is something wrong with the lady. She cannot be awakened." Feng Liushang himself felt an uncomfortable sensation rising within him. Had something gone awry? Without further thought, he strode into the spring. This was his domain. And he moved with ease, soon spotting Shen Chunran still soaking, her brow furrowed in apparent discomfort. "Shen Chunran, what is wrong?" Feng Liushang waded in, reaching for her to lift her out. However, upon contact, he was taken aback by her delicate, almost boneless skin, sending a rush of warmth to his cheeks. Yet, Shen Chunran's life was paramount. In that moment of distraction, Shen Chunran finally opened her eyes, but they were void of focus. As if her body was awake, but her soul remained asleep, staring blankly at Feng Liushang. The steam enveloped her, rendering her already stunning visage even more ethereal, captivating enough to ensnare one's very soul. Feng Liushang had heard tales of enchanting beauties in the mountains during his youth, but he had never believed them until now. What am I thinking? He forcibly steadied himself, intent on rescuing Shen Chunran. Yet her snow-white arm, akin to a serpent, wrapped around his neck, bringing their bodies into close proximity. Their already damp summer garments were now clinging to them, and Feng Liushang, an entirely normal man, found himself momentarily stunned. Were it any other woman attempting such a seduction, she would have been swiftly dealt with. But Shen Chunran was different. He could not even bear to lift a finger against her. At the same time, he deduced, could this be the side effect Zhuge Qing mentioned? Shen. With a soft sigh, the next moment, those petal-like lips were pressed against Feng Liushang's. It was as if a current surged through them, and heaven knows, at that instant, Feng Liushang was uncontrollably tempted to claim the enchanting figure in his embrace. Yet, Shen Chunran's demeanor was evidently unusual. He could only exert immense effort to restrain himself while continuously channeling his inner strength into her, attempting to dispel the wicked effects of the potion coursing through her veins. However, Shen Chunran seemed to be possessed, clinging to him as if frustrated with herself for embracing a mere wooden block. In that moment, the two lay half-submerged in the hot spring, one in a state of confusion, while the other, though acutely aware, felt his clarity waning. Cursed be it! Realizing his efforts were futile, Feng Liushang had no choice but to render Shen Chunran unconscious. At the moment of striking her down, he felt a sharp pain at the base of his neck, nearly losing consciousness himself. How excruciating it was. He felt a pang of sympathy. "Your Highness," Ah Zheng called from a distance. With a splash, Foam Liushang carried Shen Chunran out of the hot spring, heading straight towards a nearby pavilion. Once he had settled Shen Chunran, he stormed into the residence of the old Master Zhuge, kicking the door open, only to find that the old man had fled, leaving behind a note on the table. It read, "The combination of several herbs in the medicinal bath can induce aphrodisiac effects, harmless to the body, indeed beneficial. Those under the influence will not remember afterward. Your Highness has long surpassed the age of maturity. Seize the opportunity, and do not thank me." What a scoundrel! Foam Liushang was nearly infuriated to death. Though he knew Zhuge Qing was unreliable, he had not anticipated such recklessness. Fortunately, nothing disastrous had occurred. Meanwhile, since being taken from the hot spring, Shen Chunran had felt considerably better and even dreamt an exceedingly strange dream. In her dream, she had been entangled with Foam Liushang in a most peculiar manner. The thought of it jolted her awake, the content too shocking. And the man's expression during those acts was one of grimness. "Madam, have you awakened?" A maid named Qinghe approached. Shen Chunran hastily checked the time. "What hour was it?" Qinghe smiled. "Dawn is approaching." "Madam, it seems you were unable to tolerate the medicinal bath and fainted, but we have prepared a fresh bath for you and changed you into dry clothing."
How do you feel now?
Shen Chunran then noticed she was fully dressed and had indeed bathed in the medicine. Her body felt much lighter and more comfortable, though her neck ached slightly.
Ah.
Perhaps the edge of the hot spring was too hard, and your delicate skin suffered a bump, Qinghe remarked with a smile. That must be it, Shen Chunran thought. Dismissing other concerns, she was eager to return to the Zhongyong Marquis' residence before dawn broke. If anyone discovered her absence, it would be troublesome. Qinghe, being one of Foam Liushang's subordinates, was far more reliable than Yue Ya, understanding her needs and thoughts. "The carriage is already at the back door. Madam can return any time,"
she said.
"Then let us hurry," Shen Chunran replied. As she opened the door, she saw Foam Liushang approaching, his expression indeed as grim as in her dream. The memory of that dream caused her ears to flush. Foam Liushang assumed Shen Chunran had recollections of their encounter and feared she might hold him in contempt. But he was overly concerned. She truly had no memories at all. "Your Highness, are you here to escort me?" "Ahem, this king, Foam Liushang," he stammered. His mind clouded with thoughts of her recent vivaciousness.
"Curse it.
Just leave on your own. I wish to be alone. The hot spring indeed has its uses. You shall come once every 5 days, and I will send Zhong to fetch you." With that, Foam Liushang hurried away as if pursued by a ghost. Shen Chunran, too weary to engage further, silently returned to the Zhongyong Marquis' residence. Lying on her bed, inhaling the familiar scent, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. It must be said, since encountering Foam Liushang, he had persistently challenged her beliefs. Had it not been for her rebirth, she would have long since come to terms with many things. Otherwise, even the slightest incident would have sent her into turmoil. Shen Chunran wished to sleep a little longer. Yet slumber eluded her, her body feeling surprisingly revitalized. It seemed she truly was unwell. Otherwise, how could she have fallen ill after merely falling into the water? While Jiang Ye remained lively and sprightly. After an indeterminate period, a furtive voice outside her door broke the silence. Shen Chunran's hearing seemed to have sharpened, and she discerned it immediately. Chapter 70. A Good Student. "Who is it?" "Madam, it is I," came Yueya's voice. "Madam, isn't asleep? If you're awake, would you care to hear an intriguing piece of news?" Shen Chunran rolled her eyes. "You night owl, what business do you have prowling about at this hour?" "Madam, are you listening to me?" came the youthful lilt of Su Ying. "Well, what is it?" Shen Chunran relented. Yueya quickly replied. "Do you remember that brash fellow from the Chongqing Bo's residence, Li Kuai? Of course. Wasn't he captured and sent to the Zhongyong Marquis' private residence? How they choose to deal with him is their concern. I have no intention of meddling," she replied, "for any course of action would be fraught with complications." "Li Kuai has escaped," Yueya exclaimed, her tone hinting at mischief. Shen Chunran merely responded with a dismissive "oh," uninterested in the matter. "Aren't you the least bit surprised?"
"Madam?"
After all, Li Kuai is a soldier and possesses some skill. His escape isn't unexpected. Shen Chunran muttered before ignoring her further. However, the matron of the Shoan Hall, Madame Jiang, was far from as leisurely, having been awakened from her slumber by this dreadful news, nearly suffering a shock. Wasn't he supposed to be executed? Jiang Lian cannot marry such a man. It would be a disgrace. The messenger, Mama Li, was equally alarmed. The message was delivered. Yet, who would have thought that the brute feigned unconsciousness all along and seized the opportunity to break free? What a calamity! As they were speaking, news arrived that Jiang Ye had attempted to hang herself, but was quickly discovered and saved by the night watch maids. However, after this ordeal, Jiang Ye's hopes were utterly dashed. When Shen Chunran visited after breakfast, she found Jiang Ye's eyes swollen from crying, resembling peaches.
Now,
she could not only not marry Wei Qingjue, but also had no hope of marrying into the Dingwa Duke's residence, nor even to a poor scholar like Zhang Sheng. You wretched girl, have you come to gloat over my misfortune? Jiang Ye screamed, attempting to lash out at Shen Chunran, but was swiftly restrained by Yuya and the surrounding maidservants. Shen Chunran calmly retorted, I was genuinely concerned for you before, but seeing you in such robust spirits now, you seem quite well. Sister Lian, how can you blame me? I kindly invited you to attend the Chongxin Bo's birthday banquet, yet you brought along something unclean, intending to scheme against others. I haven't even held you accountable. At this, Jiang Ye felt a twinge of guilt. It was true she had plotted. Yet she still sensed Shen Chunran's hand in it all. However, lacking evidence, it remained merely an instinct. You wretched girl, be gone. Since you are in a foul mood, I shall take my leave. Shen Chunran sighed in resignation. She then turned to visit Jiang Yun's courtyard, which was currently a scene of bustling activity. Earlier, Shen Chunran had instructed that a considerable amount of dowry items be sent to Jiang Yun. Now, several seamstresses were measuring her for garments. Jiang Yun had once been a concubine's daughter, and according to her status, she would have only received a few sets of clothing a year. Yet now, she was being fitted for several outfits for summer and autumn, aptly named for future social engagements with her mistress, lest she appear shabby. The accompanying jewelry was, of course, a given, and it was now that Jiang Yun truly understood the weight of Shen Chunran's earlier praise. It was not empty flattery, nor an attempt to elevate her above her station. It was a genuine effort to raise her status as a respectable matriarch. Sister-in-law, what merit do I possess to deserve this? Sister Yun, do not belittle yourself. All of this is earned through your own diligence. I have heard you practice your calligraphy until the late hours of the night? Shen Chunran inquired with a smile. Jiang Yun blushed, replying, Sister-in-law instructed me. I dared not neglect it. Moreover, I genuinely enjoy reading and practicing my writing. It is preferable to improve. Did we not previously discuss teaching you the management of household accounts? You shall visit the Cui Zhu Xian this afternoon. Very well. Jiang Yun immediately smiled and nodded, filled with various aspirations for the future. She had never realized that life could hold such promise. Her feelings towards the unfamiliar Zhang Sheng had also deepened. Later, Shen Chunran went to pay her respects to the old matriarch Jiang, but at that moment, the old matriarch was in a state of agitation due to Li Kuai's escape, resembling an ant on a hot pan, and had no time to see her. Shen Chunran, feeling disheartened, departed. In the afternoon, Jiang Yun arrived as promised and studied accounting with Shen Chunran, genuinely acquiring a wealth of knowledge. Shen Chunran soon recognized that she was not deceiving herself. She possessed a remarkable aptitude for learning. Calligraphy and arithmetic were easily mastered, and Shen Chunran was quite pleased with the student. Later on, I will take you to the estate, teaching you how to manage and arrange the affairs of the tenants. Although we are the masters, and they are the servants, understanding human nature is an art in itself. If you learn well, you will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Shen Chunran spoke at length, and Jiang Yun, initially serious, gradually began to admire her sister-in-law, who now appeared almost radiant in her eyes. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. The two were engrossed in their studies when suddenly hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Madam, the old matriarch requests your presence. Shen Chunran lifted her head, not inquiring further. As she had a good idea of the situation, Li Kuai had escaped, akin to a ticking time bomb. Initially, the old matriarch believed they could contain this explosive matter, but now it seemed impossible. One could only wonder what calamity had unfolded. Inside the show in Tang, the old matriarch was pacing in distress. Upon seeing Shen Chunran, she hurried over and said, Chunran, you are the wisest among us. You must think of a solution. Li Kuai has escaped, and now he has found capable allies to report us to the inspectorate, claiming we intend to kill him. What shall we do? Shen Chunran was equally astonished. She had not anticipated Li Kuai to be so cunning. However, it was no surprise considering Li Kuai's troublesome nature, which had already caused Wei Qingjue considerable headaches. He has escaped? Shen Chunran feigned surprise, then inquired, and what of Lian Jie? Naturally, that could no longer be concealed. The old matriarch sighed deeply. Initially believing this matter could be kept under wraps to preserve their dignity, but now found it spiraling out of control. Why did Jiang Lian resort to scheming against Wei Qingjue? Yet now, reputations were of little concern. Grandmother, if we no longer care about our reputation, then it simplifies matters. Surprisingly, Shen Chunran smiled and said, if Li Kuai accuses us of attempting to kill him, is he dead? No, he is not, which makes it slander. His uproar is merely a means of self-preservation. Now that Lian Jie's affair has surfaced, we will not kill him. Rather, if he were to die, we would be the first suspects. We can have the heir visit the magistrate to smooth things over, as it is simply a matter of money. I fear it is not so simple. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Ye returned with a grim expression. Chapter 71. Financial turmoil. The old matriarch quickly inquired. What do you mean? Jiang Ye replied, Li Kuai wants to become the son-in-law of our loyal and brave Marquis.
Impossible.
The old matriarch slammed her hand on the table. Despite Jiang Lian's tarnished reputation, marrying her off to such a scoundrel was unacceptable. Jiang Ye glanced at Shen Chunran and remarked, you are usually full of ideas. Why are you silent now? I have nothing to say. Let us first address your family's disgrace. Shen Chunran pinched her forehead, appearing quite disheartened, and said, Qingjue has also spoken of Li Kuai's character. Avaricious, lecherous. The latter is self-evident, but perhaps we could negotiate financially. That would make it manageable, Jiang Ye replied. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the old matriarch's expression changed. Her precious grandson, Jiang Ye, was unaware of the hardships of managing a household. The loyal and brave Marquis was already a hollow title. How much wealth could they possibly have? He spoke so lavishly, as if he were a wealthy heir. The old matriarch couldn't help but remember the jade Buddha sent to the envoy Marquis, feeling a pang of regret. Shen Chunran pretended not to notice the old matriarch's distress. If we indulge that scoundrel, not only will Lian Jie's reputation be ruined, but our own will be too. Rumors can easily escalate, so we must resolve this swiftly. Generally, those who are greedy and lustful are often gamblers, so the heir might consider sending someone to investigate his debts at the gambling house. We can promise to settle his debts. If he is willing to relent, I believe the gambling house will eagerly demand repayment. A broken arm or a broken leg may not be the solution, but we must deal with evil in a fitting manner. Agreed. Jiang Ye nodded and set off. Yet, he could never have imagined that Li Kuai was in debt for 500 taels of silver. After all that commotion, they had fallen into Li Kuai's trap. Even a swindler would not be so shameless. They had sacrificed their daughter's honor and were now being extorted. What kind of justice was there in that? However, they had no choice. The situation had them cornered, and if this continued, the loyal and brave Marquis, though in the right, would be seen as the wrongdoers. Li Kuai was a reckless man with nothing to lose. There would be ample opportunities to settle the score later. Everything transpired remarkably smoothly, and by the next day, Li Kuai withdrew his complaint. Simultaneously, the loyal and brave Marquis's accounts reflected a loss of 500 taels in cash. Madam, the heir truly does not comprehend the struggles of managing a household. The funds are already tight, and with this loss of 500 taels, how will we manage our autumn living expenses? What of the garden supplies? And the winter coal? Hong Xiu frowned, yet she understood that her concerns were misplaced. Shen Chunran merely sighed. Nothing is more important than maintaining harmony within the family. We must resolve this matter. Do we really want to drive Lian Jie to despair? Hong Xiu fell silent. Just then, Wang Shi arrived. Upon entering, she overheard Shen Chunran's words and was moved, saying, Chunran, you, as the sister-in-law, are truly magnanimous. Always thinking of Lian Jie, while that scoundrel remains ungrateful. Shen Chunran hurried to greet her, saying, Mother, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. After sharing a cup of tea and exchanging some idle chatter, Wang Shi hesitated before revealing the purpose of her visit. After all, she had not often visited Cui Zhu Xian lately. As the sweltering summer waned and autumn approached, with such troubles in the household, the customary silver from our side. Shen Chunran quickly interjected, We must not let you suffer, Mother. The customary silver will be issued as usual, albeit delayed by a month. Next month is the day for the Marquis to collect accounts, and we can recover some from the fields in autumn. Although times have been tough these past few years, we will manage. That is good to hear, Wang Shi sighed in relief. Though the household faced difficulties, they would weather them together. No one could stomach the thought of subsisting on scraps. However, while the marquisate may be lacking, it was not to the point of depriving them of basic sustenance. Some frugality would suffice. Shen Chunran continued to calculate accounts for half the day, and after dinner, she went to Jiang Yun's quarters. Sister Yun, you are aware of the household matters. Initially, I intended to prepare a dowry for you as a legitimate daughter, but now. Sister-in-law, I do not mind, besides. Did you not already provide some? Jiang Yun hurriedly replied. She was content with the dowry typically allotted to a concubine and did not dare to wish for more. Shen Chunran smiled. Good girl, I am glad you understand. Nevertheless, I shall secretly arrange for a little extra for you. And I will also advocate on your behalf to the old matriarch. It will not be less than that of a legitimate daughter. After all, whether their legitimate daughter can marry is still uncertain. By the way, the weather is expected to be pleasant tomorrow, and it will be a rare respite from the heat. If you have time, let us visit the estate, Shen Chunran instructed as she was about to leave. Jiang Yun naturally had no objections, though she did not notice the fleeting spark of determination in Shen Chunran's eyes. Sister-in-law, Jiang Yun hesitated, wanting to say something. What is it? Shen Chunran turned back. Jiang Yun collected herself and said, Eldest brother has not returned today. I heard he may be staying out for business. Are you not concerned, sister-in-law? What is there to worry about? He is capable of taking care of himself. Shen Chunran smiled faintly, aware that Jiang Yun was perceptive and likely intended to remind her that there were others outside concerning Jiang Ye, though she could not articulate this without concrete evidence. In her previous life, a similar reminder had been given. As Shen Chunran departed, Jiang Yun felt a pang of regret for not having communicated more clearly. Her sister-in-law appeared completely oblivious. The crux of the matter was that the woman outside was none other than the audacious Murong Yuan, who had dared to move out. This woman was indeed formidable, having ensnared another's husband while demanding respect in return. Though Jiang Yun recognized her sister-in-law's intelligence, she lamented that she lacked even a hint of malice. Observing this, Jiang Yun resolved that if an opportunity arose again, she would speak candidly. Yet, such honesty posed a dilemma for her sister-in-law. As expected, Jiang Ye did not return that night, having taken refuge in Taohua Alley in Murong Yuan's private establishment. Freed from the constraints of the Ho residence, the two spent the night sharing their innermost thoughts, reveling in each other's company. The next day, Shen Chunran and Jiang Yun made their way from the estate to the countryside. After spending considerable time in the capital, the sudden transition to the rural setting uplifted their spirits, with the farm bustling with chickens, ducks, and geese. It was Jiang Yun's first visit. A mixture of wonder and trepidation filling her as a large goose flapped its wings aggressively, only to be swiftly subdued by Yuehua, who tossed it into the chicken coop. Garnering admiration from onlookers, the farm servants prepared a lavish farmhouse meal, and during the meal, Shen Chunran inquired about the year's harvest prospects. After dining, she imparted some communication techniques for dealing with the farmers, employing a mix of firmness and kindness. Additionally, she prepared numerous fruits and snacks for the village children, creating a festive atmosphere akin to a celebration, as everyone eagerly awaited the mistress's arrival, extolling her virtues. As they prepared to leave, Shen Chunran noticed some village children practicing their writing and asked, Are there now schools in the countryside? A farmer replied with a chuckle, Not exactly. A teacher from the nearby village came last year, claiming to be from Bailu Academy. He teaches while earning a little extra, and the local children can attend to learn a few characters, though they do not aspire to be top scholars. Oh, do you know which student from Bailu Academy? I heard his surname is Zhang. Many individuals bore the surname Zhang. Yet Jiang Yun instinctively thought of Zhang Sheng, her eyelids fluttering slightly. Chapter 72, Drizzle Shen Chunran remarked. Since we happen to pass by on our way back, let us see which Mr. Zhang it is. Upon arriving at the village, they indeed heard the sound of children reading from a private school, just as they alighted from their carriage. Suddenly, the sound of a child weeping sorrowfully caught their attention. Jiang Yun, drawing closer, asked, What is the matter, did you fall? Lacking the skills to comfort children, she rummaged through her belongings and offered her purse to amuse the child. Having never seen such a beautiful purse, the child ceased crying and lamented. My mother wants my brother to study, but says there's no use in a girl studying. Jiang Yun responded earnestly, Who says it's of no use? A girl can benefit from education too. The more one learns, the more wisdom one acquires, enabling one to discern right from wrong and not be easily deceived. Shen Chunran, the wisest woman she knew, inspired her desire to emulate her sister-in-law's grace. Of course, marrying someone like her brother would render imitation unnecessary. Well said, the more one studies, the more one understands. At that moment, a voice interjected. It was Zhang Sheng, drawn by the sound of the child's cries. Upon seeing a young lady unfamiliar to him, Jiang Ye felt flustered and awkwardly bowed, saying, I merely spoke casually. Please do not mock me, sir. Not at all, Zhang Sheng replied. Now engaged to another and focused solely on his fiancée as elegant penmanship, he paid no heed to any other woman, no matter how attractive. Zhang Gongzi, it appears we meet again, Shen Chunran approached. Zhang Sheng paused in surprise, instantly recognizing her identity, his formerly composed demeanor flushed. I did not realize it was you. Madam Shen, were you here to see me? His heart raced. Jiang Ye felt mortified, as if caught in a compromising situation. Shen Chunran clarified. I am waiting for a friend. I heard she would be taking this route back to the capital. Jiang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Sheng, slightly disappointed, murmured an excuse and hastily took the weeping child in his arms, retreating quickly, all the while intending to lure the child with teaching fees in exchange for her fragrant pouch. The child, unaware of Zhang Sheng's convoluted motives, eagerly handed over the pouch. Zhang Sheng treasured the pouch, regretting his timidity for not having gazed longer at the enchanting young lady. How could he judge her beauty if he truly looked? Meanwhile, Shen Chunran awaited her friend under the blazing sun. Several unassuming oilcloth carriages approached, the last of which was a donkey cart. Yet, the driver recognized the esteemed person they were calling out to and promptly halted. The occupants inside heard the commotion and lifted the curtain, exclaiming, Chunran, what brings you here? I thought I must have misheard. The person inside was none other than Gu Shi, Shen Chunran's close confidant from days gone by. Her husband was a minor official in the capital, working in the document office with a modest salary that barely sustained their family. Hence her somewhat plain appearance in contrast to Shen Chunran. However, Gu Shi was no social climber. Her eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Shen Chunran, and she immediately grasped her hand. Shen Chunran explained her presence, then glanced at the other carriages, saying, I received word yesterday that you were returning. So, I decided to wait here. What brings you back to your ancestral home at this time of year? Gu Shi's smile gradually faded as she replied, It's nothing significant. My mother-in-law has a cousin whose parents have passed away. Out of compassion, she wishes to bring her to the capital. Unfortunately, the girl has fallen ill. So I had to make this trip, but it isn't far. What Gu Shi did not disclose was the extraordinary nature of this cousin. Initially, she had felt pity for her, but upon meeting her, Gu Shi's well-mannered composure could only formulate one thought. What a naturally seductive woman. With striking beauty and an alluring demeanor, she would surely captivate men, yet to every respectable lady, she would appear peculiar. At first, Gu Shi thought her judgment might be too narrow, but as they journeyed back, her unease grew. Her mother-in-law, known for her shrewdness, would not simply take pity on a cousin without ulterior motives. Such a stunning woman in the household could only bring discomfort, whether for Gu Shi or others. Gu Shi, with her amiable disposition, might find it difficult to navigate the complexities this cousin would inevitably introduce. Meanwhile, Shen Chunran, under the scorching sun, awaited the arrival of this very cousin, who in her past life had indeed lived up to her enticing appearance, almost dismantling Gu Shi's harmonious family.
Fortunately,
Gu Shi's husband proved to be upright, ultimately redeeming himself. However, as history teaches us, even the most expertly repaired vase retains its cracks, leading to mutual destruction. Gu Shi's mother-in-law, Do, was no less a cunning figure, and Shen Chunran felt a pang of sympathy for her dear friend, having endured so much suffering. Fate is a curious thing, is it not? See, I have even prepared tea for you all. On this sweltering day, do indulge in some refreshing water. And I have brought forth freshly harvested fruits from the fields, delightful and crisp. Upon hearing of the refreshments, the crowd's spirits lifted instantly. After all, it had been a long and scorching journey. Naturally, they acquiesced. I went to summon Xiao Xiao. As Gu Shiji turned to the donkey cart behind, the occupants finally discerned the situation outside, their eyes drawn to the elegantly dressed woman at the forefront. They were unsure of her status, but she emanated an air of noble grace, inciting a twinge of envy within them. Xiao Xiao, come down and partake of the tea and fruits, Gu Shiji beckoned. She reached out to assist her cousin down from the cart, not bothering with veils, revealing a delicate visage. Even Hongxiu, observing, couldn't help but smirk, uncertain of the lady's intentions. Is this your cousin, Xiao Xiao? What a melodious name, Shen Chunran complimented. Xiao Xiao, though aware of her own beauty, could not help but notice her modest attire, which paled in comparison to the finery surrounding her. Xiao Xiao has met the lady, she said, as the teacup was brought forth by Yuya. Just as she extended her hand to receive it, Shen Chunran frowned. Yuya, your service has become rather lackluster. This young lady is refined. How could you present her with such a coarse teacup? In haste, Hongxiu produced a specially crafted official kiln celadone cup, adorned with golden edges and plum blossom motifs, filling it with exquisite sour plum soup that sparkled in the sunlight. The sight of such beautiful porcelain left Xiao Xiao momentarily spellbound, for she had never encountered such artistry, not even during her time in Yangzhou. The lady's discerning eye recognized Xiao Xiao's refinement, regretting the earlier faux pas of presenting her with a crude cup. Gu Shiji watched, her heart filled with confusion. This was not the usual demeanor of Shen Chunran. The fruits were presented, vibrant red watermelons, cut with precision and arranged artfully on the snow-white porcelain plate, garnished with crushed ice, a rarity in the summer heat.
Xiao Xiao,
Feeling somewhat exceptional, marveled at Shen Chunran's opulence, but hesitated to inquire further. As they conversed, Gu Shiji elaborated on Xiao Xiao's background. Such a pitiable sister. Shen Chunran remarked with feigned sympathy, yet she knew well that Xiao Xiao was fabricating her tale. Orphaned as a child, Xiao Xiao had been sent to a brothel. Trained as a thin horse, a term for courtesans skilled in seducing the elite. By a twist of fate, she escaped and returned home only to discover her parents had passed, thus seeking her relatives in the capital. Her beauty soon caught the attention of her relatives, including Gu Shiji's mother-in-law, Dou. Whether for marriage or as a gift, Xiao Xiao was seen as a valuable asset. Shen Chunran's true intent was to intercept this prospect, shifting the potential misfortune away from Gu Shiji. How are your siblings? Have they begun their studies? Shen Chunran inquired casually, yet did not wait for Gu Shiji's response. Sighing theatrically, Yuya rolled her eyes at Shen Chunran's theatrics. What troubles you? Gu Shiji immediately asked. Oh, it's merely the matter of heirs. At my young age, I am burdened with adopting a child from a distant branch of the family. The boy is rather dull, unable to learn, and the matriarch dotes on him as if he were precious. It seems my lack of fortune has left me without the heir's favor. My lord refuses to take concubines, and should a concubine bear a child, I could at least hope for a clever descendant to carry on our lineage. Shen Chunran poured forth her grievances. Yet her words were directed at Xiao Xiao, who listened with rapt attention, her eyes sparkling with hope at the mention of such a prosperous household, where the mistress might not have a legitimate heir to inherit the title. Once, she had believed her distant relatives in the capital to be exceedingly wealthy, yet now, in comparison to Shen Chunran, they seemed insignificant. She glanced at their shabby donkey cart and scoffed at the thought of becoming a concubine in such a poor household. Moreover, the knowledge that Shen Chunran was not favored only reinforced her resolve, for she had heard tales of how the mistresses of high-ranking families typically held little power.
Merely managing finance.
Do not be disheartened, Chunran. Some matters are best left to fate, Gu Shiji observed. Sensing Shen Chunran's intentions, but also fearing for Xiao Xiao's future, should she be sent to the loyal and brave Marquis, it would be wiser to find a better match for her friend, avoiding calamity. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Xiao eagerly anticipated such an opportunity. Madam, please do not be troubled. My sister-in-law often says that it is best to let fate take its course. Xiao Xiao made a concerted effort to mask her desires while subtly hinting at them. Shen Chunran nodded. Thank you, dear Xiao Xiao. By the way, I have a concubine at home, Mei Yinyang, who is rather subdued. However, there is an unmanageable mistress. Xiao Xiao's expression suggested she comprehended the implications well. Shen Chunran confessed, I no longer expect his affection. I merely wish for him to return home. Of course, whether he returns willingly depends on your abilities. If you cannot outshine that mistress, do not blame me. Xiao Xiao scoffed. Madam, you underestimate me. Regret is not in my nature. Their conversation flowed delightfully, laced with a hint of mischief. Under the blazing sun, Gu Shiji felt compelled to protect Shen Chunran from entangling with Xiao Xiao. Finally, Shen Chunran said, Xiao Xiao, you must not have explored the capital since your arrival. Why not stay with me for a few days? I shall treat you as my own sister. As she spoke, she removed a bracelet from her wrist and placed it on Xiao Xiao's, the meaning unmistakable. Gu Shiji sighed deeply, unable to fathom Shen Chunran's motives. Xiao Xiao smiled. Dear madam, would you like me to accompany you? In despair, Gu Shiji waved her hand. Do as you wish. You both seem eager to engage with one another. And I am merely a bystander. Thank you, sister-in-law, Xiao Xiao replied, while Jiang Ye observed the scene with a bemused expression. Thus, Shen Chunran returned from the countryside with a lovely companion, and Xiao Xiao no longer needed to travel in that humble donkey cart, but instead rode in Shen Chunran's spacious carriage, her heart brimming with excitement for the future. With Gu Shiji absent, Shen Chunran revealed her true intentions. Sister, let us speak candidly. Would you be willing to join my household? Xiao Xiao, driven by aspirations of wealth, smiled. If the madam desires my company, it is indeed my fortune. Please, do not hesitate to make your requests known. Shen Chunran adopted a serious demeanor. I do not shy away from admitting that I have a concubine. But she is merely complacent. The real trouble lies with the mistress. Xiao Xiao understood immediately. The intricacies of the situation required the insight of someone experienced. Madam's predicament is clear. You wish for the heir to disregard that mistress and return home, correct? Precisely, Shen Chunran replied, her expression tinged with exasperation. I no longer expect his affection. I simply want him back. Naturally, the success of this endeavor relies on your skills. If you cannot surpass that mistress, do not blame me. If you regret this decision, there is still time. Xiao Xiao, with a dismissive smile, said, Madam, you underestimate my resolve. Regret is not part of my character. Their conversation continued, filled with a sense of complicity. Jiang Ye did not share a carriage with them. Had she done so, upon hearing such remarks, her worldview would likely have shattered. She could never have imagined that her sister-in-law could be like this. Such a character. This only endeared her further. Upon returning to the loyal and brave Marquis' residence, Shen Chunran's first task was to procure a plain garment for Xiao Xiao, subsequently asking Hong Xiao to assist in her adornment. However, the intention was not to enhance her beauty, but to present a modest appearance. Should some cotton be stuffed at her waist? Xiao Xiao, being knowledgeable, understood Shen Chunran's rationale. Given her current ambiguous status, should she appear too ostentatious, the matriarch of the household would be displeased, possibly leading to severe reprimands. Thus, the aim was to dress simply while avoiding utter plainness. The elderly generally favor a fuller figure, believing it to be conducive to childbirth. This was a prudent choice. Shen Chunran had not considered these matters previously, yet thankfully, Xiao Xiao's reminder prompted her to reflect, secretly lamenting how Xiao Xiao had once been a sharp blade against her sister, yet now had become her most effective weapon. Once prepared, she proceeded to the Showan Hall. After recent upheavals, the Jiang matriarch's health had visibly declined. Yuan Ger, under the tutelage of the household scholars, often caused mischief, reportedly driving away 2 teachers already. Although she did not voice her concerns, she was indeed troubled. At this moment, Shen Chunran entered, offering solace. Grandmother, I am inept. Even with the return of the heir, I could not secure his heart, which is a reflection of my own inadequacy. What nonsense are you speaking, Chunran? Thankfully, you hold this household together. Otherwise, I would surely be driven mad by these wretched children. Shen Chunran nodded. I wish to discuss another matter. What is it? I propose that the heir take another concubine. The Jiang matriarch was taken aback, never expecting such words from Shen Chunran. In truth, she had long desired for Jiang Ye to take a concubine to curtail the arrogance of Murong Yuan. On this matter, they shared an unusual consensus. Yet, the Jiang matriarch had always feared Shen Chunran would be wronged. The affair with Mei Yinyang had already caused her distress, making her hesitant to broach the topic of concubinage again. However, with Shen Chunran's declaration, the significance had shifted. What are your true thoughts, Chunran? Shen Chunran sighed. Speaking from the heart, it is for the future of our loyal and brave Marquis' residence, grandmother. Consider this. Those of similar age to the heir in the capital are either officials or have numerous offspring. In a few years, when their children are educated and enter positions of influence, even if just 1 among 10 succeeds, it would be remarkable. Now look at our family. We have only Yuan Ger as a sole heir, and we do not even know whether the child in Mei Yinyang's womb is a boy or a girl. Our priority must be to expand our lineage. The Jiang matriarch nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. Indeed, the expansion of a great family is of utmost importance. I have come to understand that relying solely on Jiang Ye or Yuan Ger is precarious. It would be wiser to adopt Chunran's approach, casting a wider net. Even if one among 10 thrives, it would be beneficial. Curiously enough, I encountered an old friend today while visiting the estate with Sister Yun. She happened to bring her distant cousin to the capital. This young lady, orphaned at a young age, is well-read and possesses a gentle disposition. With no flaws apart from her unfortunate circumstances, I am inclined toward her, Shen Chunran stated cautiously. The Jiang Matriarch, having no qualms about finding a suitable match, was pleased to hear that the girl was literate. After all, she had once harbored doubts about Yuan Gu's intelligence, believing he had inherited his mother Murong Yuan's shortcomings. Yet, she forgot that Jiang Ye had also been a fervent student in his youth. As for matters within our household, Chunran, you shall decide. My only concern is still about Ye. It is rare for a well-bred young lady to wish to become a concubine. Shen Chunran reassured her. Do not worry, grandmother. This girl has suffered greatly. Coming to our loyal and brave Marquis' residence is her aspiration, hoping for support when her kin are wronged. As for the heir, I shall handle that matter. Would you like to meet her? Naturally, I wish to meet her. Whether it be a living person or even a pet, I must approve. Soon, Xiao Xiao was brought forth. While posing as a delicate lady of high birth, she now concealed her allure, appearing demure and obedient. Even in her plainness, she exuded an unmistakable charm. Can you read? The Zhong Matriarch remained concerned about her literacy. Xiao Xiao nodded and proceeded to write a short poem on rice paper. Though the matriarch could not decipher the words, the neatness of the characters revealed that she had practiced diligently. Indeed, she was a product of a scholarly family, and the matriarch was further pleased. Such a girl from a fallen household inherently possessed good qualities, and surely her offspring would not disappoint. Once the arrangement was settled, Shen Chunran formally established Xiao Xiao's position, and Xiao Xiao eagerly anticipated meeting the famed heir. Moreover, she had gleaned some information from the attending servants. The heir, Jiang Ye, was a remarkably handsome young man, strong and athletic. As the sole legitimate heir, he had one stepbrother and a pregnant Mei Yang. Should she bear a son, the lady would undoubtedly prioritize him. The thought of potentially becoming the Marquis' mother filled Xiao Xiao with excitement, leaving her restless with anticipation. As for her mother-in-law, Gu Shi, she harbored no concerns. The cousin had intended to use her to expand connections in the capital, and now being sent to the loyal and brave Marquis' residence was a golden opportunity. In the future, should any trials and tribulations arise, having ties within the Marquis' residence would afford her a degree of respectability. Gu Shi had alleviated future difficulties, marriage was harmonious, and children were plentiful. Shen Chunran had successfully found a satisfactory concubine, yet unexpectedly, 3 days had passed without Jiang Ye's return. By day, he was at the War Horse Bureau, and by night, he returned directly to Murong Yuan's abode, where they basked in sweet intimacy, reminiscent of a newlywed couple. Murong Yuan delighted in this way of life, free from Shen Chunran and the Jiang Matriarch, focusing solely on her future with Jiang Ye. The only drawback was the lack of grandeur, which stoked her vanity. To adorn her humble abode, Murong Yuan spent a significant amount of her private savings on furnishings, transforming the small house into a luxurious setting akin to that of a Marquis' residence. Upon Jiang Ye's return, he could scarcely recognize the place, mistaking it for the Marquis' estate. Ye, do you like it? I do. As long as you are here, I shall always like it, Jiang Ye replied affectionately, embracing her as they made their way from the entrance to the inner chambers, indulging in their passion until the early hours. The newly hired servants outside grumbled about the audacity of such a mistress. Yet, amidst their banter, they were reminded of the heir still remaining at the Marquis' residence. On the 4th day, Jiang Ye returned to fetch Yuan Gur to meet Murong Yuan, allowing them to reunite. Finally, Shen Chunran seized the opportunity to confront him. The heir was always in a hurry. Was he about to depart again? Jiang Ye glanced at Shen Chunran and said, I am taking Yuan Gur out for a stroll. Do you intend to interfere? Shen Chunran sighed. Do you know that your mother is ill?
Jiang Ye posed.
Realizing that Wang Shi's illness was likely related to Zhang Lian's situation, and asked, is it serious? Not particularly. She merely wishes to see you. If you are free, you should pay her a visit. With that, Shen Chunran did not linger, but turned to leave. Despite his indulgence with Murong Yuan, Jiang Ye could not neglect his mother. He promptly set Yuan Gur down and went to see Wang Shi. Wang Shi was not ill but harbored an intense hatred for the enchantress Murong Yuan, who had taken her son away and prevented him from returning home. Thus, she wholeheartedly supported the idea of taking a concubine. She feigned illness and even enlisted Marquis Jiang Ye to accompany her, allowing the three of them to share a rare dinner together, during which Jiang Ye and Jiang Ye drank to their heart's content. Yiling, what shall we do about our dear sister Lian in the future? Mother is distressed, unable to eat or sleep, and still finds time to lament. Jiang Ye felt a twinge of irritation and replied, if she cannot marry, the Ho residence will provide for her. This simply cannot be. When she grows old, what will become of her? A woman must ultimately marry. Oh, my poor Lian.
Enough.
Enough. After a few cups of wine, Jiang Ye was already feeling dizzy, and Wang's cries only added to his headache. He decided to leave, as Yuaner was waiting for his return. If he did not come back, the lamp at the door would remain lit, waiting for him. As he reached the entrance, he staggered slightly, and a perceptive little maid rushed to support him, inquiring, is the young master unwell? A faint, indescribable fragrance wafted into Jiang Ye's nostrils, delightful.
Who are you?
I have not seen you before, he stammered. I am Xiao Xiao, newly arrived. The madam sent me to deliver medicine to the first madam, fearing she might not sleep well tonight. Xiao Xiao struggled to contain her eagerness. She clearly recognized the air of the loyal and courageous Ho residents, whose beauty was truly remarkable. How could the madam be so foolish as to hand over such a fine man to her? You are a maid by Shen Chunran side? Jiang Ye frowned, unable to recall this individual, and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, let me go. He attempted to depart, but his steps remained unsteady. Curiously, amidst their tugging at the door, no servant intervened. Wang had closed the door, indulging in her tears, while the sleeping Ho was oblivious, akin to a dead pig. Young master, you cannot stand. As they struggled, Jiang Ye suddenly lost his grip and, in a moment of excessive force, tore open Xiao Xiao's collar, revealing her fair skin beneath. Xiao Xiao was already beautiful, and today, she had adorned herself with care. Her almond-shaped eyes, bashful and coy, seemed to steal one's breath away. Although Jiang Ye's vision was blurred by intoxication, he was captivated by the sight before him, his heart racing as if the porcelain skin might ensnare him. This was his first encounter with a woman, and he found himself inexplicably intoxicated. He felt his throat tighten. Young master, Xiao Xiao, startled, attempted to flee. But Jiang Ye's grip seemed enchanted, unyielding. Are you from the madam's courtyard? Xiao Xiao obediently nodded. Yes, the madam sent me to deliver something. Young master, you are drunk. Please let me go. Jiang Ye, uncertain of his motives, perhaps the effects of alcohol, perhaps his attraction to this woman, or perhaps a desire to provoke Shen Chunran, decided to humiliate her, demonstrating that she was inferior even to a mere servant. Would you be willing to accompany me? Jiang Ye asked, increasingly entranced. Xiao Zhao's eyes widened in surprise, akin to a frightened fawn, but then she gazed at Jiang Ye with profound admiration. I would. In an instant, she was swept off her feet and carried away, without even returning to her quarters, but instead to a chamber adjacent to Wang's courtyard, where the deed was done. Wang's face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced back at her husband, who lay in a drunken stupor, resembling a lifeless pig. The aunt sighed. Madam, the task is complete. Hong Xiu cautiously entered, having heard from a maid that there was quite a commotion, causing her to blush slightly as well. In contrast, Shen Chunran remained in deep contemplation within his chamber, oblivious to the happenings. Today, Madame merely intended for that girl to make an appearance, yet it has escalated.
Hong Xiu remarked.
Only then did Shen Chunran open his eyes, responding, Isn't that splendid? I feared that I had orchestrated this for naught, but it proves the prowess of that Xiao Xiao. More than just prowess, she is truly enchanting. I wonder whom she will charm next. Hong Xiu remained unaware of the true relationship between Murong Yuan and Jiang Ye. She only knew that Murong Yuan was not a good person. Let us sleep, Shen Chunran said, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at the humble abode of Murong Yuan in Taohua Alley, a silence pervaded. Jiang Ye had claimed he would fetch Yuaner to reunite with her, yet despite the journey being brief, he had not returned even as night fell. In the past, if anything arose, Jiang Peng would have been there to handle it, but now that Jiang Peng was gone, Murong Yuan felt as if she had become deaf in one ear. However, she believed Jiang Ye would not disappoint her, reasoning that he must be involved in something important. But what could be so urgent? Now that she was away from the Ho residence, she was unaware of the circumstances, and returning hastily might not bode well. For the first time, Murong Yuan regretted her impulsive decision to leave the estate. With these thoughts, she waited the entire night, her anxiety mounting. Perhaps it was a woman's innate intuition, but she felt that something grave had transpired. As dawn broke, unable to wait any longer, she stealthily made her way to the loyal and courageous Ho residence, intercepting a familiar matron at the back door. Knowing this woman would leave the estate daily for errands, she slipped her some silver, causing the matron to beam with delight, hesitant to question Murong Yuan's presence. She merely listened as Murong Yuan inquired about the estate's affairs. "Everything is fine, my lady," the matron replied. Murong Yuan, skeptical, pressed on with another handful of silver, asking, "Madam, would you kindly investigate if anything has transpired within the estate?" The matron, having little monthly pay, saw the silver and felt compelled to act, promptly returning to inquire. To her surprise, there had indeed been an incident, albeit a minor one. "Last night, our young master took a concubine. In wealthy families, this is quite ordinary. Murong girl, are you inquiring about the madam?" The matron was unaware of the underlying reasons. Upon hearing this, Murong Yuan's face turned ashen, nearly causing her to faint. "You are not deceiving me?" she managed to ask, suppressing her emotions. The matron, seasoned and worldly, laughed. "I left early. So, I fear this news has spread throughout the estate. The new concubine is said to be a veritable vixen, and with the noise last night, even the mother cat would not dare to meow. Alas, forgive this old woman for speaking such nonsense." With that, the matron hurried away. Murong Yuan, her eyes red, stared at the back door of the loyal and courageous Ho residence, collapsing to the ground. She could not fathom where she had gone wrong, nor why Jiang Ye had turned against her. At that moment, Jiang Ye too felt a pang of regret. Seated with his head bowed in the small hall of the Ho residence, the sound of Xiao Zhao's sobs echoing nearby. Chapter 76. Methods. The tear-streaked beauty was a sight he had never witnessed before. Her tears were heart-wrenching and evoked a deep sympathy. It was only upon rising that he realized this woman was not merely a maid but a cousin brought by Shen Chunran from an unknown family. This presented a dilemma. As he had not intended to take a concubine initially, his aim was merely to humiliate Shen Chunran out of spite. Of course, there was also an element of attraction involved. "Young master, I fell for you under the lamplight last night, believing you felt the same. Why, oh why, has your demeanor changed today?" Xiao Xiao, resembling a wounded kitten, cried hoarsely, further tugging at Jiang Ye's heartstrings. He felt both distressed and unable to extricate himself from the situation. It must be acknowledged that Jiang Ye had encountered many women in his life, past paramours and youthful flings. However, after meeting Murong Yuan, he had scarcely touched another woman. Yet, Xiao Xiao seemed to have opened a new realm for him, revealing the softness of a woman's form and the smoothness of her skin. He silently compared. While Murong Yuan was indeed beautiful, she had borne children and had been hardened by years in the world. In contrast, Xiao Xiao appeared to be a flawless jade sculpture, born to be a favored companion of the elite, leaving him yearning to drown in her presence. In his youth, Jiang Ye once encountered a beauty who stood beside a powerful figure, a woman so enchanting that he dared not gaze upon her for long, likening her to a snow fox perched atop a mountain peak. Yet now, such a woman had unexpectedly fallen for him, filling Jiang Ye with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. The slight displeasure he felt when Shen Chunran had previously rejected him dissipated. However, there remained the matter of Murong Yuan. He had vowed not to let her down, especially with Yuan Gur in the picture. "What do you mean? You won't take a concubine?" Wang Shi had declared upon entering. "A pure and innocent girl like her. Would she be with you for nothing? You scoundrel." Jiang Ye retorted with a cold smile. "Wasn't last night's performance orchestrated by you and Shen Chunran? I merely played along." "Did you truly believe it?" Xiao Xiao had cried until her voice faded. Shen Chunran entered and remarked, "Since the young master is unwilling, let it be. One cannot force a cow to drink water. Xiao Xiao, you may return." Xiao Xiao hesitated, "But, madam, I am already the young master's. How can I return? It would be better to end my life." With that, she attempted to dash towards the wall. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow but ultimately saved her. Xiao Xiao wept hoarsely, lamenting her fate, an orphan who once thought she had found her destined partner. "Otherwise, I am just a daughter of a respectable family. My cousin works in the bureaucratic office and is also a man of status. My sister-in-law is from a scholarly family, and surely my marriage would not be neglected. Yet I am infatuated with the young master. Why does the young master disdain me?" Pulling Xiao Xiao away, he acknowledged, "This matter is also my fault. I should not have acted with pity." Xiao Xiao looked as though her heart had died, her watery eyes fixed on Jiang Ye. Upon realizing his indifference, she turned and truly left. Jiang Ye had expected her to continue pleading, but her departure caught him off guard, leaving him with a sense of loss. Yet, thinking of Murong Yuan, he forced himself to harden his heart. After Xiao Xiao left, Shen Chunran asked, "Are you truly leaving just like that?" "I was merely acting. If you wish to stay, I can have the old lady intervene." "No need," Xiao Xiao replied, wiping her tears. Her eyes sparkled beautifully as she said, "If I were to seek death and clamor for it, even then, I would need an elder to suppress him to keep me. I fear he would never wish to see me again. Madam, I only need a room to wash up and a set of clean, beautiful clothes." Shen Chunran nodded, seeming to understand her intent, and instructed someone to prepare a red outfit for Xiao Xiao. About half an hour later, Jiang Ye regained his composure. He could not remain lost in the tenderness of the previous night. He had to leave, not just to visit the Warhorse office but to check on Murong Yuan. He had not returned home all night, and wondered if she had worried about him. Just as he reached the door, he heard a familiar voice. "Young master, wait." It was that girl named Xiao Xiao. Had she clung to him again? Jiang Ye felt a surge of impatience and disdain. He did not appreciate women who pursued relentlessly. Yet, when he looked up, he was taken aback. Beneath a verdant willow tree in the courtyard stood a woman in red. In the sweltering summer, she wore a sheer garment that draped like mist over her delicate shoulders, subtly revealing her exquisite collarbone. Her skin was as pale as fine jade, marked by a single red bruise, his handiwork. At that moment, Xiao Xiao's beautiful face seemed overshadowed by the brilliance of her red attire. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her slender fingers and dimples radiating a gentle smile as she approached Jiang Ye. Years ago, it was a similar stunning red outfit that had first captured Jiang Ye's heart for Murong Yuan, yet Xiao Xiao's ensemble evoked an entirely different, ethereal ambience. "I have come to bid farewell to the young master. To be honest, last night, I was deliberately enticing you," Xiao Xiao said with a playful smirk, a mix of jest and lingering sorrow in her tone. Jiang Ye gazed at her, reproachfully saying, "You are quite forthright." But it was merely a performance in the back courtyard. Xiao Xiao nodded. There was no other choice. "I am of little consequence, and my cousin in the capital brought me here not out of concern, but to send me to become a concubine for a high-ranking official, one who could be my father. I overheard their plans. Unwilling to accept such a fate, I feigned weakness to come here with a loyal prince. Better to be a concubine to the young master than to a decrepit old man." Her sincere, tear-filled eyes were heart-wrenching. "Yet, I never imagined I would fall for the young master at first sight. Coming from a humble background, I have never encountered the noble sons of the capital before. Perhaps, in the future, I will have more opportunities." Jiang Ye frowned, surprised to learn of Xiao Xiao's background. Yet, she did not appear to be lying, aside from her beauty. She had no other advantages. He began to take her seriously. As it was time for farewells, Xiao Xiao wished to share a secret with the young master. A secret concerning the madam, and she suddenly smiled mysteriously. Jiang Ye looked puzzled. What secret could Shen Chunran possibly have? His curiosity was piqued. "Young master, lean in. This is a gift from me to you." Jiang Ye instinctively leaned closer, inhaling the familiar fragrance that stirred his heart. He expected Xiao Xiao to reveal some secret. Instead, he felt a sharp pain at his earlobe.
Ah!
Xiao Xiao had bitten him. Jiang Ye instinctively pushed her away, but hesitated, noticing tears streaming down her face. Chapter 77. Fanning the flames, Xiao Xiao pushed Jiang Ye away and wiped her tears, saying, "Young master, last night you tormented me so much that even now I walk awkwardly. Consider this my repayment. If we happen to meet again in the capital, do not acknowledge me." With that, she turned and left with unwavering resolve, not looking back. Her red attire fluttered behind her, a symbol of her defiance. Jiang Ye watched for a long time until her figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Then he touched the faint marks on his earlobe, noting that her bite had not been forceful. At the green bamboo pavilion, Shen Chunran was reviewing account books when Hong Xiu hurried in with news. "Madam, it's quite strange."
What is it?
"That girl Xiao Xiao has already left. Her carriage having traveled 2 streets away, but guess what? The young master has brought her back." Shen Chunran laughed softly. Another infatuation has emerged. What will happen to the one he previously cherished? Hong Xiu continued. "In any case, Madam's scheme has succeeded. Where shall we arrange for this Xiao Xiao to stay? Just find a courtyard for her, perhaps the Huai Xiang courtyard. Understood. But shortly after Hong Xiu left, she returned, saying, the young master finds the Huai Xiang courtyard inappropriate and has arranged for her to stay at the Dinglan courtyard. The Dinglan courtyard was conveniently the same place where Murong Yuan had previously resided. After all, there were not many respectable courtyards in the Marquis' residence. The Orchid courtyard had been designated for Mei Nyang, leaving only the Dinglan courtyard vacant. Shen Chunran, holding the account book, found herself at a loss whether to laugh or be concerned. Select some fine items from the storeroom to send over. Xiao Xiao is now the apple of the young master's eye. We must not neglect her. The loyal prince's residence had not been so lively in a long while. However, later that day, when Shen Chunran visited the Showan Hall, she noticed that the old matriarch's expression was not pleasant. Upon seeing Shen Chunran, she remarked, that day, I was indeed blind. I failed to see that Xiao Xiao was such a beauty with such skill. Is it wrong for her to have deceived us? Shen Chunran laughed. If not for these skills, she might have easily lost the young master's heart. In this household, those with status are easier to manage. What I worry about most is if the young master encounters some unsuitable women outside. We have no means to intervene. Madame Jiang was momentarily taken aback by the remarks. Yet upon reflection, she found them to be quite accurate. Regardless of how formidable Xiao Xiao might be, she remained a concubine, easily manipulated by others, which lightened Madame Jiang's mood. Taking advantage of the moment, Shen Chunran continued, today, I have another matter to report regarding my daughter-in-law, specifically, the dowry for Sister Yun. Originally, it was to be determined according to the portion allotted to a legitimate daughter. However, does she object to this? Madame Jiang had never truly valued Jiang Yun. Shen Chunran shook her head. Sister Yun is a well-behaved child. How could she possibly refuse? I merely inquired with my family about Zhang Sheng's situation at Bailu Academy. And what did you find? Madame Jiang's interest was piqued. Shen Chunran smiled slightly, mentioning that Zhang Sheng was an exceptionally diligent student from a humble background, and it was said that, barring unforeseen circumstances, his name would undoubtedly appear on the list in 3 years. Is that truly so? Madame Jiang's thoughts were stirred. The hope of her grandson and great-grandson achieving success through education seemed nearly extinguished. If they could secure a son-in-law, it would be a worthy endeavor. Surely, my daughter-in-law would not deceive you, Shen Chunran reassured her. Weren't you the one who misled me previously? Madame Jiang retorted. However, considering Shen Chunran's actions were in the interest of the Ho residents, she could not hold it against her. It was evident that Shen Chunran disdained Yuan Gur and sought to select a suitable candidate from among the concubines. With the eldest rendered unfit, the second must be taken up. One could hardly blame her for being ruthless. Among the matrons of high-ranking families, she was relatively compassionate. Since Sister Yun was now engaged to Zhang Sheng, if her dowry were too meager, it would inevitably leave a negative impression. Thus, it was prudent to prepare more, as there was no harm in it. Shen Chunran continued to stoke the flames of ambition. Madame Jiang mused that, since Jiang Lian was no longer a viable option, perhaps Jiang Yun would suffice. It was no great loss. Consequently, with a grand gesture, the dowry for Jiang Yun was increased. However, at that moment, Wang Shi entered the room, having overheard their conversation about Jiang Yun's marriage. Reminded of Jiang Lian, her mood soured further as she inquired, what about Sister Lian? Although she is unwilling to marry Zhang Sheng, can we truly expect her to remain in the household forever? Madame Jiang, irate, exclaimed, her reputation is already tarnished. Does she still aspire to marry the emperor? Wang Shi was on the verge of tears, insisting, we cannot blame Sister Lian for this predicament. Then who should we blame? Jiang Yun has never caused such scandalous trouble. I have heard that she diligently practices her calligraphy and embroidery at home. How could misfortune possibly find her? Wang Shi fell silent. After a moment's pause, she stated, Sister Lian is the eldest daughter. It is unreasonable for her to remain at home while her younger sister is to be married off. It seemed Wang Shi was genuinely distressed. Where then can Sister Lian hope to marry? Shen Chunran asked earnestly, having not considered Jiang Lian's future, as she was typically indifferent to such matters. Wang Shi pursed her lips, indicating she had come prepared. After a brief hesitation, she said, given Sister Lian's damaged reputation, it is unlikely she can marry into an official family. But if we delay her marriage any longer, it may become even more difficult. Indeed, Shen Chunran agreed. Perhaps we should seek a merchant family of humble standing, one that does not mind her past, and with the Ho residence's protection. Sister Lian would not be subjected to hardship. In a year or so, once she has born a child, who in the capital will remember her past? That makes sense. Shen Chunran thought, secretly amused that she had offered the loathed Zhongsheng to Jiang Yuan while Jiang Lian was destined to follow in Jiang Yuan's footsteps into the world of commerce. Could it be that they are still connected to that family from my previous life? Shen Chunran mused, intrigued, as Wang Shi, being a mere matron of the household, had limited acquaintances. I have a distant relative, a wealthy family in the outskirts of the capital, named Tian. It turned out to be the same family. In her past life, she had exploited Jiang Yuan to drain the Tian family's resources, yet never fulfilled any promises made to them. It was evident that in the end, Jiang Yuan had suffered the consequences of such treachery. Now, with Jiang Lian, it was unlikely she would be similarly exploited. If my mother-in-law agrees, this could be a viable option. What are your thoughts, grandmother? Shen Chunran glanced at Madame Jiang. Madame Jiang remained silent for a moment before finally responding in frustration. Do as you wish. None of you are easy to please. Thus, the matter was settled. The only commotion arose when Jiang Lian learned of the news, which caused quite a stir, yet the household remained largely tranquil. Meanwhile, due to Jiang Lian's impending marriage, Jiang Yuan's wedding was inevitably postponed by several days, as younger sisters must follow the lead of their elder siblings. Zhongsheng, preoccupied with his own affairs, was taken aback by this unfortunate news. Left in a stupor as he pondered why such a minor obligation felt more burdensome than a significant one. It infuriated him. I'll curse you in effigy. Chapter 78. A bit of social death, madam. It is time for you to go to the Wang residence for your medicinal bath. Shen Chunran, having forgotten all about it in her recent revelry, was suddenly reminded. Can it be postponed for a couple of days? I lack the energy today.
No.
A dark voice interrupted, startling Shen Chunran awake. She opened her eyes to find Prince Feng Lushang standing before her. You could have sent a few subordinates to fetch me. Why do you come personally? She asked somewhat at ease. Feng Lushang snorted. His life could have been quite comfortable, but ever since their unexpected intimate encounter, he felt as though he were bewitched, dreaming only of Shen Chunran's ethereal form. Zheng says it is normal for a man who has never touched a woman to become infatuated upon seeing one. Perhaps I should have the women of the residence parade before you, and you would soon be fine. Feng Lushang nearly struck Zheng for such a suggestion. The mere thought disgusted him, and the fact that Shen Chunran was living so comfortably while he was in torment only fueled his resentment. His purpose for coming today was to see her once more, hoping for some semblance of tranquility. Instead, he found himself even more agitated. Do you wish for me to carry you away, or will you walk on your own? He asked through clenched teeth. I will walk myself. Shen Chunran replied with a grin, promptly rising to her feet. However, as she stealthily climbed over the wall with Feng Lushang, her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure sneaking out through the back door. It was none other than her nominal husband, Jiang Ye. Where is he headed? Feng Lushang inquired. To meet his dashing concubine, Shen Chunran replied calmly. Feng Lushang raised an eyebrow, bemused by the irony of a husband who was both duplicitous and scheming against him. Is this the essence of wives being inferior to concubines and concubines inferior to mistresses? Shen Chunran rolled her eyes but remained silent. Feng Lushang continued. I could kill him for you. Shen Chunran scoffed. Then I would be a widow, wouldn't I?
Besides,
I have no desire to kill him. Murder is far too simple and lacks excitement. I prefer a more elaborate form of punishment. This woman is indeed formidable. Feng Lushang thought. A slow and torturous death is quite gruesome. Are you not afraid of getting your hands dirty? I am simply striving to avoid tainting my fingers. Shen Chunran responded, her gaze urging him to hurry. The medicinal bath at the Wang residence proceeded almost identically to the last time, though Shen Chunran remained unaware of its side effects. She once again succumbed to a deep slumber in the bath, awakening as the heat enveloped her. This time, however, she found it easier to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Feng Lushang staring intently at her from within the bath. Was he truly so devoted as to remain in the bath with her while she slept under the influence of the medicine? This thought unsettled Shen Chunran. Yet, she had misjudged Feng Lushang. Ever since he had been taken aback by her boldness, he had assumed she would similarly lose her composure this time. Rather than allowing Shen Chunran to lose her composure, it would be more prudent for him to remain by her side. ready to intervene in case she were to commit an even more mortifying act. Though he harbored such thoughts, Feng Liushang would never confess to them. He seemed to retain a lingering affection for the Shen Chunran of that day. She was his destined partner. And should Feng Liushang ever choose to take a princess for his bride, he would prefer it to be Shen Chunran. However, despite all calculations, the moment Shen Chunran opened her eyes, her gaze was not the vacant and restless one of that day, but rather filled with wariness and skepticism. After a moment, she asked with a hint of irritation, "Why is the prince here?" Feng Liushang replied, "Did we not agree there would be side effects? Are you unharmed?" Shen Chunran scoffed. "Isn't this medicinal bath meant for my healing? What harm could I possibly suffer? Or is it that the prince has come here with intentions of taking liberties with me?" Such thoughts were hard to dismiss. Feng Liushang, having lived his life in a position of authority, accustomed to being flattered and appeased by others, had never before encountered such misunderstandings. It was absurd. Yet, as various irate and darkly charged words simmered on his tongue, he could only respond, "Allow me to explain. I am here to watch over you." Yet, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, his mind in disarray. At that moment, although Shen Chunran was free of side effects, the mist surrounding her was still utterly captivating. Feng Liushang found her anger even more enchanting, realizing to his chagrin that he possessed a certain weakness. Regardless, he insisted, "I am nothing like what you imagine. Moreover, what kind of woman could I not possess? How could I possibly be moved by you, a married woman?" Once the bath was concluded, he urged, "It is time to tidy up and rise." Feeling a bit discontented and somewhat forlorn, he stood abruptly and exited, leaving Shen Chunran behind, perplexed. In truth, she secretly mused that given his status and power, even if they shared a unique connection, should he request her to be his woman, she would not dare to refuse. After all, both she and her family could not afford to offend someone of his caliber, perhaps compounded by her previous marriage and its ensuing hardships. Concepts of lifelong commitments and reputations had long lost their significance to her. If she could gain the favor of this future regent, she would be able to achieve things in this life that she could not in her past. For instance, she could extricate the Zhongyong Marquis from the mire of past alliances. She might even influence the future heir's direction and choices. Having experienced the ruin of her family in her previous life, she understood all too well the importance of imperial power in determining a family's rise and fall. She would never forget the desolation of that fateful day when the grand estate collapsed, her parents exiled, and her sisters publicly sold. The noble matriarch of their family met her end in a humble shed, a fate that left her feeling powerless. The torment of illness rendered her unable to rise, and that despair and pain spread through her bones like ice, chilling her very soul. Compared to such suffering, what were notions of purity, reputation, and marriage? Reflecting on these thoughts, Shen Chunran could not help but feel a sense of vigilance. Had she truly become a woman devoid of warmth, driven solely by self-interest? But what did it matter? Hadn't she just finished her bath? Why was she still lingering? Feng Liushang took a few steps before realizing that Shen Chunran had not followed. Instead, she remained deep in thought, pondering some inscrutable notion. Suddenly, she felt her legs grow numb, rendering her unable to rise. "I will get up shortly, Your Highness." "Please go ahead," she managed to say, but before she could finish, Feng Liushang, with a darkened expression, turned back and lifted her from the water. Their scant attire left them almost pressed against one another, and Shen Chunran's heart raced uncontrollably, an indescribable sensation flooding her senses. "Your Highness, I can manage on my own, and this is against decorum," she protested. "Decorum?" Feng Liushang replied with a peculiar smile. "Our fates are intertwined. Sharing a life is hardly excessive. Do you believe there are still rules between us? Or would you prefer to indulge in the old clichés of fidelity and virtue?" Chapter 79. A mind in turmoil. Shen Chunran sensed the prince's anger, though she couldn't fathom what had provoked it. She had not offended him, and thus found herself in a perplexing position. She had no such notions of fidelity. After all, her husband had his own mistresses, and she saw no reason to remain virtuous for him. If not for her disinterest in marriage, Shen Chunran would have already planned to remarry someone of greater stature, just to vex him. Yet she realized such thoughts were impulsive. "I think I can walk now," she said, struggling to free herself from Feng Liushang's grasp. Fearing that if she did not leave soon, she might find herself in a precarious situation. However, Feng Liushang's hold was like iron, unyielding no matter how much she squirmed. Your Highness? Do you take me for what? He asked, his authoritative presence looming over her. An exalted prince of Zhou, Shen Chunran replied candidly. Did you never consider that I am a man? In my heart, you are not merely a man, but a divine being, she thought, though she dared not voice it. In an unexpected moment, Feng Liushang lowered his head and fiercely pressed his lips against hers, overpowering her in a way that made it clear who he was.
Rogue.
This was the only word that echoed in Shen Chunran's mind as she widened her eyes in shock, completely at a loss. Such an encounter had never transpired in either her past or present life. She felt utterly inexperienced. Of course, Feng Liushang was not faring much better. He was simply acting on his most primal instincts, acknowledging that he indeed felt something for Shen Chunran. After what felt like an eternity. Just as Shen Chunran thought she might suffocate, they finally broke apart, panting for breath. The steam of the medicinal bath blurred her vision, making it difficult to discern his features. Shen Chunran thought in horror, could it be that Feng Liushang truly harbors such feelings for me? Or is this merely a moment of passion? What a handsome man he was. Even if this was a fleeting encounter, she felt no loss. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she felt an overwhelming urge to chastise herself. How could she even entertain such notions? Calm down, Shen. Feng Liushang gazed at her with an intensity that seemed to pull her from the ethereal realm to the tangible world. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a voice called from outside, Your Highness, is there a problem? Feng Liushang's expression darkened as he contemplated harming the speaker, Zhang, who had chosen this moment to intrude. Everything is fine. We are unharmed, Shen Chunran replied, her demeanor akin to a startled rabbit as she hurriedly exited the room. Noticing her desperate attempts to escape, Feng Liushang's expression turned stormy as he followed her out. Your Highness, what is happening? Zhang asked, bewildered, having assumed something was amiss since his lord had not emerged. By the way, Master Zhuge's messenger delivered a note for you, he added, handing over the parchment. Feng Liushang snatched it, only to find it adorned with ornate script. Your Highness need not wait in vigil tonight. Side effects typically occur only once. I neglected to mention this previously. As they say, opportunities missed are seldom regained. Young man, heed the counsel of elders lest you suffer the consequences. With a furious motion, Feng Liushang crumpled the note in his fist and barked, immediately find that old rascal Zhuge, strip him bare, and hang him from the city walls. Whoever rescues him will face the same fate. Do you wish to be hung as well? On it, his subordinate replied, dashing away to fulfill the command. On the other side was Shen Chunran, who, after a swift bath and change of clothes, hurriedly took a carriage back to the Duke of Zhongyong's residence. As if the Wang residence behind her harbored a monstrous beast ready to devour her. It was only upon her return to the Duke's estate that she finally felt at ease. However, one cannot deny that after indulging in 2 medicinal baths, Shen Chunran felt significantly healthier and more comfortable than before. Her body felt lighter, and even a brisk walk made her feel as if she were floating. Although Feng Liushang's demeanor had been somewhat peculiar and ambiguous that evening, the medicinal baths had proven to be quite beneficial. As someone who had been reborn, Shen Chunran prioritized her own life above all else. As for that kiss, upon reflection, she considered the nature of men. Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan had professed their undying love for years, yet now, before the exquisite beauty of Xiao Xiao, Jiang Ye too had succumbed. Thus, Shen Chunran concluded that Feng Liushang's actions were merely impulsive. Having lived 2 lives, she was no longer an innocent girl easily swayed by a kiss or a sweet whisper. She understood that interests were far more enduring than mere romantic entanglements. Should there ever come a day when her life became inexplicably intertwined with Feng Liushang's, would he eliminate her, the source of his past troubles? Should she cease to exist? This was a lesson learned through the trials of life. As dawn broke, Jiang Ye returned home just as the first light appeared, his expression weary, likely having been troubled by Murong Yuan all night. Shen Chunran chose not to concern herself with him, as she could easily surmise the reasons behind his fatigue. Yilang, how could you treat me thus? You promised to be with me for a lifetime. And do not forget that it was I who secured your position in the War Horse Division. Murong Yuan's heart-wrenching visage lingered in her mind. Jiang Ye knelt before her, lamenting that he had been manipulated by Shen Chunran, which led to his drunken folly, and that the woman in question was no ordinary maid, but a daughter of an official family. His cousin was in the document division, and he knew well how terrifying it was when scholars petitioned against someone. However, Upon hearing about the War Horse Division, Murong Yuan's words struck a painful chord in Jiang Ye's self-esteem, prompting him to ask, "Must you also humiliate me so?" With that, he stood to leave. Although Murong Yuan resented Jiang Ye for betraying her, she still harbored feelings of love for him. They had shared so many sweet moments and vows. She felt it was unjust that, despite her beauty, the prince desired to marry her, yet Jiang Ye did not cherish her. People fear the comparison of worth, and she could not bear to see him in such a disheartened state, so she rushed forward to embrace him again. "I am sorry. I do not mean to humiliate you. Your Honor, I am sorry. I cannot give you the position of the main wife. Now I cannot even offer you the status of a concubine." Jiang Ye expressed his anguish. In the past, there had been no threats within the Duke of Zhongyong's residence, allowing Murong Yuan to freely spend time with Jiang Ye, but now, Shen Chunran had brought in a seductive little minx. Chapter 80. She became anxious. How could she tolerate this? Yet, she was powerless from outside the estate. What to do? It had been some time since she had seen Yuan Gur. She wondered if he had gained or lost weight, and whether he was diligent in his studies. Murong Yuan's mind was in disarray.
Yuan.
Regarding the proposal I mentioned earlier, have you given it further thought? Jiang Ye asked cautiously. The proposal was for Murong Yuan to enter the estate as a concubine, while Shen Chunran managed their affairs outside, allowing them to live as a couple behind closed doors until Shen Chunran was no longer a concern. They would then establish Murong Yuan in a new identity and marry her as the main wife. At the time, Murong Yuan felt wronged and did not agree, but now, if she refused, her future with Jiang Ye was uncertain. Having already staked her youth on this man, she could not afford to lose. Absolutely not. She lifted her head, caressing Jiang Ye's handsome cheek, and declared, "As long as I can be by your side, I am willing to give up everything."
Yelang.
"I have already sacrificed everything for you. You must not betray me." "Your Honor, what are you saying? We already have a child. How could I betray you?" "If you do not believe me, I swear now, if I, Jiang Ye, betray you, Murong Yuan, may I die 1,000 deaths."
Do not speak such nonsense.
Murong Yuan quickly interrupted. "I believe you." Jiang Ye's face lit up with joy. Murong Yuan had finally agreed to be a concubine, which was the best outcome they could hope for. The two of them managed to reconcile somewhat, and Murong Yuan's delicate fingers found their way to Jiang Ye's waistband. He smiled enticingly, understanding her intent. He lifted Murong Yuan into his arms, and they retreated to their quarters to indulge in each other's warmth for a long while. However, Murong Yuan sensed that Jiang Ye was somewhat perfunctory. Not the way he used to be. He must have been tempted by that little minx. She would not let that little seductress go, nor would she spare Shen Chunran, that wretched woman, for ruining all her plans. She had overestimated Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye had originally believed that no matter how he dallied outside, his heart would always belong to Murong Yuan, who was irreplaceable. Yet, during this moment of intimacy with Murong Yuan, he found himself unable to focus, his mind consumed by thoughts of Xiao Zhao's delicate skin. Ultimately, he excused himself, saying he needed to return to the estate, as it was a time of turmoil for the Duke of Zhongyong. Murong Yuan said nothing more. After Jiang Ye left, she stared blankly at the door for a long time before softly muttering to herself, "Yilang, you had better not betray me. Otherwise, I could truly make you die 1,000 deaths." As memories flooded back, Jiang Ye returned to the Duke's estate, weary, and headed straight for Xiao Xiao's courtyard, where they spent the night together. Xiao Xiao, being perceptive, was fully enamored with Jiang Ye, viewing him as the bright moon in the sky. Jiang Ye, too, found himself drawn to Xiao Xiao, feeling that her gaze mirrored that of Murong Yuan from their early days together. However, Xiao Xiao was wise enough not to mention the concubine. It was not yet time. After breakfast, Shen Chunran was leisurely enjoying her tea when Jiang Ye arrived. She had been learning various etiquette from Shen Chunran in recent days and had become a frequent visitor. However, today, she appeared deeply troubled. Observing Shen Chunran's composed demeanor, she could no longer contain her curiosity and finally asked sister-in-law, "Do you know about it?" "Know about what?" Shen Chunran asked with a smile. Jiang Ye decided to lay her cards on the table. She had come to realize that her sister-in-law was indeed quite astute. "Sister-in-law has known all along that Murong Yuan is my brother's concubine, hasn't she?" Shen Chunran did not react. From Shen Chunran's response, Jiang Ye deduced the answer, confirming that Xiao Xiao had indeed been brought in at Shen Chunran's behest. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Shen Chunran then inquired, "Are you concerned for me or for the future of the Duke's estate and your brother?" "Naturally, I am concerned for you," Jiang Ye replied without hesitation. But soon she began to ponder deeply, trying to discern when Shen Chunran had become aware of the situation. She recalled the unjust imprisonment of Murong Yuan at the Duke of An's estate and the incident at the flower banquet. Everything seemed to stem from her own actions. Now, it felt more like... Jiang Ye broke out in a cold sweat. She had previously been troubled about how to tell Shen Chunran the truth, but it turned out that her sister-in-law harbored hatred against them. Jiang Ye asked, "Sister-in-law, have you ever hated anyone?" Shen Chunran, while brewing tea, lifted her gaze. Her exquisite brows framed a visage of beauty, and amidst the curling steam, she smiled and said, "Sister Yun, we are bound by fate. Have you ever hated anyone?" "I have," Jiang Ye replied honestly, a sentiment she had never dared to share with anyone. "Who?" Jiang Ye raised her head and said, "My stepmother, Wang Shi. She harmed my aunt with her own hands. She thinks I do not remember, but I remember everything clearly, even in countless nightmares that replay in my mind." Shen Chunran raised her brows, surprised to learn that Jiang Ye harbored such a hidden memory. It was a pity that in her previous life, despite knowing whom to hate, she could not escape the shackles of fate. "If you were to seek revenge, how many cuts do you think would be appropriate?" Shen Chunran inquired once more. Oh dear. Why is she discussing such peculiar matters so early in the day? Jiang Ye pondered seriously. It would be best to make several cuts. A single stab that results in death feels inadequate, especially considering the aunt who suffered from the abortion drugs, enduring excruciating pain, and resulting in 2 lives lost. As the two conversed, a voice from outside announced the arrival of Aunt Xiao Xiao. Today marked the day of honoring the concubines with tea, and coincidentally, Aunt May also accompanied her. In this household, Aunt May felt almost invisible, with the addition of Aunt Xiao Xiao. She likely felt a sense of confusion as she had previously believed that the heir had eyes only for the young Lady Murong. It seemed that was not the case. She wondered when she would be cast out of her home. While being expelled was of little concern to her, what truly mattered was the child she carried. Indeed, it was the offspring of her deceased husband. The promises made by Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan were intended to ensure her safe delivery of the child, providing a source of irritation for the main wife while offering them cover. However, circumstances had shifted. Aunt May sensed that Shen Chunran was a compassionate individual and decided to gauge the situation, while also assessing whether Aunt Xiao Xiao was amiable. In contrast, Aunt Xiao Xiao arrived with a radiant demeanor. Noticing that both were concubines, Jiang Ye excused herself, having already discerned the answer and feeling no need to linger. "You are both fortunate. I have brewed an exquisite tea from the peaks of Mount Foshan, perfect in both color and flavor, just as you arrived to sample it." Shen Chunran smiled warmly, gently pouring her freshly brewed tea for the two concubines, creating a remarkably beautiful and harmonious scene. "This tea has such an elegant name," Aunt Xiao Xiao remarked, taking a delicate sip. Yet, she could not discern its flavor. What she savored was the feeling of standing out and having her head held high. Aunt May, too, could not taste it, for she dared only to sip lightly, acknowledging it as fine tea. "Ah, indeed, it is delightful tea," Aunt Xiao Xiao agreed. However, Shen Chunran subtly cautioned, "The tea is excellent, but do not indulge excessively, as it may intoxicate." "What do you mean, madam? How could tea intoxicate?" Aunt Xiao Xiao quickly realized that the madam was subtly admonishing her not to become complacent. "Hongxiu," Shen Chunran called out, and Hongxiu brought forth a brocade box. Presenting it to Aunt Xiao Xiao. "You and my cousin share a bond from childhood. I have brought you into this household, and I shall look out for you. Nevertheless, you must also strive to contribute to the continuation of the Ho family. This precious jade is my gift to you." Aunt Xiao Xiao opened the box to reveal a piece of jade, worth a considerable sum. She initially thought Shen Chunran was merely trying to win her over with sweet gestures, unaware that Shen Chunran had no intention of winning her heart, but rather sought mutual benefit. Now that she had established her place in the household, her future depended on her own efforts. The jade was merely a parting gift. After all, entering the Ho residence was her own desire. "Oh, by the way, I should have also given Aunt May a gift upon her arrival, but due to circumstances, I did not. Considering the timing, Aunt May's child should be due after the new year, and I promise there will be a significant gift then." This statement made Aunt May's heart skip. What did it mean that circumstances prevented her from receiving a gift? Did it imply that the madam did not favor her? "I seek nothing," You need not be anxious. Did I not say earlier that once you enter, we are all family? Shen Chunran understood that Aunt May had nothing and was like a startled bird. Even if given something valuable, she would not dare to accept it, so Shen Chunran endeavored to reassure her. When Aunt May, trembling, returned to her quarters, she was startled to find the madam's maid, Zhongyong Yuan, waiting for her. Do not be alarmed, Aunt. There were many eyes in the room earlier. The madam feared that too much conversation would draw attention, so she sent me discreetly. The madam mentioned she did not know what you enjoy eating, and seeing how thin you are, she sent this for you. If you ever desire something fragrant or delightful, do not hesitate to indulge yourself. With that, she placed a box in Aunt May's hands. After Zhongyong Yuan left, Aunt May dared to open it, revealing a layer of silver coins, all of fine quality. Aunt May had never seen such wealth in her life. Initially, she was aligned with Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan, intending to report any changes in the madam's disposition to them. However, she did not wish to inform them about the silver. After all, the madam had no ill intentions and was genuinely kind to her, despite her suspicions that the madam was motivated by the child in her womb. Nevertheless, the madam's sincerity moved Aunt May, and she quietly accepted the silver, realizing that even if she were cast out later, it would be prudent to have some money for herself. Thus, Aunt May felt both excited and happy. The madam is truly remarkable. When the heir brought Aunt May back to the residence, it was such a grand affair. Now, not only is she helping her maintain her pregnancy, but she also generously sends silver. Zhongyong Yuan, though returning to her duties, could not help but pout in discontent. When does a madam give silver to a concubine? It is typically the concubine who shows respect to the madam. Shen Chunran smiled. Oh, my dear, you have much to learn. The worth of money is determined by where it is spent. I simply need her to understand that in this household, I am the only one she can rely on. Aunt May was a pawn in Murong Yuan's game, but soon she would be Shen Chunran's. Madam, the old madam requests your presence. Very well, I shall attend to her. Shen Chunran tidied the flowers she had been pruning, handed the shears to Zhongyong Yuan, and adjusted her skirt as she prepared to leave. She had a sense of why the elder lady sought her out, especially with Aunt Xiaoxiao's arrival unsettling Murong Yuan. In the Showan Hall, Chunran, there is a matter I am unsure how to broach with you, the elder lady said, her expression fraught with difficulty, yet internally seething with frustration. The enchanting Murong Yuan, who previously resisted becoming a favored concubine, had taken advantage of her position. Now, having faced a series of humiliations, the elder lady found some satisfaction in seeing her humbled amidst the pressures of the capital. However, she lamented Jiang Ye's lingering affection for her. Now, with the arrival of Aunt Xiaoxiao, the balance in their relationship was shifting, and the enchanting lady would surely return. Yet, the elder lady recognized that Murong Yuan was clearly anxious. Anxiety is good. It makes her easier to manage. Of course, these thoughts swirled within the elder lady's mind, but articulating them would suggest that Jiang Ye intended to take yet another concubine. To bring one in, the madam endorses it, and within 3 days, another one arrives. Even the notorious Cheng Junwang was not this eager. Such words were difficult to express. The elder lady had hoped to help Shen Chunran understand the situation. Yet, when she opened her mouth, she found it challenging to commence. Shen Chunran, meanwhile, was focused on swirling her tea, fully aware of the underlying tension. Her face adorned with a smile as she remained silent. Grandmother, please speak freely. Do you remember the young lady Murong? She left abruptly, and I have heard she is now alone and vulnerable. Given her ties to our family, perhaps it would be best to invite her back. The elder lady proposed. Shen Chunran raised an eyebrow. Invite her back? We have already put our past grievances behind us. What identity would she return with? As a distant cousin? That would tarnish her reputation. Chunran, I must speak candidly. In truth, the young lady has developed some feelings for Yigo. Since they are not outsiders, it would be wise to accept her back, the elder lady suggested, her tone wavering. Shen Chunran set her teacup down firmly, stating, "This is simply unacceptable." The elder lady was taken aback. Why ever not? The heir has already taken 2 concubines in quick succession. To add another would tarnish our family's reputation. What would outsiders think of the loyal and brave Ho family? Furthermore, according to our laws, a marquis' heir may only take 2 concubines, and a carriage may carry no more than 2 unless extraordinary feats are achieved. Otherwise, it is against the law, Shen Chunran asserted earnestly. But other families do not follow such strictures. The elder lady was left speechless. Shen Chunran remarked, indeed. The sons of other families can afford to take multiple wives and concubines, as they have connections within the court and relatives in the royal family. Moreover, our dynasty's control is rather lax, allowing such practices to go unchallenged. However, we do not possess such privileges. If someone were to expose this at a critical moment, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable turmoil. Let us not forget how the heir lost his position in the Five Cities division. Of course, if grandmother believes these matters to be trivial, I, as your granddaughter-in-law, have nothing to say. If Miss Murong is unwilling to marry you, perhaps she might as well enter the residence as a secondary wife. Secondary wife. A secondary wife. A faint rustle emanated from the inner chamber, and Shen Chunran surmised that Jiang Ye was eavesdropping. Her intention was to infuriate them, and so she smiled even more radiantly. But ultimately it is you, grandmother, who holds the authority. I, as your granddaughter-in-law, have always listened to you. Chapter 82. Yilang is a bit timid at that moment. Old Madame Jiang was rendered speechless. Having been bitten by a snake once, one becomes wary of ropes for 10 years. The Jiang family is, after all, rather fragile. You know well that you cannot take too many concubines. Why then did you bring that Xiao Xiao into the residence? Old Madame Jiang was on the verge of revealing her true feelings in her anger. Shen Chunran feigned ignorance. Bringing Xiao Xiao into the household was intended to expand our lineage. The heir has lofty aspirations, and as a granddaughter-in-law, I sought someone resembling Aunt May, fearing she might not meet the heir's expectations. Moreover, Miss Murong had previously stated to me that she would rather be a humble wife than a lofty concubine. Perhaps we are merely deluding ourselves. Enough. Old Madame Jiang felt that if the conversation continued, she would faint from fury. At that precise moment, someone outside reported, Madam, the young mistress of the Protectorate Duke's residence requests an audience with you. Is Minghua here? Old Madame Jiang was taken aback. The young mistress from the Protectorate Duke's residence, of such high standing, actually sought to visit Shen Chunran. This young mistress had been a childhood friend of Shen Chunran. Now, due to Jiang Lian's disgraceful incident, many in the capital had been avoiding the Jiang family. Yet the young mistress from the Protectorate Duke's residence not only did not shy away, but actively sought out Shen Chunran. This clearly indicated the strength of their bond. Old Madame Jiang felt a chill in her heart and said, You should go meet the guest. I have no further matters to attend to. Very well. Shen Chunran then left with a clear mind. As soon as she departed, Jiang Ye, with a stormy expression, emerged from the inner hall. He could hardly fathom that Murong Yuan had now fallen to the point of being unable to even be a concubine. To take another would be to breach the law. Others could take them at will, and if trouble arose, someone would come to their aid. Yet he did not dare? Once a spirited young man, Jiang Ye now realized he had descended to such precarious depths. Have you finally understood? Old Madame Jiang scolded. Murong Yuan is a harbinger of misfortune. When offered a formal title, she rejected it. Now that she desires it, she finds herself unworthy. She then cautioned, at this moment, do not disturb Chunran. She has not forbidden anything. With her connections, she may very well manage affairs in the court in the future. It has been Chunran supporting us all these years.
Jiang Ye sneered. Really on her?
She is close friends with that young mistress of the Protectorate Duke's residence. When I was dismissed, where was her support? It seems all mere posturing, old madam. At that moment, Mama Li hurried in to report, the Long Princess's residence has sent a formal invitation, specifically requesting the young mistress to visit this afternoon. She presented the gilded invitation, signifying a high level of courtesy. Shen Chunran's reputation had soared following the flower pinning event, and it seemed the Long Princess's summoning was indeed related to this. Old Madame Jiang was astonished, while Jiang Ye found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he had been slapped across the face. If Shen Chunran's connections continued to expand, she would indeed become formidable. If she were willing to assist him, what did he have to fear regarding his future? After all, she was his legitimate wife, and it was only right for her to help him. Yet what of honor? What of Jenner? Jiang Ye, in a state of turmoil, sought out Murong Yuan, who herself could hardly believe that she was now unable to even be a concubine. To be offered as a secondary wife was akin to being a nameless servant. Such cruelty. Murong Yuan seethed, nearly driven to madness. Shen Chunran had not outright refused her entry, she had merely laid the matter bare. Jiang Ye spoke in a low voice, seemingly blaming her for the situation. The title of favored concubine had been casually offered, which she had declined. Now it was lost to her. With a mix of anger and sorrow, Murong Yuan cried, Yilang, are you not brave enough? Once, you were willing to fight for me. Now, when it concerns your career, you hesitate. Then was then, now is now. The once impetuous Jiang Ye, who had disregarded fame and fortune, now found himself reluctant to relinquish the splendor and the last vestiges of honor he possessed. You know I am not. What are you then? You were the one who wished to be the Duchess. Murong Yuan sobbed. Indeed, I wish to be the Duchess.
Yuan.
Do not be disheartened. Rest assured, no one holds a more significant place in my heart than you. Stay in Taohua Alley for now. I will soon resolve these matters.
Jiang Ye susurether.
On the other side, within the loyal and brave Marquis' residence, Shen Chunran, after exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Mingyue, quipped, due to my little sister's affair. Many ladies in the capital avoid me like the plague. Why do you, however, choose to visit me? Xiao Mingyue smirked. I am of a contrary nature, disliking rigid conventions. I value sincerity in friendship. The more you are ostracized, the deeper my affection appears. The ladies from the major dukes' residences set the trends in the capital. With my arrival, you need no longer hide your face when you go out. Shen Chunran chuckled. Just as she finished speaking, the gilded invitation from the Long Princess arrived. As she held the invitation, memories of her past life flooded her mind, and a cold smile graced her lips. She realized that her true opportunity for vengeance was finally at hand. The Long Princess summons you personally. Am I too late to flatter you, Chunran? Zhao Mingyue teased. Shen Chunran returned to her thoughts, smiling. It is too late. You think you can just sprinkle a little color and open a dye shop? Regardless, if I truly succeed, you shall be the godmother. After conversing for a while, Zhao Mingyue, having learned that her health had improved somewhat, left contentedly. In the afternoon, Shen Chunran prepared her belongings and personally set off for the Long Princess's residence. Her visit was not particularly low-key, as it served to elevate the reputation of the previously obscure loyal and brave Marquis' residence. Upon hearing the news, old Madame Jiang felt a sense of relief. Ever since the late Marquis' passing, she had struggled to uphold the family, particularly with no promising heirs. Shen Chunran had been a significant support. At the Long Princess's residence, although the occasion was ostensibly a casual tea gathering, Shen Chunran discovered upon arrival that she was the only guest. Initially, she met with Princess Min, helping her reassess her complexion. Since the last flower pinning event when she had provided a prescription, Princess Min's rash had significantly improved, though some slight marks remained. I had intended to visit you sooner. Today, my mother invited you, and I am fortunate to be included, Princess Min said, usually ill-tempered but now gracious to her benefactor. Shen Chunran replied, Your Highness, there is no need for such courtesy. Should you encounter any difficult ailments, do not hesitate to summon me. If it is inconvenient, dispatch someone to inquire. I assure you I will speak candidly. You are quite articulate. I like you very much. Should anything good arise in the future, I will certainly think of you. Chapter 83. Wealth and honor are found in danger. Princess Min smiled. Upon seeing Long Princess Gao Yang's arrival, she excused herself. I pay my respects to the Long Princess. Madam Shen, no need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat. The Long Princess wore her everyday attire, indicating that she did not regard Shen Chunran as an outsider. Shen Chunran felt slightly flattered and listened as the Long Princess got straight to the point. You must be curious as to why I invited you here? I am indeed a bit curious. The princess dismissed everyone around her and said, I shall not beat around the bush. A noble lady in the palace has fallen ill, and the imperial physician is at a loss. I thought of trying Madame Shen, whose medical skills are quite remarkable. If it succeeds, it would be a great achievement. At that time, Shen Chunran would gain credit, and I would also have the merit of a recommendation. Shen Chunran understood the situation but feigned surprise, replying, I am a bit anxious and unsure if I can help. The physician has been slow in treating Minor's rash, yet you have seen how quickly I can heal with the right remedy. There is no need to be nervous. Let us find an opportunity to enter the palace and assess the situation. The princess appeared quite relaxed. Could you share some symptoms? It would help me prepare. Shen Chunran suggested. The princess nodded, and they conversed for nearly half an hour before allowing Shen Chunran to leave. However, Shen Chunran was acutely aware that if she secured this achievement, her status would undoubtedly rise, especially with that noble lady's public favor. Once she gathered sufficient evidence and formally divorced, the process would be much smoother, ideally with a decree from the emperor. Ensuring her separation would not bring shame, but rather honor. She would proclaim to the world that she had done no wrong. It would be the moment the Marquis of loyalty and valor fell into irreparable ruin. Murong Yuan, after yearning for the position of the Marquise for half her life, would then have to enjoy the consequences. Of course, she could never assume the title of Marquise, for once a concubine, always a concubine. Meanwhile, on the other side, Murong Yuan was anxiously waiting in Peach Blossom Alley. Instead of news from Jiang Ye, she received a message from her master's old friend, Wei Jianan. Jiang Ye's affairs relied entirely on Wei Jianan, and Murong Yuan dared not neglect this before confronting Jiang Ye. She promptly went to meet Wei Jianan at the agreed tavern. Upon entering the private room, she found Wei Jianan already present. "Uncle Wei, you sought me for something?" she inquired. Wei Jianan smiled and nodded. "Your Honor, I recall that your master possesses not only martial prowess, but also impressive medical skills, correct?" Murong Yuan affirmed, "Indeed. My master has traveled the world, often aiding those in need, but in this bustling capital, such skills are less esteemed." In the past, Murong Yuan had been quite proud, believing her master's teachings in martial arts and medicine were formidable. However, after witnessing Shen Chunran's medical abilities, her confidence had waned. Wei Jianan, upon hearing this, displayed visible disappointment. "Is that so? What a pity. Uncle Wei, is there a matter at hand?" Murong Yuan's curiosity was piqued by his demeanor. Wei Jianan revealed, "To be frank with you, I have a noble patron behind me who currently seeks a skilled female physician, preferably one familiar with folk remedies. If luck is on our side and she successfully treats the noble's patient, it would be a tremendous achievement." Wei Jianan was genuinely envious but lacked such talent. Hence he thought of Murong Yuan. Upon hearing this, Murong Yuan was instantly captivated. Such an extraordinary opportunity. "What kind of noble person?" she asked eagerly. Wei Jianan grinned and pointed skyward, from the palace. Murong Yuan's eyes widened, her previously wavering confidence surged. She felt as if she were at a low point in life, devoid of identity, status, and wealth. Even Jiang Ye, whom she once believed would never betray her, had changed. She desperately needed a significant victory to fill the void in her life, and such a grand achievement would do just that. "If I secure this honor, unfortunately, you have not received your master's true teachings," Wei Jianan interjected. "Perhaps I could give it a try. Do you have a way for me to attempt this?" Murong Yuan asked eagerly. Wei Jianan cautioned, "Your Honor, this is no ordinary matter. Do you realize that if you fail, it could lead to dire consequences?" "Uncle Wei, since the noble lady has sought medical help from common folk, it seems she is in desperate need. Is it not reasonable to give it a try? If it does not work out, I will retreat promptly. If it succeeds, it will be a monumental achievement," Murong Yuan replied calmly. Wei Jianan considered her words and agreed to facilitate the connection. Upon returning to Peach Blossom Alley, Murong Yuan was filled with excitement. She immediately summoned Jiang Ye, and as soon as he entered, she embraced him, exclaiming, "Yi Lang, you no longer need to run around for me to be a concubine, for I intend to become your primary wife." The fire of ambition ignited in her eyes. "What are you saying?" Jiang Ye, taken aback, thought Murong Yuan had lost her senses. "You, who are struggling to maintain your position as a concubine, now wish to become the primary wife?" Murong Yuan quickly explained the situation to him. Jiang Ye paused, asking, "What is your level of confidence?" "None," she admitted. Jiang Ye was infuriated, nearly leaping in frustration. "Then, why do you make such promises? Do you understand the consequences of failure?" Murong Yuan regarded Jiang Ye as timid, dismissing him. "If I fail, it will only cost me my life. Do not worry, I have no ties to the Marquis of loyalty and valor anymore. If something goes wrong, it will not implicate you. However, if I succeed, do you think the position of primary wife is difficult to attain?" At that point, she would stand equal to Shen Chunran, driving her to madness. As for that little vixen who had entangled Jiang Ye, she would easily deal with her. Murong Yuan believed this approach was far more straightforward than their previous plans. Soon, she would rightfully be the mother of Yuan Gor. She only needed to outlast Shen Chunran, and everything would be hers. Murong Yuan could hardly contain her excitement. "Yi Lang, do not forget, even if my medical skills are lacking, there is still a divine physician in your household," she said with a smile. Jiang Ye frowned, since it is a noble lady from the palace. "Do you think this matter can remain hidden from Shen Chunran? The princess has already summoned her. This is likely about the same issue." Murong Yuan replied confidently. "That will depend on your skills and cunning," Yilang. You must find a way to delay Shen Chunran, preventing her from entering the palace. If we can buy a few days, we will seize the initiative. Jiang Ye still felt it was somewhat risky. Yilang, fortune favors the bold. If this succeeds, I will gain the noble's favor, and you will rise to prominence. Do you expect Shen Chunran to assist you? She is fearful of losing her advantage, and is eager for an accomplished child to adopt, all to undermine you. If you continue this way, she will eventually wear you down. Chapter 84. Striking the deer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye felt enlightened. It became clear to him what Shen Chunran's intentions were. Her indifference and cautious approach, her eagerness to cultivate a promising child, indeed seemed aimed at usurping him. How despicable! Murong Yuan recognized that her provocation had succeeded, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. Jiang Ye decided to take a chance with Murong Yuan, knowing that if anything went awry, it would be her and Wei Jianan's responsibility, not his. Agreeing to Murong Yuan's plan, he hurried back to his residence. Just as he was contemplating how to stall Shen Chunran, he heard news that she had unexpectedly fallen and twisted her ankle while preparing to go out. She was unable to stand and would need to rest at home for several days. Jiang Ye realized that fortune was on his side. This was the perfect opportunity. With Shen Chunran incapacitated, she would likely be unable to visit the princess or enter the palace for at least 3 to 5 days. He immediately relayed this information to Murong Yuan. Elated, Murong Yuan began implementing her plans. However, unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly fallen into Shen Chunran's trap once again. And they would soon discover that the longest path was not between the capital and the border, but rather navigating the schemes of their matriarch. At that moment, regret would be all that remained. The so-called injury of Shen Chunran is but a ruse, merely granting them the time to execute their plan. In her previous life, Murong Yuan reaped the rewards and fortune from this endeavor, not through her own merit, but by deceitfully taking it from others. With her newfound success, she became complacent, delaying her ambition to become the wife of a marquis, choosing instead to further exploit all that she could. In this life, however, she needed only to remain patient and await her fortune. As expected, Murong Yuan did not disappoint. She soon entered the palace disguised, facilitated by Wei Jianan. What surprised Shen Chunran was that Wei Jianan's connections led directly to the crown prince. As a member of the War Horse Division, which has always been under the control of the Duke of Qingyun, it follows that Wei Jianan is aligned with the crown prince. Yet, Shen Chunran is no novice. She is aware that Wei Jianan is actually affiliated with Prince Chen. In her previous life, Jiang Ye, under Murong Yuan's orchestration, also fell under Prince Chen's influence, quietly serving him. In this life, due to Murong Yuan's continuous scheming against her, Shen Chunran unexpectedly found herself entangled with Wei Jianan early on. She suspected that in her past life, it was indeed this Wei Jianan who facilitated Jiang Ye's connection to Prince Chen. But it seems the situation is more complex than it appears. On the surface, Wei Jianan appears to serve the crown prince, but in reality, he is a pawn of Prince Chen. This revelation felt like an extraordinary secret to Shen Chunran, as the downfall of the crown prince in her previous life was attributed to the incompetence of his closest allies. In retrospect, it was not mere incompetence but betrayal, a strategic maneuver by Prince Chen. The power struggles of her past life were fraught with intrigue, and although Shen Chunran dared not dwell too deeply on them, she remained acutely aware of their implications. In this life, she seeks a stable future for the Duke and's household. Perhaps this insight would serve as a valuable leverage. Lost in thought, Shen Chunran was not prepared for Murong Yuan's visit the following day. "Miss Murong, what a rare visitor," she remarked. Reclining on a small couch with a book, a hint of a smile gracing her lips upon seeing Murong Yuan. Feigning concern, Murong Yuan said, "I heard the lady has injured her leg quite badly. Although I am no longer in the residence, I still worry for you, and came to check on your well-being." Shen Chunran nodded. "It's nothing serious. I shall recover in a few days." Their conversation felt superficial, but for the sake of her grand scheme, Shen Chunran maintained a pleasant demeanor. Indeed, within a mere quarter of an hour, Murong Yuan found herself at a loss for words and hastily shifted to the matter at hand. "The lady is a skilled healer. I must be overly concerned. I have come today to seek your counsel on a matter."
"Oh?
"What is it?" Shen Chunran inquired, taking a sip of tea. Murong Yuan continued, "As you know, I have some knowledge of medicine. While traveling the rivers and lakes, I often assisted the impoverished. Recently, I encountered an elderly woman in the capital, gravely ill. Despite my repeated efforts to diagnose her condition, I have been unable to find a remedy. I thought of you with your exceptional medical skills and came to humbly seek your guidance. Saving one life is indeed a virtuous deed. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Chunran replied, Miss Murong, your kindness is commendable. But without seeing the patient, I cannot make an assessment. Murong Yuan, taken aback, quickly responded, the woman is in such a disheveled state that she is unfit to appear before you. However, I have documented her symptoms and pulse condition. Please take a look and offer me some guidance. One could say that if the current Empress Dowager is unkempt, Murong Yuan would certainly be the most audacious of all. Shen Chunran did not dwell on this issue, but perused the medical notes Murong Yuan had prepared. After a long contemplation, she finally stated, the illness is not particularly difficult to treat. I recall having encountered a similar condition before and happen to possess a remedy. If you do not mind, you may take it and try. If it does not work, we can adjust it. Of course, I do not mind at all. How could I? Murong Yuan thought this was an incredible stroke of fortune, far smoother than she had anticipated. Just as she was about to take her leave, a maid announced from outside, Madam, Concubine Xiao has come to pay her respects. Concubine Xiao, the very vixen who seduced Jiang Ye. Murong Yuan's previously elated mood was instantly clouded with disdain. She had no desire to encounter someone so base, fearing it would taint her vision. Yet, she was also irresistibly curious to see how such a woman could enchant Jiang Ye in just 2 days. Surely, she must possess extraordinary charms. Shen Chunran found it quite fortuitous, thinking that the day had indeed conspired to bring them all together. Let her in. The sun is bright outside, she instructed. Yes, my lady, the maid replied, pulling back the curtain as Concubine Xiao gracefully entered, exuding youth and beauty, her skin as delicate as a flower, glistening with a hint of perspiration under the sun. She evoked an impression of a weeping pear blossom, both enchanting and vibrant. The moment Murong Yuan laid eyes on her, it felt as though she had been struck hard in the chest, her palms instinctively clenched. She had anticipated that Concubine Xiao was no ordinary woman, but she had not expected her to possess such beguiling allure and delicate fragility. It was clear that any man, including Jiang Ye, would find it impossible to resist such a woman. Shen Chunran, you truly are ruthless. Murong Yuan thought, her heart tumultuous. Yet she forced herself to maintain a facade of composure, deliberately avoiding looking at Concubine Xiao's face, fearful that she might lose control and mar that enchanting visage. My lady as guests. How unfortunate that Concubine Xiao has arrived at such an inopportune time. Concubine Xiao greeted with a radiant smile. Shen Chunran delighted in the unfolding drama, saying, she is no stranger. This is Miss Murong, who once saved my life. Oh, Sister Murong. Concubine Xiao responded with an even more affectionate smile, her mind quickly grasping the nature of the relationship, recognizing her as the beloved of the heir. She had expected someone breathtaking, yet found merely an older woman. Indeed, Concubine Xiao was young and vibrant, seemingly able to draw water from the air. Surprised by the sudden addition of a concubine to the household, Murong Yuan forced a smile, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the exquisite pearl necklace adorning Concubine Xiao's alabaster neck. If she recalled correctly, that was the very necklace she had purchased during her last visit, one she had cherished but forgotten in Jiang Ye's chambers. How did it come to be around the neck of this concubine? What a beautiful necklace! So simple yet elegant, Shen Chunran interjected, stifling a laugh. Concubine Xiao blushed, replying coyly, to be honest, my lady, it was bestowed upon me by the heir last night. Otherwise, I would have no means to present myself. As she spoke, she adjusted the necklace, revealing faint red marks upon her skin. Did a mosquito bite you? Shen Chunran inquired innocently. Concubine Xiao replied, are you suggesting we are allies? Coughing lightly, Shen Chunran replied, well, perhaps. Concubine Xiao, blushing, spoke in a roundabout manner, and though Shen Chunran had not experienced such matters, she finally grasped the underlying meaning. Yet, her mind inexplicably drifted back to the moment when Feng Liushang had kissed her, leaving her momentarily embarrassed. It was clear that Murong Yuan was struggling to contain her fury, her throat tight with suppressed rage, ready to explode at any moment. My lady, I must take my leave, Murong Yuan managed to say, her temper barely restrained as she hurriedly exited the room. Upon encountering Jiang Ye again, she wasted no time in delivering a resounding slap to his face. How dare you? Jiang Ye exclaimed, his expression darkening. quickly realizing that she had come from Shen Chunran's presence, having seen someone she should not have. How did the necklace I left in your room come to adorn that vixen's neck? Murong Yuan demanded, her voice laced with accusation. Jiang Ye belatedly recalled that the necklace belonged to Murong Yuan, but he remembered concubine Zhao's insistence on wearing it to cover her neck's marks. Despite his vague discomfort, he had succumbed to her persistence and had given it to her, unaware that Murong Yuan would soon lay eyes upon it. Realizing that Murong Yuan was poised to rise in prominence, Jiang Ye hurriedly tried to placate her, saying, "Do not be upset. She is merely a plaything. Once you are married, if you do not like her, you may dispose of her as you wish." Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Murong Yuan's anger was slightly quelled, and she turned to leave. The humiliation she endured today would surely be repaid in kind. Watching her depart, Shen Chunran, inside her chamber, smiled mischievously like a cunning little fox and inquired, "Is this the formidable concubine? She doesn't seem all that impressive." Shen Chunran replied, "Do not underestimate her. She is indeed quite formidable, and her bond with the crown prince is far deeper than yours." Xiao nodded, then listened as Shen Chunran continued, "Yesterday, your cousin aunt sent someone to ask when you would visit her. You have plunged into my loyal marquis's residence since arriving in the capital. It is only proper to pay her a visit." Xiao scoffed, "My cousin aunt merely wishes to ascertain my worth. Nevertheless, she is still your relative, though not closely related. Others will regard you with greater respect, particularly because your maternal family holds official standing," Shen Chunran reasoned. Xiao found her words sensible and agreed to visit. Shen Chunran added, "I worry about you going alone. I have heard your cousin aunt is quite formidable. I shall find someone to accompany you and bring along some gifts. Your foundation is still unstable. You will need your family's support. There is no harm in paying more visits." Xiao nodded, feeling that Shen Chunran was like a caring elder sister, always providing her with guidance.
You are truly a kind person, madam, she said.
Shen Chunran smiled. "Knowing you have little silver, I have prepared some for you to reward the servants. Not only will it bring you honor, but it will also elevate the reputation of our marquis's residence." As she spoke, she instructed Hongxiu to fetch some silver coins. Xiao was so moved she nearly wept. "You treat me so well. If I happen to align my heart with the crown prince, how could I possibly repay your kindness? Sister, there is no need for such formalities. Has Mama Dong arrived?" "Yes, she is waiting at the door," came the response. Mama Dong was a perceptive and empathetic person who had previously served Shen Chunran's mother-in-law. Shen Chunran had specifically requested her assistance and had even given her extra wages for the past couple of months, so she would undoubtedly be diligent in her duties. Xiao was so touched she felt like kneeling in gratitude. "You are truly a good person. How can there be such a wonderful madam?" "Go on," Shen Chunran urged. As Xiao, moved, departed. Hongyue, however, scoffed, "You're giving away money, madam. That is your private funds. Do you consider yourself a wealthy philanthropist, giving to everyone?" Shen Chunran laughed. "We are sisters. What does money matter?" Xiao did not go far before returning to eavesdrop, overwhelmed with emotion, thinking, "The madam truly has a heart of gold." Little did she know that Mama Dong was a person of considerable influence, appearing merely as a servant while secretly entangled in various illicit enterprises. Her adopted son ran a gambling den, and she had an associate who engaged in loan sharking. Each of these dealings was dubious, having led many to ruin in her past life, including her mother-in-law, Wang Shi. Such a formidable woman could not merely exploit one family. She aimed to wreak havoc on several. Sister Shi's mother-in-law, Jiang Shi, possessed considerable private wealth, and it was this wealth that allowed her to dominate the household, oppressing Sister Shi for years, leaving her without freedom or dignity. Mama Dong had formed a connection with Jiang Shi, and if Shen Chunran did not see through her, it would be beneath her. Thus, when she spoke of sisters, it was not about Xiao but about Gushi. As for the matter of money, it was merely their family's wealth she was willing to part with, not her own. Shen Chunran had no intention of concealing this matter from Gushi. She had already sent a discreet message through Yuya. At that moment, Gushi was in her room, reading the letter from her dear friend, fully grasping the situation. The circumstances were clear. Once Mama Dong succeeded, the Jiang family would surely suffer greatly, and her malicious mother-in-law's wealth would likely be at risk. When that time came, they would be left impoverished and entangled in misfortune, allowing them to sell their grand residence and move to a smaller abode, which would suffice for their family. By that time, Jiang Ye would have lost her fortune and committed wrongdoings, leaving her with no choice but to return to her ancestral home to live out her days in shame. Only then would Gu Shi find her peace. Chapter 86. What day is it? Having finished reading, Gu Shi felt her heart racing. She had never considered such a daring strategy. Yet it was Shen Chunran who devised it for her. While she did not mind parting with her wealth, the matter at hand was urgent. Madam, the old matriarch calls for you, saying her leg pain has returned and requires your personal attention. A maid's voice came from outside, tinged with reluctance. The madam, however, knew little of the necessary techniques for such ailments. The old matriarch clearly wished to keep her from enjoying a moment of leisure. Though the family had fallen on hard times, it was not as if she had previously served anyone in such a manner. She was merely an unrefined woman. Say that Huijie is ill. I am attending to her. Furthermore, Huijie is merely the daughter of my elder sister's family. She fell into a pond and has been in a stupor since, Gu Shi began, nearly moved to tears. Her mother-in-law, Jiang Ye, not only mistreated her but also consistently favored her married sister, bullying her and her children without providing any protection. Gu Shi maintained a facade of propriety, preserving her family's honor, but who could understand the life she endured? However, the old matriarch insisted, Huijie is just a maid. She is resilient and does not need care. The maid's voice grew fainter, realizing she had overstepped. Silently wiping her tears, Gu Shi replied, I understand. I will go. She then took out a fire stick and burned the letter to ashes. In the flickering light, the typically gentle Gu Shi revealed a resolute glimmer in her gaze. As for Mama Dong, I shall host her splendidly. Time passed swiftly, and a day had gone by. Xiao Xiao returned to her family with Mama Dong, and all was harmonious, with no unpleasantness. Meanwhile, upon returning, Murong Yuan diligently studied the prescription provided by Shen Chunran. Having learned from her previous misstep with the pearl ointment, she was determined not to err again, nor could she afford to. Meticulously analyzing the symptoms of the Empress Dowager, she ultimately concluded that Shen Chunran's prescription was indeed effective. This foolish woman has discerned the bond between me and Yi Lang. How selflessly she treats me. Of course, she can find a seductress. What is beyond her capabilities? Murong Yuan thought with a triumphant laugh, and soon after, she contacted Wei Jianan and disguised herself once more to enter the palace. Given her tarnished reputation since the Zhanhua gathering, she could not afford to reveal her identity directly, otherwise, she would be promptly expelled. No one would recognize her as anything but an unknown healer from the streets. Once she successfully cured the Empress Dowager's ailments, she would reveal her true identity and astonish everyone. Lost in her beautiful daydreams, Murong Yuan was cautiously led into the Shokong Palace. Behind heavy curtains, a frail, aged wrist extended. Divine physician? Upon your return, have you devised a method for treatment? An esteemed female official, Madame Zhao, inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Though the physician appeared youthful, there was a hint of skepticism. Yet, considering she was recommended by the crown prince, no one dared voice dissent. Murong Yuan cleared her throat nervously and said, I have some preliminary ideas, but I need to confirm the diagnosis of the Empress Dowager first. Then let us begin. Madame Zhao prompted. Murong Yuan placed her hand upon the Empress Dowager's wrist, ostentatiously feeling for a considerable time before retracting it. I require ink, paper, and brush. Quickly. In no time, Murong Yuan seized the brush and inscribed Shen Chunran's prescription on a pristine sheet of rice paper, handing it to the female official. I have studied this prescription diligently and believe it to be viable. However, given the Empress Dowager's esteemed status, it is imperative to monitor her closely. Should there be any sign of adverse effects, cease the medication immediately. Madame Zhao nodded, not daring to disregard her instructions. Rest assured. Furthermore, you shall reside in the side hall. Should anything go amiss, summon me at once. If you indeed succeed in curing the Empress Dowager's ailment, dear girl, great fortune awaits you. Murong Yuan lowered her head, her excitement causing her hands to tremble slightly. After the Empress Dowager took her medicine, the night felt like an eternity for Murong Yuan. She had a nightmare in the early hours, where the Empress Dowager's condition worsened, and she was dragged out for execution, frightening her into waking. Only then did she realize it was a nightmare, and outside, dawn had already broken. Is the little divine doctor present? The Empress Dowager summons you. Yes, Murong Yuan thought, her heart soaring with joy at the news that the Empress Dowager summons indicated all was well. Behind the heavy curtains, She knelt on the ground, relieved to find that the Empress Dowager was feeling better today and had regained some spirit. She inquired about Murong Yuan's background and training. Murong Yuan had prepared her responses well and answered fluently. However, the Empress Dowager merely waved her hand, indicating that she should remain in the side hall. After all, the medicine was slow to take effect, and further observation was necessary. Nonetheless, the summons today served as a reassuring token for Murong Yuan. Thus, 3 days passed in a blur. During this time, Murong Yuan felt as though she were walking on thin ice, as if a knife were suspended above her neck. On the 3rd day, however, circumstances took a turn. Upon waking that morning, the Empress Dowager unexpectedly coughed up blood, sending the entire Shokong Palace into a state of panic. Murong Yuan, still without her shoes, was dragged to the Empress Dowager's bedside, and upon seeing the Empress Dowager unconscious and bloodied, she was rendered speechless. "Why aren't you saving the Empress Dowager? Aren't you skilled in medicine? Wasn't she improving? What have you done to Her Majesty?" Madame Zhao's eyes were filled with urgency, and seeing Murong Yuan in a daze only fueled her anger as she slapped Murong Yuan back to reality. I don't know. She was clearly improving. Why has her condition suddenly turned for the worse? Call the imperial physician. It seems the quacks outside the palace are of no help, Madame Zhao commanded. Murong Yuan collapsed to the ground, her face drained of color. How could this happen? Step aside. What has happened to my mother? At that moment, a frantic commotion erupted outside as Princess Gaoyang burst in with a group of followers, her expression filled with alarm. Madame Zhao attempted to block her but was unable to do so, shouting, "Princess, halt. The Empress Dowager's condition is dire. You are not a physician. Getting too close may not be wise. Wasn't a divine doctor sought? This is an incompetent quack." Madame Zhao's anger flared at this reminder. "Princess Min," one of the attendants exclaimed, "isn't Madame Shen skilled in medicine as well? She must take a look. Our grandmother cannot suffer any misfortune." "Madame Shen?" Madame Zhao finally noticed Shen Chunran among the crowd. Shen Chunran's gaze was fixated on the unconscious Empress Dowager, and as she moved forward, Madame Zhao blocked her way, insisting, "Wait for the imperial physician. I trust no one now." "Enough." The princess's fury ignited. "I regard you as a senior by my mother's side, but this concerns her life. How can you make decisions here? The Empress Dowager has arrived. The Crown Prince has arrived." Chapter 87. Unveiling Murong Yuan was recommended by the Crown Prince, and upon hearing of the troubles in Shokong Palace, both the Crown Prince and the Empress hurried over. Upon entering, they were met with a tense atmosphere. "Your Highness, do not be angry. Madame Zhao speaks truth. We can only trust the imperial physicians now." The Crown Prince was inwardly anxious. The person he had recommended had failed, and he dreaded what might follow. The imperial physicians arrived, quickly surrounding the bed with their medicine boxes. If they were capable of saving her, they wouldn't have sought help from outside the palace. The princess observed in dismay, realizing that if not for Shen Chunran's sudden injury, they wouldn't have let outsiders intervene. If the Empress Dowager were to perish today, who would bear the blame? The Crown Prince was equally perplexed. Only Shen Chunran remained calm, as though she anticipated everything. "Do you not trust the imperial physicians? Are you inclined to believe these unknown quacks?" the Empress urged. Princess Gaoyang laughed instead of fuming. "Ha! You were the ones who sought a divine doctor from outside the palace. Now you claim to trust the imperial physicians, sister-in-law. You truly have a way with words." The imperial physicians knelt in unison, their meaning unmistakable. They were powerless. In truth, they were burdened with their own struggles. They had failed to treat her and were now left with a half-dead patient after the divine doctor had been summoned. Their wisest choice was to refrain from treatment. If they succeeded, they would take the credit, but should she die in their care, it would be a grave sin they dared not shoulder. The Crown Prince's face turned ashen as he regretted believing Wei Jianan's words, thinking an outsider could save the Empress Dowager. Though he had approached it with a dead horse as a living horse doctor mentality, "Step aside." Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out as Shen Chunran pushed her way through the crowd. The Empress, unaware of Shen Chunran's identity, assumed she was there to cause trouble and hastily ordered, "Stop her." 2 palace maids rushed to restrain Shen Chunran, but before they could reach her, an authoritative shout echoed through the air. "Who dares?" An invisible force sent the maids reeling back as Prince Feng Lushong strode in, silencing any further dissent in the hall. Shen Chunran ignored the chaos behind her and approached the bed, laying the Empress Dowager flat before retrieving golden needles to begin acupuncture. Onlookers gasped in shock. Remarkably, the Empress Dowager's ashen face, previously on the brink of death, showed slight signs of improvement. Shen Chunran then produced a pill from her medicine box and carefully administered it to the Empress Dowager, who, even in her unconscious state, instinctively opened her mouth. Madame Zhao's face brightened. Surely, the Empress Dowager still had hope. Thank the heavens. This scene did not escape Murong Yuan's notice as she sat in a daze, her mind swirling with confusion and witnessing Shen Chunran's composed demeanor. Had she actually saved the Empress Dowager? It made sense. After 3 days, her foot seemed to have healed. Yet something felt amiss. What medicine did the Empress Dowager take before? Shen Chunran inquired. Madame Zhao, not daring to hesitate, immediately produced the prescription she carried with her. However, upon seeing the prescription, Shen Chunran's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she scrutinized it again. Madame Zhao feared the prescription was incorrect, her hands trembling. Murong Yuan was terrified, her mind racing. What should she do? What is it? Shen Chunran raised her gaze to the disguised Murong Yuan, asking, Who are you? Why do you possess the prescription I wrote for Miss Murong? 3 days ago, she visited me seeking to treat a filthy old woman and requested my guidance, leading me to write this. How did it end up in your possession? Miss Murong? Murong Yuan trembled in fear, the cold sweat on her face ruining her disguise. The princess snickered, a pitiful disguise from the underworld, daring to enter the palace? Bring forth. Murong Yuan believed she would be dragged away and executed, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Yet the princess continued. Bring water. Douse her to wake her up. I wish to see what sort of person she truly is. A basin of cold water splashed down, startling Murong Yuan awake. Her disguise washed away, revealing her true identity. Princess Min stepped forward, saying, So, it is you? The one who nearly ruined my face last time with your lack of medical skills. How dare you deceive the palace? Have you no fear? What? She is a swindler. Who dares to deceive even the lonely? She must die. Crown Prince Feng Yan exclaimed in fury. He knew the so-called divine doctor recommended by Wei Jianan was a failure and, to distance himself from the situation, he could only declare her a fraud and demand her execution. Spare me, Your Highness. That prescription was not mine. It was given to me by Shen Chunran. She plotted against me. Dare to deflect blame? Seize her. Princess Min had never held any affection for Murong Yuan, and now she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to unleash her wrath. The palace attendants swiftly flanked Murong Yuan, delivering a flurry of slaps that left her spitting blood. Enough. Zhao Mama interjected, her voice cutting through the chaos. Shen Chunran couldn't help but suspect that Zhao Mama might be a spy for the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's residence was known for its cleanliness and order. One ought not to tarnish the floor with the blood of a deceiver. If you must strike her, do so outside. At that moment, the unconscious Empress Dowager stirred, her faint coughs drawing everyone's attention away from Murong Yuan. Empress Dowager, you are awake. How do you feel? Shen Chunran asked softly. The Empress Dowager, still dazed, replied, Who are you? Are you Shun Guifei? Shun Guifei was her aunt, and a slight resemblance was to be expected. I am Shen Chunran from the Zhongyong Marquis. She refrained from mentioning the Zhongyong Marquis, fearing the Empress Dowager might not recognize it and would need to ponder for a long while, which would be taxing for her. Upon hearing Zhongyong Marquis, the Empress Dowager's eyes brightened. Ah, it's you, my dear girl. You've been to the palace before, and now you've grown so much. Empress Dowager, please refrain from speaking. You need rest. We can converse later when you are stronger. The Empress Dowager nodded obediently. During this time, the entire Shokong Palace fell into a hushed silence, with no one daring to utter a sound. Only when the Empress Dowager slipped back into a drowsy state did Shen Chunran finally rise. How is the Empress Dowager? Feng Lushong inquired, knowing Shen Chunran possessed medical knowledge and was taken aback by her proficiency. The Empress Dowager is stable now. I will draft a new prescription. Her condition should be manageable. While I cannot guarantee she is better than before, she should suffer less. I see. Princess Gao Yang sighed in relief, feeling her recommendation had been justified. She exchanged a glance with the Empress and the Crown Prince, who also appeared relieved. The Crown Prince knew that if anything happened to the Empress Dowager, he would not escape unscathed. The oblivious Empress realized Murong Yuan was a fraud, and Shen Chunran was the true healer. Bring this vile woman who conspired against the Empress Dowager outside and execute her. Murong Yuan was utterly terrified. Her fate should not have unfolded this way. Even in this moment, she looked to Shen Chunran, convinced that she would save her as she had during the previous flower festival. Yet, Shen Chunran was now reaping the rewards of victory, offering her not even a glance. She had indeed fallen into Shen Chunran's trap.
Wait.
Zhao Mama spoke again, causing Shen Chunran to once more suspect her of being a spy within Shokong Palace. Does the Empress forget? From the day the Empress Dowager took residence here, she vowed to the ancestors that she would not take a life again, living a life of piety, praying for the safety of our great Zhou. A moment of silence enveloped the room, for Zhao Mama spoke the truth. Though the physician recommended by the Crown Prince deserved punishment, the matter had transpired within Shokong Palace. Thus, she should be imprisoned until the Empress Dowager awoke to pass judgment herself. In a moment of desperation, the Crown Prince exclaimed, "This physician was not solely recommended by me. She deceived those beneath her." "There is no need for you to explain to a servant," Zhao Mama retorted, implying that any explanations should be directed to His Majesty. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth in silence, casting a surprised glance at Shen Chunran. He had previously underestimated her, believing her merely adept at trivial ailments, suitable for currying favor with the powerful, but now he realized her true skill. Indeed, one who could unlock the Linglong lock could not possibly be foolish. The Crown Prince accepted his defeat, vowing to pay closer attention to Shen Chunran in the future. His gaze was unmistakably noticed by Shen Chunran, yet she had no intention of aligning herself with the Crown Prince's faction. "Everyone else may leave. Madam Shen, come here. I need to know the Empress Dowager's specific condition," Feng Lushang asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. His authority was unquestionable, and even the Empress could only nod in acquiescence as she and the other princesses withdrew. As for Murong Yuan, she was dragged away in a state of utter defeat. In the side hall of Shokong Palace, solitude reigned. "Was this all part of your scheme? Should anything go awry, it will surely endanger you," Feng Lushang chastised, casting a reproachful glance at Shen Chunran, sensing her recklessness. Shen Chunran nodded and shook her head. "It was indeed my plan. But the Empress Dowager will be fine, because the prescription is correct." The Empress Dowager had an accumulation of internal heat, causing numerous painful blisters. The potent medicine I administered was meant to expel this heat, thus the blood she expelled is not a bad sign, but rather a positive one. She remained unperturbed, for the blisters had formed in concealed areas, necessitating a physician's examination. "By the way, did you not invite the renowned Zhuge Shini?" "Even a pulse diagnosis could provide insight," Shen Chunran inquired, finding it peculiar that Zhuge Shini had not intervened in this matter previously. Feng Lushang, persuaded by her reasoning, realized he had misjudged Shen Chunran. "What you may not know is that although Zhuge is famous, he specializes in treating the internal injuries of martial artists and detoxification. He is not as skilled as you in addressing women's internal ailments." "I see," Shen Chunran acknowledged, choosing not to dwell further on the subject. "Now that you are aware of the truth, I shall take my leave. Do you truly wish to avoid seeing me?" Feng Lushang questioned, narrowing his eyes, recalling that their last parting had not been particularly pleasant, as he had kissed her. "Not at all. I fear that lingering too long with you may raise suspicions," Shen Chunran replied, seeking an excuse. "Suspicions? Of what? That we are having an affair? If such a suspicion arises, you should feel honored," Feng Lushang retorted with a hint of arrogance. Shen Chunran forced a smile. "Would you accept this honor if it were offered to you? I shall take my leave now." As they brushed past each other, Feng Lushang remarked with displeasure, "Resolve the matters of Shokong Palace swiftly. Tomorrow night is your medicinal bath. If you recover, you may open your meridians. Zhuge Shini may be leaving the capital soon, and our time is limited." Shen Chunran felt a chill run down her spine and nodded in acknowledgement as she departed. About an hour later, the Empress Dowager stirred from her slumber, and indeed, she felt significantly better than before, as Shen Chunran had already provided her with a new prescription. Given Shen Chunran's status, the palace felt more at ease using her medicine. "You little girl, it has been years since you last entered the palace. Who would have thought that upon your return, you would save my life?" The Empress Dowager gazed at Shen Chunran, the composed woman before her unrecognizable from the whimsical girl she had once known. "This is the Imperial Palace. As a child, I knew little of the rules and dared not return." Shen Chunran responded politely. In truth, her family was aware that her aunt, the Guifei, lived in constant fear within the palace. They could not offer assistance and dared not add to her troubles. They simply sent people to inquire if the Guifei was well off, continuously providing financial support, hoping to mitigate any issues without causing harm. Despite their carefulness, the Guifei seemed to be struggling, having lost 2 children and her health deteriorating. In her previous life, she had passed away shortly after the late emperor. Reflecting on these matters brought a sense of melancholy. "Do you miss your aunt?" the Empress Dowager inquired, having noticed her expression. Shen Chunran cautiously nodded. The Empress Dowager smiled warmly. "You may consider yourself half a benefactor to me. Such gratitude is not unwarranted." "Thank you, Empress Dowager," Shen Chunran replied joyfully. "Then what shall be done about that deceitful woman?" Zhao Mama interjected from the side. The Empress Dowager seemed to have recalled Murong Yuan, her gaze deepening as she spoke. "If this had been during my youth, I would have had her dragged out and beaten to death. However, since my arrival at Shokong Palace, I have vowed to refrain from spilling blood. Fortunately, that deceitful woman did not truly harm me." "Chunran, how do you propose we handle this?" the Empress Dowager inquired of Shen Chunran. Startled, Shen Chunran felt a surge of honor. The Empress Dowager had addressed her as Chunran. Nevertheless, she dared not speak out of turn, responding with utmost propriety. "It is entirely at your Majesty's discretion." The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction. "Let her be punished with 40 strokes and reduced to a lowly status." "I heard she had fraudulently used your medicinal formula to deceive the palace?" the Empress Dowager asked. Shen Chunran nodded in affirmation. "Then let her be granted to you as a servant. Do you accept?" the Empress Dowager questioned. Chapter 89. The position of Shen Guifei. A flicker of excitement danced in Shen Chunran's heart. Truth be told, she had initially anticipated Murong Yuan's fate to involve mere punishment and exile. She never envisioned the Empress Dowager would perceive their animosity so keenly and act with such decisiveness. Shen Chunran smiled slightly. "It is entirely at your Majesty's discretion." The Empress Dowager chuckled. "I find myself increasingly fond of you, child." Madame Zhao, standing nearby, interjected with a laugh. "But those 40 strokes, the guards in the palace are not known for their restraint. I fear that wretched maid may not survive. If she dies, would that not cause your Majesty to be stained with blood?" The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow in contemplation before stating, "Then send for the imperial physician to ensure her life is preserved and administer appropriate remedies." "Yes, your Majesty is merciful," Shen Chunran replied, feeling a growing fondness for the Empress Dowager. After conversing a while longer, Shen Chunran hastily exited Shokong Palace, only to unexpectedly encounter Prince Fengyan, who had been waiting for her. "Esteemed Prince, I pay my respects," Shen Chunran greeted. "There is no need for such formality." "Lady Shen," Fengyan quickly replied, "you have saved the Empress Dowager today, thus you are also a benefactor of mine. I have come to apologize and express my gratitude. I was hasty and fell prey to that charlatan." "Your Highness is overstating matters. Assisting the Empress Dowager is simply my duty," Shen Chunran stated, fully aware that the prince sought to win her favor. With the Empress Dowager's backing, she would undoubtedly become a vital voice at her side. In her past life, the Zhongyong Marquis household had unwittingly aligned with the prince's faction, yet it was evident that the current prince was no match for the crown prince. Even if Shen Chunran genuinely aided him, it was uncertain he would successfully ascend the throne. Moreover, she had no intention of supporting him. "I have heard that the heir of the loyal and brave Marquis was recently transferred from the Wuqing Division to the Cavalry Division due to some minor troubles. Alas, the duties of the Cavalry Division are hardly comparable to those of the Wuqing Division," the prince remarked, fanning the flames.
"Indeed.
One commands great horses while the other merely tends to them, and position, no matter how high, is rendered futile if it lacks substance. Furthermore, his position is not even elevated. Wei Jianan merely promised to promote him when the opportunity arises, yet he remains in the muck," Shen Chunran retorted. Expecting her to be swayed by his words, the prince was taken aback when she stated, "Though the Cavalry Division's position may not match that of the Wuqing Division, my family's heir often speaks fondly of his time with horses. While the Wuqing Division may be admirable, it does not appeal to him." At that moment, Jiang Ye, who was working in the Cavalry Division, would be enraged to hear this. "Shen Chunran, listen to me." "I thank you," the prince said earnestly. "Is that so?" Shen Chunran replied. Seeing that he had failed to sway her, the prince felt a twinge of disappointment. However, it was understandable. A woman as astute and cautious as Shen Chunran would not be easily moved by his overtures. It seemed he would have to approach the heir of the loyal and brave Marquis. Once he secured that heir, Shen Chunran, being merely a woman, would inevitably follow. By the way, Shen Chunran suddenly changed the subject. There is something I wonder if I should mention.
What is it?
Speak freely. The person who instigated the prince to recommend a rogue woman for the Empress Dowager's treatment may not be so simple. I advise you to remain vigilant, Shen Chunran cautioned. Prince Feng Yan's expression shifted to one of confusion and suspicion. Wei Jianan had been by his side for many years. If he harbored ill intentions, it would be nearly impossible to guard against. With that thought, he set aside his frivolous musings. Shen Chunran then turned to leave, nearly breaking into a run as she finally arrived at the Spring-Shi Hall of Shun Guifei. Miss, is it truly you? The lady-in-waiting of Shun Guifei, who had met Shen Chunran during her wedding visit, exclaimed. Madam Haidang, where is my aunt? Is Shun Guifei present? Yes, indeed, the Guifei is resting. If she were to know you had arrived, she would be overjoyed, Haidang said, guiding her inside. Upon hearing the commotion, Shun Guifei, Shen Chunran, rushed out, her face lighting up with joy. Chunran, what brings you here? Has something happened at home? Shen Chunran's eyes reddened. Her aunt, such a gentle and kind-hearted woman, had been confined in the palace for so long. She was never one to engage in treachery or cruelty. During the selection process, she had intentionally misdrawn her portrait, hoping to avoid selection and return home to marry a decent man. To her surprise, among nearly 100 candidates, she was the one chosen. Her favor in the palace was not insignificant. Initially, the Zhongyong Marquis' household was baffled, only to later discover that Shen Guifei bore a striking resemblance to the late empress, the late-in family of the Dingwa Duke's household. Realizing she was a mere substitute, Shen Guifei accepted her fate and spent the ensuing years contentedly fulfilling her role as a stand-in. She sought neither power nor conflict, managing to live as a relatively idle consort in the harem. She had hoped to bear at least one son or daughter to ease her future, but alas, her frail constitution had prevented her from retaining any. Why are you silent, child? Are you trying to worry me to death? Shen Chunran asked anxiously. Only then did Shen Chunran recount the events at Shokong Palace, leaving Shen Chunran astonished. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. It feels like a dream. It is no dream. Perhaps I possess an innate talent for this craft. After reading a few medical texts, I grasp the knowledge, Shen Chunran replied, sensing her aunt's reluctance to press further on the topic. They shifted their conversation to family matters, inquiring about this and that, the health of the matriarch, the challenges faced by her elder brother, the progress of the children from the second and third branches, and whether her elder cousin had given birth to a son or daughter the previous year. Though these were mundane concerns, each mention of familiar faces brought Shen Chunran to the brink of tears. Are you uncomfortable in the palace, aunt? Shen Chunran sighed, asking. Shen Chunran shook her head. I have grown accustomed to it. It is quite comfortable. They all know I pose no threat, and that I lack any real power. So, they are disinclined to provoke me. Moreover, the Empress has shown me considerable kindness. The Empress's kindness was undoubtedly laced with ulterior motives, Shen Chunran noted. Aunt, if you ever find yourself in need, seek out the Empress Dowager. If that proves unfeasible, come to me. Chunran has acquired some skills now, and can assist you within the palace. You little girl, though your stature is small, your words are grand, Shen Chunran chided playfully. Yet warmth filled her heart. I appreciate your intentions. I shall remember them. Afterward, Shen Chunran dined in the Spring-Shi Hall, and when a messenger from Shokong Palace arrived, the two of them made their way to pay their respects. Meanwhile, Emperor Jingwen had already arrived at Shokong Palace for a visit. The memory of Emperor Jingwen's visage had begun to blur in Shen Chunran's mind. In her heart, he had always been an aloof monarch, somewhat cold and suspicious. Yet this suspicious ruler had, in her past life, placed his unwavering trust solely in Feng Lushang, allowing him to govern the court during his declining health. Your subjects pay their respects to your majesty. May your majesty enjoy eternal peace and prosperity. I have met the Empress Dowager, and now see you, the girl from the Shen family. I recall meeting you several years ago. Now you are married and have mastered such impressive medical skills, healing the Empress Dowager. Tell me, what reward do you desire? Chapter 90. His Majesty's White Moonlight. The Emperor Jingwen, clad in his customary attire, appeared somewhat gaunt at nearly 50 years of age. A stark contrast to the well-maintained physique one would expect. His smiling demeanor exuded both authority and kindness, yet when his expression turned cold, it could evoke an inexplicable sense of dread. It was said that in his youth, Jiang Ye was a strikingly handsome young man of great renown in the capital. But time does not spare even the most illustrious. It is the duty of a loyal consort to attend to the Empress Dowager's health. Your aunt is not one to mince words. She speaks plainly, and you should learn from her, the emperor remarked. Shen Chunran hesitated before responding. If I were to request a decree for divorce, would it frighten your majesty? Why do you hesitate? The emperor inquired. With a firm resolve, Shen Chunran declared, I wish to petition for a decree to divorce. The room fell silent at her words. Shen Shintong was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? You are married well. Why the sudden desire for divorce? What is the reason? Her astonishment was understandable. The matter was indeed abrupt. To outsiders, the loyal and courageous Marquis' household, though diminished, was still a respectable noble family with a history of military merit. The heir was of commendable appearance and character, free from any affliction. And even if he were to take concubines, it would be entirely reasonable. What could prompt such a divorce? Why the desire for divorce? Jiang Ye asked. Shen Chunran, unable to lie, recounted the various ways the loyal Marquis' household had deceived and humiliated her, including the existence of an illegitimate child meant to be raised as her own. Listening intently, Shen Shintong gripped the armrest of her chair and ultimately knelt, pleading, I beseech your majesty to grant permission. The Marquis' household is utterly inhumane. In what way are they inhumane? Jiang Ye questioned, seemingly siding with the Marquis' family. Illegitimate children? It is as if no family is without such occurrences. Not only the Marquis' household, but even the Duke's family has such matters. Oh, let us not speak of others. It is hardly a grave offense. In the capital, which young nobleman does not have a few illegitimate children or lavishly support entertainers? Do not think I am unaware compared to those. The heir of the loyal Marquis is already a paragon of virtue. That is simply due to the Marquis' family's poverty, Shen Chunran thought silently. Yet she had to concede that the emperor's words held truth. She alone bore witness to the darkness within Jiang Ye and Murong Yuan's hearts. However, those past grievances were known only to her, and no one would believe them. Is there no way for your majesty? Shen Chunran asked. The emperor shook his head. I have means. A decree issued would mean death for defiance, and divorce would be easy. But can it silence the whispers of the world? Once a decree is proclaimed, the entire realm shall know, and how will they speak of you? They will say you, having gained power, trampled upon your husband's family, unable to tolerate an illegitimate child, consumed by jealousy. You may find freedom in divorce, but your family, your kin, and your noble relatives will bear the consequences of your actions, subject to scrutiny from all. Your family is known for its scholarly pursuits, and what would happen if you were to infuriate several esteemed elders? Little one, would you then cast yourself into the river to atone, or resort to a white silk scarf? Shen Shintong's expression shifted at his words. It was rare for Emperor Jiang Ye to expound such reasoning to Shen Chunran. She understood that these were indeed her deepest concerns. Her earlier request for a decree of divorce had merely been a test. If, hypothetically, I were to obtain evidence of the loyal Marquis' infidelity, according to the laws of the Zhou dynasty, he would then be guilty. In such a case, might your majesty render justice for me? Jiang Ye smiled, as if seeing great potential in her. You are quite clever, then go and seek it. Should you find it, I shall certainly be willing to grant you this favor. Thank you, your majesty. Shen Chunran had awaited this affirmation. If she were to divorce, it must be done with grandeur and righteousness, so as not to trivialize her second chance at life.
Very well, rise.
The Empress Dowager, observing from the side, remarked, in that case, Chunran shall receive no reward. She has merely gained an empty promise from His Majesty, and I cannot allow that. Jiang Ye laughed, Mother. You have only known the Shen family for a day, and you wish to protect them? Enough of that. Let us consider her youth and inexperience. I shall grant you another opportunity, and indeed, that favor still stands. Shen Chunran felt immense gratitude. She did not expect another chance and was elated, nearly compelled to perform a slide of gratitude before the emperor. Forget it. You need not ponder further. I shall think of something for you, the Empress Dowager continued with a smile. The women in court long for titles and honor. Your family is not without name. Your aunt has served in the palace for many years. Why not bestow a title upon her? It was unclear whether this was a reward for Shen Chunran or a veiled compensation for Shen Guifei, but all were aware of the implications. Shen Xintong remained silent, merely nodding at Shen Chunran with a gentle smile. Jin Gwen concurred. What you say is indeed correct. Let us bestow upon you a third-rank title. No, a second rank, for the third would be too humble. Your Imperial Highness, my younger brother was present earlier. It was quite perilous. At that moment, Feng Liushang reappeared with an air of persistence. If he has appeared so many times, perhaps this is the moment Shen Chunran has favored him the most. He seemed almost to shine. A second rank instead of a third. This is not a simple increase. Some spend their entire lives without such elevation. The emperor trusted Feng Liushang, and upon seeing him approach, a warmth flickered in his eyes. He was a man of great intellect. And how could he not perceive the subtle differences in Feng Liushang's treatment of Shen Chunran? Very well, a second rank it shall be. I shall heed your counsel. Furthermore, add a title. Henceforth, Shen Chunran shall be known as Lady Chunran. With this, the emperor spoke softly. Shen Xintong's face displayed shock. She realized that the influence of the Zhou crown prince was indeed significant. The court spoke of the late empress as the emperor's white moonlight, yet she believed it was the Zhou crown prince who held that title. Chunran, do not forget to express your gratitude for this favor. I, the consort, express my heartfelt thanks. Shen Chunran stammered, a mix of surprise and joy surging within her, an unexpected delight. Rise and serve the Empress Dowager diligently. Do not be negligent. After a few more pleasantries, the emperor and Shen Guifei departed. As Feng Liushang left, he deliberately slowed his pace, claiming to have forgotten something and returning to retrieve it. Upon his return, he found Shen Chunran's radiant smile. He had never seen her smile so joyously. Yet, upon noticing him, her expression immediately fell. Why have you stopped smiling? Feng Liushang asked. Chapter 91. A smile without teeth. Virtue and grace dictate that a smile should not reveal one's teeth. Shen Chunran replied earnestly. Feng Liushang scoffed. Before me, you need not adhere to such decorum. Our bond is one of life and death. Speak. How do you intend to thank me? Shen Chunran blinked innocently. Did you not say our relationship is one of life and death? Assisting me is akin to helping yourself. What need is there for gratitude? Quick-witted as ever, come here. I have matters to discuss with you. Feng Liushang beckoned with a curl of his finger. Shen Chunran turned to leave. She had anticipated this outcome. Should this woman ever heed his commands, directing her to the east, one might well expect the sun to rise from the west. The next moment, Shen Chunran gasped in surprise as Feng Liushang stealthily approached from behind, sweeping her into his arms and carrying her behind a nearby rockery. She wished to scream. Yet knowing the repercussions of being seen would only harm her, she struggled to contain her emotions. This is the Shokong Palace, she warned. Feng Liushang nodded. Indeed. I have roamed these halls freely since childhood. What of it? Even the Taiji Hall is within reach. Shen Chunran found herself at a loss for words. After all, he was the highly esteemed Zhou crown prince. What does the prince wish to convey to me? Speak quickly. Feng Liushang set Shen Chunran down, and the two stood amidst the narrow crevices of the artificial mountain, his gaze descending from above, studying her delicate features. Today, Shen Chunran was in high spirits. Even her anger radiated a lively energy. He found her demeanor delightful, akin to a fawn that had strayed into the woods, frolicking blissfully unaware of the lurking beasts. How do you intend to express your gratitude for my favor? Feng Liushang inquired with a smirk. Shen Chunran frowned, responding, but I never asked for anything from you. You offered voluntarily. Besides, what could the prince possibly seek as thanks from me? A favor or gold? You require neither. Feng Liushang continued to observe Shen Chunran, captivated by the movement of her lips as she spoke, though he absorbed not a single word. He simply wished to behold her, for reasons unknown. Your Highness. Your Highness? Feng Liushang was jolted back to reality and glanced at Shen Chunran, asking, What were you saying before? Never mind, we can discuss it later. I must leave. It would not be wise for the Empress Dowager's attendants to spot me here. With that, she attempted to depart. However, Feng Liushang firmly blocked her path. I have not yet finished speaking. You just asked what I lack. Indeed, I do not lack for favors or wealth, but there are things I do desire. What is it? Shen Chunran inquired, intrigued. Do you truly not know? Feng Liushang leaned closer, his nose nearly brushing her forehead. Shen Chunran felt an uncomfortable heat rising within her, unsure if it was the stifling air. Her face flushed as she stammered, "I understand. You wish to extricate yourself from our current relationship, correct? Unfortunately, I am unsure how to proceed." Feng Liushang's gaze remained earnestly fixed upon her, as if he wished to etch her visage into his memory. He had never regarded anyone with such intensity. Shen Chunran was unlike any other. "What troubles you?" She finally sensed something amiss, becoming flustered. "Shen Chunran, since our relationship is an immutable reality, have you ever considered becoming my woman?" Yet before he could finish, a voice called from outside the door, "Madam Chunran?" The lady-in-waiting from Shokong Palace had come to summon her, evidently on the Empress Dowager's orders. Shen Chunran's expression shifted, fearing discovery, and she forcefully pushed Feng Liushang back a step. In her haste, he collided painfully against a sharp stone, wincing in discomfort. "The Empress Dowager must need me for something. I must go. We can discuss matters later outside the palace," she said, panicking as she fled. Although she had not experienced this in her past life, she was no naive girl and seemed to grasp the situation. Feng Liushang watched her retreating figure, a strange melancholy settling within him. It was evident that in her eyes, he was of little importance. Reflecting on the day's events, he realized he had acted recklessly. Shen Chunran was, after all, a married woman, and her character would never allow her to act inappropriately. Perhaps he was fortunate not to have voiced his thoughts. Yet, he was not in haste. He had all the time in the world to wait. Upon her return, Shen Chunran discovered that she was not summoned by the Empress Dowager, but rather by a palace maid seeking clarification on some medicinal matters. After providing her insights, she was escorted to a side hall to rest. Upon learning that Feng Liushang had departed, she felt a slight relief wash over her. However, she understood that the events of the day would not leave the Duke's residence or the palace in peace. The Crown Prince would undoubtedly face reprimand, though thankfully, no major disaster had occurred. Emperor Jingwen merely imposed 3 days of solitary reflection upon him. In the East Palace, Wei Jianan, upon hearing of the upheaval at Shokong Palace, rushed to the East Palace to plead for forgiveness, entering on his knees. Regrettably, the Crown Prince had been placed under house arrest, so he could only kneel at the door, pleading loudly, "I deserve death for failing to recognize the true character of those around me. Whatever punishment the Crown Prince deems fit, I shall accept, even if it means my life." Since his youth, Wei Jianan had served the Crown Prince, even assisting during his family's troubles, including his father's illness and subsequent burial. The Crown Prince had shown him kindness, and Wei Jianan was grateful. Initially, the Crown Prince had never doubted his loyalty. Yet, Shen Chunran's words today pierced deeply into Feng Yan's heart. Listening to Wei Jianan's pleas, filled with self-reproach yet lacking genuine remorse, he only seemed to flaunt his loyalty. "Enough," the Crown Prince said, visibly vexed. "Leave me to my solitude." Wei Jianan dared not speak further. "You may go. I wish to be alone." Wei Jianan cautiously raised his head, attempting to glean information from the Crown Prince's tone. But speaking through the door proved futile. However, he had not come merely to plead for forgiveness. He had more pressing matters to discuss. "Your Highness, that physician is actually my niece. Her medical skills are remarkable. Today at Shokong Palace, she fell victim to Shen Madam's schemes, resulting in her dire situation. I have heard that the Empress Dowager has not taken a life in years. I implore you to show mercy and allow me to keep a trace of my bloodline." Inside, the Crown Prince, Feng Yan, let out a cold laugh. "Wei Jianan, you are like a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to save yourself. Yet you wish to rescue others. Tell me, why would Madame Shen, living in luxury, want to harm your niece?" His curiosity was piqued. Wei Jianan hastily replied, "It is indeed embarrassing. It is all my niece's fault. She has fallen for the heir of the Duke of Loyalty and Courage, and they have been entangled in a secret romance. However, Madame Shen, being jealous, sought to prevent her from entering the family and has plotted her downfall." This statement was half-truth and half-lie. The Crown Prince frowned, responding, "I can only tell you that the Empress Dowager will not take her life. But her survival depends on her own fortune. Should she live, I do not wish to see her again." Yes, Wei Jianan replied. "In light of your years of loyal service, I will not hold this against you this time. Should there be a next time, I shall present your head. Begone." As Wei Jianan departed, the Crown Prince, Feng Yan, displayed a look of inscrutable doubt. He increasingly sensed that Wei Jianan was not as straightforward as he appeared. In the court, if he was not with them, then he was aligned with the crown prince of Qin. After leaving the palace, the first person Wei Jianan encountered was Jiang Ye. At that moment, Jiang Ye believed that Murong Yuan had achieved great success in the palace and eagerly sought out Wei Jianan. However, upon seeing Wei Jianan's disheveled appearance, he was taken aback. Master Wei, what has happened to you? Wei Jianan cast a deep glance at Jiang Ye, reflecting on how this foolish man remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Lacking connections and capability, he was nothing more than a useless pillow. Did he not comprehend what Murong Yuan saw in him? Was it merely his handsome face? Of no use at all. Has Yuan encountered trouble?
Jiang Ye gasped.
Whether she can walk out of the palace alive depends on her own luck. I had thought that, out of respect for her master, I could assist her. But it seems, whatever misfortune has befallen her, it seems the magnificent wealth she once possessed has vanished. What hope do I have now? Without Murong Yuan, Wei Jianan likely wouldn't have bothered to acknowledge him. You would do well to inquire with your wife about the situation. She is responsible for these troubles.
With that,
Wei Jianan turned to leave. Your wife, Shen Chunran? What does she have to do with this? Is she not bedridden at home? Jiang Ye hurriedly returned to the residence, only to learn that Shen Chunran had been summoned by the Grand Princess that very morning and had yet to return. What schemes was Shen Chunran concocting this time?
Jiang Ye exclaimed in frustration.
Naturally, the maidservants did not accompany her into the palace. Hong Xiao, who was at Chuizhi Pavilion, stepped forward and explained, "We are unaware of the details, as it was the Grand Princess who sent for her. If the young master wishes to inquire further, he must go to the Grand Princess's residence."
Impudent, Jiang Ye retorted.
Knowing that he was too cowardly to confront the Grand Princess and only venting his anger on the maidservants. In his fury, he raised his hand to strike Hong Xiao, whose demeanor and expression bore an uncanny resemblance to Shen Chunran's, which he found exceedingly distasteful. As a maid, Hong Xiao could not evade his wrath. And just as his hand was about to land, a delicate hand suddenly grasped his wrist. "Young master, the madam may return shortly. Why must you let your temper get the better of you?"
It was Yuya.
With the madam absent, it was her duty to protect the sisters in the house.
Who are you?
Let go. Jiang Ye vaguely recalled a new maidservant by Shen Chunran's side, but could not recall her name. He attempted to retract his hand, only to find that he could not. This little girl possessed remarkable strength. Just as he was about to exert force, Yuya unexpectedly released him, and he stumbled backward, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Yuya stifled a laugh, though her expression had effectively humiliated Jiang Ye, igniting his fury. "You insolent maid! How dare you, young master? Young master, it's bad. It's bad." At that moment, a steward rushed in, panic-stricken, and tripped at the entrance. "What has happened?"
Jiang Ye's tension escalated.
The steward managed to say, "In the palace, a person has been sent here, claiming to be Miss Murong, but what? Speak quickly." "But it is said that Miss Murong has offended the Empress Dowager and has been gravely injured. A physician is accompanying her. You must go see her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye disregarded his anger toward Yuya and hastily rushed outside. When he reached the main hall, he was met with the acrid scent of blood. On a stretcher lay the bloodied figure of a woman. Without a doubt, it was Murong Yuan. In pain, her sweat-soaked hair clung to her pale neck. Jiang Ye had never seen her in such a disheveled and weakened state. After all, they had been married for a day. His heart ached intensely, leaving him unsure how to approach the once vibrant woman. At the same time, he harbored a profound hatred for Shen Chunran. It was her fault. This calamity was hers to bear. He had previously heard that this Murong wench was reckless and had already entangled herself with the young master while residing in the Marquis's residence. He could not believe it was true, and that it had come to this. A sharp voice interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Ye's fury ignited as he turned to glare at the source, only to find it was a eunuch of considerable rank. It was well known that those serving the nobility were often cunning, preferring to offend gentlemen than to provoke eunuchs. Jiang Ye immediately felt intimidated.
Zhuijia,
who had come to witness the commotion, suddenly exclaimed in indignation, "How dare you insult our young master, you old eunuch! Young master, strike him. You are the heir of the Marquis's residence. How can you allow a eunuch to bully you? How will the late Marquis rest in peace?" Startled, Hong Xiao quickly covered Yuya's mouth. This was tantamount to courting disaster. However, it was too late. The eunuch's previously amicable expression darkened, and he looked at Jiang Ye with a sardonic glare. the illustrious heir of the loyal and brave Marquis. What a display of power. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. When I return, I shall report this to the Empress Dowager. I dare not. Jiang Ye, now sweating profusely, could only shout at Yuya in anger. Someone, take this insolent maid away and punish her for offending the eunuch. No need. Why bother with a mere child? My surname is Ma. Do not call me eunuch. It sounds rather unpleasant. The eunuch scoffed, continuing, enough of this bickering. I am here to handle a matter, not to quarrel. Murong Yuan is to be monitored and treated well. Do not let her die, for if she does, no amount of lives from the loyal and brave Marquis will suffice. Jiang Ye was bewildered. If she had already been harmed, why was her death unacceptable? Chapter 93. Guess what? Jiang Ye struggled to suppress his anger and quietly inquired. Might I ask for clarification? What transpired in the palace today? Wasn't Murong Yuan sent to treat the Empress Dowager? As he spoke, the steward understood Jiang Ye's intent and swiftly produced a pouch of silver. However, Eunuch Ma dismissed it with a disdainful smile, as if to say, is this all you have? Jiang Ye gritted his teeth and ordered another pouch of silver to be brought forth, yet Eunuch Ma remained unimpressed, refusing to even glance at him, as if sharpening his knife in anticipation of a complaint upon returning. Desperate, Jiang Ye signaled to the steward, who, too, was in a difficult position, knowing their residence was genuinely short on cash. Fortunately, the old matriarch had been informed and was currently hiding in the back hall. After a moment of hesitation, she instructed Mama Li to retrieve her private funds, a whole silver ingot, and send it over. Combined, it amounted to nearly 50 taels. The old matriarch, having spent many years in the capital, was aware of the typical bribe amounts for palace eunuchs, usually no more than a few taels. Eunuch Ma's audacity to demand so much likely stemmed from earlier offenses. However, this was not the time to lament over silver. Eunuch Ma accepted the silver, a smile creeping onto his face. Young master, you are quite understanding. Allow me to enlighten you. Pray tell. Jiang Ye gritted his teeth. This Murong Yuan, lacking in medical skills, dared to treat the Empress Dowager recklessly, nearly causing her to cough up blood and lose her life.
Tell me.
Is it not a testament to the Empress Dowager's mercy that she still draws breath?
Eunuch Maznird.
Jiang Ye felt as if he had been struck hard in the chest. Murong Yuan had caused such a grave disaster, and now the palace was sending her to the loyal and brave Marquis' residence. Was the blame being placed upon them as well? The Empress Dowager was merciful, but the loyal and brave Marquis' residence had no familial ties to Murong Yuan. They had merely taken in a pitiful woman from the rivers and lakes. Jiang Ye hastily attempted to explain, but was met with a more disdainful gaze from Eunuch Ma. Ah, it seems that throughout the ages, a sentimental daughter is often heartless towards her suitor. However, young master, do not be alarmed. Murong Yuan indeed has no relationship with your residence and cannot be blamed on you. The reason she was sent here is for what reason?
Jiang Ye presse değerli.
Without responding, Eunuch Ma tossed the silver pouch in his hand and said, guess. With that, he ignored them and departed with the others. Dog of a eunuch. Jiang Ye trembled with rage, unable to articulate his thoughts, and could only watch as they left. The old matriarch finally emerged from the back hall, her face filled with urgency. Yet upon learning of Murong Yuan's calamity, she exclaimed, take this demoness and throw her out. Does our Marquis' residence wish for my death? Jiang Ye coldly questioned, for Eunuch Ma had warned him that Murong Yuan must not die. Should she perish, he would pay the price. Though Jiang Ye was oblivious to the reasons, he dared not defy the warning. The old matriarch fell silent, while Jiang Qinian, following closely behind, cautiously interjected. Perhaps it is said that when the Empress Dowager aided His Majesty in seizing the palace, the bloodshed was extensive. Thus, upon entering Shokong Palace, she vowed never to shed blood again. Hence, Murong Yuan can escape the death penalty, but cannot avoid living punishment. Therefore, she must not die. If she dies, it would break the Empress Dowager's vow, which would bring misfortune upon us, and our entire family would face retribution. Jiang Ye and the old matriarch Jiang finally grasped the meaning of the situation, and cold sweat broke out upon them. Fortunately, they had not succumbed to rage and taken Murong Yuan's life. Mother Yuanger had already heard the news and rushed over to witness the commotion, only to discover that the spectacle was centered around her biological mother. She cried out, wanting to rush forward, but before she could utter a word, she was firmly held back by her mother-in-law Wang. My dear child, you must not go near her. She is a harbinger of misfortune. Beware lest you bring calamity upon yourself. Wang clutched Yuanger and hurried away. Murong Yuan was carefully placed in a secluded courtyard. And even though the old matriarch Jiang would have relished the chance to devour her whole, she restrained herself and adhered to the physician's prescribed medicines, administering them punctually. Rumor had it that the palace would regularly send someone to check on Murong Yuan's condition to ensure she remained alive. Jiang Ye had initially felt a deep sympathy for Murong Yuan, but as he reflected on the chaos she had wrought, he increasingly sensed that there was no future for them together. However, he hesitated to easily abandon her, knowing she still had Wei Jianan. Contemplating his own failed existence, Jiang Ye bitterly smiled as he drank away the night, and in a state of half-dream, he pondered a question: what if he had never met Murong Yuan? Thus, he found himself dreaming, a dream where Murong Yuan had never entered his life. He pursued studies diligently, and when he failed the imperial examinations, he joined the military, progressing steadily. Through his grandfather's efforts, he married a lady of high standing, and at the moment he lifted her bridal veil, he beheld Shen Chunran's youthful yet ethereal beauty. He fell in love with his bride at first sight, and even after departing to the borders, separated by distance, he would often write letters filled with longing. Upon returning to the capital, their lives harmonized beautifully, their children excelling in their studies, and with the support of his esteemed in-laws. He would soon ascend to a prominent position, much like Wei Qingjue, who, despite being of a once declining noble lineage, found fortune through a fortunate marriage. Ha ha ha. Lost in his dream, he chuckled heartily. The following day, awakened from his stupor, he was urged by the old matriarch Jiang to inquire about the news. Shen Chunran had yet to return from the palace, and there was no word from her. The previous day, that eunuch Ma had clearly concealed something, causing great anxiety within the loyal and brave Marquis' household. However, matters within the palace, especially those concerning the Shokong Palace, were not for outsiders to pry into, and thus Jiang Ye gleaned no information. It was not until the afternoon of the fourth day that Shen Chunran finally returned to the estate. Since the day the Empress Dowager had spat blood, the internal fire within her had begun to wane. And with Shen Chunran's acupuncture and various medicinal ointments applied over the past 2 days, progress was evident. Acknowledging that she had survived this ordeal, the Empress Dowager did not further burden Shen Chunran, allowing her to return home to arrange matters, as she was indeed a matriarch. Shen Chunran felt a twinge of reluctance. She understood that the loyal and brave Marquis' household must be in dire straits. Let them fret. After all, the Nguaho had already sent word in advance. However, given the Empress Dowager's grace, Shen Chunran could not refuse. After bidding farewell to concubine Shen, she was summoned by the Empress and presented with some rewards. Delaying her return, she finally arrived at the Marquis' residence in the afternoon, expecting that Feng Liushang would urge her to take a medicinal bath. She was surprised to find no such summons. Instead, she received word that the divine physician would not be leaving, advising her to remain at ease. Why was the divine physician not departing? The messengers smiled silently, thinking to themselves, a divine physician, after all, a good beating will make them comply. Chapter 94. A grand affair. Thus, Shen Chunran felt somewhat reassured. By the time she returned home, it was already afternoon. Reminiscent of the day Murong Yuan was brought back in a similar manner, grand and tumultuous. Jiang Ye had assumed that Shen Chunran had not cured the Empress Dowager's ailment. Thus, she was hastily summoned back. He awaited her in the courtyard, his countenance darkened, ready to confront her. Unexpectedly, a throng of palace attendants followed behind Shen Chunran, eunuchs and palace maids, bearing numerous items, trays, and boxes, clearly gifts from the palace. There was no need to ask. The incident stemming from Murong Yuan had evidently turned to Shen Chunran's favor, as she had healed the Empress Dowager and was thus rewarded. No wonder she entered with such pride. Am I truly radiating pride? Shen Chunran thought, only a slight smile gracing her lips. Chunran, you have finally returned. What transpired? You have been away for several days, and your grandmother was nearly beside herself with worry. The old matriarch Jiang hurried out, and even the blind could guess the situation. Her demeanor a habitual display of false compassion. Shen Chunran had long since grown accustomed to it. Yet, the supervising eunuch beside them smiled broadly and remarked, "We congratulate you. Old matriarch. Lady Chunran has indeed accomplished a great feat, healing the Empress Dowager's chronic ailment. Look, all these are rewards from the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and concubine Shen." The eunuchs, previously fierce under Eunuch Ma's command, now appeared amicable, likely due to their respect for Shen Chunran's merit. The old matriarch Jiang sincerely believed that Shen Chunran was indeed the good fortune of the loyal and brave Marquis' household, while Murong Yuan had become a definitive harbinger of misfortune. Chunran, have you truly achieved such great merit? The old matriarch inquired. Shen Chunran nodded. Grandmother, you have heard correctly. There is even an imperial decree. Listen, and you shall know more. An imperial decree? Jiang Ye was taken aback. Usually, there were only oral commands or the Empress Dowager's edicts. How could there be an imperial decree? An imperial decree? Quickly summon it forth. Let us all listen. The old matriarch Jiang suddenly became excited. Recalling the last time she had knelt to hear an imperial decree was during the old Marquis' ennoblement, a time when their household had flourished, the best of times. Those days were a cherished memory, one she relived countless times in her dreams. After so many years, her descendants had faltered, and she had not enjoyed such imperial glory again. To think she would regain it through Shen Chunran's fortune only deepened her appreciation for the wisdom of the late Marquis. Soon, the family members of the loyal and brave Marquis arrived, along with the household servants eager to witness the reading of the imperial decree. Such occasions were typically reserved for the stage. How could they not come to partake? Even Zhang Lian, who had seldom ventured out, made an appearance, though upon seeing Shen Chunran, her heart swelled with resentment and jealousy. Jiang Ye no longer stood with her, but was accompanied by her maidservants, positioned appropriately. As the gathering neared completion, a voice suddenly interrupted. Where is that Murong wench? A matron, who was in charge from the Empress Dowager's side, suddenly raised her voice. This is Su, the matron in charge, Shen Chunran introduced. The old matriarch Jiang immediately nodded politely. Despite being an old woman herself, this matroness status was not much lower than hers. However, why seek that wench at such a time? It seemed ill-fated. Su matron replied, old matriarch. You may not be aware, but the imperial decree pertains to that wench. How can she not be present? Jiang Ye could not help but interject. But she has been punished and brought back unconscious for 2 days. Only today has she regained some awareness. This turmoil might very well endanger her life. And the Empress Dowager surely does not wish for her demise. Su matron asserted, that cannot be. It is your matter. The person to be proclaimed must be present when the decree is read, as per the laws of the Zhou dynasty. Pray, do not make this difficult for us servants. Indeed, Jiang Ye was curious why Murong Yuan was mentioned in the decree despite her condition. Bring her forth. Shen Chunran gazed at the unfolding farce with a bemused smile, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Meanwhile, in the secluded courtyard where Murong Yuan recovered, she had just begun to regain some awareness. The pain from her wounds was excruciating, and she suspected that the punishment she had received was much more severe than the one from the last princess. Her right leg still lacked feeling, and she had attempted to move it, but to no avail. She feared she might be left disabled. Contemplating this, Murong Yuan felt an overwhelming desire for death. Yet she lacked even the strength to end her own life, confined instead to solitary tears, endlessly replaying the events of recent days. In moments of anguish, the memories that surface are invariably vivid and clear. She comprehended fully that from the very beginning, Shen Chunran had ensnared her in a meticulously woven trap. Her sole transgression had been her impatience for quick success. Alas, it was too late. Everything was irretrievably lost. As her suffering reached a crescendo, a group of matrons intruded upon her chamber. What do you intend to do? Murong Yuan inquired weakly. The leading matron, with a smile that failed to reach her eyes, replied, Miss, we are merely following orders. The edict from outside must be read, and it concerns you. You must go, even if it means carrying you there. Murong Yuan gasped, but my wounds have only just begun to heal. If I move, they will surely reopen. That is your concern, not ours, she retorted dismissively. With a cry of pain, Murong Yuan felt as if her entire being was being scraped raw. Yet, she endeavored to maintain her composure, biting her lip to suppress any cries of despair. Once she was borne into the courtyard, she was met with the gaze of many servants from the back, each casting strange looks and whispering amongst themselves. But Murong Yuan paid them no mind. Her eyes searched the crowd for a familiar face.
Yelang.
Yet he did not glance in her direction. There, at last, was Shen Chunran, easily identifiable as she stood at the center of attention, akin to the moon surrounded by stars. Freshly emerged from the palace, she was adorned in opulent garments bestowed upon her by the imperial concubine, exuding an air of grandeur that set her apart from the official families. Shen Chunran, already possessing an ethereal beauty, now graced Murong Yuan with a faint smile, as if flaunting her triumph. Murong Yuan's heart ached to the point of suffocation. Why had it come to this? Well, since everyone is gathered, let the edict be proclaimed. The solemn eunuch, after meticulously washing his hands, retrieved a scroll from a brocade box and began to read. The emperor decrees to the loyal and courageous Marquis household. The consort of the heir, Jiang Shen, is virtuous and skilled in medicine. The initial flatteries soon gave way to the critical moment, revealing that Shen Chunran had been elevated to the rank of second-grade title. The shock rendered old Madame Jiang nearly faint. How many valiant generals had shed blood on the battlefield without such honor for their wives? Yet, Shen Chunran had received this accolade overnight. What an extraordinary favor. It was, indeed, somewhat unusual. Jiang Ye could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at the large chest carried by the palace maids behind Shen Chunran, realizing the weight of her newfound status. As for Murong Yuan, she stood frozen, dumbfounded. But this was merely the beginning, as the proclamation soon turned to Murong Yuan, who was accused of attempting to harm the Empress Dowager through the guise of medical practice, an act that could have led to her demise. Yet, owing to the Empress Dowager's mercy, she was spared death, though not without punishment, 40 strikes and a demotion to servitude, forever bound to Shen Chunran as a lowly maid. As the reading concluded, Jiang Ye remained speechless, overwhelmed by the turn of events. Murong Yuan, unable to withstand the weight of her fate, fainted on the spot. The courtyard of the loyal and courageous Marquis residence fell into an eerie silence following the final proclamation. Will you not accept the edict? The crowd had just erupted in cheers. With Shen Chunran receiving the decree personally, she promptly arranged for rewards, drawn from her own savings, for the household was too impoverished to provide any. The supervising eunuch smiled broadly. Madame Chunran is indeed fortunate. Now that the task is complete, we shall take our leave. He exchanged pleasantries with the matron Su before departing. Chunran, surely this is not a dream? You have been granted a title. Old Madame Jiang exclaimed, her excitement mingled with disbelief, pride, and a hint of envy. After all, this was the honor she had yearned for her entire life. Yet, her granddaughter had achieved it through her own merit. Madame Chunran's elevation stemmed not only from her salvation of the Empress Dowager, but also from the years of diligent service rendered by the Marquis household and the contributions of concubine Shen to the emperor, which had exhausted all possible rewards. Thus, fortune had smiled upon Madame Chunran, as matron Su clarified. When Shen Chunran had wept before Emperor Jingwen, pleading for a divorce, matron Su, as the Empress Dowager's confidant, had certainly taken note. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for treachery and had formed a negative opinion of the Marquis household, intentionally dispelling old Madame Jiang's illusions. Old Madame Jiang, typically assertive, dared not challenge matron Su, and merely nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right. Shen Chunran's glory had little to do with their household, yet her gaze remained fixed on the rewards, obscured by crimson cloth, but hinting at treasures of gold and jade. As the granddaughter of the loyal and courageous Marquis, these possessions rightfully belonged to her. Enough standing about. These treasures must be carefully stored. They are imperial gifts. And should anything happen to them, it would cost us dearly. Matron Su reprimanded the palace, maids, and eunuchs. Old Madame Jiang's previously agitated heart suddenly chilled. She could not afford to forget the incident that had led to Yuan Gur being sent back by the Duke of Gua. Jiang Ye had received a harsh reprimand for it, and she dared not entertain further thoughts. Yet, the more she suppressed her thoughts, the more anxious she became, as the unattainable gnawed at her soul. Grandmother, matron Su is merely forthright. Please do not take offense, Shen Chunran whispered gently to old Madame Jiang. The latter dared not express any resentment, witnessing matron Su turn back with a formulaic smile. Madame Chunran speaks the truth. I am not only straightforward but also efficient. When the rebel king attempted to extort the Empress Dowager, I single-handedly rescued her from the flames without even a gasp. Mentioning this made old Madame Jiang tremble with fear. Matron Su was a woman of remarkable merit. Indeed. Now I must return to my duties. My purpose here is twofold. First, to instruct Madame Chunran in the palace etiquette, for there may come a time when she must enter the palace to attend to the Empress Dowager's ailments. The second task pertains to that wretched maid who sought to harm the Empress Dowager. As you know, She is now to be relegated to the lowest rank of servitude beside Madame Chunran, to atone for her transgressions. Matron Su's voice resonated loudly. Jiang Ye felt his heart lurch at the implication. The woman he cherished most had been reduced to a mere servant? A servant bound to servitude, her child likewise condemned. In that moment, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Yuan Ge must never see her again. Matron Su, your efforts are appreciated. Prepare the evening meal at once, he commanded. What was once a moment of great honor now bore an inexplicable sense of desolation within the courtyard of the loyal and courageous Marquis residence. Murong Yuan was unceremoniously returned to her secluded chamber, attended to by a designated caretaker. Matron Su was taken for tea. Upon returning to the cooling pavilion, Shen Chunran busied herself organizing her belongings while inquiring about recent happenings. Shen Chunran. Jiang Ye burst into the room, seething with rage, eager to confront her. Yet before he could utter a word, old Madame Jiang pursued him from behind. Yi, you must come back with me. I have something to discuss with you, she implored. Are you all fools? Hurry and assist the heir. A few matrons stepped forward and, half pushing, half leading Jiang Ye out of the room. In the show and hall, he exclaimed, Why are you stopping me? This is clearly her scheme. She intentionally deceived Yuan with false prescriptions. Old Madame Jiang, unable to contain her frustration, raised her hand and struck Jiang Ye across the face. In a fit of frustration, the matriarch of the Jiang family struggled to suppress her temper. After delivering a sharp reprimand, she quickly offered a sweet date, inquiring, if indeed it was Chunran's deliberate scheme, then I must commend her. She executed it splendidly. If you harbored no ill intentions, how could she have found the opportunity? Do not presume that I am unaware of what Murong Yuan truly is, a schemer, full of cunning. Regardless of whether Chunran was involved, this matter ends here. No one is permitted to mention it again, understood?
Why?
Jiang Ye asked, unwilling to accept her decree. The matriarch countered, if you were to inquire and Chunran confessed, claiming it was her doing, what would you do then? I would kill her, Jiang Ye retorted fiercely. The old woman regarded him as one would a fool, saying, she now holds a rank higher than yours, a favored one of the empress. If you were to harm her, the entire loyal and valiant Marquis would face ruin. In such a case, I might as well end your life first. Jiang Ye sank into a chair, acknowledging that his earlier words had been fueled by rage. He would never dare to act on them. The repercussions were too great for him to bear. Currently, Chunran represents our hope and honor in the loyal and valiant Marquis. You must harbor no further ill thoughts towards her. If you wish to live in peace, you must learn how to win Chunran's favor, the matriarch advised. On what grounds? Jiang Ye snapped back. On what grounds? On the basis that you are ineffectual, refusing to accept your fate, lacking in both literary and martial prowess. Even fatherhood eludes you. You either accept your fate or learn from your father. Once I close my eyes, your generation will see the loyal and valiant Marquis erased from history, and your sons and grandsons will lead a life of subservience. Your pride, dear Yi, is truly costly. She mocked. Today, she spoke extensively to admonish Jiang Ye while simultaneously issuing a warning. However, there was one piece of good news. Murong Yuan would likely become a negligible concern henceforth. She could only hope that Shen Chunran would grant her a path to survival. Yi, you are neither foolish nor dim-witted, yet you refuse to open your eyes and confront reality. I must take some blame. I spoiled you too much in your youth. The matriarch sighed. Indeed, her words held truth. He was unwilling to see and too afraid to face the truth, fearing he might come to despise himself. Thus, she inquired, Grandmother, what do you suggest I do? There are two paths, she replied. What paths? The first, feign ignorance and diligently fulfill your duties as heir, remaining obedient. The second, win Shen Chunran's favor. As a woman, if you please her, she can accomplish much for you, much like Murong Yuan, who, lacking connections, still managed to carve out a path for herself. The matriarch spoke calmly. Jiang Ye forced a bitter smile. You want me to rely on a woman? Have you not been relying on women all along? His words struck with precision, yet that was precisely the effect the matriarch desired. If he continued in his ignorance, the loyal and valiant Marquis would truly meet its demise. That wretched Murong Yuan, avoid her in the future. Do not provoke Chunran. I am weary. Do as you wish, strike or kill. I am but a step away from the grave. What do I have to fear?
Jiang Ye ate in silence.
After dinner, Shen Chunran's quarters became lively, as Zhang Yun and Xiao Xiao came to offer their congratulations. Along with a host of maidservants, they gathered to share tea and converse. Listening to Shen Chunran recount her experiences in the palace, Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in amazement. She had heard the matron speak of the palace as the epitome of wealth and privilege, yet regrettably, she would never have the chance to go there. Jiang Ye, curious about the events, grew increasingly in awe of her sister-in-law's prowess. Sister-in-law, how delightful is today, Moonlight observed, noting Shen Chunran's elevated spirits. Shen Chunran cast her a glance. What do you think? Tomorrow will bring even more delightful news.
Would you like to know?
Moonlight teased. What is it? Shen Chunran asked, genuinely intrigued. Have you forgotten your own family affairs during your few days away? Tomorrow, your elder sister has an arranged marriage, Jiang Ye revealed. How fortuitous! Shen Chunran exclaimed, munching on seeds, and recalled the previous matter, asking Xiao Xiao, how is Mama Dong treating you? Xiao Xiao, taken aback, replied, it is rare for the mistress to remember such trivial matters. Mama Dong is truly remarkable, skilled in many crafts. My distant aunt has taken a liking to her embroidery, insisting that Mama Dong teach her frequently. I cannot refuse, so I allow her to go, but Mama Dong is diligent and does not waste time. Upon hearing this, Shen Chunran felt reassured and nodded. That is good. As their conversation continued, Shen Chunran yawned, prompting everyone to gracefully take their leave. Jiang Ye was the last to depart, now nearly certain that everything was part of Shen Chunran's scheme, effectively punishing that shameless woman while enhancing her own standing. She resolved to learn from her sister-in-law. However, Jiang Ye, being perceptive, sensed that her sister-in-law might be contemplating departure. Shen Chunran did not anticipate Jiang Ye's astuteness, but remained unperturbed, asking, if you guessed correctly, would you inform anyone? Jiang Ye quickly shook her head. No, I wouldn't. I have merely been pondering your actions these days, admiring you. If it is true, I hope you achieve your desires. My elder brother is unworthy of you, Shen Chunran said with a smile, patting Jiang Ye's shoulder. Do not worry. Should I choose to leave, I will ensure you are married off splendidly first. I would not engage in half-hearted affairs. Sister-in-law, that is not my meaning, Jiang Ye protested. Very well, you understand. It is late. Return and rest, Shen Chunran smiled. As dawn broke, Granny Su, who had come to teach Shen Chunran etiquette, found that the latter learned swiftly and soon had little left to teach. She excused herself, promising to return in a few days to ensure Shen Chunran remained diligent. After bidding Granny Su farewell, the matriarch of the Jiang family finally sighed in relief and promptly summoned Shen Chunran for a discussion. Having received her title, Shen Chunran did not act haughty. She remained approachable, unchanged from her previous demeanor. This reassured the matriarch somewhat. By the way, I heard that a young master from the wealthy Tian family will be coming to visit today. Shouldn't you prepare? Shen Chunran inquired. The matriarch's expression darkened slightly. What is there to prepare? They are merely a few people coming for a meal. They are merely merchants. If we treat them as guests of honor, they will inevitably become arrogant in the future. Shen Chunran remained silent, reflecting that Jiang Lian had also caught the matriarch's eye, now disregarding her own dignity. Furthermore, you are now a titled lady. Your status has changed. When the Tian family members arrive, you need not present yourself. They are not worthy of meeting you. The matriarch added. Shen Chunran nodded in disappointment. No chance for excitement then. Nonetheless, as the loyal and valiant Marquis was rather small, Shen Chunran encountered the young master of the Tian family on her way back. Considering Jiang Lian's tarnished reputation, she thought at least she was still a Marquis lady. And with her mother-in-law Wang so eager to arrange the match, the young man should be presentable. To her surprise, he appeared a lanky youth, his eyes excessively large, reminiscent of a bullfrog. Upon entering the Marquis, the Tian family young master seemed nervous, stealing a glance at Shen Chunran before becoming momentarily stupefied, asking, is that Miss Jiang? The servant guiding him nearly slapped him awake, warning, that is our Marquis' young lady, a lady of the court. Do not gaze indiscriminately. Yes, yes. He stammered and hurried away. What a gluttonous choice for a match. Shen Chunran thought as she turned down a side alley, pondering. Is this truly the young master of the Tian family? The chick, so small in stature, is hardly as robust as Jiang Lian. Can one truly expect to reap a fortune? The crux of the matter is that in her past life, Jiang Ye was not wed to this man.
Onxu,
with a subtle smile, remarked, Madam, you may not be aware, but the eldest son of the Tian family was initially interested in the young lady. However, upon hearing of her less-than-stellar reputation, he declined. Thus, the attention fell upon the second young master, who, it is said, was only willing to marry after the unfortunate passing of his first wife. Yet, with someone as remarkable as you in our Ho residence, the Tian family is quite eager to forge an alliance with us. Shen Chunran offered a dry smile. Yet, these matters were no longer her concern. They were Jiang Ye's choices. Perhaps, in marrying into the Tian family, she would fare better than in her previous life.
Subsequently,
Shen Chunran returned to the Ho residence, feeling it necessary to inform her family of the recent events. Although they were already well informed, the sight of Shen Chunran's splendid return brought warmth and joy to the family. Even her grandmother, who had long been withdrawn from social interactions, made an appearance. Did you encounter Xian Tong in the palace? How is she faring? She seems rather gaunt, the old matriarch inquired. Shen Xian Tong had always been the source of the old lady's concerns, regretting the day she sent her niece to the perilous confines of the imperial harem, where she endured the trials of youth. She is quite well now, having come to terms with her circumstances. She eats well and sleeps soundly. My time in the palace was graciously hosted by her, and I have even gained weight. A faint smile graced the grandmother's face. You have endured much, my dear child. I sense you are scheming something. The grandmother gazed at her intently. Shen Chunran was taken aback. Was her intent so transparent? Perhaps only those who truly cared for her could perceive her thoughts. She nodded silently. The grandmother continued, in my life, I have two regrets. One was allowing your aunt to participate in the selection for the imperial concubines, and the other was permitting you to enter the Zhongyong Ho residence. For years, the Ho residence has deliberately distanced itself from any suspicion, but can such avoidance truly yield good results? Shen Chunran shook her head. No, it cannot. Indeed, it cannot. I should have heeded wise counsel back then, and found a willing maid to replace your aunt. You would not have had to conceal your talents or settle for a lesser match, had you married that childhood sweetheart. The grandmother seemed lost in reminiscence, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Shen Chunran also recalled that person, her heart aching slightly. Those were bygone days, and there was no need to dwell on them. Such a pity, the grandmother lamented, expressing her heartfelt sentiments for a once promising couple. Going forward, you need not tread carefully. Pursue whatever you desire. My granddaughter, Chunran, is a talent that should not be hidden. Grandmother, Shen Chunran grasped the old lady's hand, and in that moment, a profound connection of understanding and healing blossomed between them. You have received noble titles and honor. The Zhongyong Ho's affairs are of no concern to us. However, the Ho residence shall host a celebration to let the entire capital know that our family has raised an exceptional daughter. The grandmother declared with pride. Shen Chunran nodded, though she hesitated. It is indeed a joyous occasion, but I prefer simplicity. I recall that your birthday is approaching, and Laurent's wedding is also imminent. Let us save the festivities for then, where I shall stand beside you and ensure you shine. Their laughter echoed through the halls of the Ho residence, a sound not heard in quite some time. After a delightful meal, Shen Chunran reluctantly returned to the Zhongyong Ho residence. Upon her arrival, she was met with a rather intriguing piece of news. Jiang Ye and the young master of the Tian family had exchanged glances, and the process was described as uneventful and ordinary. The young master of the Tian family was willing to marry the ill-reputed Jiang Ye. Under the influence of the Wang family, Jiang Ye, too, was eager to enter the Tian household, believing that her noble lineage would grant her a position of esteem among the merchants. Thus, she agreed, and even set a wedding date. Coincidentally, today at the Bailu Academy, Zhang Sheng, amidst a gathering of esteemed scholars, announced his impending marriage with great joy. He expressed his desire to compose a poem for his remarkable fiancée, inviting everyone to critique his work. He then proceeded to craft a piece of exquisite poetry, the details of which remain unclear, but it was said to have garnered immense praise from all present. The acclaim spread like wildfire, even reaching the ears of the Academy's esteemed scholars, who offered him commendations. Although the remarks may have seemed somewhat frivolous, they underscored Zhang Sheng's audacity and talent. He even shamelessly requested a calligraphy piece from the scholars, stating that his own writing was unworthy, but that he wished to create a family heirloom for his beloved. Remarkably, he succeeded. At this moment, Zhongxing's poem dedicated to Jiang Ye had circulated throughout the capital, and many talented individuals began to imitate his style. The original piece, penned by a distinguished scholar, was carefully safeguarded and delivered to the Zhongyong residence, arriving before Jiang Ye. Today, following Shen Chunran's ennoblement, the Zhongyong residence once again made a name for itself in the capital. Jiang Ye, a previously overlooked illegitimate daughter, had never been treated with such seriousness before. Gazing at the scroll of poetry, tears of joy welled in her eyes. The happiness she felt was overwhelming. For the first time, she earnestly whispered Zhongxing's name. This was a piece crafted by the most skilled calligrapher of Bailu Academy, once praised by the late emperor himself. This poem was worth its weight in gold. More than just monetary value, it represented Zhongxing's pure-hearted affection. Speculations abounded. Should Zhongxing achieve great success in the imperial examinations, the poem he wrote in youthful exuberance would become a cherished tale. Ah, this Zhongxing! Shen Chunran, upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, found herself nearly doubled over with laughter. She observed the seemingly simple man, his patched clothes betraying a shrewd mind, always evading loss. While outsiders were unaware of his previous marriage negotiations, the Zhongyong residents understood all too well. Was this a way of avenging Jiang Lian for the day she broke that jade bracelet? Is Zhongxing truly so cunning? Everyone outside claims he is deeply affectionate. Chapter 98, Teaching Etiquette. Indeed, he is quite affectionate. Yet there lies another layer to this. Zhongxing, having bided his time for years, was now positioning himself for a brighter future. Very well. Without a doubt, Jiang Lian, who had been previously engaged, erupted in a fit of rage, demolishing everything in her room, sobbing and shouting like a shrew. Wretched, wretched people. How dare Zhongxing humiliate me so? What does he think he is? Just a poor scholar. Get away from me. Mother, I will not marry into the Tian family. I refuse. I must marry someone 1,000 times better than Zhongxing to show him his worth. How embarrassing. Wang Shi entered to a scene of chaos. Having once doted on Jiang Lian, now utterly exhausted, yearning for her daughter to marry a decent man to ease her burdens. The turmoil continued. And while Zhongxing's actions played a part, ultimately, it was Jiang Lian's own shortcomings that led to this situation. How did I end up with such a daughter? Jiang Lian sneered. What? Now, even you look down on me? Are you wishing Jiang Yan were your daughter instead? How absurd. Before Wang Shi could finish a retort, Jiang Lian bolted from the room, heading straight for Jiang Yun's quarters, where Jiang Yun was cherishing the scroll in her hands. Though not penned by Zhongxing, it is imbued with deep sentiment, leaving her utterly elated. At that very moment, however, Jiang Ling burst in like a tempest, furiously exclaiming, "You little wench! Your pride is misplaced. You've merely picked up a man I discarded. To think you're so pleased. I'll tear up your painting, just wait." Jiang Yun instinctively concealed her artwork behind her, with a maid trying to intervene, but Jiang Ling, in her frenzy, possessed immense strength. As the precious piece seemed on the verge of ruin, Jiang Yun's eyes widened in desperation. Fortunately, at that instant, someone stormed in and swiftly subdued Jiang Ling to the ground. It was none other than Shen Chunran, who had arrived just in time. Yet, in Jiang Yun's attempt to protect her belongings, Jiang Ling had managed to leave a gash on her neck, though Jiang Yun seemed oblivious to the pain. "You're here too, you shameless one. You both conspired together. Zhongxing was to wed me, but you schemed behind my back and stole my betrothal, ruining my honor. Shen Chunran, I swear, I will haunt you even in death." Jiang Ling shouted, as if all the blame lay with others. Shen Chunran, unfazed, chose not to engage with her madness and instead tended to Jiang Yun's wound. "I'm fine. Thankfully my sister-in-law arrived," Jiang Yun expressed with relief. Shen Chunran nodded. "It's fortunate the painting is safe, but this matter was instigated by outsiders. What do you intend to do about it?" Jiang Yun was taken aback. In her household, she had always endured quietly. When had anyone asked her how she intended to handle the situation? "What can I do? I will follow my sister-in-law's lead." "No. Today, as affair concerns you, it is your decision. How do you wish to punish the one who nearly destroyed your possession?" Shen Chunran pressed, word by word. Jiang Yun then grasped that Shen Chunran was urging her to take charge of her own fate. If you cannot make such a trivial decision, what use is it to marry, merely to be trampled upon? Shen Chunran frowned. Biting her lips slightly, Jiang Yun replied, "She is my elder sister. I cannot be too harsh on her. However, if I let this go, it will surely fester in my heart.
Indeed.
It is better to make others uncomfortable than to suffer oneself. Then I shall give my elder sister 2 slaps as a minor lesson, Zhang Yun declared. Shen Chunran nodded approvingly. For someone of Jiang Yun's gentle disposition, this was a significant step. You dare. I am the legitimate daughter of the loyal and valiant Marquis. If you strike me, my grandmother will not spare you. Jiang Ling exclaimed incredulously. Are you no longer pretending? You should be thankful you didn't tear that painting. Otherwise, you would never find a husband in the Tian family, Shen Chunran replied with a smile, signaling Jiang Yun to proceed. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun delivered 2 sharp slaps to Jiang Ling's face, the force not great, yet it conveyed all her pent-up grievances, causing her shoulders to tremble with emotion. This scene was witnessed by the approaching elder Lady Jiang and Wang Shi. What audacity! A concubine dares to strike a legitimate daughter? Wang Shi shrieked. Shen Chunran, with a bright smile, responded, Do not worry, mother-in-law. This is not rebellion. I am merely teaching our 2 children a lesson in propriety. What propriety? You are blatantly bullying Ling. Wang Shi retorted, as she had always favored Jiang Ling, viewing Jiang Yun as little more than a servant. The lessons I impart today are crucial for their lives. I instruct Yun as she will soon be a proper wife. If she lacks assertiveness, she will inevitably be oppressed by unscrupulous servants. Yun has done well, don't you agree? And as for Ling in the capital, even marrying into wealth, she must remember not to abuse her power. One must always be cautious, for great calamities can arise unexpectedly. Will you, mother-in-law, be able to clean up the mess for her? Shen Chunran queried. This left Wang Shi momentarily speechless, realizing she had no power to intervene, as any trouble would ultimately fall upon Shen Chunran to resolve. The Marquis is utterly useless, as is the heir, she lamented. Grandmother, do you not agree with my words? Shen Chunran asked. Elder Lady Jiang nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Now quickly thank your sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law, Jiang Yun said. Yet, Jiang Ling remained obstinately silent, her eyes burning with a desire to annihilate Shen Chunran. Not speaking? Then I shall continue, Elder Lady Jiang coldly warned, and the servants prepared to act. Seeing the seriousness of the threat, Jiang Ling quickly relented. Thank you, sister-in-law. A teachable child, Elder Lady Jiang remarked. Take Ling back to her room and keep her under strict surveillance until her marriage, she commanded before turning to leave. Only Wang Shi remained, secretly wiping her tears. Having previously declared Shen Chunran a good person, now she felt betrayed as Shen Chunran had risen in power and turned against their own. Who is oppressing whom? Get your facts straight. Had Ling truly torn that painting, do you think Zhang Sheng would let it go? He would certainly make it a public scandal, and the Tian family would never dare to marry her. Elder Lady Jiang reminded her. Would he dare? Wang Shi retorted angrily. Elder Lady Jiang finally understood whose side Jiang Ye had taken. Wretched child. Mother, why do you scold me? Foolish child. Mother, get out. But this was merely a minor episode. In a secluded courtyard of the Marquis' residence, a poignant reunion between mother and son unfolded. Recently, Yuan Ge had also been monitored closely, missing his studies. He knew something was amiss with his mother and seized an opportunity to sneak out, finding his way to a remote storage room where he discovered Murong Yuan in a state of distress. Mother, what has happened to you?
Yuan Ge keinen fight.
And upon seeing her son, Murong Yuan also broke down, gasping for breath while cursing Shen Chunran. It's all that wretched woman's fault. She took your father from me, stole you away, leaving me in a living hell. Oh, my son, I am powerless to help you. When you grow up, I will ensure you take revenge for me. The two exchanged their lamentations until the tightly shut door swung open, and Jiang Ye rushed in, swiftly taking Yuan Ge away from Murong Yuan and handing him to a trusted attendant to escort him back. What are you doing?
Yelang.
Are you going to treat me this way as well? Murong Yuan exclaimed, fierce and desperate as a mother lion. Yuan, if you wish to live. If you want to live well, you cannot see Yuan Ge. Jiang Ye replied patiently. He truly did not wish to witness Murong Yuan in such a state, but her connections with Wei Jianan were too significant to ignore. You have been demoted to a lowly status by the Empress. If your relationship with Yuan Ge is revealed, he too will become a child of lowly status, condemned to a life of misery. Murong Yuan fell silent, realizing her oversight. Yes, how could she forget? That wretched Shen Chunran now thrived, and the more she hated, the more she understood the necessity of survival and vengeance. Yiling, what can we do now? She inquired. Jiang Ye hesitated, finally stating, I do not know either. You are always so clever. Why not think of a solution? I cannot bear to see you suffer this indignity. You know I am wronged, yet do not come to see me. Had Yuan go, or not barged in today, I might not have seen anyone at all. Murong Yuan gradually recognized Jiang Ye's coldness, yet she knew to struggle for freedom. She needed this man. For now, there are few options. I will recuperate, and as for you, if you wish to rise, you must earnestly curry favor with your legitimate wife, she mocked. Jiang Ye remained silent. I have injured my leg, Murong Yuan suddenly remarked. Jiang Ye was taken aback, glancing at her, forcing a smile. You are Yuan Gu's mother. I would never despise you. Really? Murong Yuan, skeptical, said, Yi Lang, leaning closer. I have something to discuss that pertains to my master. I am currently in a predicament, and she will undoubtedly come to my aid. At that time, we shall devise a way to turn the tide. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback. He had heard of Murong Yuan's master, but had never met her. It was said that her martial prowess was formidable, elusive like a dragon. Perhaps she could be of great assistance. Very well. I shall attend to this matter at once. As night descended, the Zhou Wangfu indeed sent for her to partake in the medicinal bath. Since she began these baths, Shen Chunran's health had remarkably improved. However, upon her arrival at the Zhou Wangfu, the first person she encountered was not Feng Liushang, but the renowned physician Zhuge. Doctor, what has happened to your eyes? Shen Chunran inquired, noticing the faint bruising around Zhuge's forehead and eyes. The old physician hurriedly shook his head. It's nothing. Nothing at all. I merely had a minor accident a few days ago. Shen Chunran responded with an "oh," feeling something was amiss. Madam Shen, your pulse indicates that the effects of the medicinal bath have been swift. If all goes well, during your next session, your energy meridians should be unblocked, and you will regain the internal strength of your youth. Isn't that delightful? Shen Chunran smiled gently. I am already quite content with my improved health. But I must express my gratitude to the physician. Afterward, Shen Chunran proceeded to bathe alone, following the usual protocol. It was only after she succumbed to slumber that Feng Liushang approached the pool's edge, gazing at the woman enveloped in mist, akin to a lotus blossoming in water. Your Highness, should we reveal the situation to Madam Shen? Zheng reminded him. Feng Liushang pondered. I shall consider it. Is there truly a need for contemplation? Zheng grinned, sensing his lord's hesitation, which was unlike his usual demeanor. Leave me be. Very well then. That night, Shen Chunran drifted into a deep sleep, while Feng Liushang remained vigilant, though uncertain of what he was guarding against, until the early hours approached. Shen Chunran finally opened her eyes, noticing that with her recovery, she awoke earlier each time. Your Highness, why are you here again? Shen Chunran exclaimed upon seeing him. Feng Liushang, seated at a stone table, poured himself a drink, responding, Your health is my utmost concern. How could I not keep watch? Moreover, I wish to inquire about something. Having grown accustomed to his presence, Shen Chunran leaned over the pool's edge and asked, What is it? Feng Liushang, seeking conversation, inquired, Earlier today, around noon, did you not experience a sudden pain in your chest? I sensed it as well. Do you suffer from palpitations? If so, speak quickly, so I may seek medical help for you. Shen Chunran was taken